Chapter 41. The three of them were talking back and forth, their abacus clanging loudly. Mianmian couldn't help laughing. You are ugly, but you have beautiful ideas. Nie Yangguang, indeed. You are dreaming. Mianmian was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. She pulled the bronze sword out of the wild boar's body. And the wild boar died. And the wild boar turned into supplies, and fell to the ground. Mianmian picked them up directly, and put them all into her backpack. But the three people had already seen the supplies dropped by the wild boar. At least 20 portions of wild boar meat, as well as wild boar skin, bristles, and tusks. They were all good things. Mianmian actually collected them all by herself. Mianmian took the things and was ready to leave. But the three men were unwilling to do so. They looked at each other and blocked Mianmian separately. Nie Yangguang, what do you mean? Are you trying to rob me? If you know what's good for you, hand over half of it. Otherwise we won't be polite. Mianmian, why are you being rude? The things are in my backpack. Can you grab them? This is a game. If we kill you, your supplies will naturally fall. The cruelty of the survival game was already revealed at this time. It was just a wild boar. But these people could think of ways to kill and rob. If they knew she had better supplies, wouldn't they chase her like crazy? Mianmian has always known that strength is important. And now she is more determined to become stronger. No matter if these three people are talking nonsense or are serious, Mianmian will make them pay the price. With a cold face, she quietly took out the poison needle hidden weapon in her backpack. She has already imagined her actions in her mind. To deal with three people, she will first use the spider silk launcher to restrict the action of one person. And the poison needle can sneak attack one person. For the last person, she will directly take out the dagger to solve it. She narrowed her eyes, and was about to take action. Nie Yangguang took out a machete. You idiots. Do you have any shame? What kind of man are you to bully a girl? I will never let you bully her as long as I am here. After saying that, he turned back to Mianmian and assured her, Mianmian, don't worry. I will protect you. Mianmian. Nie Yangguang's broadsword still looked scary. With a cold light, like a good weapon. The three men were a little afraid of Nie Yangguang. There are three of us. And you are only two. And you have a woman with you. I advise you not to be a hero. The three of them also had weapons. One took out a long sword. One took out a machete. And the tallest one took out a bronze sword. It was the same as Mianmian's sword. Nie Yangguang was not scared at all. What a joke. I, Nie Yangguang, have never been afraid since I was a child. Are you Nie Yangguang? The three people's eyes became strange. The man with the bronze sword stared at Nie Yangguang for a few seconds, then looked at Mianmian. He is Nie Yangguang. Who are you? Another person whispered. It can't be Mianmian. I just heard Nie Yangguang call her Mianmian. Jin Baoquan didn't expect to meet Nie Yangguang and Mianmian here. He was traveling with the gang members, Zhu Deshang and Zhao Jinxin. He was ecstatic, and quietly opened the light curtain to send a message to the boss Zhang Jincheng. Boss, guess who we met on the island? Mianmian didn't want to reveal her identity. But Nie Yangguang had already been exposed. Recently, Nie Yangguang's name has been tied to her. It is normal for these people to think of her when they see Nie Yangguang. Mianmian didn't say much, and took the initiative to attack. The spider silk launcher was aimed at the man holding the bronze sword, Jin Baoquan, who should have a higher combat power. So he was restrained first. The other strong and sturdy man was Zhu Deshang. And Mianmian directly used poison needles. The hit rate of poison needles was very high, not to mention such a close distance. Mianmian slapped Zhu Deshang with one palm and pierced his arm directly. Mianmian shouted to Nie Yangguang, do it. At this time, Zhao Jinxin reacted and quickly chopped with a machete. Nie Yangguang's broadsword blocked it, and the two weapons collided and made a sound. But Nie Yangguang's broadsword was obviously more powerful, and Zhao Jinxin's sword was almost shaken off. Mianmian's dagger was very small, hidden in her shoes. She lifted her foot, and the dagger fell into her hand. She had practiced this move many times, and it was very accurate. Just as Zhao Jinxin retreated, Mianmian slid behind him, and the small dagger slid across the man's arm, cutting his clothes and leaving a deep wound on his arm. Mianmian smeared venom on the dagger. It only takes 1 minute for the venom to penetrate the whole body. Without the antidote pill, this man would not be able to move for several hours. Jin Baoquan, who was bound by spider silk, wanted to escape when he saw this. But Mianmian kicked him, and kicked him directly into the tree next to him, which shook the tree. From the time Mianmian started to the time she finished, it only took 5 minutes. A bunch of trash, Mianmian said sarcastically. Nie Yangguang added, useless. Scum. Mianmian asked Nie Yangguang to take out the rope and tie up these people. She waved the dagger in front of him. Do you still want me to share pork with you now? Several people have begun to panic. They never thought that Mianmian would have such strong fighting power. In fact, Mianmian's fighting power is not that strong. All thanks to a few weapons. If she didn't have the spider silk launcher and the poison needle hidden weapon, with her strength, it would be impossible for her to deal with 3 people alone. She relied on her good luck and many weapons. But this is also a skill. Just now you said that if you kill the player, you can get all the supplies on the player. Right? Mianmian said with a smile. The 3 finally knew to be afraid. And Jin Baoquan said quickly, we are talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Mianmian smiled brightly. Don't be afraid. I won't kill you. As soon as she finished speaking, they breathed a sigh of relief. But you are poisoned. You may not live long. Mianmian pointed at the 2 people who were shot by the poison needle and cut by the dagger. Look at your wounds. Both of you. Their wounds have turned black and blue, and look very scary. Jin Baoquan was relieved to see that he was the only one who was not poisoned. Fortunately, it was all right. At this time, Zhang Jincheng had already replied to his message. He could not reply, so he could only take a screenshot of the situation and send it to Zhang Jincheng. Zhang Jincheng was also on the island, but they were acting separately. Zhang Jincheng was far away from him and could not get there in a short time. Zhao Jinxin was scared. How could this happen? Mianmian, what? Do you want the antidote? Zhao Jinxin, yes. Give me the antidote. I want it too. Mianmian, so insincere? The 2 said almost at the same time, please, give me the antidote. Mianmian shook her head. You are not sincere at all. She crossed her arms and looked at them. Zhao Jinxin, I'll give you whatever you want. Mianmian, that depends on whether you have any good stuff that I like. To be honest, she didn't think these people had any good stuff. But she couldn't waste her poison. Zhao Jinxin, here you go. Blood replenishing and chi replenishing pills. Suitable for excessive blood loss. Can quickly stop bleeding. Replenish physical strength. Strength plus 5 every 15 minutes. Lasting for 1 hour. Hey, there really is something good. She accepted it without hesitation. What about you? Mianmian looked at Zhu Deshang. I have it too. I have it too. Rat poison. This is all you need to kill insects and rats. Mianmian, what is this? It's useless to take it. Zhu Deshang made a bitter face and changed another one. How about a box of Pepsi? Mianmian, no. This is very good. Many people like it. Mianmian, then this is the only one. Nutrient solution times 2. Mianmian was satisfied. Although the other person was not poisoned, he could not be let go. Mianmian took out the poison needle. Your friends have all taken out good things. It's your turn. Unless you also want to be stabbed by me. Jin Baoquan didn't expect that he couldn't escape even if he was not poisoned. But he was tied up. And Mianmian wanted to stab him. And he couldn't avoid it. He begged for mercy. I'll give you this. Don't stab me. Diving suit. This thing happened to be needed by Mianmian. After receiving it, Mianmian continued to exploit him. Because his weapon was the best. Mianmian guessed that he had more good things. Not enough. You want to get rid of me with this kind of rubbish? I see you are not feeling well and want to be stabbed. I don't. Jin Baoquan was miserable in thought. Boss, come here quickly. He sent Zhang Jincheng a picture of the surrounding environment, hoping that he could see where this was. Mianmian didn't care whether he sent the photo or not. She would leave immediately after taking the things. Hurry up. She kicked Jin Baoquan hard. Seeing Mianmian so fierce and powerful, Nie Yangguang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Mianmian is really powerful. And he will definitely have a good life if he follows her in the future. Jin Baoquan had to take out another good thing. Diving goggles. These 2 things were left with him by Zhang Jincheng for safekeeping. When Zhang Jincheng needs them, he must give them to him immediately, because Zhang Jincheng's backpack can't hold them. Jin Baoquan's backpack really didn't have any good things. He only brought weapons and tools to the island. Mianmian pressed him hard, so he had to take them out. When Zhang Jinqing gets weird, he will blame Yun Mianmian. Yun Mianmian collected the things. Okay. Nie Yangguang. Let's go! Nie Yangguang was also stunned. Aren't you going to detoxify them? What's the point of detoxifying? It's a waste of medicine. Let them wait here to die. In fact, the poison will only last for a few hours after the onset. Even if they don't take the antidote, they will only be paralyzed for a few days. Not to the point of killing people. Yun Mianmian doesn't plan to waste the antidote. If they are lucky, they will be able to move after a few hours. If the poisoning is too severe, they will stay here for 2 days. Please detoxify us first. Please. Don't leave. You should detoxify me after taking the things? Yun Mianmian. You liar. You will not die well. You will be punished. Yun Mianmian walked away, and didn't hear their scolding at all. Nie Yangguang was a little worried. Will they be okay if they are left there? No matter what they do. They were the first to start. Yun Mianmian looked at him. You don't have a heart of saint. Do you? Nie Yangguang, no. I just don't think they should die. Yun Mianmian still told him the truth. Don't worry. They won't die. They lied to them. Nie Yangguang breathed a sigh of relief. That's fine. Yun Mianmian thought about it, and felt that she should remind Nie Yangguang a few words. There will be more and more such things in the future. And the competition between players will be more intense. If we don't kill people now, there may be escape mode in the future. So we should be mentally prepared first. After all, we have a lot of supplies, and are already being watched by many people. Nie Yangguang is kind-hearted and has a good personality. But he is too kind. He is lucky. But he always suffers in survival games. Although all players are fighting alone and on their own boats now. What if things change in the future? Nie Yangguang, you are right. I just thought too simply. Let's go and find a safe place. Yun Mianmian is also hungry. Nie Yangguang, okay. Why don't we go to the beach to get some coconuts to eat? It's this time. There must be no one on the beach. Yun Mianmian, there is no one. But it will take time to walk there. I will take you to a place. Yun Mianmian is talking about the waterfall. The waterfall is steep and few people will choose to go down the waterfall. Gu Fang also said that there are many exotic flowers and plants behind the waterfall. And Yun Mianmian wants to collect some. Arriving at the waterfall, Yun Mianmian took out a rope, tied it around her waist, and tied the other end to a tree, preparing to climb down like last time. Nie Yangguang looked embarrassed. Are you really going down? Yes. Don't you dare? Nie Yangguang, of course I dare. I just think the water is a little cold. Yun Mianmian, then you wait for me here. After saying that, she jumped down, holding the rope with both hands, stepping on the stone wall with both feet, and slowly descending. Nie Yangguang was scared and shouted loudly, Mianmian. Be careful. Yun Mianmian had no time to respond. Nie Yangguang was relieved when he saw her land safely. He found a place to sit on the waterfall, ready to eat something and check the chat channel. As a result, I just saw Zhang Jinqing scolding him, and Yun Mianmian in the chat channel. Yun Mianmian and Nie Yangguang are two despicable villains. They poison people and rob people of their supplies just because they have a high level and many props. You are so shameless. He also posted a few pictures, one of which was the 3 people tied up by Yun Mianmian and Nie Yangguang just now. There are also photos of Yun Mianmian and Nie Yangguang. Zhang Jinqing, Yun Mianmian, Nie Yangguang. Is this you? Everyone. Please judge. Anyone can take the supplies on Spider Island. Several brothers in my gang just saw a wild boar with her. But they couldn't compete for it. Not only did she take the whole wild boar, but she also poisoned people and robbed supplies. In the end, she didn't give the antidote and tied people here. Now my 2 brothers have been poisoned and are dying. Chapter 42. Nie Yang was so angry that he fought back in the chat channel. It was these 3 people who wanted to steal the supplies. And Yun Mianmian killed the wild boar alone. They suddenly showed up and wanted to kill people and rob. But they couldn't beat them. Now they are blaming others. How can there be such despicable and shameless people like you? Zhang Jinqing, who said that Yun Mianmian killed the wild boar alone? How could a girl like her kill such a big wild boar? It was obviously someone from our gang who had seriously injured the wild boar. And she took advantage of it. In the end, she wanted to take all the supplies for herself, and even injured people. Gourmet, yes. 3 people from our gang were injured in killing the wild boar. Otherwise how could they be attacked by Yun Mianmian? She attacked with a hidden weapon and poison needle. You are also an accomplice. Nie Yangguang was so angry that he vomited blood and his face turned blue when he saw these people confusing right and wrong. But he was alone and weak, while Zhang Jinqing's group was in large numbers and said that black was white. Now it seemed that they were the victims, and Mianmian was the big villain who bullied others. Many players did not understand the truth, seeing Zhang Jinqing's words were so sure and there were photos as evidence. And those people were dying. They began to believe it. Is Mianmian really such a person? It's too much. I thought she was a good person. Don't be so naive. This is a survival game. Maybe she was just setting up a persona to get people to buy things from her. Speaking of which, her trading center can sell a lot of things every day. She must be making a fortune. Even though it's a survival game, you can't kill people. You gave someone a poison needle. Now the person is dying. And you still don't bring the antidote. Nie Yangguang, don't believe their lies. It's not what they said. They were the ones who made things difficult for Mianmian first. Zhang Jinqing, it was Mianmian who started it first. Right? It was indeed Mianmian who started it first. Those people just verbally threatened Mianmian to hand over the wild boar supplies. Seeing that Nie Yangguang didn't deny it, everyone felt that Mianmian must have a problem. After all, even in the real world, the police would first ask who started it first. If the other party attacked first, it could be considered as legitimate defense. But now it seems that Mianmian really attacked first. At this time, Hu Yuan sent him a private message to ask him what was going on. Nie Yangguang told Hu Yuan everything he knew in detail. Hu Yuan, where is Mianmian? Nie Yangguang, she went down the waterfall and probably didn't have time to check the chat channel. Hu Yuan, these people will definitely not give up. Are those 3 people really dying? Nie Yangguang, 2 people were poisoned. But Mianmian said they won't die. Hu Yuan, you should tell Mianmian. If it takes too long, Zhang Jinqing will keep shouting in the chat channel. If the matter ferments for too long, everyone will think that Mianmian is guilty and dare not come out. Nie Yangguang, okay. I'll go find Mianmian. Nie Yangguang said it straightforwardly. But he hesitated again when he looked at the rushing waterfall. How can he go down? But the words have been said, and he must tell Mianmian as soon as possible. He shouted into the waterfall twice. Mianmian. Mianmian. Can you hear me? After Mianmian went down, he threw 2 traps into the pool first, and maybe there would be lobsters in it later. After crossing the waterfall, as Gufang said, there was another world. Behind the waterfall was a cave, and outside the cave were all kinds of medicinal herbs and mushrooms, all of which were rare and good things. Mianmian took away all that could be picked, and dug up those that could not be picked. The main thing is to use a small hoe to dig it up, and you can plant it after you bring it back. As for whether it will grow again after digging it up, Mianmian doesn't care. Cordyceps sinensis times 5. Chicken blood vine times 6. Money grass times 10. Vitex rotundifolia times 3. Ganoderma lucidum times 3. In addition to these precious herbs, there is also a large area of Raimi. Raimi is a good thing. Harvest it. Harvest it. This trip here, the harvest is good. She took out the hoe and put all the Raimi in this area into the backpack. The roots of Raimi have good medicinal value and can be used to stabilize pregnancy. The leaves can be used as a hemostatic agent to treat traumatic bleeding. Crush the Raimi and apply it to the painful area to reduce swelling and relieve pain. It can also be used to treat fractures and help bone regeneration. In this way, Mianmian can use Raimi to make many kinds of medicines. It just so happens that hemostatic drugs are very scarce. The last time Gufang came here, he probably didn't know Raimi, so he didn't pick it. After returning, he had to ask her to buy hemostatic drugs. In fact, there are hemostatic drugs everywhere here. But it's also normal. Raimi grows very ordinary. Its leaves can be used to raise silkworms. It doesn't look like a medicinal herb. In addition to medicinal uses, Raimi bones can also be used as raw materials for papermaking. Take it back and put it on the workbench, and it can probably be synthesized into paper. Mianmian took away everything she could take away, and finally came out of the waterfall. As soon as she came out, she saw Nie Yangguang looking for her anxiously. Nie Yangguang was overjoyed when he saw her. Mianmian, I found you. How did you get out of here? He was dirty and soaked, looking very miserable. He fell down when he came down just now, and his palm was scratched a little. But he didn't care. Mianmian, I was looking for something inside. What's wrong? Why did you come down? Nie Yangguang, look at the chat channel. The group just now is in the same group as Zhang Jincheng. And now they are going crazy in the chat channel. Mianmian, okay. It's okay. Wipe your hair. I'll see. She opened the chat channel and many players were asking Mianmian why she didn't come out to explain. Whether she had acquiesced. Zhang Jincheng wanted to seek justice for the members of his gang. And very righteously asked Mianmian to hand over the antidote and apologize. And hand over the stolen supplies. Mianmian, they deserved it. Mianmian, have stood upright and have nothing to apologize for. They know the whole story. I was the only one who dealt with the wild boar from beginning to end. It had nothing to do with others. They wanted to steal my supplies. But I taught them a lesson. Moreover, this is a survival game. If they dare to steal my things, I won't take action first. Should I wait for them to surround me before I take action? If I wanted to kill people and rob goods, why didn't I kill them directly and keep them to inform you? By the way, you three should be able to see the chat channel. If you want the antidote, apologize to me publicly. Otherwise, you can expect to be paralyzed. Mianmian finished all this in one go and stopped paying attention to the chat channel. Mianmian would only spend 2 minutes to solve this kind of time-wasting thing. It's good that you've come down. I'll take you to shovel sand. The water from the waterfall flows directly into the stream. The two of them follow the stream and always find a place with a lot of sand. Shovel sand? Nie Yangguang didn't know about making glass from sand. Mianmian, well, you help me shovel. And I can take it back to synthesize glass. I'll give you 50 glasses for 5 boxes of sand. Nie Yangguang, really? Mianmian, yes. But don't tell anyone about this. Not many people know about it. It requires a formula and an advanced workbench to synthesize it. The reason why I told Nie Yangguang was mainly to let him work as a laborer. And he happened to be here. If he helped shovel 5 boxes of sand, he could make hundreds of pieces of glass. Nie Yangguang nodded vigorously. Okay. I'll help you dig sand. Where is it? Just follow me. Mianmian led the way in front. Nie Yangguang, Mianmian. How come you know everything? Mianmian remained calm. It's okay. You will know if you read more. Nie Yangguang, yes. You will regret not having enough books when you need them. Who would have thought that there is so much knowledge required in survival games? Mianmian smiled. Okay. Survival games require not only knowledge, but also strength. Even though you are alone on the boat now, you should also strengthen your strength training. Mianmian said this to Nie Yangguang because she treated him as a friend. Strength training? How to train? Mianmian thought for a while. 100 push-ups. 100 sit-ups. 100 squats every day. And then running 10 kilometers can be replaced by hundreds of high leg raises. Nie Yangguang's shocked expression was a little funny. His eyes were big and round. And they became bigger and rounder after he opened his eyes. Mianmian said seriously, that's how One Punch Man became stronger. Nie Yangguang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I thought you were serious. Mianmian, I'm serious. I also exercise every day. It's just that the intensity is not that high. Nie Yangguang, but... He looked at his stomach. When he was in high school, he played basketball every day and had abdominal muscles. Later, when he went to college, he started playing games and played every day in the dormitory. They were gone long ago. As they talked, they came to the place where sand was shoveled. Okay, let's start. Do you have a shovel? No. I only have a knife and an axe. Mianmian happened to have a few, so she gave him one. Let's start. But we haven't had lunch yet. Nie Yangguang's tone was a little pitiful. He was preparing to eat just now, but he saw Zhang Jincheng talking nonsense in the chat channel. So he put the food away, and then came down to find Mianmian. Now he remembered that he was still hungry. Then eat first. Mianmian found a clean place, spread a waterproof cloth and sat down. The waterproof cloth was big enough for Nie Yangguang to sit with her. She took out a bowl of seafood stew and a bowl of rice from her backpack. The aroma of rice and seafood soup made people's stomachs active. Nie Yangguang's eyes were wide open. There were only dry grilled fish and instant noodles in his backpack. Originally, he thought instant noodles were delicious enough. After all, this was a survival game. But Mianmian's food was too good, which made him shed tears of envy. Mianmian, did you make this? Yes. Use small cuttlefish, conch, mussels and octopus to make soup. Add mushrooms, And it tastes pretty good. The more Mianmian talked, the more Nie Yangguang's mouth kept drooling. I want to eat it. And hot rice. Pour the seafood soup on the rice. He can eat 3 bowls in one go. Nie Yangguang still remembers the half plate of sashimi that Mianmian gave him. It was delicious, and he still can't forget it. He looked at Mianmian eagerly. Mianmian looked at him. Why don't you eat it? Nie Yangguang sighed silently, and took out his steamed buns and instant noodles. The instant noodles were put into the backpack after cooking. And they were hot and ready to eat when they were taken out. He took a bite, and it tasted good. But it must not be as delicious as Mianmian's. Nie Yangguang was too embarrassed to ask Mianmian for food. So he could only turn his head away from her. Smell the aroma of seafood soup. And finish the food he brought. After eating and drinking, he started to work. Mianmian and Nie Yangguang shoveled sand here for 3 hours. Just enough to collect 10 boxes. She looked at the time, and could go to collect the trap cages. So she took out the map and showed Nie Yangguang the way. Nie Yangguang. You follow the stream, and you will reach this location on the map. And then you can find the mining area. Nie Yangguang said in surprise. Are we going to separate now? It's getting late. I'll go find some herbs. And you'd better go to the mining area early to find a place to make a shelter. It will be inconvenient to travel after dark. Nie Yangguang didn't want to act alone. But everything was agreed before he came. And he really had to find iron ore. Otherwise the purpose of coming here would not be achieved. With Mianmian's help, the glass was solved. As long as the iron ore was dealt with, the harvest of this trip to Spider Island would be satisfactory. Okay. Then you should be careful alone. Mianmian nodded. If you meet other people in the future, it's best not to team up with others. Acting alone is troublesome. But it's safer. If it were before, Nie Yangguang would not understand what Mianmian meant. But after the commotion in the morning, Nie Yangguang also knew that people's hearts are sinister. In order to seize resources, some people can do anything. Nie Yangguang, I know. Mianmian, if you have something to say, send me a message. I will reply when I see it. She thought for a moment and added, by the way, if you see anything special, you can take a photo and show it to me. If I need it, you can pick it and exchange it with me later. Nie Yangguang, okay. I know. Mianmian then separated from him. The two people's trip to Spider Island came to an end. And then, they acted alone. Although there was nothing wrong with acting together, Mianmian still liked to be alone. Comparatively speaking, it was more comfortable to be with Rongyu than with Nie Yangguang. While walking back, Mianmian opened the light curtain again and took a look. Many people sent her messages. Luo Luo, are you okay? Are you injured? Mianmian, no. Don't worry. Hu Yuan, even if Zhang Jinqing's group is still pestering you, don't bother them. They are just a mob. If you ask me, you should just kill them and put an end to it. Leaving them alive is not good. Although those people are hateful, they did not attack her. So they would not kill her directly. Although this is a game. Mianmian has never killed anyone. So she still has some concerns. It doesn't matter. I dare to spare them. Which means I am not afraid. In the chat channel, there are all kinds of things. Some people believe Mianmian, saying that Mianmian is a great god. There are so many supplies. There is no need to compete with others. And Zhang Jinqing and his people are not good people. Some people also said that it was wrong for Mianmian to start the fight first. Mianmian glanced at it and didn't care. But she received messages from 2 strangers in her private messages. It was Zhu Deshang and Zhao Jinxin who came to beg for mercy. These 2 people didn't dare to expose Zhang Jinqing in the chat channel. And they wanted the antidote. So they had to chat with Mianmian privately. The places where they were poisoned were already stiff. And they felt uncomfortable all over, fearing that they would die from the poison. Mianmian replied, if you are not sincere, go to the chat channel and post 100 times if you want the antidote. Mianmian, I was wrong. I shouldn't have wanted to steal your things. Please forgive me. Chapter 43 Countdown to the Rainy Season. 24 to 25 days. Mianmian said again, within an hour. Without the antidote, you will die suddenly. Apologize or die. It's your choice. I believe they will make the right decision. No matter how stupid you are, you won't go against your own life. Not long after, Zhu Deshang and Zhao Jinxin started to flood the chat channel. The players still have nothing to understand after seeing this. And they all scolded Zhang Jinqing for being shameless. However, Mianmian was a little dissatisfied after seeing it. It's not enough to just send a message. You have to prove your identity. Otherwise, who would know that you two were the two who were poisoned by me? What if you say you are the actors I invited? Zhu Deshang and Zhao Jinxin had no choice but to obey. One of them sent his own selfie, and the other took a screenshot of his chat history with Zhang Jinqing. In this way, not only did they verify their identities, but they also proved that the two people had indeed framed Mianmian. The 100 times were quickly sent out. The two asked Mianmian for the antidote. Mianmian casually picked up a piece of mud from the ground, mixed it with a little resin, added blackberries, rolled it into a ball, made it into a big pill, and gave one to each of them. It must be chewed and taken, not swallowed with water. Otherwise the effect will be halved. After 2 hours, the color of the poisoned area will lighten slightly. It will take at least 1 day, and at the latest 2 days to recover. This time varies from person to person, and it will be slower if you have a poor constitution. After Mianmian talked nonsense, she ignored them. They wouldn't die anyway. After this incident, the players knew the true colors of Zhang Jinqing and his group, and Zhang Jinqing lost face in front of all the players in the area. Many people came out to condemn them, and many people in Zhang Jinqing's gang quit. Those players who had said bad things about Mianmian before seemed to have disappeared and didn't show up. Nie Yangguang said a few sarcastic words in the chat channel. Where are those people who said that Mianmian and I were hypocritical? Why are you all cowards now? Mianmian didn't care. She didn't suffer any loss anyway, so she couldn't care what others said. It wouldn't hurt to be criticized a few times. So it's better to find more supplies on the island than to reply to others. At night, Mianmian found a towering tree in the woods next to the waterfall and built a temporary shelter on the tree. She first found some tree trunks, fixed them in the middle of the tree trunk to make a platform that could accommodate her lying down, and then fixed it with banana leaves on top. In this way, she wouldn't get wet by the rain. She also fixed a torch with vines next to it to drive away insects and poisonous snakes. Once, it was completely dark. The whole forest was particularly quiet. Mianmian lay on the wooden board and checked today's harvest. A total of 22 portions of wild boar meat were obtained from killing wild boars. 3 portions of wild boar skin, 3 portions of bristles, and 2 portions of tusks. In addition, there was a set of internal organs, namely pig liver, pig stomach, and a whole piece of fat meat. Wild boar meat. Wild boar has low fat content, high lean meat rate, crisp and tender meat, nutritious and nourishing, and regular consumption has a beauty effect. Wild boar skin. The fur has good thermal insulation performance and is wear resistant. It can be used to make clothes and purses. Pig bristles. It can be used to make combs. Pig bristle hair combs are very useful daily necessities. Wild boar tusks. The use is unknown. Maybe it is a good decorative material. As for pig liver and pig stomach, they are used for cooking. Fatty meat can be used to refine oil. Lard is a good thing. A little bit of it will make it very fragrant when stir-fried, especially when stir-fried vegetables. This piece of lard is a treasure for Mianmian, and the lard residue can also be used for cooking. Mianmian has already started planning to make a dish of fried cabbage with lard after returning. Just thinking about it makes her a little greedy. It's better to be on her own boat, where there is everything, and you can eat whatever you want. As for what she got from those 3 idiots, Mianmian is also very satisfied. With a diving suit and diving goggles, she can go to the sea to catch fish after she returns. Although the fishing net can catch many kinds of fish, there are still some fish deep in the sea that cannot be caught by the fishing net, or they are too big and will not be covered by the fishing net. And there are sea urchins, conchs, seaweed, lobsters, scallops. With a diving suit and goggles, you can go deep into the seabed and find more seafood. The rainy season is about to end. Who knows what season will come next? At least there are many marine creatures now, which is a good time to accumulate seafood. In addition, there are some wood and herbs. In general, the harvest is very rich. Mianmian thought about looking for other prey tomorrow, and it was almost time to go back. At this time, Luo Luo sent her a message asking her how she was on the island. Mianmian immediately sent her a photo of the shelter she made, sleeping on the tree. Not bad. She had just replied to Luo Luo when Nie Yangguang also sent a message. Nie Yangguang sent a photo of him lying on the ground, using a few pieces of wood and a waterproof cloth to build a simple shed, and also made a fire. But the fire looked a little small. Mianmian, I can finally lie down. I'm so tired. After I go back, I must exercise. I'm too weak. I'm so tired after doing this. Mianmian smiled and said, yes. How can I survive if I'm so weak? Nie Yangguang, hey. Now that you said that, no wonder others don't want to be with me. Nie Yangguang thought of Wenyusher. He and Wenyusher hadn't contacted each other for the past 2 days. She didn't know if she saw such a big thing in the chat channel today. Maybe she was also busy exploring the island to find supplies. It's good to be alone. Nie Yangguang said embarrassedly, but I'm scared to be alone on this deserted island. Light the fire. Those insects and animals are afraid of fire. It's already been lit. But it's still scary here. There's nothing we can do. Go to bed early and stay alert. We have to work tomorrow. Mianmian couldn't help Nie Yangguang overcome his fear, so she could only comfort him. She planned what she would do after returning, and wrote a memo and sent it all to the system assistant. Amid the white noise of birds and insects, she fell asleep quickly. However, she woke up before dawn the next day and found herself sleeping in the air. She didn't react for a while. There was a monkey not far away staring at her. Seeing Mianmian wake up, the monkey immediately jumped to a higher place vigilantly, but still looked at Mianmian. Mianmian was not interested in this monkey. Monkey meat should not be tasty, and there was nothing useful on it. She walked to the stream, washed her face, and started today's exploration again. According to yesterday's plan, she collected more than 1,000 pieces of wood and more than a dozen kinds of herbs before dark. She found 2 bird nests with more than a dozen bird eggs, but no birds. Nie Yangguang did not send her a message. It seemed that he did not encounter any difficulties, which also made Mianmian feel relieved. If Nie Yangguang really asked her for help, she would still have to help. Before dark, Mianmian walked towards the beach and finally arrived at the beach when it was dark. Compared to the dark rainforest, the beach is actually very safe. She doesn't even need to build a shelter. She risked going at night because she didn't have enough time before. But this time she didn't plan to take the risk alone, because there were many dangerous creatures and other players on the island. She had so many good things on her, so she might as well leave early to be on the safe side. There weren't many resources on the beach, but if Mianmian collected them all by herself, it would be enough. Cut down dozens of coconut trees first. Coconuts, coconut wood, tar, coconut treasure. Although I don't know why there is tar when cutting coconut trees. The more the better. Mianmian has plenty of time this time, so of course she has to collect more. The beach of Spider Island is much larger than that of Mushroom Island. Mianmian cut down all the coconut trees, and the beach became bare. Mianmian looked at her harvest happily. Coconuts times 158. Coconut wood times 233. Tar times 97. Coconut treasure times 72. Really good. She continued to look for other things. Wearing a headlamp, she could see things clearly even in the dark. Soon she found crabs, clams, on the beach. She took out a bucket and put everything she found into the bucket. It didn't take long for it to be full. She changed to another bucket and repeated this process. She picked up 3 buckets in total before she stopped. It was already 2 or 3 in the morning. Mianmian decided to call it a day and go back to the boat. They were leaving the island tomorrow morning, so it was almost time for her to leave now. She could still have a good sleep on the boat. She saw dozens of boats on the beach. For the sake of experiment, she went to someone else's boat and tried it. Sure enough, she couldn't get on. The system reminded her that the owner was not there, and she couldn't board the boat. Mianmian then went back to her own boat. It seemed that if she wanted to board someone else's boat, she had to wait until the owner was there. I don't know if it will always be like this or just temporarily. Mianmian was tired after a day, and when she returned to the Shangyun, she just wanted to take a bath and have a good sleep. After the water heater was heated and the bathtub was filled, Mianmian soaked in the bathtub for half an hour before coming out. It's so comfortable. Life on this ship is so comfortable. Much better than on the island. But you still have to go to the island more often to become stronger faster. She gained so much this time, and she could exchange for many good things. After this trip to the island, Mianmian plans to exchange for some more weapon blueprints. Preferably weapons with special functions or hidden weapons. There will be a lot of work tomorrow. And she didn't even have time to sort the supplies, and fell asleep as soon as she laid down. The soft mattress and warm quilt are so hypnotic. Mianmian slept until she woke up naturally. She hasn't slept so long in a long time. After waking up, she was shocked to see that it was already past 10 o'clock. It's so late. Mianmian rubbed her arms. There are many things to do today. I have slept until now, so I won't make breakfast. I will just take some food out of my backpack and eat it. Roll the dice first. Number 5. An ordinary day. Mianmian is no longer depressed by the average number on the dice. She will get used to it. She has to sort out the supplies first. After 2 trips to the island and the recent profits from selling things, she has so many supplies that she can't even figure out what she has. There are a lot of temporary storage in the trading center. Mianmian has to sort out the important drawings and tools first. The useless ones will be put up for sale. This is a big project. Before, the stoves and oil paper umbrellas were given to Nie Yangguang and Yuan to sell, and she only needed to distribute the supplies. But now they are all on the shelves in her trading center store. The materials earned also belonged to her for safekeeping. She had promised to share the profits with Yuan and Nie Yangguang, so she had to sort them out and distribute the benefits to them. And those cooperating players, she had to distribute them with wood, iron ore, and glass. The more she earned, the busier she was. Mianmian looked at her huge assets and suddenly felt a little troubled. It seemed that there were really too many, but she couldn't upgrade. She was like a hoarder. After half a day, Mianmian finally got out of the numerous materials. She decided to share some of the workload with others. A successful businessman should not do everything by himself. Mianmian decided that she would open a branch store, only selling medicine and high-quality goods, and let Nie Yangguang and Yuan sell the rest. Otherwise, she would be too busy. She immediately sent a message in the group of rich and powerful people. Are you here? Let's divide the supplies first and discuss something. Nie Yangguang, I'm here. I've been lying down to rest since I came back. I'm exhausted. Yuan, you say. You two each take 10% of the supplies. I'll send you a list of the items. If there's no problem, I'll trade with you. Since Mianmian took over the entire business, Mianmian took 80% of the profits. She made more money, but she was super busy. She would rather make less money. Mianmian posted the sorted material list in the group. The two read it and said it was okay. Mianmian talked about the second thing. In the future, daily necessities and sundries will be sold by Yuan. Clothes will be sold by Nie Yangguang. And I will sell medicine and high-quality goods myself. Otherwise, I have too many materials here, and I can't sort them out at all. After distributing them to you, I will indicate in my trading center that I will buy other things from you. And I will give you an extra 10% of the share. That is, you each get 20%. And I get 60%. Any questions? Nie Yangguang, what about production? Production is still the same as before. You all have workbenches, and you can make sundries and daily necessities. What other players make will also be handed over to you. Anyway, in the future, we will divide the work and cooperate, and earn the same points. That means whether it is sundries, clothes or things I sell here, the points earned are the same. Mianmian would not let them suffer any loss. Anyway, 60% was enough for her. Sure enough, after she said that, Nie Yangguang and Yuan were very satisfied. Yuan, okay. When does it start? Mianmian, start now. She immediately went to post the notice, and also advertised in the chat channel. She opened the chat channel, and was about to speak. The system suddenly issued a notice. The rainy season is about to end, and the system will launch an experiment of survival test. And all players can sign up. The content of the experiment is survival on a deserted island for 3 days. At that time, the life of each participating player on the island will be broadcast live to the non-participating players. Each non-participating player has 1 vote. The participating players will be ranked according to the number of votes they receive. The top 10 in each district will receive rich rewards, and the top 10 in the 10 districts will receive 10,000 starfish coins. The higher the ranking, the more rewards. This experiment is being conducted in 10 districts at the same time, and the registration fee is 10 iron ores. Voting is conducted in real time, and players can only see the live broadcast of players in the same district. Seeing this notice, players in 10 districts were all excited. Deserted Island Survival Test. It sounds difficult, and you have to rank according to voting. Not only that, you can also see other people's live broadcasts, so you can see the strength of other players and what they look like. Chapter 44 Countdown to the Rainy Season. Day 26. Mianmian decided to sign up without hesitation. The registration channel has been opened. With a countdown of 24 hours. Everyone can click to sign up under this notice. And the registration channel will be closed after 24 hours. After Mianmian clicked to sign up, another window popped up on the screen. After signing up, the desert island experiment will begin in 2 days. Tomorrow we will send a survival expert to interview everyone. And players who pass the interview can officially participate in this desert island experiment. There are only 100 places for each district. In addition to the necessary clothing specified by the system, participants can only carry 3 items. After the experiment begins, the backpack is locked and cannot be used. Are you sure you want to register? After seeing it clearly, Mianmian chose yes. On the chat channel, all the players were discussing the desert island experiment. Who is the survival master? Is he an NPC? The backpack must be locked. And you can only bring 3 things to survive. It's very difficult. I've seen Bear Grylls show. It shouldn't be difficult. There is also an interview. There are only 30 people in each district who officially participate in the competition. 100 are selected from tens of thousands of people. The elimination rate is very high. Isn't it like this for auditions? Shouldn't the focus be on the rewards? 10,000 starfish coins will make you rich directly. And you can pick anything in the mall. Forget it. The registration fee is so expensive. I suspect this is a system experiment to get free stuff. The elimination rate is so high. If I don't get selected, it would be a waste of 10 iron ores. I wanted to sign up and try. But I decided not to waste the iron ore. You are still afraid of wasting. I can't even get 10 iron ores. Mianmian received Luo Luo's message. Luo Luo, have you signed up? Mianmian, yeah. I just signed up. How about you? Luo Luo, I haven't. But I want to sign up. Mianmian, you can sign up. With your ability, you will definitely get a place. Luo Luo, but will my signing up affect you? Mianmian didn't expect that Luo Luo was worried about this. Indeed, only 10 people in the same district can get rewards. If you rank in the top 10 in all 10 districts, you can get better rewards. 1 more person means 1 more competition. Luo Luo is a strong opponent. Mianmian smiled and said, it's okay. Maybe I will be ranked after dozens of people. Or maybe we can both get a place. Luo Luo, okay. She couldn't ask Luo Luo not to sign up because she wanted to participate in the competition. And she believed that if Luo Luo got a place, she would share the good things with her. This experiment was a test in the last few days of the rainy season. And it was also an opportunity for some high-quality players to earn supplies. Mianmian must seize the opportunity. It is called an experiment, but it is actually a survival competition. The final result is ranked according to the number of votes. The more people survive in each district, the more votes will be decided. The large district has a natural advantage. The number of survivors in District 3 is currently ranked 3rd, and Districts 1 and 5 have more people. After so many days, the current number of survivors in District 3 is 61,000, which is 2,000 less than when the settlement was made. Conservatively estimated, the number of people in District 1 should also be 73,000. District 5 should be 63,000. District 5 is not bad, with only an increase of 2,000 bases. District 1 has an increase of more than 10,000. This also means that the high-level players in District 1 have a much greater chance of being ranked in the top 10 of the district. Mianmian's previous guess that letting more people in her district survive was indeed useful. Now, the more people survive, the larger the district will be, and the advantages of the larger district will gradually emerge. Moreover, in order to get most people in the same district to vote for you, in addition to strength, you also need popularity. This is the role of contribution value. The next afternoon, the time came. The total number of applicants in District 3 was counted, and a total of 3,863 people signed up. It is 1/9 of the total number of applicants. This number is higher than Mianmian expected. It seems that there are still many powerful players in District 3, especially after the opening of Spider Island. Iron ore has become less scarce. Even if you don't find iron ore on Spider Island, you can use other resources to exchange with people who find it. After Mianmian came back from Spider Island for the second time, she saw someone posting on the forum, saying that not only the spider cave had iron ore, but also a small amount of iron ore was hidden under the vegetation of the mountain. And she was lucky enough to dig it up. This is still willing to be shared. Some people will not tell others if they have dug it up. There are also many people who signed up in other districts. With 8,000 people signing up in District 1. There are 3,000 people in District 2. 2,000 people in District 4. 3,800 people in District 5. And 3,100 people in District 10. There are only more than 2,000 people signing up in other districts. There are 100 official contestants in each district. Mianmian's goal is to hit the top 10 in the entire district. Which means that she has to rush into the top 10 out of 1,000 people. It's useless to think so much now. Just wait for the arrival of the survival expert. Mianmian now pays attention to the chat channel much more than before. Originally, she planned to go diving and fishing in the sea in the next 2 days. But now she has no time. Fortunately, the work of the trading center was assigned to Yuan and Nie Yangguang. So they don't need to spend a lot of time guarding the workbench every day to produce. She pays attention to the chat channel because there will be some useful information here at any time. Just now, someone in the chat channel said that he saw someone paddling a kayak on the sea and coming towards his boat. Everyone guessed that it should be the survival expert who came for an interview. But after waiting for a long time, there was no message from this person. On the contrary, other people also saw the kayaker appear. Mianmian came to the 3rd floor of the cabin and looked through the telescope. Sure enough, there was a man kayaking in the distance. Mianmian couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, her luck was good today. It was the number 6. The lucky star was shining. With good luck, she had confidence. Mianmian quickly packed up her boat, prepared fruits and food, took out the newly made grill, took out wild boar meat, crocodile meat, tuna and cuttlefish from her backpack, and went to the vegetable garden to harvest strawberries and watermelons. Choose the best pork belly for wild boar meat. Cut it into beautiful thin slices, and use it for barbecue. The crocodile meat is made from crocodile paws, which are more tender and have a gelatinous texture. It is stewed with fresh vegetables and tastes delicious. Tuna and cuttlefish are made into sashimi platters, and with a dipping sauce, she has adjusted the flavor. It looks crystal clear and is the best appetizer. Strawberries have just ripened and exude a unique fragrance. Although the watermelon is not big, it is red inside and looks as beautiful as a ruby after being cut. After making these preparations, we just have to wait for the survival expert to get on the boat. Oh my god! The survival expert is very disgusted with my boat after he came on board. What happened to him leaving after staying for 2 minutes? Did I fail? Oh my god! This survival expert came on board and said he was thirsty and hungry. He has been floating on the sea for a week. He asked me to make him delicious food. I only eat steamed buns and drink plain water. No way. Is it that bad? Ha ha ha. My survival expert is very good. He taught me survival skills and let me use them well. What a lucky guy. He can even teach skills. Since he is a survival expert, he must be proficient in survival skills. What should I do to get him to teach me skills? Please tell me in detail. I didn't do anything. I just praised him for being tall, handsome and in good shape, and asked him how he practiced. But the survival expert who came to interview me looked old and thin, and smelled very bad. He was obviously an old man who was rescued after being stranded on a deserted island. But he was still so picky. Although it seemed that there was not much information, Mianmian still sorted out some experience. Survival experts are not just one person. You must first gain the favor of survival experts before you can get them to teach you skills. Some survival experts have good personalities, while others have strange tempers. So you need to treat them according to their symptoms. Half an hour later, the kayak stopped next to Mianmian's boat. Mianmian finally saw the appearance of the survival expert who came to interview her. He was tall, with long legs, wearing a waterproof jacket and a woolen hat. He was a blonde and blue-eyed foreigner. He looked at Mianmian's boat with interest. Your boat is not bad. The other party spoke in English, but Mianmian could understand. Mianmian's boat was relatively high, so she lowered the rope and let the survival expert get on board. Hello. My name is Mianmian. What's your name? Just call me Blake. Okay. Blake. You must have been drifting on the sea for a long time before you found me. I have prepared food and fruits. See if they suit your taste. Blake's eyes lit up. He was thirsty for a long time, but not hungry. However, when he saw the food Mianmian prepared for him, his appetite came all of a sudden. Not bad. Mianmian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that these things were useful. Please sit down. Would you like tea or milk? Mianmian remembered that she still had green tea. Blake was stunned. He didn't expect that he could choose drinks. He just came from an interview with another player. Although the conditions of the previous player were not bad, they were really different from Mianmian's. Milk will do. Okay. Okay. Do you want it heated up? Blake was an easygoing person, facing Mianmian's warm hospitality. He was a little flattered. No need. The milk was not in the backpack. She put it in the cool storage room. Before leaving, she said to Blake, "You can eat these foods as you like. Do you want to grill the meat yourself, or do you want me to help you?" Blake, "I can do it myself." He often does barbecue in the wild. But Mianmian also has a special grill, a charcoal stove below, and an iron mesh above. The meat is cut, and the beautiful texture shows that the meat is good. Just put it flat on it and grill it for a while, and you can eat it. There was also a dipping sauce on the side. Blake was already drooling. He put the meat on the iron net, then picked up a piece of tuna sashimi and dipped it in the sauce. Oh my god! What a taste! There was even wasabi. It was so delicious. Blake's eyes lit up. His green eyes were full of excitement and emotion. He loved wasabi. This was simply the most delicious food. Blake was so moved that he was about to cry. The delicious and stimulating taste exploded in his mouth, and he ate 2 more pieces uncontrollably. The cuttlefish sashimi tasted great, crispy and refreshing, without any fishy smell. At this time, the grilled meat was also cooked. He forgot to grill the meat when he was eating sashimi just now, so the outer ring of the grilled wild boar meat had turned into a burnt golden color. The fat was grilled out, making a sizzling sound, dripping on the charcoal fire, and the fire became very big. He quickly picked it out and put it in his mouth while it was hot. Wild boars often exercise, so the fat content in the meat is relatively low. But Mianmian specially selected a piece of perfect pork belly with fat and lean, so the fat distribution of this piece is just right. Although it is a little hot, the taste is perfect. Although it has been roasted for a long time, the meat is still very tender. When you eat it, it is fresh and mellow, with a strong meaty taste with a little sweetness. Although there is no seasoning, it is also delicious. Mianmian came over and put the milk in front of him. Blake, here is a dipping sauce. Barbecue can be eaten with dipping sauce. It turned out that it was blocked by the fruit. There was a small dry dish, which was made by Mianmian with salt, chicken essence and vanilla. Blake picked up a piece of meat, dipped it in a little and tried it again. OMG. This is so delicious. I have never eaten such delicious barbecue. The aroma of vanilla pushed the deliciousness of the barbecue to the extreme, and with a little bit of saltiness. His tongue tip felt the wonderful taste. Great. Mianmian, as long as you like it. Come. Drink some milk. You must be thirsty. Blake looked at Mianmian with tears in his eyes. You are so kind. I really don't know how to repay your hospitality. Mianmian, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. As long as you are happy eating. I haven't had guests here for a long time. You can come to my place. I am already very happy. Blake, oh no no no. I have eaten so many of your delicacies. Let me give you a gift. Chapter 45 Countdown to the Rainy Season. 27 days. Mianmian was full of joy, waiting for Blake to teach her survival skills and various experiences. As a result, Blake took out a red cotton wooden horse from his jacket pocket. This is for you. This is a lucky charm given to me by my family. The Dalah wooden horse is a symbol of knowledge, loyalty, strength and nobility, and it can also convey luck. Mianmian. Blake looked serious, as if this was a very important item to him. Mianmian, this gift is so precious. Since it was given to you by your family, I can't accept it. It must represent your family's blessings to you. And you can also miss your family through it. Blake, although it is, this is the most important thing in my possession. I am willing to give it to you as a token of my gratitude. Mianmian saw that he had said so, and it would be bad if she did not accept it. So she took it. Then I will accept it. Thank you. Before she finished speaking, Mianmian paused. I didn't expect it to be such a treasure. She took it and read the introduction, Dalah Horse, a lucky charm from Sweden, containing the thoughts and blessings of relatives, and luck +3 after use. Mianmian has been in the game for so long, and this is the first time she has seen something that increases luck. Oh my god. I found a treasure. Mianmian was ecstatic. She didn't want it just now. Luckily she accepted it. This can increase your luck. Mianmian used it directly. And now her luck should be unmatched by many people. Seeing the Mianmian like this gift so much, Blake was obviously very happy. Mianmian didn't want to accept it just now. And he thought she didn't want it. Mianmian, this gift is great. I like it very much. That's good. Blake smiled and showed 8 big white teeth. Mianmian blinked. Do you want to rest here for a while? There are so many things. And you didn't eat much. I will prepare a hearty dinner for you in the evening. There are many treasures on the NPC. And she wants to dig them out again. Blake still had many people to interview. But he was a little tempted by Mianmian's invitation. He didn't eat much of the food on the table. So why not stay and eat it first? After all, his recent food is not very good. He has lived on the island for a month, and often eats one meal, and then goes hungry. Blake coughed and looked into the distance. Okay then. Then let the other interviewees wait. He will go over later. Anyway, there is more than one interviewer. Do you mind if I sit down and eat with you? I think it may be boring to eat alone. It may be more fun to eat with 2 people. Of course I don't mind. You are right. I am almost bored to death eating alone. God knows how I have been through these days. Blake was eager for Mianmian to eat with him. Okay. Wait a minute. I'll get some mushrooms and potatoes to grill together. They're also delicious. Grilled mushrooms and potatoes are both good. And lettuce, wrapped with grilled pork belly, is no different from eating at a barbecue restaurant in the real world. Blake couldn't help but sigh. This kind of life is really comfortable. But the next second, he became serious again. But it's good to enjoy it occasionally. But you can't forget my pursuit. Surviving in the wild and breaking through yourself is my goal. Mianmian took 2 kinds of mushrooms, 2 potatoes, and a bunch of lettuce, washed them, and put them in a bowl and brought them over. She baked it herself. And the taste was better than Blake's. After all, Mianmian's cooking proficiency has now risen to 40. The taste of the food baked by her has its own buff, which makes people happier and more relaxed after eating it. Blake became hungrier and more moved as he ate more. It's so delicious. So delicious. It's richer, more juicy, and more. Blake was at a loss for words. But he had already expressed what he wanted to say. Mianmian smiled and said, If it's delicious, eat more. Blake nodded and ate. Mianmian baked very quickly. And he couldn't eat it all. During this time, Mianmian kept chatting with him. Blake, do you know what kind of island we are going to for this survival test? You are experienced, and should be familiar with the terrain and environment of the island. Blake thought for a while. There are several islands this time. Mianmian, really? Then do you know what the island we are going to in District 3 looks like? I can't tell you that. Mianmian didn't force it, okay. But you could only bring 3 things for this survival test. What do you think you should bring? Blake, fire is essential, followed by a tool for self-defense and tree cutting. And the last one depends on what you value more. Mianmian thought that Blake's opinion was the same as hers. She should be more concerned about getting a good ranking. In order to be recognized by other players, she had to perform better. In these 3 days, she had to live better than other players. So her gathering skills and cooking skills would come in handy. Getting food and cooking should be more important to her. If you want to ensure that you eat well, what would be more practical? Of course, a good cooker. Mianmian had a plan. For fire. How about I bring a lighter? Lighters are convenient. But I think flint is safer. Mianmian had never used flint. And had never seen it in the trading center. It was only sold in the mall. And the price was not cheap. 10 starfish coins can also buy a flint. Why? Mianmian has been using a lighter. And there is no problem. First of all, flint will not be affected by strong winds, heavy rain, low temperature, high altitude and other natural environments. But lighters may not work. And you don't have to worry about flints being too wet and not being able to ignite. They can be reused thousands of times. But lighters rely purely on fuel. If the fuel is gone, it's useless. Mianmian suddenly realized that this is the case. She continued to ask, the most important thing for survival should be freshwater resources. Do you have any good ways to find freshwater resources? Blake smiled. Don't worry about this. It will rain in the next few days. Mianmian also smiled. There was no shortage of water in the rainy season. Yes. After the rainwater was boiled, it was very clean. Mianmian had another most important problem. How could she catch prey without carrying traps and traps? Handmade traps and fishing nets were very important. Blake felt a little sleepy after eating. It was getting late, and it was time for him to leave. At this time, Mianmian took out a bottle of apple juice. Blake, do you want some juice? This bottle of juice had been here for a long time. It would be good to give it to the NPC to clear the inventory. He had just eaten so much. Drinking apple juice could not only relieve the greasiness, but also promote digestion. Blake drank half of it in one gulp and burped at the end. After drinking the juice, it was sour and refreshing. It was sour and cool. And it was a refreshing artifact. Mianmian, Blake, you are so good. You must be good at making traps. It must be important to learn to hunt on a deserted island. Can you teach me? Mianmian's admiring eyes satisfied Blake. Since she was full, it would be okay to teach her. And Mianmian just asked the right person. Blake is very good at making all kinds of traps. Whether it is catching rabbits or catching birds and fishing. He has his own unique secrets. Bamboo or vines, stones, and sticks are the best materials for making traps. And these things are very easy to get on a deserted island. Blake was able to survive on the deserted island for more than 60 days. All thanks to his skill. Good hunters can get a stable source of food. And food is the only condition that allows you to persist and live a better life. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Mianmian was very happy. Just when she was thinking about how to teach, give Blake's personal teaching and learn hunting techniques. Mianmian was surprised and surprised. It can be like this. When I looked at my character information, it really changed. Player, Mianmian. Age, 22 years old. Physical value, 60, upgradable. Strength value, 56, upgradable. Spirit value, 68, upgradable. Luck value, 91, upgradable. Primary cooking, 40/50ths. Primary alchemy, 5/50ths. Primary hunting, 10/50ths. Advanced gathering, 95 out of 100. Primary swimming, 4/50ths. I haven't checked for a few days, and my basic attributes have changed subtly. My physical strength, and spirit have all increased by a few points. Only the luck value has increased by 3 points after using the props just now. Mianmian's initial hunting value is 10 points. Probably because she has caught prey on the island several times. But she used the system's props. And she has never made traps for hunting by herself. But just now, Mianmian's mind has a lot of knowledge about trap making and wilderness hunting. For example, she knows how to make tunnel traps, snare traps, log traps, and net traps. She also knows how to make fish cages with bamboo, weave fishing nets with ropes, or use mineral water bottles to catch fish. Mianmian was very happy to learn a lot of new knowledge. Which also means that she can make these things by hand and sell them. I don't know if it's difficult or not. After learning, it should be easier to draw a picture and use a workbench to make it. I'll try it later. Another way to make money. Before Blake left, Mianmian also brought him some fruits and mineral water. These are for you. Eat on the way. You are so thoughtful. It was the first time that Blake met a player as generous as Mianmian, who gave him something before leaving. Does he have anything else to give Mianmian? Blake began to worry. There was nothing in his backpack. Just some survival equipment. Maybe Mianmian would need it? I don't have anything else to give you. This is the paracord I've used for a long time. I'll give it to you. Mianmian took it. Now she would gladly accept anything Blake gave her. Okay. Thank you. Blake, then I'll go. It's getting late. I have to go to other players. Mianmian waved goodbye to him. And when the people walked away, she quickly checked the properties of the paracord. Parachute, it seems to have been used for a long time. But it is still a very durable survival equipment. It can be used to tie up waterproof cloth, build shelters, and fish. It doesn't seem to have any special functions. Just a parachute rope. However, it is a good thing. Maybe it was the Dalah Trojan horse before, which made Mianmian expect too much from Blake. After accepting the parachute rope, Mianmian glanced at the system notification. Tomorrow morning, there will be a notification that players who pass the interview will be directly teleported to the deserted island by the system. And it is a random teleportation. And the location of the teleportation is random. This means that it is possible to fall on a tree, in the water, or in front of a wild animal. Many people in the chat channel are complaining about the survival master, saying that they will definitely not pass the interview. There is even a player who is a survival master who has fainted on the kayak. After finally rescuing him, waking him up and giving him some water, he fell asleep again. In short, there are all kinds of survival experts. Blake, whom Mianmian met, is the most normal and friendly one. Nie Yangguang just happened to speak in the chat channel. Nie Yangguang, haha. The survival expert gave me a knife, which seems to be pretty good. Damn. Nie Yangguang. Do you have to be so lucky? What knife? The things given by NPCs should be treasures. I envy you. Can you share some of Nie Yangguang's good luck with me? I'm really curious about your luck value. Nie Yangguang. NPCs gave you gifts. What did you do? Nie Yangguang. It's just an outdoor knife. I can bring it this time. I didn't do anything. Just chatted with him and listened to his stories. He told me a lot of thrilling stories he encountered in the wilderness. My survivalist hasn't come yet. Is he not coming? I signed up. The results will be announced tomorrow morning. What if I don't get the interview? Mine didn't come either. It's so strange. Mianmian sent a message to Luo Luo. Has the survivalist arrived on your boat? Not yet. But I think I saw him from afar. Mianmian, it's so late. It's almost dark. Luo Luo, I don't know what's going on. But I'm glad he came. Mianmian thought. It can't be Blake. Because she kept Blake for too long. He was delayed from interviewing other players. It just so happened that Luo Luo was his next interviewee. Mianmian quickly sent a message to Luo Luo. Look, if the man who interviewed you is a foreigner, wearing a dark blue jacket and very tall. Luo Luo, I can't see clearly now. Wait a minute. It seems so. He is approaching and is about to get on the boat. Mianmian, if his name is Blake, he is the one who interviewed me. He has a good personality. But he is full. You don't have to treat him to food and drink. You can give him something, such as a souvenir, or a survival prop, and then let him teach you survival skills. Do you have a paracord? Giving him a paracord or something like that should be fine. Mianmian could have not told Luo Luo all this, but she still told him, although she was determined to win this competition. Luo Luo was also very strong. If Mianmian failed, it would be a good thing for Luo Luo to be in the top 10 of the rankings. If Luo Luo got ahead of her and got more rewards, that would be fine. Luo Luo should share the good things with her. Since she had already helped her level up, she would continue to help. Through so many things that had happened recently, Mianmian realized that having a powerful teammate would definitely be helpful in the future. Now it was a single-player experiment in wilderness survival. What if there was a team competition in the future? Half an hour later, Luo Luo hadn't replied to the message. Mianmian guessed that Blake was still on her ship, which was a good thing. It also means that Luo Luo can get more benefits. Mianmian has already started packing up her things. She will go out again tomorrow. And there are many things to do on the boat. Mianmian is still worried about only being able to bring 3 things, in addition to the lighter and knife. What should she bring with her? Is it a waterproof cloth, a pot, or just a sleeping bag? Waterproof cloth is very important. It can be used to build a shelter, collect water on rainy days, and even be used to make a boat. But without a pot, many foods are difficult to cook. It seems that Gu Fong shared before that you can use bamboo as a container to cook food. But it's still a little bit worse. You always have to make a choice. Besides her, everyone else was struggling. Bringing only 3 things was too little. But if the backpack was not locked, it would not be called wilderness survival, but camping. I thought of it. Doesn't she have a sewing machine? She could make a coat out of a huge waterproof cloth, the kind that can be detached at the seams. In this way, at least it can be used as a floor mat. Otherwise, it would rain every day, and she couldn't sleep on the wet ground. As for the fact that sleeping in one piece of clothing would be cold, she could try to see if she could hunt down an animal with fur, so that she would have fur to keep warm. In short, if she wanted to bring both the pot and the waterproof cloth, this was the only way. But Mianmian had never used a sewing machine to make clothes. After thinking about it, she decided to ask someone else to do it. There happened to be a cooperating player who also had a sewing machine. She made all the hats, raincoats and other clothes on Mianmian's trading center and gave them to Mianmian to sell on her behalf. Mianmian forgot who this player was, so she had to ask Nie Yangguang. Nie Yangguang was responsible for communicating with the players who made clothes. And now, he was also the one who sold the clothes. Mianmian was looking for a player who made clothes. and Nie Yangguang immediately recommended her to Mianmian. This player's name was Wang. When Mianmian contacted her, she was quite surprised. Wang, hello. What can I do for you? Mianmian, hello. This is what I want to ask you for a favor. Time is a bit urgent. I need a coat made of waterproof cloth. But it must be a whole piece of cloth. Without cutting. Can you do it? Wang, of course I can. But it will take some time. When do you want it? It must be done tomorrow morning. I will take it to participate in the survival test. If you need any reward, just ask for it. Remuneration is secondary. The main thing is that I can't work at night. Mianmian directly sent a tar lamp. I will provide you with lighting. What else do you need? A tar lamp is not cheap at Mianmian's trading center. Wang has emptied her own supplies since she made the workbench and sewing machine. She is currently in a tight financial situation and cannot afford a tar lamp. Waterproof cloth, needle and thread, iron blocks, and 10 iron ores as a reward. Mianmian, okay. Can you finish it tonight? Wang, I think I can. I'll try my best. Mianmian sent the necessary supplies. And as for the 10 iron ores, she would give them to her when the transaction is completed tomorrow. She gave Wang an extra tar lamp to ensure that she would not run out of supplies. Although it was a bit expensive to make this coat, there was no other way for the competition. Maybe this waterproof coat could be of great use to her. Luo Luo finally sent a message. Mianmian. I did as you said. I gave Blake an umbrella and a pair of gloves. Then he taught me how to make a fishing cage and gave me a compass. By comparison, Blake gave her much more than he gave Luo Luo. But Luo Luo was already very satisfied. After all, others had nothing. If it weren't for Mianmian, she might not have gotten these benefits. And she might not even have been able to improve the NPC's favorability. After all, choosing 100 people from 3,000 people is not only about strength, but also about favorability. At least getting the NPC as a gift means there is no problem in passing the interview. Mianmian, what are you going to bring this time? Luo Luo, in addition to fire, I want to bring a knife and a bow and arrow. Bows and arrows are very suitable for hunting. Some animals can only be hunted with long-range attacks. Mianmian also thought about bringing a bow and arrow. But her archery skills are only average. Not outstanding. For this kind of test, she still has to play to her strengths. Her strengths are gathering and cooking. And now she has learned to make traps. So she can hunt without a bow and arrow. Mianmian, it will rain in the next few days. Remember to wear a waterproof coat. And it is best to wear a hat. If you don't have one, change it quickly. Luo Luo, okay. I have it. Mianmian, come on. I hope we can all enter the top 10 in the district. Luo Luo, yeah. Let's work hard together. I'll give you half of the reward when the time comes. Mianmian, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Mianmian cleaned up the boat, collected the vegetables, and dealt with the fish in the net. It was getting late. Thinking of the hard days tomorrow, she had another midnight snack. The food is sufficient now, but it may not be the same when she arrives on the deserted island. She doesn't know whether the resources where she is dropped are sufficient. I don't know how many people there will be on an island. Maybe they will have to fight for the resources if they are not enough. 1,000 people may be randomly distributed in different districts. Just like the exams in the real world. Not all the students in the exam room are from the same class. Mianmian guessed that she might be assigned to the same island with players from other districts. If she could meet them, she might be able to find out about the situation in other districts. But these are all unknowns. So I'd better go to bed early tonight. I may not get any sleep in the next 3 days. I hope I'll have good luck tomorrow. When I woke up, there was a storm outside the cabin, and the temperature was lower than the previous days. The 27th day of the Gregorian calendar at sea. Weather, heavy rain. Temperature, 4 degrees. It was cold before, but it was usually 10 degrees. Now it's so cold in the daytime, and it will be below 0 at night. Mianmian thought it was not good. It is estimated that the weather will be colder after the rainy season, and it has already started. And the last 3 days will not be easy for the players. This survival test seems to be more difficult than expected. The system notification came. Congratulations to the player for passing the interview. Please be prepared. Except for the top. Coat, pants, shoes, socks and 3 items. You cannot carry anything else on your body. Otherwise it will be directly destroyed by the system. After half an hour, the backpack will be locked and the player will be randomly teleported to an uninhabited desert island. Mianmian looked at the message, and Chu Hanzhuang had sent the finished coat. She checked the introduction and confirmed that it was what she wanted. So she confirmed the transaction. The coat was made of a 3 meter by 2 meter waterproof cloth. It was not cut. But it looked a bit strange because some places were directly folded and sewn together, with zippers and pockets. Chu Hanzhuang thoughtfully made 2 big pockets for her, and also sewed inner pockets inside the clothes. Most importantly, she also filled them with some cotton to increase the warmth. The folded part in the middle was made into a hat, which was rainproof and windproof. Although this dress is not very beautiful to wear, it has all the functions that Mianmian needs. Mianmian was very satisfied and gave Chu Hanzhuang some cabbage. She just harvested a lot of vegetables last night, and she couldn't eat them all. If she left them here, they would go bad. So she put all of them on the trading center and gave some to Chu Hanzhuang to express her gratitude. Mianmian, thank you. I like it very much. These vegetables are for you to eat. Chu Hanzhuang, thank you. Mianmian still has something important to do. Roll the dice. The number on today's lucky dice is extremely important to her. Mianmian stared at the dice, hoping it would be a good number. Finally stopped. It's 1. How could it be 1? Mianmian, absolutely. What she hoped for in her heart was good luck and good fortune. 1 means good things come in pairs. No matter what you get, you can get double. But going to a deserted island to survive today is a bit of a waste. But maybe it will work wonders. Mianmian had to comfort herself like this. After thinking about it, Mianmian still spent 10 starfish coins in the mall and bought a flint. Since Blake said flint is better, she would rather listen. Although it is a bit expensive, she would rather not sacrifice the child than catch the wolf. If the lighter doesn't work, it will be troublesome. She really doesn't want to make fire by drilling wood on rainy days. Flint is in the survival equipment category. This category is full of practical outdoor survival items, such as waterproof cloth, parachute rope, compass, survival backpack, space blanket, headlamp, and various outdoor knives. Mianmian found a super awesome knife, which costs 5,000 starfish coins. It is called Jungle King Survival Knife. This multifunctional combination knife has many functions, even fish hooks and fishing lines, luminous compass, signal mirror, hemostatic patch, scalpel, needle and thread. It is a must-have artifact for outdoor survival. But it is too expensive. Mianmian can't afford it. I just hate that I have no money. Otherwise I would buy this knife directly, and this survival experiment would be much more stable. It seems that there are still many good things waiting to be discovered in the mall. As long as you have money, this is a good opportunity to earn starfish coins. If you rush into the top 10 of the total ranking, you will get 10,000 starfish coins. Half an hour is up soon. Mianmian is well equipped, with flint, blue steel dagger, special frying pan, ready to go. I saw a 10-second countdown in front of me. Mianmian took a deep breath and got ready. In a blink of an eye, she felt her body being pulled up by a powerful force, so she couldn't help but close her eyes. In just a few seconds, she found herself thrown into the woods. It was still raining in the sky, but not as heavy as on the sea. Just a drizzle. She quickly got up, put on her hat, and observed the surrounding environment. The air was damp, with a smell of damp soil. The light curtain that could be opened at any time before could no longer be opened. She felt like she was thrown here alone. It was not a game, but a real survival test. Without the light curtain, it was very uncomfortable. It felt like she had returned to the real world, but was on an uninhabited desert island. Mianmian took a deep breath and calmed down. Now her first step was to walk around and observe the surrounding environment, and then find a suitable place for shelter. If there are abundant resources nearby and no large wild animals, she can set up camp here with peace of mind. Her every move at this moment has appeared on the screens of some players in Zone 3. The live broadcast began from the moment she landed. Many players in Zone 3 specifically searched for Mianmian's name to see her. Damn! Is this Mianmian? No way. Are you sure? Mianmian is so young and beautiful? What a beautiful girl. I didn't expect that the first place in our Zone 3 is such a beautiful girl. I want to see what Mianmian's strength is. So strong. Hee hee. It seems that there are benefits to failing the interview. Being able to watch a beautiful girl live broadcasting survival on a deserted island. The place where she fell doesn't look good. It's already good. I just came from Gu Fang's live broadcast room. Gu Fang fell directly into the river. There's nothing I can do. Everyone knows that Gu Fang is a nobody. What is Yun doing? Everyone else is rushing to make shelters. Why is she still walking around? Chapter 46 Countdown to the Rainy Season. Day 28. Yun was not in a hurry to build a shelter. She wanted to see what the nearby resources were like first. Soon she walked out of the woods and found a stream. The stream water was very clear and was an excellent freshwater resource. Not only that, there were small fish and shrimps in the stream. However, Yun did not want to stay nearby. There was a water source, and the continuous rain would only make it more humid. The water might even rise. If the shelter was flooded, she would have to move to another place. On the way, she found some yellow mushrooms, which were edible chanterelles. This kind of mushroom had a faint almond aroma, and the golden color was easy to be discovered. After a simple seasoning, the taste was great. Yun picked up all the chanterelles on the ground and put them in her coat pocket. Get chanterelles X5. Good things come in pairs. Double luck. After putting them in her pocket, Yun found that there were suddenly more chanterelles in front of her. The number was exactly the same as the one she had just picked up. The double buff took effect. But in the live broadcast, it was given to her in a different form, because her backpack was locked and could not be used. Otherwise, the things would be directly put into the backpack and nothing would happen. In this way, her cheat code should not be so easy to be discovered. Everyone would only think that she was too lucky. With a double buff, she would not be short of food. At least there would be enough chanterelles to eat. But it would not be enough to have only chanterelles today. Yun had to go hunting and find some meat. After walking for a while, she finally found a place with higher ground. Although there were many leaves and branches on the ground, it was still flat as long as it was cleaned up. She could build a shelter for her to live in. She could even make a fire next to it, and still have plenty of space. After deciding to stay here, Yun cleaned the ground briefly. Looking at the time, it would take several hours to build a shelter. It would be dark by the time she finished. Yun planned to make a fire first. It was not easy to make a fire in the wet rainy day, especially when you had to find dry tinder and branches. Yun was walking along the way, and everything was wet. Fortunately, she found a bird's nest on a tree. The bird's nest was hidden in the middle of the tree and was not wet. There were no eggs in the bird's nest, but there were dry branches and grass, which was exactly what she needed. Yun used a long branch to poke the bird's nest down. Before the bird's nest fell to the ground, she quickly reached out to catch it to prevent it from getting wet. Get a bird's nest ×1. Good luck. Double buff. Just after knocking down a bird's nest, another one fell from the sky. Yun almost missed it, and quickly stretched out her hands to hug the other bird's nest. Even the bird's nest needs to be doubled. Yun couldn't help thinking that this way of falling from the sky was quite abrupt. With a dry bird's nest to make a fire, it was not far from starting the fire. To be on the safe side, Yun cut down another tree and ground some wood chips from the middle of the dry trunk, which was also an excellent kindling. Next, you have to find some wood and dry branches. Yun explored the area and found several pine trees. He chopped down a pine tree with a dagger and cut off a few pieces of bark from the pine tree. Pine trees are particularly suitable for firewood, because pine trees contain oil. They produce oil while burning. The oil melted in the fire can make the fire burn more vigorously and bigger, so that the fire is not easy to extinguish. Pine needles are also very flammable. In addition to pine bark, pine trunks can also be used for burning. Now the pine bark is moist, so Yun plans to cut off the pine trunk inside and divide it into small pieces for burning first. Pine bark, pine needles, and pine shells are placed next to the baking, and when they are dried, they are put in when cooking food to increase the fire. These things also appeared in a pile on the way back. After all, they need double. But Yun did not pick them up. There are too many to take, so she doesn't want them. Yun has never used flint before. She tried several times but failed. There is too much moisture in the air. It is difficult to light the fire directly with flint, which requires some time and energy. Fortunately, it didn't take too long. Half an hour later, Yun finally lit the fire. She breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there's a fire. Having a fire source means no more hunger and cold, and the warm fire makes people feel safe. Fortunately, this fire is not considered as a source of material. Otherwise, another fire would appear out of thin air, which would be dazzling. Mianmian didn't know the current situation of others. At least the place where she landed was not bad. There were no traces of large animals. The risk factor was not high, and there were many resources nearby, which was enough for her to use alone. After simply roasting the fire, Mianmian began to build a shelter. She didn't plan to build a luxurious shelter. After all, she would only live there for 3 days. So it was enough. The place she chose happened to have a thick tree. She only needed to cut a notch in the tree, and then cut a long enough tree, and put the trunk on the tree, which would fit into the notch and fix it. Then, Mianmian found a dozen straight trees that were easy to peel. This tree is called Melaleuca, which is very easy to peel, and is relatively straight. The trunks are about the same thickness, which is the most suitable for building shelters. Mianmian easily peeled the bark of these trees, cut them into the same length, and then leaned against the trunk of the previous tree, with the two sides in a triangular shape, to build a triangular shelter. Mianmian learned these from the survival guide. Not long ago, she got the survival guide. Before going to Spider Island, she read it carefully. It taught how to build a shelter. There were several ways to build a shelter. Mianmian chose a simpler one. It took 2 hours for the shelter to take shape. She found some bark and moss, and filled the gaps to prevent wind and insects. As long as she found a moss, another one would appear next to it. So she collected these things very quickly. After a while, her shelter was built. Mianmian's hands-on ability is good. This shelter looks decent. Gu Fang's shelter is awesome. He started to build a house right away. Why make the house so nice when you're only going to live there for 3 days? It's a waste of energy. You might as well go find something to eat. What do you think Gu Fang thought? He saw the poop of a big black bear as soon as he landed. There must be black bears around. If he doesn't make the house better, the black bears will just break in. Although Gu Fang is a great player, he is really unlucky. There shouldn't be anyone who landed in a black bear concentrated area like him. Right? Who said there wasn't? Rongyu also ran into a black bear as soon as he landed. The audience in District 3 initially only chose to watch the celebrities on the leaderboard. After all, watching the live broadcasts of great players is definitely more interesting than watching the live broadcasts of unknown people. You could also learn some survival techniques from the masters, especially Gu Fang. His live broadcast room has the most viewers. The second is Mianmian. The voting channel has been opened, but few people voted. Most people will wait until the last day. It is still hard to see what will happen now. Maybe those who are optimistic now will not be able to hold on to the end. I always thought Mianmian was a lucky guy who relied on luck. But I didn't expect she has some strength? What a joke. How could she kill a wild boar by herself before? She must have some skills against 3 people. I found that she is very good at collecting materials, and can find things accurately. He must have learned the gathering skill. With the gathering skill, you can know the function of the materials. I envy you. I wonder how many skills the boss has. You go and see Nie Yangguang. He brought a sleeping bag, landed on the beach, and laid down directly under a big tree without even a shelter. It's so funny. When the tide rises, he will find himself still soaking in the water when he wakes up. Mianmian couldn't see the comments in the live broadcast room. She just wanted to find more food before dark. For this reason, after she built the shelter, she took a knife and left here to look for prey. Because of the rain, many prey didn't come out. But she saw some footprints on the road just now. After careful study, they looked like rabbit footprints. So she decided to make 2 traps to catch rabbits first, and wait until tomorrow to check. Maybe there will be gains. She found a heavy piece of wood by the stream she found before. Put the wood in the middle of a stream, and then put chanterelles on both ends of the wood. This kind of chanterelles will attract animals to forage. When the animal tries to take the food, the wood will roll and press the animal down, making it unable to move. Hares, squirrels, and bears generally eat mushrooms, but it is definitely impossible to press the bear with this trap. So the only hope is to catch hares or squirrels. In addition to this trap, Mianmian also took some thin vines and made a simple dog head trap. Using vines as ropes, she found a tree, pulled the branches down, tied the vines, and made a trigger. As long as the prey passed through the gap to trigger the trap, the branches would pull the prey into the air when pulled hard. This trap is particularly effective for rabbits. Although Blake taught Mianmian these two traps, it was the first time for Mianmian to make them. I don't know how effective they are. After all, even if you are a master of survival in the wild, you can't guarantee that your trap will definitely catch the prey. Traps are all about luck. Mianmian doesn't plan to put all your money on traps. She was going to get some river food from the stream. Just now she saw the stream flowing forward. Maybe there would be a bigger river or lake ahead. Mianmian looked at the sky and thought there should be time. So she walked down the stream, picking up all the wild vegetables and berries she saw on the way. After a while, both pockets of Mianmian's coat were full. There was no more room. No more picking. It was so troublesome without a backpack. Mianmian thought about making a backpack at night to see if it would work. Otherwise she would not be able to carry it when she came out to collect supplies in the future. Seeing the stream flowing into the sea, Mianmian realized that she was not far from the sea. If she went to the beach to look for food every day, she should get more. Mianmian walked quickly to the beach to see if there were any crabs or shellfish to pick up. But she only saw some small conchs. With so many things, Mianmian looked down on conchs. She wanted to eat more abundant fish or big crabs, and she couldn't put them down. She had walked so far, so she had to bring some good stuff back. Seeing Mianmian pick up the conch and throw it away, the audience in the live broadcast room complained that Mianmian was too wasteful and didn't even look down on the conch. When she was hungry, she would regret it. This was survival, and food was not always available. Mianmian found a branch that was neither thick nor thin, sharpened one end with a knife, and then used the bark torn from the tree to make a rope, and tied her dagger to the branch, so that the branch became a double-pointed harpoon. Although it looks crude, it should work. It is still low tide. Mianmian decided to go to the beach to try fishing. There are some seaweeds growing on the beach here, which are also edible. So Mianmian picked some. She found some bulges on the sand. So she dug with her hands and found a big hairy clam. It was half the size of her palm. Not bad. I took it. Get hairy clam ×1. Congratulations on triggering the double buff. 1 becomes 2. Another bulge appeared next to it. Mianmian dug casually. Get hairy clam ×1. After walking a few steps, she found another bulge. Mianmian couldn't help but stopped and dug it open again. This hairy clam is so big. It should have a lot of meat. It is not only delicious, but also rich in protein. It is much more delicious than that small conch. Mianmian is willing to pick up more. Put them in a pot, and make a pot of steamed hairy clams. After picking up more than 10, Mianmian finally stopped. Her harpoon is ready, and she has to try to fork the fish. Otherwise it will be dark. As soon as she walked to the shore, she saw a cuttlefish. Mianmian was quick and swift, and she stabbed the cuttlefish in the head with a fork. The cuttlefish sprayed a lot of ink, and it also sprayed on Mianmian's body, and even a little on her face. Mianmian. She grabbed the cuttlefish, pulled out the harpoon, and stabbed it again. This time the cuttlefish stopped struggling, sprayed the last bit of ink, and then stopped. But the whole beach was dyed black. Get cuttlefish ×1. Double luck. Get cuttlefish ×1. Mianmian picked it up and found 2 cuttlefish. Oh my god! 2 cuttlefish with 1 fork? What kind of luck is this? Just now someone said that Mianmian was too picky and didn't want conchs. That's not true. He casually got clams and cuttlefish. And 2 of them. That's amazing. Gu Fang next door is eating slugs, while Mianmian is getting seafood. So disgusting. How can Gu Fang eat this kind of thing? Gu Fang said it was delicious, and that slugs are nutritious. I'm dying of laughter. Although Mianmian saw other fish, she couldn't finish them if she caught too many. They would all go bad by then. She had no choice but to go back home. On the way, she saw a few ribbons in the sand, but she didn't stop to pick them up. This thing looks big, but there is actually very little meat. After cooking, break it open, and there is only a little bit of edible meat inside. The hairy clams are more solid. Such big hairy clams must be full of meat. Mianmian returned with a full load. The fire she had built was still burning, and there was no sign of it going out. The main reason was that the fuel she chose was good and could burn for a long time. After such a long time, the pine needles, pine bark and pine cone shells placed next to it had already dried up. On the way back, Mianmian had already washed all the ingredients in the stream. At this moment, She only needed to take a frying pan and fetch a pot of water from the stream to cook. She had thought about today's dinner on the way. Sautéed cuttlefish with onions, mushroom and clam soup, and wild berries as a fruit after the meal. The kelp she picked up was saved for tomorrow morning to cook another cuttlefish. After fetching water, Mianmian made a stand to hold the pan. Otherwise it would easily fall over if she put it directly on the fire. If the pan fell over, all the food she had worked so hard to make would be wasted. And the fire would go out. That would be too stupid. She would not take such a risk. She put the pan flat on the fire and started to boil water. When the water boiled, she could put the clean clams into boil, and then add the chanterelles when it boiled. Mianmian found a wooden board to use as a cutting board for cutting vegetables, and also found bamboo. She cut a whole bamboo and harvested a bamboo tube cup and 2 bamboo tube bowls. The cooked hairy clam mushroom soup was put into 2 bamboo tubes. Just full. She took a sip, and it tasted delicious. Hairy clam mushroom soup, a seafood soup that is so fresh, nutritious and delicious. Restores 5 points of physical strength and 3 points of mental strength every 5 minutes. And lasts for 20 minutes. Cut the wild onion into small pieces. And cut the cuttlefish into similar sizes at will. First stir-fry the onion. Then add the cuttlefish. The onion is stir-fried to release the juice, and the sweet taste bursts out. The cuttlefish is slightly heated and soaked in the onion juice. After being cooked, it absorbs the juice, shrinks a lot, and the color becomes darker. It can be seen that the taste is very chewy. Fried cuttlefish with onions, full of fragrance, high protein and high nutrition. It will make you healthy. Restore 6 points of physical strength and 4 points of mental strength every 3 minutes. And lasts for 15 minutes. These 2 dishes are delicious. The food is fragrant. The colors are beautifully matched. And there are 2 kinds of fruits placed next to it with leaves. If it weren't for the fact that the cuttlefish ink is too black and doesn't look good, Mianmian might have left a little ink. Just like cuttlefish noodles. Made with ink. It has a unique flavor, and is actually very delicious. Mianmian also made chopsticks and spoons with a sense of ceremony. A bite of cuttlefish. A sip of soup. A piece of onion. A hairy clam. Wild cranberries are sour and sweet. Very appetizing. Mianmian ate one after another, and finished them all in a short while. The fruits of wild nightshade contain various nutrients, which can replenish Mianmian's body with energy and promote digestion. After eating so much, if you eat something to promote digestion, your body will feel much better. Watching her live broadcast doesn't feel like watching a survival show at all, but rather like a food show. It's completely different from other people's live broadcasts. After Mianmian started eating, the players watching the live broadcast all drooled. Oh my god. I can't eat so well on the boat. But Mianmian can get so much food in the wild. 2 vegetables and 2 fruits. What kind of person is she? It's too much. Eating so well. Don't want others to live. Why did I click on this live broadcast? I feel like the steamed buns I eat have no taste at all. Why are others eating grass and insects? But Mianmian can eat seafood. Gu Fan only ate a slug today. Nie Yangguang was eating seaweed. Rongyu was eating ants. Zhang Jincheng ate grass, and was vomiting and diarrhea. Click on Mianmian's live broadcast room. Welcome to the Wilderness Food Show. Chapter 47 Countdown to the Rainy Season. Day 29. After eating and drinking, Mianmian did not lie down directly, but packed up her things and buried the leftover scraps and shells in the soil to keep the area around her shelter clean. To avoid attracting mice. If mice came to the shelter, it would be a headache. There were some uneaten hairy clam meat and some leftovers, which she kept and wrapped with leaves and dropped on the tree. She planned to keep them tomorrow and make a fish cage tomorrow. Put these leftovers in it, which should be able to attract fish. After a simple digestion, Mianmian began to exercise after the meal. In order to practice sword skills and footwork, she picked up a thin branch as a long sword and started practicing sword. She didn't care about being seen by other players. These movements were very simple, and it didn't matter if everyone wanted to learn. Mianmian's movements were smooth, elegant and powerful. Every movement, opening and closing, was very beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Although her sword skills were not superb, and even looked very simple, with only a few moves, she won by being steady and having solid basic skills. Although she had sword skills for many days, she was still practicing basic skills so that she could exert more force later and not just float on the surface. Of course, the basic skills of swordsmanship are also useful for her archery. Mianmian practiced for an hour, and the number of people in the live broadcast room increased instead of decreasing. Watching a beautiful woman practicing swordsmanship is as enjoyable as watching a beautiful woman eating. Her appearance is the most outstanding among many players. Not to mention that she is also a high-level player. Since the live broadcast, players have been watching the live broadcast all day long. After all, the days at sea are too boring, and the days alone are too lonely. Now they can watch other people's daily lives, which adds a lot of fun to everyone's boring life. The chat channel is also full of discussions about interesting things in the major live broadcast rooms. The fire is burning. Mianmian can still feel that the temperature has become very low. She decided to make a stove for the shelter, using stones and mud. But that would require a lot of materials and physical strength, so she would leave it for tomorrow. Tonight, she would make a fishing rod and a slingshot for fishing and hunting. Mianmian held a torch to look for materials. It was dark, and even though she held a torch, it was drizzling, so the road was not easy to walk on. But she still found the materials she needed in no time. Some only needed one portion, so she didn't take back the one that was given with the double buff, and only took what she needed. Back in the shelter, Mianmian first smoothed the surface of the slender bamboo, especially the branches, and then put it on the fire to bake it straight. This step was a little troublesome. After baking until bamboo oil seeps out of the surface of the bamboo, and then straightening the bamboo, Mianmian hangs the bamboo on the big tree next to it. The leaves of the big tree are lush, and can shelter the bamboo from rain. A little air drying will have a better effect. In fact, it doesn't need to be baked. A piece of bamboo will do. But Mianmian has higher requirements, so she processed it. Next is the fish hook. There is no wire or needle, so she can only choose the materials in front of her to make a fish hook. She just found a few forked branches. This kind of branch itself is a hook shape, as long as you use a knife to process the branch. Grind it thin, and make one end very sharp. A natural fish hook is made. Fishing line is simpler. Just find some thin rattan. Tomorrow, tie the fish hook to the bamboo with rattan, and a fishing rod will be made. As for bait, it is not a problem to catch a small insect or find a conch and hook the snail meat on the fish hook. The slingshot also uses a forked branch, but it is bigger and thicker than the branch used to make the fish hook. The most important thing is that the fork should be wider. Mianmian chose the trunk of a small tree, which happened to have a fork. After cutting it down, there is no need to process it at all. Just make 2 holes in the fork and find some elastic agate rattan. If it were someone else, they might not be able to make this slingshot. After all, without rubber bands or elastic ropes, the slingshot would have no power. But Mianmian's gathering skills allow her to quickly find the material she wants around her. For example, agate vine. This special vine is soft inside and has slender fibers. It is not only not easy to break, but also very tough and elastic. It is the best for making slingshots. Mianmian picked it up and tried it. Although it can't be pulled apart a lot, it is enough. It can be used to shoot squirrels and grouse. Mianmian picked up a stone, aimed it at the treetop not far away, exerted a little force, and then let go. The stone bounced straight over and shot the fruit on the treetop straight down. Not bad. Mianmian was quite satisfied. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. This hands-on ability is amazing. Not inferior to Gu Feng at all. It's different. Gu Feng made a bow and arrow, and made several traps. It doesn't matter what you make. What matters is who will get more tomorrow. Of course it's Mianmian. Of course. I've seen through that unlucky Gu Feng. I just want to see what Mianmian will eat tomorrow. Wait for Mianmian's food show tomorrow. It's so rich with just a little effort, and with so many tools. There will definitely be a big meal tomorrow. Mianmian was woken up by the cold. Last night she found a lot of soft leaves and hay to make a mattress, and put a waterproof coat under her body, which was quite comfortable. She also made a fire next to her, but the temperature at night dropped below 0 degrees. When she woke up, she felt her hands and feet were cold. It is still raining today, and the rain is getting heavier. The sky is overcast. Fortunately, there is no lightning. Otherwise Mianmian will have to worry about being struck by lightning if she lives in the woods. It seems that I have to make a heater today, a chimney, and reinforce the shelter. However, Before doing these, I have to eat breakfast first. Only when I am full can I have the strength to work. Yesterday, I left a cuttlefish in kelp and stewed a pot of soup directly. Kelp is rich in potassium, iodine and other minerals, and it is a bit salty. The soup cooked from it is not bland and tastes good. After drinking the hot soup, her body immediately warmed up, and she ate all the food in it, and her limbs became strong. Mianmian first went to the stream to find a few stones. Although it was troublesome to move them one by one, she regarded it as a form of exercise. Because it had been raining, the ground was wet, so it was not difficult to get mud. Mianmian found a low pit nearby and dug out a pile of wet mud with her hands. Mud and stones were piled into a hollow stove, leaving a hole for firewood at the bottom, and the fire was transferred to the stove. After baking, the mud and stones fit together completely and became harder. She left a hole for a chimney, so that the smoke could be blown out of the chimney without irritating the eyes or causing carbon dioxide poisoning. With the stove, I believe that even if the temperature drops again tonight, it will not be so cold. Moreover, the stove can also grill meat and smoke fish, which means that Mianmian can catch more fish today and keep the fish she can't finish. It's only the second day now, and half of the 100 players in Zone 3 have been eliminated. Some were accidentally injured, or poisoned by eating or touching something poisonous. Some were frozen at night and couldn't get up the next day, and some were bitten by wild animals. All kinds of emergencies. The system will classify the players according to their status. The live broadcast room will be closed for players who can no longer continue the experiment. Those who are lucky enough to be alive after 3 days can return to the ship. If they die, it will be the same as dying at sea, and they will be directly offline. There are not many people in good condition at present, so players also began to check some players who were not on the leaderboard. It was at this time that Luo Luo came into the player's sight. She was holding a bow and arrow, aiming at the prey 100 meters away from her. It was an elk. Luo Luo had been eyeing it for a long time. She got up in the morning and started looking for prey. She found footprints nearby, observed carefully, followed the footprints, and soon she heard a sound. She adopted a patrol hunting method, analyzing the animal's identification and footprints to find the traces of the prey. And when she slowly approached the prey and was sure that she could hit it with one shot, she shot the prey with an arrow. Luo Luo hid in the dark, and the elk didn't notice her. In the chat channel, you guys go watch Luo Luo's live broadcast. She's hunting deer. So awesome. Damn. She hit it. One arrow hit the heart. No way. There is such a master? Really? It's a girl. Luo Luo didn't know that thousands of people came to her live broadcast room one after another. She walked up to the deer, and before she was sure that the deer had died suddenly, she took out the knife she carried with her and cut the deer's neck. Clean and neat. Blood spurted out and splashed on Luo Luo's face. She wiped it off with her hand without blinking. The blood on her face was wiped away, and there was a strange beauty. Awesome. There is such an amazing girl in our 3rd district. She brought a bow and arrow, which means her archery skills are very good. This girl is comparable to Mianmian. Why haven't I heard of this name before? It seems that this girl's name is in the top 10 of our district this time. A deer. Enough to eat for many days. Luo Luo calmly dissected the deer. First, carefully cut off the fur. Deer skin is very useful. Now the backpack cannot be used, so everything you get must be dissected by yourself. She remembered that the material required to upgrade the backpack is deer skin. She must take this deer skin away, even if she takes less deer meat. She had to move quickly because the smell of blood might attract other wild animals. For example, gray wolves and black bears. Luo Luo remained alert and looked around from time to time during the dissection, but it did not affect her speed at all. After the deer skin was cut off, she moved even faster. With a swift movement of the knife, the deer meat was cut into pieces. She put the internal organs aside, but she did not intend to throw them away. She would wrap them with leaves and bury them. She would take them back first, and then clean them up. As for the deer antlers, Luo Luo also collected them. This is a very good material for medicine. Mianmian might need it. She has recently learned how to make medicine. She will give them to her to make medicine in exchange for supplies. If the trading function was not locked, Luo Luo could still give Mianmian half of the deer. After all, she couldn't finish it all by herself. I don't know what Mianmian's current situation is. Luo Luo thought so when he was carrying the deer meat back. Mianmian was fishing at this time. She used a homemade fishing rod, sat on the reef by the sea, and tied a small stone to the fishing line during the low tide so that the bait could sink. In the morning, she found an opportunity to go to the toilet and use the lucky dice. She was very satisfied with the lucky number today. It was 3. Everything goes well. Whatever you wish for, you must make a wish, and it will come true. With this lucky buff, Mianmian even suspected that she didn't need to use bait at all, and she could catch fish. But that was too outrageous. She was afraid that other non-African players would be offended by it. So she symbolically put some snail meat on the hook. Less than 5 minutes later, Mianmian felt the fishing rod move. She pulled it up, and it was indeed a big fish. In fact, she didn't pray hard just now, but just thought, it would be great if there was fresh salmon to eat. Isn't it here? It's really a salmon. Mianmian took the fish off the hook with a smile, passed a thin vine through the fish's mouth, and tied it to herself. With the stove, she can catch more fish, and it is easy to preserve after drying. If she catches more today, she may be able to lie down tomorrow. Compared with the hardship of others, Mianmian seems to have not yet experienced the difficulty of survival. In 2 hours, she caught 8 fish. They were all big fish. Looking at the fish on her body, Mianmian sighed, there are so many fish. It seems a bit monotonous. I want to eat lobster. As soon as she said this, the audience in the live broadcast room was boiling. Versailles. It's definitely Versailles. It's good to have fish to eat. Do you want to see what others eat? Lobster. I want to eat lobster too. Mianmian. Go catch it. I believe you can catch it. The best food today should be Mianmian and the girl named Luo Luo. Male players, show off your strength and see how powerful other girls are. Mianmian really wanted to catch lobsters. But if she went into the water and got her clothes wet, she wouldn't have any replacement clothes later. In this weather, it would be troublesome if she caught a cold. Although Mianmian felt that her luck today wouldn't cause her to catch a cold, she didn't want to wear wet clothes, which would be too uncomfortable. After thinking about it, she decided to give up. Forget it. The water is too cold. Let's go catch crabs. Although there are always crabs on the beach. But the crabs on the beach don't come out until the evening. Probably after 9 or 10 o'clock. Besides, the temperature is low now, and the crabs may come out and run back. Mianmian thought about it, and still put her hope on the crabs in the stream. Mianmian disposed of the 8 fishes one by one at the beach. She cut open their bellies, and took out all the internal organs and inedible parts. She washed the fishes again with sea water. She didn't take them back to be processed because she was afraid that the bloody smell would attract other animals, and she didn't want to dirty the shelter. She left the internal organs on the beach. When the fish cage was ready in the afternoon, she would come over and put the internal organs into the fish cage and find a place to put it. The internal organs of the fish can attract more fish. Before leaving, Mianmian replaced the cane with the fishing rod and hung it up. 8 big fish were hung on one fishing rod, and she carried them on her shoulders and walked back. It looked like a good harvest. Her next target was the crabs by the stream. There were many holes by the stream, and it was estimated that the crabs were hiding in them. Mianmian simply improved the fishing rod. She took off the hook and tied it to a piece of wood, so that she could reach into the hole and hook the crab out. Mianmian didn't want to reach in to grab it, because the crab's claws would not loosen as long as they clamped her fingers. After reaching in, she clearly felt that there was something in the hole. She hooked it with a little force and pulled it out. She actually pulled out a crab. This was a string crab. Not big, but it should have a lot of meat. After Mianmian caught one, she did the same thing and found a few more in the holes next to it. There were also some hiding under the grass and mud, and Mianmian didn't let any of them go. In less than an hour, she caught 8 crabs. There were too many to catch, so Mianmian had to tie them all up with a rope and hang them all on a rope, hanging them on the end of the fishing rod. In this way, there were 8 more crabs on the fishing rod. Back in the shelter, Mianmian hung all the fish meat on branches, and then hung them on the stove to dry them with heat. She lit a fire again, found some stones to circle around the fire, and slowly piled them up to make a simple stove. There was meat, but there was still a lack of seasoning and vegetables. Mianmian planned to go out again to find wild vegetables and things that could be used as seasoning. Cooking with fish will make the fish taste more fragrant. This forest is rich in resources. Mianmian soon found rust chinensis. Rust chinensis can replace salt. Its fruit has a layer of white salt-like substance. It is like applying it on the skin of the tree. And it tastes almost like salt. Mian collected a lot of it and put it in her pocket. She also found lemongrass on a slope beside the stream. Lemongrass looks like a weed. Very ordinary. But it has the aroma of lemon. Hence the name. For example, Thai Tom Yum Goong soup. I like to put lemongrass. Or you can put a little in making curry crab. Lemongrass is also delicious when used to cook fish. With these ingredients, the food will be even more delicious. In addition, she found some wild onions. She had eaten them yesterday, and they tasted good. She dug a lot. With these ingredients, Mianmian had several dishes in mind. But more ingredients are needed. Mianmian continued to search and finally found a wild banana taro. This is also called canna, which is a common plant. But it is difficult to see in the wild. It has leaves like bananas, and its flowers are red. You can pick them and suck their juice, which is very sweet, delicious and thirst-quenching. Its root is a taro-shaped round lump with a high starch content. It can be used as starch and can be used as a staple food when cooked. Mianmian picked some flowers and dug out some roots. She had collected almost everything, so she was ready to go back to the shelter. But she found another good thing. Mianmian's eyes lit up. This is wild wasabi. She had never seen it before. If she hadn't learned advanced collection, she would have walked over directly when she saw it. This is a precious condiment. Many people think that wasabi is similar to mustard. But it is not at all. Wasabi is much more precious. Its rhizomes are spicy and have a strong aroma. It is also a top condiment in the real world. There are very few. Only one or two. And Mianmian quickly dug them out and treated them as treasures. Although this desert island experiment was a competition, the experience was not bad. She felt that there were a lot of supplies on the island. And maybe she could bring a lot back when she left. When she returned to the shelter, she found some fresh footprints around the shelter. They were not left by her, but by some animal. Judging from the size and depth, they looked like black bear footprints. Mianmian immediately became alert, thinking that the smell of fish might have attracted the black bear. She carefully observed the surroundings for about 5 minutes. And only then did she breathe a sigh of relief when she was sure that there were no other creatures around. It must have left. Fortunately, she hung the fish on the stove, and the fire was burning very vigorously, so the black bear couldn't get it. She also hung the crab on a high branch. The soil under the tree had traces of being dug, and there were claw marks on the trunk, which showed that the black bear tried to take the crab. Mianmian frowned, hesitating whether to change the place as a shelter. But she thought about it, and decided to observe it again. Today is almost over. There is only 1 day left. Even if she changes the place to rebuild the shelter, there is no guarantee that there will be other black bears looking for her. Let's cook first. After being busy for so long, she hasn't eaten for 7 hours. The little food she had in the morning was digested long ago. Mianmian went to the stream to wash the food she had just collected, and then fetched a pot of water. Finally, I'm going to start cooking. Looking forward to it. I have a feeling that I will have a great meal today. Needless to say, look at how much food Mianmian has made. What are those grasses used for? I don't know. I don't know either. I've never seen them before. I ate one yesterday. It looks like an onion. I know one. I ate it when I was a kid. It's called yam. How does Mianmian know so many plants? That's amazing. If you learn how to collect them, you will know. I learned it. But you have to see the real thing and click on the detailed introduction to know what it is used for. The stream crabs that Mianmian had just found were chopped into small pieces with a knife and put in a bamboo tube and set aside for later use. She cut the lemongrass into pieces, cut the onion into small pieces, and then took the root of the wasabi and ground it into powder. Put all 3 seasonings into the pot and stir fry. Although there is no oil, you can only make do in the wild. Add water and boil it into soup. At this time, put the crabs into the pot and slowly boil until the stream crabs are cooked and the flavor blends with the soup. While boiling the crabs, Mianmian cut the banana taro that had just been washed into pieces. Grind out the crumbs, and then mash it into mud and soak it in water. After a while, some starch water was obtained. First add a little salt from the salt wort to season it. When the crab's freshness bursts out, she takes the crabs out and finally adds the starch water to the pot. Soon the soup slowly becomes thick. Pour the prepared soup on the crabs. The aroma filled her nose. And Mianmian swallowed her saliva with hunger. This is called spicy crab. Mianmian named it. It has the aroma of lemongrass, and the spicy taste of wasabi. She couldn't wait to taste it. The crab meat was sweet and fresh. The crab paste was like jelly. And there was crab roe, which was covered with thick soup. She picked up a crab leg with her hand and ate the meat. There was still soup on her fingers. It was so delicious that she licked her fingers. The audience was stunned. What a delicacy. It's so good to eat in the wild. This crab is seasoned with so many things. My God. I can eat 3 bowls of rice with that sauce. Wow. I want to eat it so much. I'm starving. Mianmian. I hate you. It looks so delicious. Help. Mianmian. Come back soon. I'll buy you food. I'll give you whatever you want. Mianmian ate 2 pieces to fill her stomach. She was not so hungry anymore. And she was full of energy. She continued to make the next dish. She picked up a fish with a smile. Next is hot and sour fish. In addition to replacing salt, Rus chinensis can also be used to make vinegar. Mianmian washed the fruit and put it in a clean bamboo tube. Then poured stream water into it to soak. Not long after, the water became like vinegar. Sour. She repeatedly hammered the fish meat with the handle of the dagger. And the meat became softer and more flavorful. Then, salt and vinegar were applied to the fish meat for marinating. The unique salty and sour taste of the fruit of Rus chinensis was fully absorbed and neutralized by the soft fish meat. Then, a wooden stick was used to pierce the fish body for roasting. She ate the spicy crab while waiting for the fish to be roasted. She couldn't stop smelling the sour and spicy aroma of the fish. The taste was simply enviable. The audience was reluctant to leave even though their saliva was dry. They waited eagerly for Mianmian's fish to be roasted, although they didn't get a share even if it was roasted. At this time, an uninvited guest came. Mianmian heard the noise and looked behind her. She actually saw a big black bear. Chapter 48. Seeing the black bear, Mianmian's first reaction was of course to run away. But she held back and forced herself to calm down. She took a deep breath. Bears are much faster than humans. And she can't outrun them at all. She had read the survival manual, which taught what to do when encountering a bear. Black bears are relatively small in size among all bears. But they can climb trees. Climbing up a tree is useless. Even playing dead is useless. Mianmian could only retreat slowly, not letting the black bear feel threatened by her. She thought carefully. Her current weapons were only a slingshot and a dagger. And these 2 things had little damage to the black bear. It was impossible to kill the black bear. After all, the black bear could knock her away with a slap. Mianmian didn't dare to experiment with her life. Although she was much stronger now, she could only keep a distance from it and not even look at it. Fortunately, the black bear didn't mean to get close to her, but just stood not far away and watched. The black bear's eyesight was not good. When Mianmian hid behind her shelter, it seemed that it couldn't see her. Of course, Mianmian kept saying in her heart, "Don't come over if you can't see me." After all, today is not over yet. And the effect of wishing for something to come true is useful. Although the black bear couldn't see Mianmian, she could see the black bear wandering around while hiding behind it. She didn't know whether it was thinking about the fish Mianmian roasted on the fire or other food. After all, it probably has no interest in Mianmian, a human. The black bear is relatively timid. So Mianmian doesn't intend to provoke it. She thinks it's time to move. Although she doesn't have much stuff, it's troublesome to move and find another place. She planned to leave before the black bear saw her. But she didn't expect that the black bear turned around twice and left before she left. Maybe it saw the fire here and didn't know about humans, so it was a little scared and left. Mianmian waited vigilantly behind the shelter for a long time, and the black bear didn't come back. So she finally came out. The food on the fire was already roasted black. Should I change places? Mianmian hesitated for a second, but she picked up her frying pan, fishing rod, slingshot, and some supplies she had collected before, packed them up quickly, took the fish with her, and left without looking back. Changing a shelter is not difficult, but rebuilding a house is a very time-consuming and energy-consuming task. Fortunately, the food she just ate gave her full physical strength. While it was still light, she found a place far away to stay. She thought of the trap she set yesterday, and she didn't know if any prey was caught. But according to today's luck, There must be. But Mianmian's hands were full now. And even if she went to check, she couldn't take it. And there was no time. It was getting dark. So she could only find a suitable place for shelter first. And then go to check the trap when she was free. She walked upstream along the stream. Finally she found a good place, and walked around it for a long time. But she didn't see any bare footprints or feces. Although it was almost dark. She should be able to make a simple shelter for the night if she hurried. Just as Mianmian was about to work hard to build a new shelter, she found a wooden house not far away. Is there anyone else? Mianmian walked over carefully with food in her hand. It turned out that this wooden house was a half-finished product, with only the roof left unfinished. And even the materials for the roof were next to it. Mianmian observed and found that there was not even a fire here. No one around. No food. And nothing in the tree house. There were only some leftover fish bones on the open ground. Someone must have been here. But why was there no sign of a fire? And they left halfway through the tree house? If someone lived here, it wouldn't be like this. If no one was here, she could stay here. Anyway, she had all the materials. She could move in after she finished building the roof. She would wait and see if anyone came. It was almost dark. If someone came, she would leave and find another place nearby. She had been on the island for 2 days, and she hadn't seen anyone else. Maybe the person who built this wooden house was another contestant. Mianmian had seen only a handful of players so far. In fact, even if she did, the danger was not high, because the system stipulated that only 3 items could be brought. So the survival players could not bring any serious weapons, and would still tend to choose survival items. Moreover, all players' backpacks were locked, and they didn't have much supplies. In addition, it was live now, so it was impossible for players to fight each other directly. So many players were watching. If she could use this wooden house directly, she would save a lot of trouble. And the location was also very good. Mianmian thought so, and simply lit a fire under the tree. Wait a little longer. She sat on the stone next to her, and started weaving a fish cage. In fact, there was no need to make a fish cage. The few fish caught today could not be eaten up at all. Even tomorrow. If she really met a player later, Mianmian would not mind sharing a fish with him. She just thought so. Then I saw a tall man carrying a hare and a grouse walking over. Mianmian paused, and the other party was also stunned when he saw Mianmian. Mianmian? No. She doesn't need this kind of wish come true. She really just thought about it. Mianmian's live broadcast room. Who is this? It seems that he is not a player in our area. This person has gained a lot, and looks like a powerful one. Wow. I met other players. I said there is such a possibility. I don't know if it is an enemy or a friend. Will it be dangerous? Not really. I think this person has a lot of supplies. If it is a normal person, it won't cause a fight. Xiaoyichen's live broadcast room. Who is this girl? So pretty. She's not from our district. I didn't expect Xiaoyichen to run into a girl from another district. This is fun. Ha ha ha. This girl has a lot of stuff. Look at how many fish she has. The problem is, this seems to be Xiaoyichen's shelter. Why is she here? Mianmian raised her hand and greeted. Hello. Is this your shelter? I thought there was no one here. So I plan to stay here. Xiaoyichen stared at Mianmian for a while, and nodded slightly. He saw Mianmian's fire, and his eyes changed slightly. Mianmian, if you mind, I'll leave. It was still raining at this time. But it was not a problem for Mianmian to change places. But the other party said, wait. Mianmian, what's the matter? She looked at the other party's hand warily. Xiaoyichen, you can stay. The wooden house is for you. You just need to provide the fire source. Mianmian, don't you have fire? Xiaoyichen shook his head. Xiaoyichen's live broadcast room. Ha ha ha. Lucky. Xiaoyichen lost his flint when he first arrived. And now a player actually sent fire. It's amazing. I was just complaining. What's the point of Xiaoyichen catching rabbits and grouse? He doesn't even have fire. Is he trying to make fire by drilling wood? It's not impossible to make fire by drilling wood. But it's very difficult. It takes at least several hours. If you don't have experience, you can't make a spark in 1 or 2 days. He doesn't want to build his cabin anyway, so he's giving it away just in case someone wants it. Mianmian's live broadcast room. Isn't this a coincidence? A pile of fire can be exchanged for this big cabin. which is a good deal. But the cabin isn't finished yet. And it's just a shelter. So are we going to live together? No way. Who is this guy? Is he trying to take advantage of Mianmian because she's pretty? It won't be a problem. But it feels wrong. Mianmian glanced at the cabin. It's just a cabin. Give it to me. And what about you? Zhao Yichen pointed to the big tree next to him. I'll sleep on the tree. Mianmian looked over in surprise. There was a thick horizontal branch on the tree, which could indeed accommodate a person. But whoever was on it couldn't move at all, which must be very uncomfortable. Mianmian, that's fine. It's getting late, so we might as well stay here. After Mianmian agreed, Zhao Yichen was obviously relieved. It seems that he really needs fire. Without fire, he didn't drink water all day, and he ate raw food. If he hadn't picked herbs to promote digestion and regulate the stomach, he would probably have a stomachache and couldn't move today. He didn't even know how to eat the rabbits and grouse he just caught from the trap. Mianmian's fire really helped a lot. Anyway, he felt that the wooden house was troublesome when he was halfway through building it. So he left it there and didn't want to build it anymore, because he realized as he was building it that he would only live there for 3 days. And he could sleep on a tree. So it was really unnecessary to build such a big wooden house. Although he had almost prepared all the materials, he still didn't continue to work on it. Mianmian continued to build. She was quick and quickly built the roof of the wooden house. She also found some banana leaves and moss, covered the roof, and blocked the gaps next to the wooden house. The temperature tonight was very low. In order to keep warm, she planned to make a stove again. But she noticed that Zhao Yichen had gone somewhere. Mianmian ignored him and was busy on her own. The stove was difficult to build, and Mianmian spent more than an hour. When she was done, she found that Zhao Yichen had returned with the rabbits and grouse that had been processed in his hands. It seems that he also knows that prey cannot be processed around the shelter. He removed the hair and internal organs of the rabbit and chicken, which looked bald and just waiting to be cooked to become a delicacy. Mianmian looked at him and said hesitantly, "Do you eat fish? I'll trade with you." Mianmian just didn't have time to get other ingredients. So now all she had on hand was fish. Seeing the rabbit and chicken, she was a little tempted. Mianmian pointed at the fish she brought. "Salmon. The meat is delicious. I prepared it. Just caught it today." Mianmian promoted it. 2 fish, in exchange for half a rabbit and half a chicken. "These fish are big. Enough for you to eat tomorrow." Zhao Yichen was silent for a moment. The rabbit and chicken are enough for him to eat until tomorrow if he eats sparingly. The day after tomorrow morning, the competition will be over. Mianmian saw that he was not interested, so she just gave up. Since the shelter was ready, she just went back to see if there was any harvest in the trap. Mianmian picked up the fishing rod with a fish hanging on it and said, "I'll go find something and come back," meaning that she still wanted the wooden house. Zhao Yichen didn't say anything. He found branches and prepared to roast rabbit meat. Mianmian walked a short distance and found a tree to hang the fish on. She took it out just now to avoid being taken by that person. Who knows if that person will steal her fish? It's better to take it away. She won't carry it all the time. Find a place to put it and come back to get it later. She quickened her pace and came to the trap she set yesterday. The first trap was not triggered. She was a little disappointed and silently wished in her heart that the second trap would not let her down. She soon came to the second trap again. A rabbit was hung in a circle made of vines and was dead. Mianmian was overjoyed and ran over to take the rabbit down. There was rabbit meat to eat. She happily carried the rabbit to the wooden house. When she came back with the fish and the rabbit, she smelled a burnt smell. She frowned. It turned out that Zhao Yichen had burnt the rabbit. He was using a knife to cut off the burnt rabbit meat and eat the meat inside. Mianmian couldn't stand it. This man didn't even know how to grill meat. She had just processed the rabbit on the way back, so she only needed to rub salt and spices on the rabbit meat and then roast it directly. Zhao Yichen sat aside and watched her touch the rabbit and stuff some wild vegetables into the rabbit's stomach. She looked very professional. Soon, the fragrance overflowed. The fragrance of rabbit meat and spices were blended together after heating. This was the real roasted meat flavor. Zhao Yichen looked at the charcoal black rabbit in his hand and lost his appetite immediately. Mianmian's live broadcast room. Welcome to watch Mianmian's food feast live. Ha ha ha. This person is stunned. Sure enough, it's not just people in our district who have to endure this pain. Now players from other districts have to watch Mianmian's eating show. It's so cool. I don't know which district is so lucky. Why didn't Mianmian ask? Mianmian used a wooden stick to pass through the middle of the rabbit's body, and then made a bracket. Put the rabbit meat on it, and rotated the rabbit from time to time to prevent uneven heating. She also took the time to make another hot and sour grilled fish according to the method used at noon. She was a little upset that she didn't eat the one at noon. But she had so much fish meat. One was gone. And there were still 7. So she could just make it again. Zhao Yichen sat next to her, and didn't want to eat the rabbit meat she grilled at all. He even felt that what he had in his hand was a pile of shit. The food on Mianmian's side was called food. It was not his fault. Because he had never cooked before coming to this game. After coming here, he did not need to cook on the ship. Because he could either open boxes to get food or exchange supplies with others for food. But now, he had to be self-reliant. Yesterday, he did not even have a fire. And he ate grass, berries, and raw fish. Today he finally had a fire. But he was not good enough. And a good rabbit was made like this by himself. Zhao Yichen was confused. After the food was ready, Mianmian took out the pan and put the rabbit in. And the rabbit had to go through the second processing. That is to stew it with water. The roasted rabbit has fat on the surface. Stewing it with wild onions will make it more delicious and the meat softer. Mianmian was very happy to eat meat after eating seafood these 2 days. Seafood has no fat. It is all protein. She always feels that she is not satisfied after eating it. Mianmian cooked this rabbit very carefully. The appearance alone is enough to make people salivate. Zhao Yichen's live broadcast room is already boiling. Just like Mianmian's live broadcast room 2 days ago. Oh my god. It tastes so good. I've never seen it before. Why don't we have such gourmet players in our area? There are also players who have learned cooking skills. But they don't do it so well. They can only make the original flavor. Unlike her. She adds so many spices and has multiple processes. I'm drooling from watching this. Oh my god. If I could eat this, wouldn't it be so delicious? He must have learned the dual skills of cooking and gathering. Otherwise how could he find so many suitable cooking ingredients? He must be from which district? He looks so good and is so strong. Why didn't Zhao Yichen ask? He's such a blockhead. Zhao Yichen never talks. Watching his live broadcast is so boring. If you hadn't said there were beauties, I wouldn't have come. But I'm starving after watching this. It's finally done. Mianmian is also hungry. After running around for so long, I can finally eat something delicious. She took out a bamboo tube with some water in it. Drank some water first. And then sat down seriously, intending to enjoy the food. When she looked up, she saw Zhao Yichen not far away looking at her eagerly. Mianmian immediately understood that this man wanted to eat. But she didn't give it to him. Just now, he said that he wanted to exchange fish meat with him. But he didn't want to. If he was willing to exchange, Mianmian would give him some anyway. But he didn't reply. And Mianmian pretended that she didn't understand his eyes. I have to say that rabbit meat is really delicious in this way. Onions can stimulate appetite, help digestion, and remove coldness. Pairing with rabbit meat can increase the flavor of rabbit meat. After the rabbit is roasted, it turns golden yellow. And then stewed. The taste is better. The meat is covered with thick sauce. It is very soft and tender when you take a bite. And the soup is rich and delicious. Mianmian became more and more addicted to the food. And soon she ate half of the pot. Although her physical strength had long been restored, she still wanted to continue eating. It was so delicious. However, there was still a portion of grilled fish left. So she had to save some space. Mianmian put the pan aside. And there was still a bowl of rabbit meat left in it. Zhao Yichen stared at the rabbit meat in a daze. Mianmian's live broadcast room. I am dying of laughter. This guy is drooling. But the child is starving. And he doesn't even give him something to eat. This player is so miserable. We are just watching through the light screen. He can see and smell it. He is so close. But he can't eat it. It's really a multiple torture. It looks like he wants to eat it badly. Mianmian is so heartless. Don't give it to him. He didn't want to change the meat before. Now he regrets it. Yes. Don't give it to him. Only people in District 3 have the chance to eat the food made by Mianmian. When she comes back, I will ask her to exchange with me. She was full. But she didn't finish it. The amount she made today was a bit too much. The main reason was that the rabbit was too fat. She couldn't finish it. She didn't plan to throw it away or give it to that person. Instead, she put it in a frying pan, found a wooden board to cover it, and then pressed it with a stone, and prepared to find a place to put it. It's so cold in the weather. It won't go bad overnight. Tomorrow morning, she can add some taro to it and cook it for breakfast. Zhao Yichen was not a person who would be humble just for food. Seeing Mianmian finish eating and take away the food, he didn't say anything. He drank 2 sips of hot water and lay down on the tree. In fact, Mianmian did not think about asking who this person was. But what if it was from another district? Mianmian wanted to know the situation in other districts. But it was live broadcast at this time. If she asked, she would not be the only one who knew. Others might not tell the truth. Besides, she asked others. What if others asked her? She said she would not tell. It would not be good to tell. And it would be even more unkind not to tell. So she simply did not ask. She did not even ask the name. After all, it would be useless even if she knew him. Mianmian thought so. And so did Zhao Yichen. So the two of them understood each other. And neither of them said much. Mianmian's stove worked very well. And the wooden house was very warm. The big wooden house was much more comfortable than the small house she had built before. At least she could turn over in the wooden house. In addition, the stove in the previous house could only be built outside. And the space inside was small and could not be placed. But this one was different. The stove could be built in the wall of the wooden house. And the chimney could be built directly on it, which was very convenient. Mianmian didn't want to build a big house before, thinking it was unnecessary for only living in it for 3 days. Now that she lives in it, she thinks it's better to have a big one. If she builds this house from start to finish by herself, it will take at least half a day. Now it's good. I got it done in just 2 or 3 hours. I lived comfortably in the big wooden house and built a fire for others. Because I needed it anyway. This business is profitable. Thinking of this, Mianmian quickly closed her eyes and rested. But she didn't sleep too deeply. After all, there was someone she didn't know outside. She kept herself in a state of half sleep and half wakefulness. And any movement would wake her up. In the second half of the day, she vaguely heard the wolf howling. She opened her eyes and listened carefully to the movement outside. The wolf howling came from a distance. And it was still very quiet nearby. So she was relieved and continued to close her eyes. But she couldn't fall asleep for a while, thinking that tomorrow is the last day. And she doesn't know what will happen tomorrow. Mianmian became more and more sober. Mainly because she didn't know the situation of other players. Mianmian didn't know where she would rank. She had been so lucky these 2 days that she didn't know whether her votes were high or low. Nie Yangguang also couldn't sleep. He really didn't find any food today. So he could only continue to eat shellfish picked up on the beach. He ate too much. And his stomach was always making trouble. So he couldn't sleep all night and kept running out to go to the toilet. In the wild, he was not at ease when going to the toilet, for fear that something would suddenly bite his butt. And he was also worried that if a wolf or a large beast suddenly appeared while he was going to the toilet, what should he do? Should I wipe my butt first? Pull up my pants first? Or run first? Every time I go to the toilet, Nie Yangguang will think about this question. But there is no answer. Mainly because he has not encountered these emergencies. It is already 4 or 5 in the middle of the night. If he doesn't sleep, he will have no energy tomorrow. But Nie Yangguang ran out to the toilet again. This time, he didn't know why. But he always felt that there was something outside. So he took a torch and went out. He held the torch, squatted and looked around. Unexpectedly, he really saw a pair of glowing eyes in the dark. Nie Yangguang was shocked. This time he finally knew the answer to the question. That is, wipe your butt while backing away. And then put on your pants after wiping. He was extremely panicked. What kind of animal was this? Why did it run to the beach in the middle of the night? Nie Yangguang didn't even want his sleeping bag and hurried away. But he didn't know where to go. The animal behind him seemed to follow him. Nie Yangguang was scared to death and ran like crazy. The torch in his hand was almost extinguished in the wind and rain. But he didn't care. While running, he stepped on a stone and fell directly. The pair of eyes behind him were getting closer and closer. Nie Yangguang screamed. Help! Ah! Help! Help! The green eyes belonged to a wolf. And it looked very hungry. Nie Yangguang thought that this time was really bad. He was dead. He wanted to escape. But he couldn't even stand up. His foot was sprained, and he could only rely on the will to survive and crawl forward little by little. The wolf was also slowly approaching. The green eyes were like ghost lights, and Nie Yangguang's torch had gone out. The last thought in his mind was that if he died, he couldn't go back. He still had a lot of supplies. Just at the critical moment, Nie Yangguang heard a whoosh. An arrow flew past Nie Yangguang's ear and shot straight into the wolf's eyes. Nie Yangguang only heard a wail, and then his whole body softened and fainted. Chapter 49 Countdown to the Rainy Season. Day 30. Early the next morning, Mianmian opened her eyes in a daze. She didn't sleep much all night and didn't rest well at all. In addition to being careful of the players outside, she also had to worry about wild animals visiting. Her mental power had dropped to 38, and she was in a state of fatigue and listlessness. She had to improve her mental power quickly. Otherwise her concentration would drop and her brain would not obey her. Mianmian walked out of the wooden house and found that the temperature outside was very low. Zhao Yichen was adding firewood to the fire. He looked very cold and a little dazed. Mianmian looked at him. "Good morning." Zhao Yichen nodded gently, not wanting to say a word. Mianmian pretended to go to the toilet first, and then temporarily turned off the live broadcast. To protect privacy, players can turn off the live broadcast, but each time should not exceed 15 minutes. She took out the lucky dice. Today's lucky number is 6. The lucky star is shining. It is super lucky. 3 days of good luck in a row. This is something Mianmian didn't expect. Great. Today is the last day. She has to do a good job and canvass votes for herself. Turning on the live broadcast, Mianmian hurried to find the food that she hadn't finished eating yesterday. The food seemed to have been moved by some animal, and there were traces of animals passing by on the grass next to it. Fortunately, Mianmian pressed a large stone on the wooden board, so the food was not destroyed. Mianmian took the pan and went back to the cabin to heat it up. After the food was heated, the aroma wafted out. Mianmian felt much more energetic when she smelled the aroma, and she quickly devoured it. After eating and waiting for more than 10 minutes, her mental strength slowly recovered to 60. 60 is already a comfortable value. Mianmian breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Yichen on the side looked at her with a complicated expression. After seeing Mianmian finish eating, he silently stood up and took down the grouse hanging on the treetop yesterday. Mianmian knew from his look that he was greedy for the food she made. Mianmian found it funny. She didn't want to see him squandering food, so she took the initiative to say, "Let me help you roast it." Zhao Yichen's eyes lit up. Okay. Last night, the temperature dropped sharply, and he couldn't sleep in the tree at all, so he had to come down and sit by the fire. All night, he added firewood to keep the fire from going out, and only took a nap by the fire. He was sleepy and hungry now, and he felt very uncomfortable seeing Mianmian eating delicious food. He was exhausted, and he felt even more uncomfortable when he thought that the food he made was hard to swallow. Unexpectedly, Mianmian was willing to help him make roast chicken. Mianmian took the roast chicken, smeared the salt from the saltwort that he had picked up and down yesterday on the chicken, and crushed the lemongrass and smeared it on it. In fact, it was the simplest way. Mianmian also handled the rabbit meat in this way yesterday. But Zhao Yichen's eyes were particularly hot and a little excited. Mianmian roasted the grouse on the fire, turned it over after 10 minutes, and waited for another 20 minutes. It was done. It was exactly 7:30 when she finished all this. This time was exactly the time when she arrived at the deserted island. Mianmian was about to get up when she found that the long-lost light screen appeared. There was only one ranking list on the light screen, and the other icons were still gray and locked. The ranking list was divided into two. One was the ranking list of this area, and the other was the ranking list of all areas. Mianmian first saw the ranking list of the 3 areas where she was. First place, Mianmian, 20931. Second place, Gu Fong, 16012. Third place, Zhang Jincheng, 8386. Region rankings. First place, Wei Yu, 28839. Second place, Lin Qi, 23582. Third place, Shen Qianjue, 25933. Fourth place, Yun Mianmian. Fifth place, Su Sanyu. Sixth place, Meng Siyuan. Seventh place, Zhao Yichen. Eighth place, Xia Tianxia. Ninth place, Tan Si. 10th place, Gu Fong. The rankings are out. All participating players should be able to see it. which means that on the last day, everyone will work hard to climb up. How to get more votes. Players can change their votes at any time within 3 days. For example, if you vote for Mianmian on the first day, you can vote for Gu Fang on the third day. There is also a countdown next to the ranking list. 23 hours 58 minutes and 32 seconds. There are less than 24 hours left. She can see that everyone's votes are jumping. Her votes are relatively stable. There are only so many people in the 3 districts. Although she is far ahead of Gu Fang and is firmly in the first place in the 3 districts, she can only rank 4th in the ranking list of the whole district. There are still 8,000 away from the first place. This is also normal. The competition in the ranking list of the whole district is too fierce. There are 10 places, and it is good for each district to get one. But 2 people from the 3rd district, where Mianmian is located, have come up. Gu Fang has a lot of votes, and ranks 10th. If Mianmian can grab Gu Fang's votes, she can make another breakthrough. Mianmian was very suspicious that the first place was from District 1. After all, District 1 had the most survivors, and had many more votes than other districts. However, she was quite happy to see Luo Luo on the list. As expected, she was right. Luo Luo's strength would definitely get a rank. And she was still 4th, higher than Nie Yangguang. At this time, Luo Luo was dealing with the wolf's body. Not far from her, there was a man lying. It was Nie Yangguang, who had fainted before. After saving Nie Yangguang from the wolf's mouth, Luo Luo did not abandon him there. After all, there were many wild animals nearby. If he was abandoned there, he might become the breakfast of the next wolf. Based on the principle of sending the Buddha to the west, she dragged Nie Yangguang and the dead wolf to the beach. If he still didn't wake up, Luo Luo would have slapped him twice. But fortunately, Nie Yangguang woke up before she finished processing the wolf meat. Ah! Nie Yangguang's memory stayed on the wolf's glowing eyes. He opened his eyes and continued to scream. After screaming for a while, he smelled blood and thought he was eaten. But his body didn't hurt much. Only his butt was a little swollen. Maybe because he fell yesterday. Shut up. Luo Luo scolded. Nie Yangguang sat up straight and turned back stiffly. He saw a tall girl with a high ponytail not far away. She was holding a knife in her hand. Her face was indifferent, and there was a lot of blood on her body. She looked scary. Nie Yangguang wanted to scream again, but met her eyes and held back. Who are you? Luo Luo did not answer, but stabbed the wolf's flesh with a knife, and then cut the meat into several pieces. Nie Yangguang saw that she was ruthless and couldn't help but get scared. Last night, he seemed to see an arrow flying over. This was the wolf that wanted to eat him. She killed it? Then she was his savior. Thinking of this, Nie Yangguang's eyes were wet, and he almost cried with emotion. You saved me? Luo Luo didn't say anything. Nie Yangguang rolled and crawled to his feet. Thank you. Thank you. I can't repay your kindness. Luo Luo, it's okay. Nie Yangguang, is there anything I can help you with? Which district are you from? I'm from District 3. Hearing that Nie Yangguang was from District 3, Luo Luo looked at him more. But she didn't say anything else. Just said, then help me carry the meat. After the wolf meat was decomposed and the internal organs were removed, there were still 50 to 60 kilograms. She could carry the whole wolf by herself. But after decomposition, it was not easy to carry. One person had to go back and forth several times to bring it back to the shelter, which was too troublesome. It just happened that there was a free laborer, so it would be a waste not to use it. What's more, seeing that he looked so useless, there was no need to worry that he had any bad intentions. As soon as Luo Luo finished speaking, Nie Yangguang nodded enthusiastically. Okay. You are so awesome. You killed this wolf with one arrow. Luo Luo stood up, picked up 3 pieces of leg meat, and walked forward. You take the rest. Follow me. She only left 2 pieces of meat for Nie Yangguang. But Nie Yangguang still had a hard time picking them up and caught up with her. Nie Yangguang walked very slowly, but Luo Luo walked very fast. At this moment, the light screen of the 2 appeared. Nie Yangguang shouted, "Damn! I'm on the list!" He laughed. I didn't expect that I could still be on the list. What Nie Yangguang didn't know was that he had diarrhea all day yesterday, and was attacked by a wolf while defecating, which brought a lot of jokes to the players in District 3. And at the same time, it also won a lot of votes from players. Players, just watch it for fun. Give a vote. Luo Luo was a little surprised to hear him say that. She could also see the rankings. And there were only a few names on them. She was surprised that she was on the list. However, she was quite happy to see Yun Mianmian ranked first. Yun Mianmian's name can also be seen in the overall ranking of the district. Awesome. Mianmian is first. Damn. This damn Zhang Jincheng is actually ahead of me. Fuck. It's so disgusting. This guy actually has so many votes. What did he do? After hearing this, Luo Luo no longer had to guess who he was. The answer was obvious. Nie Yangguang. No one else. Ah! A sneeze sounded, and Yun Mianmian looked at the man next to her. You have a cold? Zhao Yichen nodded. He was just looking at the rankings and saw that he was ranked 7th in the district. But he couldn't be happy because 7th was still far from his goal. And he had a cold. This was ominous news. A cold means that the body's functions will deteriorate, and the resistance and energy will deteriorate. He hurriedly checked his condition. Both mental and physical strength were lower than normal. It was not a good sign. Yun Mianmian was also thinking about what to do next. There was still 1 day left, and her ranking was not stable. She had to do something. How could she get a vote? At this time, the roast chicken was almost done, and the chicken exuded a fragrance. She handed the roast chicken to Zhao Yichen and asked tentatively, how many people in your district are on the overall ranking? Zhao Yichen was a little surprised why Yun Mianmian asked this question, instead of simply asking him which district he was from and whether he was on the list. But if Yun Mianmian asked this, he probably wouldn't answer. Yun Mianmian's question seemed insignificant and not difficult to answer. For the sake of the roast chicken, Zhao Yichen thought about it and answered 3. He and the first and third place were all from District 1. However, his votes were a bit different from theirs. 3. Yun Mianmian was secretly shocked. She thought 2 was too many. But she didn't expect that 3 people from this person's district were on the overall list. What level is this? It's not difficult to guess that this person is from District 1. Apart from District 1, which other district could cast so many votes and send 3 people to the overall ranking? Too exaggerated. The votes of the 3 people added up to at least 50,000. Even the first place may be District 1. It seems that District 1 is really the first largest district that deserves the title. Yun Mianmian immediately felt the pressure. And of course, the struggle was ignited. What about you? Zhao Yichen also had to ask her. 2 in our district. Yun Mianmian did not hide it. At this time, Yun Mianmian's live broadcast room was also boiling because of Zhao Yichen's words. No way. Which district is it? 3 people are on the overall ranking. Scary. I thought it was very strong that our district could have 2 people on the overall ranking. But I didn't expect that they had 3. District 1. Only District 1 has so many people. It's so scary. Why don't we vote for Yun Mianmian and let her get promoted? But if we give it to Yun Mianmian, Gu Feng won't be in the top 10. Yes, Gu Feng's position is very dangerous. Maybe he will be squeezed out. The votes behind are almost the same. At least Yun Mianmian can stay on the overall list. Some people want Yun Mianmian to sprint to a higher ranking. But they don't want District 3 to have 1 less person on the overall list. This is a dilemma. At this time, Zhao Yichen's live broadcast room was also guessing which district Yun Mianmian was from. With 2 people on the list, it can be considered a powerful district. After all, there are 5 people from their 2 districts combined on the overall list, accounting for half of the total list. As he was talking, the tone suddenly changed. No way. Zhao Yichen. What's wrong with you? You eat like this? Zhao Yichen. Don't you have any dignity? Your mouth is full of oil. Where is your personality of a flower in the sky? Is it really so delicious? I thought it looked delicious, but tasted just so. Before, I always thought Zhao Yichen was pretentious. How come he is so down to earth now? It's so funny. I can't wait to stuff a chicken into my mouth. Yun Mianmian didn't expect Zhao Yichen to eat so exaggeratedly. She knew that the food she made was delicious. But, have you really never eaten delicious food? Eat slowly. Won't you choke? As soon as Yun Mianmian finished speaking, Zhao Yichen choked. His expression changed and became ugly. Want some water? Zhao Yichen stood up and looked for water everywhere. Finally, he found the water that he had boiled last night. He took a big sip and recovered. After drinking the water, he looked at Yun Mianmian in shock. His mental and physical strength were recovering. You? Chapter 50. Zhao Yichen had never heard of food having a buffing effect. He had no cooking skills or gathering skills, so he could not see the introduction of ingredients. In addition, the information between players in Area 1 was blocked, and most of the skill books were in the hands of gangs and organizations. As long as you have a skill book and are willing to exchange it, you can exchange it for a month's food and water. Those players who can't guarantee their survival will be willing to hand in their skill books. There are only a few lone rangers in Area 1, and basically all of them have joined gangs. Zhao Yichen is no exception. He and Wei Yu, who ranked first in the overall list, are in the same gang, and the two are cousins. After entering the game, the two soon saw each other's name in the chat channel. After Wei Yu established the gang, he also joined. The two cooperated very well, and soon developed the gang into the largest gang in the first area, recruiting many players and helping a large number of players to upgrade to level 3 in the first 10 days, and even providing a stable food supply for all players in the gang. However, players who join the gang must hand in enough supplies every day in exchange for points. If they can hand in blueprints, skill books, or high-level supplies, they can earn more points. The gang's upgrade supplies will be given priority to players with more points. Zhao Yichen's own points ranked second in the gang war, second only to Wei Yu. He got 2 skill books in exchange. One was forging, and the other was alchemy. Forging was very useful, but alchemy was a waste of time. Because of his high strength, he was able to increase his strength by forging a few high-quality weapons. In this deserted island survival experiment, he showed amazing combat power as soon as he arrived. But he didn't have an alchemy table, nor enough herbs. Then again, everyone knew the benefits of skill books, but few people were willing to share them, and Zhao Yichen only discussed them with a few core members of the gang. There were also 2 cooking skill books at the beginning, but most people in their district advocated strength first, and were willing to choose other skills first among multiple skill books. After all, you can get food from treasure chests, and you can eat it by simply cooking it yourself. Without knowing the role of cooking skills, you think it is useless to learn it, and the few people who have learned cooking skills have never heard them mention the food enhancement. So Zhao Yichen is not sure why the food made by Mianmian has an enhancement effect. Is it because of the skills or her talent? But the way he looks at Mianmian is different from before. With such skills, no matter which district Mianmian is in, she will be a strong opponent, and at the same time, it can also bring immeasurable benefits to her district. When such food flows into the market, the overall strength of players in the entire district will be improved. Zhao Yichen did not mention the beneficial effects of the food. He was live streaming at this time, and he guessed that the other party might not want others to know about this. He was lucky that he was willing to cook for him. He rarely thanked others, but he said sincerely, "Thank you." Mianmian had no idea that he would think so much about just making a roast chicken for him. Mianmian was more concerned about the ranking at this time. Looking at the man in front of him, Mianmian asked, "What did you bring?" Zhao Yichen, flint, sword, bow and arrow. And the flint was lost. Mianmian's eyes lit up. This man brought the same things as Luo Luo, and it seemed that he was also a powerful player. Mianmian asked, "Do you want to cooperate?" Zhao Yichen, how to cooperate? Mianmian already had an idea in mind. Do a big deal. Zhao Yichen, you say. Mianmian waved at him and asked him to come closer. Zhao Yichen was stunned for a moment. Although he had some doubts, he slowly approached. In front of the camera, Mianmian only whispered a few words in Zhao Yichen's ear. The voice was very low, and the audience in the live broadcast could not hear it clearly. They could only guess what Mianmian said based on Zhao Yichen's expression. Zhao Yichen was startled at first, then nodded, and then showed an embarrassed and a little excited look. It seems that he was persuaded by Mianmian. Mianmian stretched out her hand. How about it? Let's cooperate. Zhao Yichen hesitated for 2 seconds, but still shook hands with her and announced that the cooperation was reached. Okay, let's do it. Mianmian stood up and looked at the sky full of dark clouds. The temperature may be lower tonight. We have to get it done early. After cleaning up the leftover garbage, the two hurriedly set off. Since they were walking in the heavy rain, the two could not move fast. It was originally only half an hour's journey, but it took an hour. Mianmian and Zhao Yichen wanted to join forces to hunt the black bear. If Mianmian were alone, she would definitely run if she could and hide as far as she could. But now that she has helpers, the other party is strong and has powerful weapons. Mianmian wants to give it a try. She wants to sprint to at least the top 3. Moreover, if the black bear that appeared in the shelter before is dealt with, Mianmian can go back and live there. And she only needs to reinforce the shelter. After all, in this kind of weather, Xiao Yichen certainly can't sleep in the tree. It's easy to get frostbite outdoors. He caught a cold last night. As for why Xiao Yichen agreed to cooperate, there are several reasons. He is currently ranked 7th, but his goal is to be in the top 3. Although, he knows that he is unlikely to surpass his cousin Wei Yu. But, he has been competing with himself. He had always been defeated by his cousin. And he was actually upset. Maybe this time, he could fight back. At least he could prove that his strength was no worse than Wei Yu. Moreover, he thought he could live in the tree. But it was unlikely in such a low temperature. However, the shelter was promised to Mianmian, and he could not go back on his word. So the two of them hit it off. The previous shelter had been destroyed, and the food on Mianmian's fire was burnt. But it was also eaten. But it seemed that it was not eaten by the black bear, but by the wolverine or the mouse. There were just more black bear footprints nearby. It rained for so long, but the footprints were not washed away. It was obvious that it was active nearby and often came here. Mianmian couldn't help but wonder if this black bear was the prey given to them by the system. If the hunt was successful, maybe there would be a reward. She didn't bring any hunting weapons. So far, she hadn't hunted any larger animals. She had been fishing and picking vegetables, and at most caught a rabbit with a trap. It didn't count if it was caught with a trap, or it was too small. Just when Mianmian and Xiao Yichen were looking for the black bear. On the other side, Luo Luo and Nie Yangguang were also in danger. The two had already exchanged their identities. After all, they were in the same group. The group for getting rich. Because they have a mutual friend. Mianmian. The two of them know each other. But they didn't add each other as friends. Just as Nie Yangguang was sighing that he could actually meet an acquaintance here, Luo Luo saw a black bear in the water in the distance. Looking at them, Luo Luo looked alert, worried that the black bear had smelled the wolf meat in their hands. Nie Yangguang was a little nervous and hadn't noticed the danger. Luo Luo knew that she couldn't run away. She put down the wolf meat with a gloomy face and whispered to Nie Yangguang, "Don't panic. Don't run. Listen to me." Nie Yangguang didn't understand what he meant. Huh? Luo Luo immediately stood on the big rock next to him, took out his bow and arrow, and shouted loudly. She wanted to scare the bear away. She couldn't run away. If the bear caught up with her, it would be even worse. With Nie Yangguang by her side, and so much wolf meat in her hands, it would be troublesome to fight. Even if she threw the wolf meat to the bear, it might not divert its attention. So Luo Luo had to take the risk. Black bears are not very courageous, and are cunning by nature. They are unfamiliar with unknown humans, and are likely to be afraid. Nie Yangguang discovered the black bear in the water after seeing Luo Luo's actions. The black bear observed Luo Luo and Nie Yangguang for a while, and actually retreated, not coming out of the river. Nie Yangguang was so scared that his heart and gall bladder broke. His face turned pale. Why? Why is there such a big bear? Speaking of which, Nie Yangguang's luck is sometimes good and sometimes bad. After coming here, he didn't see any animals at all. The biggest animal he saw was the wolf last night. He didn't even see the shadow of a black bear. He didn't expect to meet one now. He was glad that he was with Luo Luo. The girls he knew. How come they were all so awesome? Look at myself. Too weak. Mianmian asked him to exercise. And he did. But it's only been a few days, and the results are minimal. Nie Yangguang is a little autistic. But he has survived more. Luo Luo, he should have smelled something. Nie Yangguang, what should we do now? The rain is getting heavier. Let's go. Go upwind. It will be difficult for the bear to track us by smell. Okay. Okay. I'll listen to you. Nie Yangguang didn't have any ideas of his own. Now Luo Luo was his backbone. He followed Luo Luo and came to Luo Luo's previous place of residence. It was a wooden house built on a tree. It was called a wooden house, but it was actually a platform on a tree to be precise. It could keep out the rain and sleep, but it was not warm. Luo Luo knew that she would definitely not be able to sleep at night in this situation today. It takes a lot of time and energy to build a cold-proof wooden house. If she ran out of energy and encountered a large beast, she would not be able to resist. So building a wooden house was no longer in her plan. It was more reliable to find a place to shelter from the wind and rain, and quickly make a fire, and cook something to eat. Half of the venison hidden in the tree was left. Luo Luo had been putting the meat on the platform, and covering it with leaves to hide the smell. She climbed up the platform and saw dozens of kilograms of venison. And then looked at the wolf meat. Maybe it couldn't be taken away. Some of it had to be thrown away. Although it was a pity. There was no way without a backpack. But she wanted to bring more back to Mianmian. Mianmian had unlocked the cooking skills. So she should like these meats very much. After thinking about it, Luo Luo looked at Nie Yangguang. What did you bring? Nie Yangguang thought for a while. Sleeping bag? A lighter. And a pot. Oh! My pot and sleeping bag. They all fell on the beach. Luo Luo, how about you go get your sleeping bag? Only me? No. 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 I can't do it. Nie Yangguang strongly opposed it. After experiencing the wolf attack and the black bear encounter, Nie Yangguang was determined not to stay alone and must stay with Luo Luo. If you don't go get it, I won't take you with me. Luo Luo's face was gloomy. And her serious look was a little scary. Nie Yangguang felt a little wronged. No. It's dangerous for me to go get it alone. Luo Luo, it's useless. Why should I take you with me? Nie Yangguang wanted to refute, but couldn't speak. Didn't I help you move things? There are so many. Can you move them all? Luo Luo wanted Nie Yangguang to bring the sleeping bag, and then put all the meat into the sleeping bag, so that it would be convenient to carry. If she didn't carry it with her bare hands, she couldn't carry so much. And the smell was strong, which would easily attract other wild animals. Nie Yangguang, do I have to go? Luo Luo's tone was unquestionable. Yes. Bring the pot too. And stew the meat. Nie Yangguang had to compromise. Can't you accompany me? Luo Luo looked at him. No. She had to save her energy. And she had to move all the meat down. Accompanying Nie Yangguang would only waste time. Nie Yangguang thought to herself. How cruel. But she could only run to the beach with tears in her eyes. On the way. He ran all the way, fearing that he would encounter some wild beasts. He ran so hard that he was out of breath. However, in order to avoid losing his way, he tore off his clothes and marked the treetops on the road. If he couldn't find Luo Luo later, he would cry to death. When he arrived at the beach, he didn't see the sleeping bag, and his heart sank. Was it blown away? Or was it taken away by a wild beast? It's terrible. Without the sleeping bag, will Luo Luo abandon me? He wanted to cry but couldn't. As a result, when he turned around, the blue sleeping bag was hanging on the tree. Chapter 51. The sleeping bag is right here. And it is still usable. Nie Yangguang was overjoyed. He turned around and saw the pot lying on the ground. He picked it up and walked quickly towards Luo Luo. On the way, he saw other players running wildly. He was wondering how this person could run faster than him. He was thinking about whether to stop him and ask him. But he saw a wolf following him. Nie Yangguang was scared and quickly fell to the ground. This place was full of bushes. He fell to the ground directly, and his body was hidden in the bushes. If you don't look carefully, you can't really see it. The man ran and screamed, and the wolf didn't bite him. But he screamed so miserably that he attracted the wolf's attention. When Nie Yangguang saw others like this, he couldn't help but think of himself. He seemed to be howling like a ghost. It must be quite exaggerated in the eyes of others. Nie Yangguang reflected on himself and thought, next time, even if I run away, I must be calmer. Zhang Jincheng had a bad time these 2 days. He ate poisonous weeds by mistake, thinking they were edible plants. As a result, after eating them, he kept vomiting and diarrhea, and the whole person was drowsy. If it hadn't rained every day, he would not lack water to drink. If this continued, his body would definitely be severely dehydrated. But it was precisely because of his bad luck and his perseverance that he was really on the list through selling misery and voting by gang members. He promised that as long as he voted for him, he would donate half of the reward he received when he returned, and the other half would be listed at a low price in the trading center to help those in need. Many players were moved by him and voted for him as a friendly support. And some voted for him because he said he would donate the reward. Anyway, voting for others is also voting. And voting for him may benefit yourself. Some non-African players, and players who are extremely short of supplies voted for Zhang Jincheng with this idea. Seeing that he was on the list, Zhang Jincheng understood the importance of canvassing votes. He did nothing but sit there canvassing votes and selling misery, telling stories about how he helped others and sacrificed himself in the real world. The rain was getting heavier. His shelter was very simple, with only wood and banana leaves as a shield. Rainwater leaked from the cracks in the wood and dripped onto his face. He was standing there in the rain, holding only a banana leaf to cover his head. He looked very pitiful. At first, some people felt sorry for him. Gradually, when everyone saw other players struggling to survive in dangerous situations and fighting against wild beasts, they looked at Zhang Jincheng, who only talked but did nothing and only knew how to ask for votes. Some people began to be dissatisfied. Zhang Jincheng, you keep asking if you are tired. I feel thirsty for you. You have been sitting here for a whole day and doing nothing. Every time I come to see you, you are just sitting here. Yes, others are trying to survive, and you are playing the victim here. I feel like voting for him is like giving money to beggars who have hands and feet but don't work hard and can only beg. Damn. It seems to be true. I suddenly don't want to vote for him. His live broadcast is not good to watch, but he is very kind and is willing to donate half of the reward. Oh my god. Don't think about it. If you don't vote for him, where will he get the reward? If you don't say this, can he get the vote? Zhang Jincheng couldn't see the live broadcast barrage. He had been staring at the number of votes on the leaderboard. He was shocked to find that his votes suddenly became less. What happened? Where did the vote go? He looked at the votes of others carefully again. The votes of the top two, Mianmian and Gu Feng, have been stable. But how come the votes of the fourth place, Luo Luo, are catching up with him? He has never seen this person's name. In the last settlement, he was not even on the list. Why can this person compete with him? Could it be that this person is also canvassing for votes in the live broadcast room? Maybe she means to donate all the rewards? Zhang Jincheng's mind was confused, and he began to think about various possibilities. What benefits can he bring to make everyone vote for him? After an hour of rain, Mianmian and Zhao Yichen were already soaked. If this continues, their physical condition will be worse. Mianmian wiped the rain off her face and looked at Zhao Yichen. His face was a little pale, and his narrow eyes revealed a little fatigue. Mianmian, how are you? Do you want to rest? Before she finished her words, her face changed. In the bushes not far away, the black bear appeared, looking at the white hair on its chest. Mianmian recognized it as the one she met yesterday. Just as Zhao Yichen was about to speak, Mianmian whispered, "The black bear is coming." He reacted quickly and immediately looked in the direction of the black bear. He changed his tired look and seemed to be ready for battle. "I attack. You sneak attack." Zhao Yichen's voice changed, and he entered the fighting state, and his voice became low and hoarse. Mianmian nodded. "Yeah." She clenched the dagger, and her face turned red. Because of excitement, and nervousness, she felt her heartbeat speed up. Suddenly thinking of something, Mianmian said to Zhao Yichen, "Let's take down this black bear together. I hope everyone can vote for us. Don't you think?" Zhao Yichen was stunned. Immediately reacted. Mianmian was also canvassing for votes in disguise. He nodded, and said seriously, "I hope so. Then we won't take risks in vain." Mianmian thought to himself, "This person is quite reasonable. This should have some effect." Mianmian live broadcast room. Damn. Mianmian and this person are going to kill the black bear just to get votes? It's too hard. I thought she didn't need votes, since she was already number 1 in our district. I didn't expect her to be so ambitious. We should support her anyway. Although she is number 1 in our district, she is only number 4 in the overall ranking. She may still want to sprint. Should we give her the vote? She seems to be working so hard. A girl is working so hard. It's just a vote. Give it to her. Oh my god. Mianmian works so hard. She is much better than Zhang Jincheng. It's better to give it to Mianmian than to Zhang Jincheng. Support her. Maybe she can make it into the top 3 in the overall ranking and win glory for our district. Zhao Yichen's live broadcast room. Is Zhao Yichen unwilling to be number 7? Does he want to be in the top 3? It's too far away. I've already given my vote to Wei Yu. He's the boss of our district. Isn't he? There's already a 1st and 3rd place. It's okay for Zhao Yichen to be 7th. This is what I think. With 3 people on the overall list, our district is already impressive enough. Seeing how hard he works, I'm a little tempted to vote for him. Let's wait and see. Let's really kill the black bear first. Strength is king. If you can't kill it, everything you say is fake. Blood splattered everywhere. Xiao Yichen was scratched by the black bear's claws. Just a slight touch. A cut appeared on his chest. The fabric of his clothes was on the black bear's claws. Mianmian took the opportunity to step forward and stab the black bear's back with a dagger. She didn't dare to stop. After inserting the dagger, she pulled it out with all her strength and quickly retreated. The black bear went crazy. It was very fast and rushed towards Mianmian. Mianmian took out the wasabi water she had prepared before and splashed it on the black bear's eyes. Black bears are afraid of chili water. Mianmian didn't have chili water, so she could only try to grind wasabi, which also has a spicy taste, and soak it in water. It really worked. The furious black bear let out an angry and painful roar. It roared in place, and the whole bear went crazy. Obviously, the wasabi water made it very painful. The spicy water entered its eyes and mouth. Now! Mianmian shouted at Xiao Yichen. The two had agreed on a battle plan before. So despite being seriously injured, Xiao Yichen heard Mianmian's voice and still took up the bow and arrow with pain. Xiao Yichen aimed at the black bear's eyes and shot an arrow. The black bear's eyesight was already poor, and one of its eyes was injured by wasabi water. This time, the arrow went straight into its other eye. A shrill cry sounded, and Mianmian knew that her chance had come again. At Mianmian's signal, Xiao Yichen threw his long sword to Mianmian. Mianmian caught the hilt steadily. She took a deep breath, forced herself to overcome her inner fear, and found an opportunity to move forward. She knew that as long as the black bear gave her a claw, she would be seriously injured and bleed profusely. But things had come to this point, and she had to move forward. Now is the best opportunity. If she only attacks the back, it is unlikely to make the thick-skinned black bear lose its fighting power. The black bear can't see her, so she has the opportunity to get in front of it. Besides, she is blessed with good luck today. Don't be afraid. Mianmian, Xiao Yichen has been seriously injured, and the close combat can only be left to her. She encouraged herself and walked to the black bear with steady steps. Oh my god. Mianmian is too brave. I am scared just looking at her. Is he fighting so hard just to count the votes? Family members, vote for Mianmian. This black bear is too bloody. Even in this state, he doesn't look like he is going to fall down at all. It's terrifying. She's only in her 20s. But she has such courage. I underestimated her before. This is called survival. This is called a test. It makes my blood boil. Mianmian's breathing slowly calmed down. Holding the sword, every move and every footwork of the sword appeared in her mind, and she memorized them by heart. After practicing for so long, it's finally time to test the results. In a few moments, Mianmian's sword steadily chopped down several times in front of the black bear. She cut off her wrist and stepped sideways to chop with the sword. Before the black bear could react, she flashed and blocked the black bear's bare paw attack with a wooden board. The wooden board was shattered, and she also stepped back several steps. She felt a heat in her chest and almost fell to the ground. She stuck her long sword into the ground and stood firm with the sword. But the black bear was covered in blood and was seriously injured. Mianmian knew that she only needed one last blow. At this moment, Xiao Yichen stood up again, regardless of his worsening injuries, drew his bow, and shot an arrow into the black bear's chest. Although it was a little off, it was enough. Mianmian raised her long sword, clenched her hands, aimed at the black bear's chest, and stabbed down desperately. After 5 seconds, Mianmian pulled out the sword with difficulty, and blood gushed out, splashing Mianmian all over. The black bear finally fell to the ground. At the same time, congratulations to the player who was the first to kill a high-level black bear in the survival experiment, and reward each player in the area with a cold-proof suit. Congratulations to the player for being the first to kill a high-level black bear. The player will be rewarded with high-level armor equipment. Mianmian's eyes widened. Such a good reward. She was exhausted at this time and fell to the ground gasping for breath. But when she heard the system prompt sound, she immediately became energetic. Do you want to make a district-wide announcement? If you choose yes, you can unlock the backpack function. Mianmian was overjoyed, and the pain seemed to be reduced by half. Announcement. Who cares? The backpack is unlocked, and she can take the black bear away. There are other supplies that can be used. Wouldn't it be awesome? She just made a choice. She saw a row of eye-catching bold and large red words appear on the screen. Congratulations to the 3rd District player Mianmian, the first to kill a high-level black bear. All players in the 3rd District are rewarded with a winter suit each. Congratulations to the player Mianmian from Zone 3 for being the first to kill a high-level black bear. Mianmian is rewarded with high-level armor equipment, and the backpack function is unlocked. These 2 sentences were repeated 3 times. Mianmian snorted twice. It was a bit exaggerated. Zhao Yichen sat next to her, her face pale and bleeding. So her name was Mianmian. She was a player from Zone 3. Zhao Yichen was a little unwilling to see the dead black bear not far away. It was true that Mianmian killed the black bear, but he also contributed half of the effort. But Mianmian got all the benefits. But he had no choice. Things were already like this. Who made him get hurt first? If Mianmian hadn't gone up with the sword, both of them would have died here. He gave a bitter smile. Although he was helpless, he could only accept the result. He looked at his vote count. At least, the votes did go up. He is now in 5th place, and Mianmian has reached 3rd place. Mianmian's live broadcast room. Awesome. Mianmian is awesome. I will only say it once. Mianmian is awesome. Announced to the whole district. Our 3 districts are famous. Everyone gets a winter coat. So happy. So cool. I see who hasn't voted for Mianmian yet. Don't you feel guilty about taking this winter coat? Killing the black bear gives so many rewards. Other players must regret it to death. What are you regretting? It was so hard for the 2 of them to kill the black bear. If it were someone else, they would have died 800 times. Zhao Yichen's live broadcast room. So this woman is Mianmian from District 3? It's not fair. Why is Mianmian the only one who gets the reward? Yes, the reward for the entire district. Such a good reward. Doesn't Zhao Yichen get anything? Look at his expression. You can tell at a glance that he is nothing. He's just a wage earner. I shouldn't have cooperated with her. She got all the benefits. Zhao Yichen got all the injuries. Who said it wasn't? It's really a loss of both the wife and the army. Forget it. Give Zhao Yichen a vote. Mianmian unlocked her backpack. Everything in the backpack could be used. She took out a bunch of medicine and gauze. She took a painkiller and a hemostatic pill first, then took out gauze to bandage herself. Needless to say, the medicine produced by the system. Mianmian felt fine within less than a minute after taking it. She stood up and walked to Zhao Yichen. Are you okay? Zhao Yichen, you won't die. Mianmian stretched out her hand to him. Hemostatics and painkillers. You'll be fine after taking them. Mianmian looked at his chest, which was already bloody. Being hit by a bear paw is not a trivial matter. Mianmian felt pain just looking at him, thinking of the fact that he still endured the pain to help shoot 2 arrows. Mianmian thought. He was quite patient. Take off your clothes. I'll bandage your wound. Zhao Yichen looked at her in surprise. Mianmian, it's okay. I have clothes for you to change. She had clothes in her backpack. The clothes in the game are not divided into men's and women's, and they will fit when they are put on. Zhao Yichen was not surprised by this. I can do it myself. Mianmian glanced at him. She didn't want to apply medicine to him yet. The wound was so deep that he couldn't fix it by himself without her help. She threw gauze and medicine to him. It's up to you. Zhao Yichen took the medicine and felt much better. The bleeding on his chest stopped. But if he didn't apply medicine and bandage quickly, the wound would definitely worsen. Mianmian had unlocked the backpack and was looking at what useful things were in her backpack. When she had almost finished looking, Zhao Yichen had tied himself up like a kidnapped victim. Mianmian, are you bandaging or tying yourself up? Zhao Yichen. Mianmian treated him so well because she got the benefit while Zhao Yichen got nothing. He still didn't appreciate it. Let me do it. She helped him untie and fix it again. And now it looked normal. Okay. Although I got the benefit, your work was not in vain. We will each get half of the supplies for this black bear. If you want anything else, just ask. I will give it to you if I can satisfy you. Zhao Yichen was silent for a moment. Now thinking back to what happened just now, Mianmian deserved the benefit of killing the black bear. She was a girl, and she fought the black bear alone when he was accidentally injured. Although he helped, if she was less lucky, she might have died before him. He can only blame his bad luck, which is also part of strength. No, you gave me medicine. That's enough. Mianmian was a little surprised. Really? Zhao Yichen, yes. Mianmian, you said it yourself. Don't blame me for taking advantage of you in the future. And the players in your district have heard it. Mianmian knew that the players in District 1 would definitely have a lot of opinions about her. After all, who doesn't want a piece of winter clothing for everyone? Seeing her votes rising, Mianmian knew that the players in District 3 were now very satisfied. It seems that taking the risk of trouble with Black Bear is indeed a correct decision. This time, the bicycle turned into a motorcycle. Zhao Yichen, I said. Split the Black Bear's supplies in half. And then we're done. Mianmian, okay. Mianmian, then you take a rest. I'll divide the supplies. After unlocking the backpack, Mianmian walked over and didn't need to cut it manually. Just one click to pick it up. And you can put the supplies into the bag. Obtain Black Bear meat times 28. Black Bear paw times 4. Black Bear skin times 10. Black Bear bone times 6. Black Bear gall times 1. There is only one Black Bear gall, which is probably the best treasure. Mianmian really wants it. But how to divide it? She told Zhao Yichen the amount of supplies. I want to take the Black Bear gall, which should be used as medicine. You can take more of the others. What do you think? Zhao Yichen also unlocked the medicine refining function. If bear bile is refined into medicine, it may save his life later. He is a combat player, so he should take this life-saving medicine. But there is only one, and he doesn't know how to divide it. Mianmian saw that he frowned and guessed that he must want it too. How about this? If you need medicine, I can give you some emergency medicine to exchange with you. I don't know what medicine can be refined from bear bile, Mianmian said in a good way. And Zhao Yichen agreed. Seeing that he was easy to talk to, Mianmian happily took the bear bile, divided the other things in half, and threw them on the ground. There was no other way. Zhao Yichen didn't have the backpack function, so he could only carry these supplies on his back. You can go back to your shelter now. I'll just stay here. This was an order to leave. Zhao Yichen didn't say much. He picked up his things and wanted to leave. But he couldn't carry half of the black bear meat, which weighed dozens of kilograms. He was still injured, and his wounds had only been given first aid, but they hadn't healed yet. As for the bear skin, bear paws and bear bones, he couldn't take them. These are for you. You can exchange them for something easier to carry for me. Hearing this, Mianmian's eyes were about to shine, but she still held back, looking unwilling. Ah, I can't take it, Zhao Yichen explained. Mianmian sighed. Okay, what do you want? Food or things to use? Zhao Yichen paused for 2 seconds. Food and things to use are also okay. Mianmian looked at the backpack. There wasn't much food left. The stock he had made before included seafood stew, roasted wild boar meat, roasted mushrooms, roasted fish, shrimp and crab porridge. Here's the food. If you don't eat it right away, it will get cold. Why don't you eat one now and take another one away? Mianmian named a dish and asked him which two he wanted. Zhao Yichen made a difficult choice: stewed soup, shrimp and crab porridge. Chapter 52 Survival at Sea Day 31 The rainy season is over. When Mianmian took out the two foods, Zhao Yichen had already smelled the fragrance. The damp smell of soil and blood in the air could not suppress the fragrance. Mianmian also took some hemostatics, painkillers and gauze to him, which was promised before. I'll give you another lighter and waterproof cloth, so you can make a fire by yourself and have something to keep out the rain. What else do you want? Anyway, it's okay to share some of the supplies in her backpack with him, but it's useless to give too much. He can't take it without a backpack. Mianmian was generous for once, mainly because she thought Zhao Yichen was a good person, and she took advantage of him before. It's okay. Zhao Yichen thought for a moment and thanked her. Thank you very much. He looked at Mianmian as if he was looking at a rich man. Players with backpacks of pride and confidence. Zhao Yichen sighed silently. You can't survive without a backpack. He ate a bowl of seafood chowder here, and then rested for 15 minutes. And then he became refreshed. Although he was still injured, his mental and physical strength consumed by killing the bear had almost recovered. The food Mianmian gave was indeed extraordinary. After Zhao Yichen left, Mianmian buried the bloodstains and returned to the original shelter. It was already dark. She had to hurry up and reinforce her shelter, now that she had a lot of supplies. She put on her headlamp, covered the roof with a layer of waterproof cloth, and then built a shed on the tree next to the shelter. Close to the shelter, It was called a shed, but it was actually a rainproof board. With this rainproof board, she could start a fire. Mianmian made a rectangular fire. This kind of fire didn't require a lot of wood, but it was very warm and not easy to extinguish. There was a lot of wood in the backpack, all dry, so Mianmian didn't need to look for firewood. She just took it from the backpack. With this fire, the whole shelter was no longer cold. But Mianmian still took out a windproof stove. This stove can not only be used for warming fire, but also for cooking. Mianmian placed the stove at the entrance of the shelter, warming fire and roasting sweet potatoes at the same time. At the same time, she was also observing the dynamics of the ranking list. Ranking list of District 3. First place, Mianmian 24582. Second place, Gu Fong 13013. Third place, Luo Luo. Ranking list of the whole district. First place, Wei Yu 26779. Second place, Lin Qi. Third place, Mianmian. Mianmian still ranks first in District 3, but her votes have increased a lot. Enough for her to take the third place in the overall ranking. Looking at the votes of Wei Yu and Shen Qianjue in District 1, they have all decreased and been divided into Zhaoyichen. People in District 1 basically voted for the top 3. After all, there were already 3 players on the overall ranking. They would not vote for other players to ensure that their district had 3 places. Unlike other districts, the votes would still be distributed to other players. Because Mianmian had too many votes, other players also took some. And Gu Fong no longer had a place on the overall ranking. With his current number of votes, it should be difficult to return to the overall ranking. Luo Luo has made a lot of progress. Mianmian is very happy for her. I don't know why Zhang Jincheng's votes are so much less. Which is interesting. If all his votes are given to me, then wouldn't she be able to rush forward and even have a chance of being the first? It was a blessing to work with Zhaoyichen. Not only did he take away the votes of the other 2 players in Zone 1, but he also gave himself a sprint. Otherwise, Mianmian would never be able to catch up with the 28,000 votes of the first place. But now there is a glimmer of hope. With a gap of more than 2,000 votes, it seems that he can still try harder. There is still 1 night left. The competition will end tomorrow morning. Tonight is the best time to canvass for votes. But Mianmian can feel that the temperature has been dropping. It is estimated that the temperature will be particularly low in the second half of the night. It is estimated that the players on the sea will not have much time to watch the live broadcast at that time. So if Mianmian wants to rush up the votes, it all depends on the first few hours of the night. She thought of a way. At this time, other players were also paying attention to the rankings. Seeing that he had fallen so far and might even fall out of the top 10 of the 3 area rankings, Zhang Jincheng was anxious. But it was raining cats and dogs. Not only did he lose his votes, he also had to face the miserable situation of hunger and cold. He spent the whole day canvassing for votes today, so he didn't reinforce his shelter at all. His shelter was originally vulnerable. After the strong wind and heavy rain, the banana leaves on it were blown away, and the wood was soaked with water, dripping everywhere. He was soaked all over, like a poor drowned chicken, looking ugly and funny. Because of physical reasons, he didn't even have the strength to find food. So he could only cry miserably in front of the camera. I have been hungry for 2 days. I am almost dying. It's so cold. Please vote for me. I will definitely give you benefits when I go back. There are only a handful of people in his live broadcast room. The reason why there are still 2,000 votes is entirely because he promised before that he would donate the benefits he got. Plus each member of the gang has 1 vote. Players passing by his live broadcast room saw him like this and ran to the chat channel to complain that Zhang Jincheng did nothing but wanted people to vote for him, and said he would give benefits when he went back. It's so funny. What can a waste like him give? To be honest, I just went to see it. I suspect he will die tonight. It's so cold, and he hasn't eaten anything, and he's still in the rain. Don't vote for him. It's better to vote for Mianmian. Mianmian has a chance to rush up. If he dies, it's a waste of votes. It's so funny. You guys should go and watch Nie Yangguang's live broadcast. He told everyone to vote for Mianmian. Especially those who voted for Zhang should vote for Yun instead, so that Yun can get the first place and win glory for the 3 districts. You know what? It's true. Zhang Jincheng doesn't deserve the vote. Isn't it just right to give it to Mianmian? She is only more than 2,000 away from the first place in the overall list. Nie Yangguang was rubbing against Luo Luo's shelter, Luo Luo's stove, eating roasted venison, feeling very happy. The only thing he was dissatisfied with was seeing Zhang Jincheng still on the list. Wow! Mianmian is so fierce. Why don't you vote for her and let her rush to the top 3? I don't want any of my votes. Give them all to Mianmian. He was talking while chewing meat, but his articulation was still clear. Luo Luo next to him added, well, I can give my vote to Mianmian too. Nie Yangguang gave a thumbs up. You are already 3rd. Maybe there are good things. I am 5th anyway. It doesn't matter. Luo Luo said that she didn't care about her ranking. Of course it was a lie. But she wanted Mianmian to take the 1st place in the overall ranking. The two of them talked back and forth. And Mianmian's votes continued to increase. Nie Yangguang was doing 2 things at once. Eating while looking at the rankings. Wow. Family members. Hurry up. Mianmian is only a few hundred votes away from 2nd place. Everyone work harder and send her up. You vote for me and I vote for you. Mianmian will be 1st tonight. No. I don't have a vote. But if I have a vote, I will give it to Mianmian. Anyway, I won't give it to Zhang Jincheng. Nie Yangguang was so passionate that those who didn't know him would think he had a crush on Mianmian. Zhang Jincheng found that the more he asked for votes, the fewer votes he got. He didn't know that it was Nie Yangguang who was making trouble. He regretted it so much. He didn't do anything to get votes. Now he might lose his life and even his votes. But it was too late. It was already dark. He couldn't collect supplies. He could only carry on, hoping that he could survive the night. He didn't even have the strength to speak. Players from all districts also noticed that Mianmian's votes were increasing. They wondered which district Mianmian was from. At this time, all the other players had already cast their votes. Why was her vote still rising? Little did they know that all the players in the 3 districts were changing their votes. The number of votes in the rankings of the 3 districts kept changing. And only Mianmian's votes increased. Mianmian was chasing after Lin Qi, who was in 2nd place, and was about to rush to the 1st place. Mianmian was grilling meat at this time. She had made a rectangular fire before, and now she had set up a show, with a whole row of grilled skewers. Don't miss it if you pass by. There are grilled bear meat skewers and grilled fish. How many you grill tonight? You will give away tomorrow. She organized a random lottery event. As long as you get into the top 2 today, when you go back tomorrow, you will give away all the meat you grilled tonight. This is something that is already in front of you and is being grilled. 100 lucky viewers will be randomly selected to receive barbecue. If you don't have enough barbecue tonight, you can go back and get some grilled fish. Although Mianmian didn't mention the buff effect. Who wouldn't want to eat the greasy and fragrant barbecue? The audience who watched the live broadcast for 3 days before had already suffered from the pain of being tempted by Mianmian's delicious food. Now that Mianmian took the initiative to offer barbecue, everyone was excited. The main point is, I want to eat. Other participating players also realized that now is the best time to canvass for votes. And they all showed their unique skills and played tricks. The number of votes is also constantly changing. Everyone seemed to have forgotten that today is the 30th day they have been in the game. And today is almost over. The time came to 12 o'clock. The light screen appeared. Congratulations to all players. After the rainy season, the test server is over. The official server will be opened on time at 7 o'clock tomorrow. The players who survive will receive a big gift package reward. The ice season is coming. Each zone will add 100,000 players. The ice season lasts for 1 month. The land and the sea will be covered by ice. The marine life will decrease sharply, and the survival supplies will decrease. Please hurry up and upgrade. Release the taming task. Please find your own pet, which can be a plant pet or an animal pet. Completing the contract is to complete the task. The task reward, unknown. Mianmian felt cold in her heart. The number of players has increased, but the resources have decreased. Isn't it more intense to compete? The ice season sounds very cold. There is ice everywhere. The boats can't move. And the sea is frozen. How to fish for treasure chests. How to get to the island. One question after another lingers in Mianmian's mind, giving her a headache. The temperature has dropped to -10 degrees. I believe it will be even colder tomorrow morning. For the sea surface to freeze, it usually takes -10 degrees, or even minus dozens of degrees. By then, can the players still withstand it? No wonder the system says that the players who can survive tomorrow morning will receive a big gift package. It is estimated that many people will die again. although the food will be reduced. Mianmian's food reserves are not sure whether they will be enough to eat in the future. But she will still give the barbecue she promised. She can only hope that she can get a lot of benefits after getting the first place, so that she can have the ability to lead the 3 districts to become stronger. Each district will add 100,000 people, and a lot of fresh blood will be added. These new players will face the ice season as soon as they arrive. The system will probably give them a lot of compensation packages. Otherwise, how can they survive? Each district has 100,000 people, and 10 districts have 1 million. I don't know if my mother and brother are among these 100,000 people, or they have already come in and are in other districts. Mianmian thought about this problem before, but there is no way to contact each other unless you open the whole server chat later. However, Mianmian believes that if they have come a long time ago and see this ranking list, they will know that they are also there and doing well, so they don't have to worry about her, and they will find ways to contact her. If they were among the 1 million newcomers, Mianmian hoped that they could be in the 3rd zone, so that at least she could chat with them via video or something, and could help them. But the possibility was not high. As for the beast taming task, Mianmian did not think much about it for the time being. And the most important thing at the moment was the competition. Her votes had surpassed Lin Qi, who was in 2nd place. But she still could not surpass Wei Yu, who was in 1st place. Wei Yu's votes also suddenly began to increase. Before, they had been decreasing instead of increasing. But now there was an upward trend. I don't know what he did. Mianmian could not control others, so she could only think of a way herself. She wanted to take 1st place. The system's reward for the 1st place must be the best. In addition to 10,000 starfish coins, there might be something particularly good. Mianmian suddenly had a strong premonition that she must win 1st place. If I get 1st place by accident, I will give her 100 servings of fish head soup. Mianmian showed a desperate attitude. But in fact, it was not that difficult to make 100 servings of fish head soup. If she could really win 1st place, there would be more benefits. And I have already said that it will only be given if she wins 1st place. As for why she gave fish head soup, of course, it was because fish heads could not be eaten as sashimi, and there was not much meat. She had so many fish, and it would be great to chop off the heads and make soup. Swindler. Mianmian gave herself a thumbs up. Fish head soup is delicious, fresh and nutritious. Moreover, in such a cold day, if you can drink a bowl of fish head soup, it will definitely keep you warm and maintain your physical and mental strength. She also advertised the fish head soup, which made everyone salivate. In fact, Mianmian thought that she couldn't keep it a secret for long because she would have to rely on it to exchange for supplies in the future. It might be good to let people in her own district know now. District 3 as a whole. The food she makes is useful, so everyone must have a good relationship with her. Everyone wants to get the food she makes, so if she wants to do anything in the future, people in District May 3rd support her more. Don't say it. Don't say it. Isn't it just for votes? I won't give it to others. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Even if it's not for this barbecue. Just for this hot fish head soup. I must vote for you. Oh my God. You need votes just like everyone else. But you also need your life. I'm starving and cold. And you're telling me about barbecue and fish head soup. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat even if I freeze to death. I'll live to wait for Mianmian to come back. I'm freezing to death. My God. I'll vote for Mianmian first. At this time, Zhao Yichen had already started a fire and hid in the shelter that Mianmian had upgraded for him. Many people think he suffered a loss, but Zhao Yichen doesn't think so now. If he hadn't met Mianmian, he might not have survived tonight. Without fire and a complete shelter. This shelter has a stove and a chimney, and a straw bed for him. In fact, it was Mianmian who laid it for him. But Zhao Yichen was sleeping now, which was equivalent to giving it to him. It is not easy to have such a shelter on this deserted island. Moreover, his votes will probably not increase so much. Not to mention that there are so many more things now. Waterproof cloth, lighter, some medicine, more than a dozen black bear meat, and a bowl of shrimp and crab porridge. The shrimp and crab porridge is being heated on the stove and will be ready in a while. At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, everyone can't stand it anymore. The temperature is minus 20 degrees. And everyone is so cold that everyone has to find a way to keep their body temperature. And naturally no one will watch the live broadcast. The participating players are also shivering with cold. At this time, staying alive is the most important thing. Although Yun Yanyan has sufficient supplies, she is not in good condition in such severe cold weather. The temperature was too low, and the fire was getting smaller and smaller. She had to keep adding wood to keep the fire burning. Yun Yanyan fell asleep in a daze. It was too cold. When people are very cold, they can easily lose consciousness. That's because the brain is deprived of blood, and they are frozen to the point of unconsciousness. The players on the boat were fine. They had a boathouse, where they could warm themselves by the fire, and wrap themselves tightly in blankets. The players on the deserted island were really cold. They had no supplies, let alone blankets. Many players didn't even have fire. The players who could survive on the island until this time were all high-quality players. Did the system let these players freeze to death? At this time, everyone realized how cruel the system was. To get the reward, you have to go through so many tests. Lack of food, attacks by wild beasts, and deadly cold. In this kind of weather, if there is no fire, you will definitely die. When Yun Yanyan woke up, she found that it was snowing heavily in the sky. The fire had gone out, and there was a vast expanse of white in front of her. Everything was covered by heavy snow, and her shelter was half submerged by the snow. She realized belatedly that it was already past 6 o'clock, and only 10 minutes to 7 o'clock. She looked at the rankings, and she was already first. Wei Yu, who was in second place, had only 200 votes less than her. Yun Yanyan won the first place with a very small advantage. Although Yun Yanyan was the only one in the third zone who made it to the overall ranking, she was the first, so the value of her ranking was different. People always only remember the first place. This was the first time that the ranking was made for the entire server, and all players in the server could see it. Not just those in the region. But Yun Yanyan remembered the names of the 9 people behind her, and these people might be her opponents in the future. Chapter 53. Yun Yanyan stood up happily, but the snow was too slippery, so she had to hold on to the tree next to her to stand steadily. The tree trunks were all frozen. It rained yesterday, and the water on them was frozen. She felt cold all over when she touched them. Now she just had to wait until 7 o'clock to return to the ship, and then the system would issue rewards. She also took a look at the rankings of the 3 districts. Gu Fang was second, Luo Luo was third, Rongyu was fourth, and Nie Yangguang was fifth. The first few were all acquaintances, and among the 5 people behind, only Shi Nancheng was known. Zhang Jincheng was no longer on the list. Yun Yanyan stared at the number of votes on the rankings. She could not take it lightly until the voting was closed. What if she is surpassed? After all, there is only a difference of 200 votes. The votes moved very slightly, and Wei Yu's votes increased by more than 10 votes. Yun Yanyan's heart was also lifted. Her votes did not change much. If she continued to increase, she seemed to be surpassed. There was still 100 votes to go. Yun Yanyan was a little anxious. But at this time, how could she canvass for votes? It was snowing heavily, and the temperature was below 0. In theory, most players' boats were already facing the problem of being submerged by snow, the difficulty of shoveling snow, and the problem of the body being unable to bear the low temperature. But the players in District 3 at least had a cold-proof suit. The players in District 3 might be in better condition than the players in other districts. Otherwise, why did Wei Yu's votes move so slowly? Maybe these 100 votes were his limit. After all, if he really had a good idea, he wouldn't move them one by one. Yun Yanyan pondered for a few seconds and made a decision. She stood up and put everything into her backpack, seeming to talk to herself. The ice season is coming, and the weather is too cold. Fortunately, I killed the black bear. Each person in our area has a cold-proof suit, which should last for a few days, but it will get colder and colder. If I get first place, I might get a better cold-proof reward. On such a cold day, not many players woke up early in the morning, and only more than 3,000 people woke up in the third area, wearing cold-proof clothing. They could barely withstand the low temperature. They were all shoveling snow. Otherwise the boat would freeze, and more snow would sink the boat into the water. Although they were busy, they also turned on the live broadcast screen. Hearing Yun Yanyan's words, those who did not vote for Yun Yanyan fell into deep thought. Yun Yanyan did not choose to sell misery and beg for votes. After all the votes that could be pulled before had been pulled. Now they can only use more realistic interests to change the minds of those who are unwilling to vote for her. Nowadays, every vote is useful. In just a few minutes, she only needs to win a few more votes to ensure her first place. Sure enough, her votes moved. At first, there were only 3 votes. 5 votes. But 5 minutes later, the number increased by 100, 200, enough. Until the last second, Mianmian's votes remained in the first place. Mianmian was determined. Now she just had to wait quietly for 7 o'clock. The desert island survival test is over. 580 players are alive. Start teleporting. As soon as the system finished speaking, Mianmian felt her body lighten. And 2 seconds later, she opened her eyes again, and she was already on the Shangyun. Mianmian looked at the number of survivors in the 3rd zone. There were more than 61,000 people left. I don't know what the situation is like in other zones. Congratulations to the player for winning the first place in the 3rd zone in the Desert Island Survival Experiment number 1. Rewards: 3,000 starfish coins times 1. Polar cold-proof gloves times 1. Polar cold-proof waterproof jacket times 1. Polar cold-proof waterproof pants times 1. Polar goggles times 1. Primary pet contract times 1. Congratulations to the player who won the first place in the Deserted Island Survival Experiment number 1. Rewards: starfish coins times 30,000. Energy stones times 20. Antarctic krill times 100. Advanced pet contract times 1. Radiator drawing times 1. Polar mineral resources map times 1. Survival gift pack has been distributed. Please check it. Official server is open. New players are entering. Countdown is 10 minutes. If direct relatives enter the game, they will receive family reminders. Old players can use family cards to contact their families. It will take 10 minutes to know whether family members have entered the same area. Although Mianmian is anxious, she has to check the reward she got this time. The first prize was indeed rich. In this competition, she got a total of 33,000 starfish coins, which was enough for her to buy a lot of things. Mianmian planned to open them all and buy as much as she wanted in a while. Seeing that there was a complete set of polar cold-proof equipment, Mianmian put it on directly. The word polar made Mianmian guess a possibility. It would probably be as cold as the polar glacier soon. The cold-proof clothing she got from killing the black bear before was just a thin down jacket. It was thin and enough for daily use on snowy days. But it would still be very cold in the extreme temperature of the polar regions. Imagine that an ordinary person wearing a thin down jacket to the South Pole or the North Pole would still be frozen to death. As for the radiator, Mianmian was also very interested. Name: Radiator. Function: regional warmth. One radiator can raise the temperature within 1 square meter, up to 20 degrees, and can be expanded. Required materials: energy stone times 2, iron ore times 10, copper ore times 8. This is a good thing. But the required materials include energy stones. Mianmian got the first place in the general area and only got 20 energy stones, which shows how difficult it is to get this energy stone. 20 energy stones can only make 10 radiators, which can only heat up an area of 10 square meters. Even her bedroom is more than 10 square meters. It seems that she has to hurry up to find energy stones to make her ship warm. Now she can only make 10 for the time being. The temperature should be getting lower and lower. It is currently around -5 degrees. She doesn't feel cold at all wearing the polar warm suit. But it is not easy to move around in this suit. Not to mention practicing swords. It is difficult to even use the workbench. You can't wear it everywhere all day long. Energy stone. It can provide a constant supply of energy and has a wide range of uses. In addition to being a radiator, this thing may also be used as a home appliance. Mianmian got a blueprint for an oven before, but she was not allowed to use it, saying that there was no electricity. Maybe she can use the energy stone to make a power generation device in the future. Life will be more convenient by then. As for Antarctic krill, Mianmian has eaten it in the real world, but it must have other uses in the game. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a reward. She looked at the details. Antarctic krill, edible, can provide the body with a variety of nutrients, replenish energy for the body, and can also be used to lure pets. It seems that this thing is prepared for the taming task. Pet contract books. She got 2. The difference between the primary and advanced ones is quite big. The primary contract book can only contract low-level pets, and the contract success rate is only 30%. But the advanced contract book can contract high-level pets, and the success rate is as high as 70%. The contract book also reminds that the contracted pet needs to be in harmony with the pet's spirit. If you don't use the contract book, you will fail 99% of the time if you want to contract a pet. Unless the player and the pet have established a very friendly relationship. Don't try it easily. Mianmian couldn't help but think of the little dolphin. The weather is so cold. Can the little dolphin still come out? Or will their survival be affected? Mianmian is a little worried about it. But now she can only take care of herself first. Fortunately, the task of contracting pets did not give a time. Otherwise, where would she find a pet now? In the ice and snow. She took out the Polar Mineral Resources map, which showed the locations of the major mining areas in Antarctica and the Arctic. But she didn't even know where she was. This map seemed to be very useful. But in fact she didn't know how to use it now. That's right. There is a map in the icon on the light curtain interface. Mianmian had seen it before. But there was nothing on it. So she forgot about this function. She quickly opened it and found the location of Mushroom Island, Spider Island, and her own location. She was in the middle and lower part of the map, far away from Spider Island and Mushroom Island. The ship was still sailing towards the south. Mianmian thought of a possibility. Would she be sent to Antarctica? She immediately opened the chat channel. But the messages on it were all messy. Some were talking about being cold. Some were talking about gift packages. And some were discussing what to do when their families came. No one mentioned this. She thought about it, but still didn't say it. Even if she did, it would be useless. She took out the advanced armor equipment she got from killing the black bear. Thorn armor, advanced armor. After wearing it, it increases 30 points of defense and comes with 10 points of anti-injury. Wow! This is a treasure. After wearing this, her life will be guaranteed in the future. Unless she encounters an extremely dangerous beast, she doesn't have to worry. Mianmian's force value is not enough. With this thing, her safety can be guaranteed. There are 2 minutes left in 10 minutes. Mianmian is ready to open the big gift package. But before opening the big gift package, shake the dice first. Mianmian took out the lucky dice. After 3 consecutive days of good luck, today is indeed just an ordinary day. She had been prepared for it. And seeing this number, Mianmian didn't care. She still opened the big gift package. Maybe the gift package contains the same things. After all, it is a compensation gift package for everyone. Open the compensation gift package and get outdoor warm socks ×2, steamed buns ×10, biscuits ×2, Antarctic krill ×10. Not bad. There are quite a lot of things in the gift package. Most of them are food. It is estimated that it will be difficult to get food later, so the system will give a few days of rations in advance. Chapter 54. 10 minutes have passed. The number of people in the 3rd district suddenly increased by 100,000. With so many people pouring in at once, the chat channel was blank for 2 seconds. Mianmian kept staring at her backpack, hoping that a family card would appear. There was no movement in her backpack, and Mianmian's heart was still hanging. She still hoped that her family could come to her district. After all, she didn't know the situation in other districts, and she couldn't contact them. After waiting for a few minutes, Mianmian thought that there would be no more, and was disappointed and prepared to do other things. But she saw that the backpack suddenly refreshed, and 2 cards suddenly appeared, and the 3 words family card were written on the cards. Mianmian took it out quickly. Family card. You can contact your relatives after use. Time limit is half an hour. Mianmian used it without hesitation. A circle symbol appeared in the middle of the family card, and it responded quickly. The first card contacted his younger brother Yun Xiao. A character information was displayed on the screen. Name, Yun Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 20 years old. Family members can even see information. Mianmian looked through it carefully, and found that Yun Xiao's value was not bad. But it is understandable that Yun Xiao is a boy and a sports student, so he will be stronger. The mental strength is about the same. But Mianmian does not know what the mental value is used for. This game system basically doesn't give players any hints. Most of the things are explored by themselves. Mianmian thinks this is fine. Since Yun Xiao came to the 3rd zone, Mianmian sent him a message directly. Didn't you see that my sister connected with you? Why didn't you take the initiative to send a message to my sister? In fact, only 1 minute had passed. Yun Xiao. I just came here, and I haven't figured out what's going on for a long time. How can I have time to send a message? This is understandable. I just entered the game, and was still confused. Mianmian, where's my mother? Why are you alone? Yun Xiao, she came in too. I don't know which zone she went to. Yun Mianmian, which zone are you in? Yun Xiao, Zone 1. Yun Mianmian, TSK. You're in trouble. There are many big guys in Zone 1. Yun Xiao, what about you? Yun Mianmian, I'm in Zone 3. She wanted to contact her mother with the family card immediately. But she still had to explain the precautions in the game to Yun Xiao first. Yun Mianmian, do you understand now? Do you want me to explain it to you in detail? Yun Xiao, I roughly understand. This survival game requires us to survive here and keep upgrading. Yun Mianmian, not a bad summary. Where are you now? A deserted island? Yun Xiao, no. A broken raft. Yun Mianmian thought. Not bad. New players have rafts when they come in. No need to make them by themselves. Yun Mianmian, you are so pitiful. Your sister has already lived in a luxurious ship. And you are still a broken raft. Hurry up and work hard. Young man. Yun Xiao. The system allows me to upgrade within a day. I have already caught a treasure chest and opened some things. It seems that Yun Xiao has adapted well. Faster than she thought. Probably because he played a lot of games before and had been exposed to similar games. When the raft is upgraded to level 2, it will become a small boat, which requires 300 pieces of wood and 50 iron nails. Yun Mianmian has it here. But she is not in a hurry to give it to Yun Xiao. So he can explore and learn by himself first. There is no need to help him right away. The initial mission is like a tutorial for beginners. It cannot be skipped. It is the fastest and best way for players to integrate into the game and learn to survive in this world. It is still difficult within one day. Do you have a lot of things in your beginner gift bag? Yun Xiao sent her a screenshot of his backpack. For the current stockpiling boss, Yun Xiao's small backpack is really not good enough. However, as the first day, Yun Xiao already has a lot of things. Yun Mianmian thought that on her first day, she had less things than him. But it is normal. As a new player, Yun Xiao will definitely be taken care of by the system. So there will be more things in the beginner gift bag. In addition, his luck value is not bad. There was also a suitcase in his backpack. Probably brought from the real world. There should be some good stuff in it. Not bad. I see that I can exchange things at the trading center. So I don't need anything for the time being. There is only 1 hour to contact. Do you have anything else to say? Really don't want me to give you something? Yun Xiao looked around. Do you have anything to keep warm? I brought a suitcase. Half of the things in it are for you. I'm sending it to you now. Yun Mianmian, what did you bring? Let me see. Yun Mianmian first gave him a stove. Thought about it. And went to her own trading center to see what was still in stock. Fortunately, the stove was the only thing that was sold out. So she selected a lot of daily necessities and gave them to Yun Xiao. He was given some food as well. Tar lamp. Seawater filter. Tar lamp. Cup. Chair. Table. Stool. Broom. Bucket. Fishing net. Sail. He took some meat and vegetables. Yun Xiao, too much. Keep it for yourself. Yun Xiao didn't know that Yun Mianmian had no worries about food and clothing now. Yun Mianmian, you think it's too much. Others don't have it if they want it. Yun Xiao, keep it for yourself. My backpack can't hold it. Yun Mianmian realized that it was true. His small backpack and small raft couldn't hold so many things. Yun Mianmian had to select a few for him. Yun Xiao's suitcase was the largest size. 32 inches. Which his mother bought for him when he was in college. So that he could bring everything with him. Before entering the game this time, the system prompted half an hour in advance that he could bring one item into the game. So he and his mother had to hurry up and fill the suitcase with things in this half hour. Open the box. There is everything inside. Down jacket, sweater, pants, shoes, thermal underwear, pliers, wrench, chocolate, sugar, salt, Lao Gan Ma, dried fruit, nuts, instant noodles, milk powder, various cold medicines, antipyretics, vitamin tablets, skin medicines, alcohol, gauze, iodine, water purification tablets, band-aids, Yunnan Baiao, alcohol, Fenjiajing, cooling oil, vitamins, antibiotics, Vaseline, tweezers, floral water, flashlight, solar charger, lighter, laptop, tablet. Yun Mianmian saw a lot of things she liked to eat and often used, including her favorite nuts and dried fruit. Half of the sweaters and pants were hers. And even her furry slippers. Why did you bring the laptop and tablet? Do you think they can be used here? Yu Xiao, who knows they can't be used? Mianmian, this is for survival. Not for vacation. Yu Xiao, you think I want to? Mom asked me to bring it. Saying that I can let you watch TV and listen to music. There are a lot of movies and songs you want to watch. And I even asked to take the headphone cable. Mianmian, ha ha ha. Okay. Give it to me. The laptop can at least be used as a table or cutting board. Yu Xiao, half of it is for you. And the other half is for us to share. Yun Xiao and his mother only had half an hour to prepare. And they might not have enough time to go out to buy things. And the real world was probably in chaos. So they could only bring everything they could bring from home. Yun Mian had no objection. But there were some things she didn't need either. Lao Gan Ma. Dried fruits. Nuts. Milk powder. Cold medicine. Antipyretic medicine. Alcohol. Gauze. Iodine. Water purification tablets. Band-aids. Yunnan Biao. Alcohol. Vitamins. Antibiotics. Vaseline. Give me half of these. And keep the rest for yourself. Yun Xiao packed up. And 5 minutes later, he packed all the things Yun Mian wanted in a bag. And then gave it to Yun Mian. Yun Xiao remembered that there was something in his novice gift bag. Oh! There's something. Do you want it? It looked quite useful. Yun Mian gave him so many things. And Yun Xiao had limited things of his own. So this was probably the only thing she could use. Yun Mian, what? Steel billet blueprint. I have it, but I don't need it for now. Yun Mian clicked on the details. Steel billet can be made on advanced workbench, can be made into various tools or weapons after processing. Required materials, iron ore. This is a good thing. Many gorgeous and powerful weapons are made of steel billets. Give it to me. Yun Mian took the blueprint. Okay. You hurry up to earn materials to upgrade. If you don't have enough materials, use your food to exchange at the trading center. Wood and nails are easy to exchange. Send me a message if you have anything. Yun Mian reminded again. It's almost time. If I want to contact you again in the future, I guess I have to wait until the whole server competition or the whole server communication. Come on. Hurry up and level up. Find like-minded and trustworthy teammates. Don't waste the opportunity to land on the island. Food will be scarce during the glacier season. And the ice may freeze. Take care of yourself. When the time came, Yun Mian quickly used the second family card to contact her mother. Name, Xiao Ruowei. Gender, female. Age, 47 years old. Mom's attribute values are all good. Her strength value is not low. Especially her spirit value is very high. She is worthy of being a mother. As soon as the family card was used, my mother called me with a video. Mian baby. Yun Mian's eyes were filled with tears. Mom. How are you? Xiao Ruowei looks very young. With capable and intellectual short hair and gentle eyes. I'm fine. How about you? I'm fine too. Mom. Which zone are you in? Yun Mian hopes that her mother can be in the same zone as her. Xiao Ruowei, Zone 10. Yun Mian remembers that Zone 10 seems to be okay. And the number of survivors was not ranked very low before. Mom. I'm in Zone 3. And I'm doing pretty well now. I don't have to worry about food and drink. Look. My big ship. Xiao Ruowei saw it. And the big stone in her heart fell to the ground. That's good. Yun Mian, I just contacted Yun Xiao. He is in Zone 1. He gave me a lot of things. And I also gave him some daily necessities. Xiao Ruowei, okay. He is thick-skinned. Don't be afraid. You have to protect yourself. Yun Mian, yeah. I keep fit every day. Xiao Ruowei, good boy. Mom just opened a novice gift pack and got something that should be useful. So I'll give it to you. Tar distribution map. Xiao Ruowei sent it directly to Yun Mian. Yun Mian received it and saw that it was really a treasure. According to the map, it can be found that there are countless tar resources in a certain sea area. With this, she can directly find a large amount of tar. Thank you. Mom. Mom. You are so kind. Yun Mian searched her backpack and took a lot of things for her mother. The wood and nails needed for upgrading and a lot of food. Drinks and daily necessities. Xiao Ruowei, baby. My backpack can't fit. I also brought a suitcase when I came. So I don't lack anything. In a moment of haste, She forgot that the backpack for novices was too small. Mianmian sent wood and nails, as well as some insulation and heating supplies, and many foods that could be eaten directly, the kind that only took up one grid in large quantities. Okay, baby. No need to give me more. Take care of yourself. Mianmian also told her mother many precautions in the game, and some ways to upgrade. Half an hour was quickly used up. After the mother and daughter said goodbye, the communication was cut off. Mianmian sighed. I don't know when I will see them next time. Mianmian will pay special attention to District 1 and District 10 in the future. Luo Luo sent a message. Congratulations, Mianmian, for getting the first place. Mianmian, thank you. You are also very good. Luo Luo must have shown outstanding strength in the competition to break through the siege. This is the reward I got. Take a look. Do you want anything? Starfish coin. 1000 by 1. Polar cold waterproof jacket times 1. Polar cold waterproof pants times 1. Felt insoles times 2. Windproof face mask times 1. Primary pet contract times 1. Mianmian, no. I have a lot of rewards. You can keep these for yourself. Mianmian has most of them. And even if she doesn't have them, she can get substitutes. What she wants more now is the energy stone. Please keep an eye out for energy stones for me. Call me if you find any. I need them. Luo Luo, okay. I still have a lot of meat here. I'll give it to you. At the end of the game, Luo Luo was holding Nie Yangguang's sleeping bag, which was full of meat. She took it back to the boat directly. A wolf and a deer. 100 pounds of meat automatically turned into 20 portions of wolf meat, 18 portions of deer meat, and fur when they were brought to the boat. She kept some of the deer and wolf skins for herself to upgrade her backpack. Luo Luo gave all the rest to Mianmian. She had enough food for herself, and these would be more useful for Mianmian. Mianmian was not short of food either, but these meats could indeed make a batch of useful food for her to exchange for supplies. If she wants to earn energy stones, she must exchange them with good things. So Mianmian was not polite and accepted them directly. But she would not let Luo Luo suffer a loss. Okay. I will make these meats into food, and then give you some of them. How much glass do you need to upgrade to level 5? Luo Luo, I only have 10 or so glasses on hand. The previous ones were all given to Mianmian. These 10 or so were not saved until Mianmian didn't want them anymore. Mianmian waved her hand and gave her 90 glasses directly. Mianmian got a lot of sand when she went to Spider Island last time, so she didn't lack glass. After giving these to Luo Luo, she didn't have much glass left. She had promised Nie Yangguang before that he would help shovel sand, and she would come back to make some and share them with him. It seems that today's workload is very heavy. In addition to making fish head soup, we also have to make glass. The new ice season is coming, and there are many things to explore. Mianmian can only come step by step. Mianmian, you gave too much glass, and this meat can't be exchanged for so much glass. Luo Luo picked a few things from the backpack and sent them to Mianmian. Seeing her insistence, Mianmian accepted them. My brother is here, in the same district as me. His strength is about the same as mine, and if you need it, you can ask him for help. Luo Luo did not want to take advantage of Mianmian, but to see if Mianmian could use her brother. Her brother had just arrived, and if he wanted to gain a foothold quickly, he would inevitably need help. But he also had to rely on his own strength. Mianmian, okay. How old is he? Luo Luo, 18 years old. Mianmian, 2 years younger than my brother. Mianmian also wanted to be in the same district with her family, but things did not go as she wished. However, Mianmian was very happy for Luo Luo to meet her brother. After all, she and her brother depended on each other, and she was always worried about him. Now that her brother is here, she probably put down the big stone in her heart. Mianmian, introduce me to each other when the time comes. Luo Luo, of course. Find a chance. The weather is not very cold now, but Mianmian doesn't want to work in polar clothes. So she made the radiator first. 10 radiators, 5 of which are placed next to the workbench, can ensure the temperature around the workbench. And then take 5 radiators to the vegetable field. Don't let all the vegetables freeze to death. 5 radiators are probably not very useful, but it's better than nothing. Fortunately, her vegetable field is not very large, only a dozen pieces. So use these 5 pieces first. The reason why this radiator can generate heat is probably due to the energy stone. The energy stone is a beautiful stone. Shining. And the color is like purple and blue. Mianmian has never seen such a stone. Then, Mianmian made 3 stoves on the workbench and processed 3 large pots, which are specially used to cook fish head soup. In this weather, the indoor and outdoor areas are like refrigerators, so there is no need to worry about the seafood spoiling. The seawater has not frozen yet, but there are no fish in the fishing nets. Mianmian is thinking about going to the sea a few times after work to see what the seabed is like and whether there are still fish. Maybe she can find intelligent fish and communicate with them. It would be even better if she encounters a little dolphin. She hasn't had time to use her diving suit and diving goggles yet. I just don't know if she can withstand the water in this sub-zero weather. I want to make 100 servings of fish head soup. Mianmian plans to use 20 large fish heads. 1 pot can only cook 1 fish head. If 3 pots are cooked at the same time, it will take about half an hour to cook a batch, and it will be finished in more than 3 hours. Mianmian added some pepper to the fish head soup. She bought it in the mall with starfish coins. Although it was a gift, Mianmian did not intend to cut corners, but to do it better. Pepper can warm the middle and dispel cold, and it also has a good effect on relieving stomach cold, and can treat colds. It is the most suitable for this weather. However, fish heads are not all the same kind of fish. Mianmian chose tuna, mackerel, and pike. There are not many pikes. Mianmian caught only 5 before leaving for the deserted island experiment. Pike is also called sea wolf fish. It has a pointed mouth and a head like a shuttle. The meat is very tender, delicious, and high in protein, especially the head of the pike, which is the most fragrant. The heads of these 3 kinds of fish are relatively large, rich in nutrition, and tender in meat, so stewing them is the best choice. 3 pots were started at the same time. For a while, the boat was steaming and fragrant. Mianmian was hungry just by smelling it. After the first pot was cooked, she couldn't wait to drink a bowl. It was so delicious. Mianmian's cooking skills have improved. After drinking this fish head soup, she felt full of strength and heat. And the taste was even better. The best ingredients were used, and the heat and seasoning were just right. In the game, at this time, except for her, there were probably few people who could make such a delicacy. She added salt, chicken essence, pepper, and 2 spices to it, and then stewed it over high heat. The fish heads were cooked and boiled into a milky white soup. The container of the fish head soup is also a wooden bowl made of Mianmian's high-grade wood, which can be regarded as a small gift accompanying the soup. Bear meat is more valuable than fish head, so it is not a loss for players to get roasted bear meat. Put a whole piece of wood on the material table of the high-grade workbench, and then choose to make wooden bowls, and 10 bowls will be generated. Mianmian made 100 bowls to hold the fish head soup. The first batch was ready, and it was sent to relatives and friends to try. Mianmian sent a portion to Luo Luo, Nie Yangguang, and Huiyuan. Nie Yangguang got hungry as soon as he took out the fish head soup and smelled the fragrance. This fish head soup was so hot that he wanted to drool just by looking at it. The soup was very hot just out of the pot, and Nie Yangguang blew it before eating. It was the freshness rushing up, with a hint of pepper, and sweet and salty. The delicious taste rushed straight to the top of the head, and then the warmth quickly spread throughout the body. It was so delicious. Mianmian, you are going to give this fish head soup to the players, right? Yes. I am so lucky to be in the same district with you. Mianmian continued to make the next batch. In order to avoid everyone thinking that she did not keep her promise, she deliberately sent a message in the chat channel. The fish head soup has started to be made, and it will be randomly given away with barbecue later. It will be selected from the old players before, a total of 200. And the fish head soup and barbecue will be randomly given away. Players are numbered, and the numbers of new players are very new, so Mianmian can distinguish them. As soon as she sent this message, the old players were excited, but the new players didn't understand what was going on. So a kind-hearted old player stood up to explain to the new players. This is Mianmian, the top player in our 3rd district. She just won the first place in the survival experiment and promised that as long as you win the first place, you will be given the fish head soup and barbecue she made by herself. Now, she has fulfilled her promise, but you new players will not have this blessing. After all, the votes are all voted for by our old players. Wow! Thinking of the food made by Mianmian, I am starting to swallow my saliva now. Great! I was just wondering when Mianmian would show up. I want fish head soup. Can I choose it? I said it's random. So I can't choose it. Is this Mianmian so amazing? She looks like a girl. What's wrong with being a girl? There are many amazing girls in our district, including Luo Luo. After making the fish head soup, it was already noon. Mianmian sat down to take a breath and took the time to fish for treasure chests. Her luck was average today. Although she was not in a hurry to fish for treasure chests, she still had to use up her daily fishing rods. During the break, she also ate lunch. In order to save time, she had a simple sashimi rice ball for lunch. It was simple to make, but the taste was not simple. She steamed a large pot of rice, and after it cooled down, she processed it and put a piece of tuna sashimi on it. It was ready to eat without adding anything else. It is a simple and happy taste. The sweetness of sashimi and the softness of rice are satisfying. If you like strong flavors, you can add a little sushi soy sauce and wasabi, and the taste will be more comfortable. It took more than half an hour to catch a silver treasure chest and 2 bronze treasure chests. She put them aside and planned to open them tomorrow. Anyway, she didn't lack anything now, and she was busy working. After throwing the treasure chest aside, she found Nie Yangguang and Hu Yuan, asked them for help in the group, because she had to choose 200 lucky players. It was too troublesome for her to choose alone. It would be more efficient to ask them to help together. After all, they had also shared the fish head soup just now, so they should be willing to help. As for Luo Luo, she didn't ask him. 3 people were enough, and Luo Luo probably couldn't do such a thing. Sure enough, Hu Yuan and Nie Yangguang agreed without hesitation. Do it as soon as you say it. Mianmian divided the numbers of the old players from small to large into 3 intervals, and the 3 of them were responsible for 1 interval respectively. Chapter 55. Mianmian selects 100 people, and the 2 of them can select 100 people in total. She should be more busy. Mianmian sent 50 portions of fish head soup and 50 portions of roasted bear meat to Hu Yuan and Nie Yangguang respectively, and asked them to select the right people and send them directly. Take a screenshot after sending it to avoid problems. Now it is easy to be criticized for doing good things. There are so many people in the whole district, and those who have not benefited will cause trouble. Anyway, it only takes 1 second to take a screenshot. Just send it to the group. Mianmian chose randomly. It doesn't matter if Hu Yuan and Nie Yangguang want to send it to their relatives and friends. Anyway, they are all people in District 3. Anyone can take it, and her relatives and friends have a higher chance of voting for her. She has already stipulated the intervals, and has already set restrictions. If there are friends in this interval, then there is nothing wrong in sending a copy to friends. So Mianmian did not ask them to avoid suspicion. Nie Yangguang and Hu Yuan saw that there were acquaintances in the interval, and they would indeed give priority to acquaintances. But there were only 1 or 2. Mianmian saw Gu Fang's number. She thought about it, and sent a copy to Gu Fang as well. Soon the 300 lucky players finished their selections, and all the things were sent. After these players finished eating, they all filled the chat channel. There were too many messages to read. It's so delicious. I kept licking the bowl. How can there be such delicious fish soup? The boss is the boss. He said he would give me fish head soup, but he also gave me a wooden bowl. Now I have a bowl to eat. It's so cool. Are you all focusing on the taste? This fish head soup actually has a buffing effect. Didn't you notice it? Oh my god. It's true. It restores 5 points of physical strength and 6 points of mental strength every minute for 15 minutes. This effect is amazing. Ha ha ha. My roasted bear meat is even better. It can increase 8 points of strength in half an hour. It's so strong. I was shivering with cold just now, but now I'm full of energy. After eating the roasted bear meat, I feel like a strongman now. The buffing effect of roasted bear meat head is actually stronger than that of fish head soup. This is the first time that Mianmian has made food that can increase strength. Maybe black bear meat is too rare, but what everyone needs more now is fish head soup. Some people ate the food directly after receiving it, and some people read the introduction of the food carefully and kept it cherished. It's a pity to use this thing to fill the stomach. It can be saved for critical moments. No matter how ignorant the new players are, they understand after seeing these news that Mianmian is a big boss. The food she makes has a buffing effect, and no one else can make it. New players asked for information about Mianmian, but in fact, old players don't know Mianmian either. If they ask, They can only tell her the good things she did for District 3 before. And that Mianmian's trading center sells a wide range of things at a reasonable price. Most of the new players haven't figured out the rules of the game yet, and are busy fishing for treasure chests and getting supplies, and haven't gone to the trading center to check, because they don't know what they need or what to buy. But when they hear that the big guy's trading center is good stuff, why not go and have a look? In just a few minutes, all the popular goods in Mianmian's trading center were sold out. For example, she didn't make many stoves in the first place, because she just added experiments and didn't restock for a few days. The purchasing power of 100,000 new players is still very considerable. For things like stoves, who doesn't need them? Everyone is rushing to buy them. But Mianmian has no time to pay attention to these things. Nor does she have time to restock. She is still making glass, since the system has issued a limited time task to every new player. The raft must be upgraded to level 2 within 1 day. So the wood and nails in the trading center are in great demand. In order to upgrade quickly, most new players found the trading center to exchange supplies under the guidance of old players. You should know that all the players who stayed now are above level 3. They don't need ordinary wood to upgrade the ship. So since the level 3 task is completed, wood has become worthless, and many players use it for burning. The wood taken out of the box is not wanted because it takes up space. A few players put the wood in the trading center and trade it at a very low price. If they can sell it, they will sell it. And if they can't sell it, they will leave it. Only a few people with foresight stored the large amount of wood they had saved in the trading center. They only needed to pay a small storage fee, and the wood would be kept until now, and it would not take up space in their backpacks. Hu Yuan is one of them. Since he entered the game, his box was basically filled with basic supplies. Even now, a large amount of wood and nails can be opened every day. More than 3,000 pieces of wood and more than 1,000 nails have been stockpiled before the official server was launched. No one wanted these supplies. But now, 10 pieces of wood can exchange for 1 ordinary supply of novice players, such as tar, glass, Antarctic krill, plastic, iron ore in their novice gift packs. You should know that the system gives novice players a novice gift pack with a lot of things in it. What makes Hu Yuan even more excited is that these players have half an hour to prepare, which means that they have brought countless good things from the real world. Hu Yuan just took advantage of their need to upgrade within 1 day and made a fortune. It is estimated that it will not take long for him to gather the materials for upgrading to level 5. The wood and nails in the trading center quickly rose in price after an hour. 20 pieces of wood were packaged and auctioned. Someone exchanged a cashmere sweater for 20 pieces of wood. It is the same in other areas. Since the arrival of novice players, they either join gangs or exchange them at high prices. Yun Xiao took 2 cold capsules, 2 antipyretics, and 2 antibiotics from his supplies, and exchanged them for 18 pieces of wood and 20 nails, which was enough for upgrading. Before, these medicines could be exchanged for the same amount of advanced supplies, such as iron ore, glass, and even several stoves. Now, they are exchanged for wood and nails. There is nothing we can do about the market chaos in the survival game. If we don't upgrade today, we will be eliminated. This is survival. After the upgrade, Yunqi's raft became a small boat, and he finally sat down. Mianmian gave him a stove, and he was not so cold on the boat. After all, he brought cold-proof clothes here, and he had food, drinks, and fire to roast, which was better than most novice players. What he needs to do now is to become stronger quickly. He has played many games. Although he plays more shooting games, he has played plot games, survival games, and business games. There is nothing special about the gameplay of survival games like this. It is nothing more than chopping trees, mining, and gathering, according to the news he saw in the chat channel. As long as he solves the problem of food and drink, and then upgrades, learns more skills, and makes more materials, he can develop rapidly. It's just easier said than done. He has to take it step by step. He wants to gain a foothold in the game, become a big boss, and protect his sister and mother. Mianmian made 200 glasses before dark and gave 50 to Nie Yangguang. He promised before that if he helped shovel 5 boxes of sand, he would give him 50 glasses. It just so happened that Nie Yangguang had these 50 glasses, and the 100 glasses needed for the upgrade were all collected. He was still short of some wood and iron ore. He originally wanted to go to the trading center to find someone to exchange. But then he thought, Mianmian must have it. It's better to keep the money in the family. He can also ask Mianmian for a discount. Nie Yangguang, Mianmian. Do you have more iron or red pine or walnut here? Yes. Do you want to exchange? Nie Yangguang, exchange. I still need a lot. Do you have any good things to exchange with me? Mianmian knew that Nie Yangguang was lucky and must have hidden a lot of good things. Nie Yangguang became modest. Oh, my things are not as good as yours. And how can you have as many as you? Mianmian, I don't know you yet. Show me what I need. I'll trade with you. Of course. I have to keep the things that suit me. But Nie Yangguang still has some treasures that don't suit me. He has good relationships and good luck. Many players like to trade with him privately because he is generous and likes to collect miscellaneous things. Among the things he wants to trade with Mianmian this time, 2 of them are from his trade with other players. The other one is from opening a box by himself. Steel quenching knowledge encyclopedia. Dry thick and diving suit. Small or detector drawing. Nie Yangguang looked carefully and found that these are all good things. He was reluctant to give them to others, but it was still good to exchange them with Mianmian. Seeing these 3 things, Mianmian's eyes really lit up. They were all what she wanted. Take a look. You want. Before Nie Yangguang finished speaking, Mianmian had already sent a message. I want them all. Ah? All of them? Nie Yangguang didn't expect that Mianmian would need them anyway. What do you want this steel quenching knowledge encyclopedia for? Do you have forging skills? It's useful to me. This knowledge encyclopedia can increase the forging skill points of players who have learned forging skills. And the quenched weapons will be more powerful. She doesn't have forging skills. But Rongyu does. She has the billet blueprint and can produce the billet herself. And then let Rongyu help her make weapons. As a trade. And give him the knowledge encyclopedia. Making steel billets requires an advanced workbench, which Rongyu probably doesn't have yet. In the entire 3rd district, perhaps few people have one. Mianmian can take advantage of this and get herself some awesome weapons first. And the dry thick and diving suit is also a rigid need. Mianmian just planned to go into the water, but was afraid of being too cold. So this came at the right time. The small or detector blueprint can be used together with Mianmian's mineral resource distribution map. When she comes to the resource point according to the map, she can use the detector to check the exact location for mining, which can save time and energy. If you want all of them, then Nie Yangguang originally only wanted Mianmian to choose 1 or 2. But she wanted all 3. So he was calculating how many things he had to exchange. Mianmian looked at her backpack. I'll give you 300 red pine logs. And I'll cover your meals for the next 3 days. Nie Yangguang thought it was a little too little. Although he really wanted to eat the delicious food Mianmian made. Mianmian, how about this? Do you have any furniture drawings? The kinda you can't make yourself. Give it to me. I'll make them all for you without materials. No more than 3. Nie Yangguang was quite happy to hear the first half of the sentence. But it turned out that it couldn't be more than 3. He had collected more than 10 furniture drawings. 5. Mianmian, okay. Okay. It's a deal. All in all, this deal was okay. Nie Yangguang sent over 5 furniture drawings. Don't worry. I'll do it for you in a few days. I've been too busy these 2 days. She didn't say she would do it right away. She is indeed a little busy recently. Nie Yangguang. He thought he could do it for him right away. Mianmian, I'll do it as soon as possible. Nie Yangguang, okay then. Mianmian asked in passing, by the way, did your family come to our District 3? Oh, no. My parents didn't come. I have a brother, a sister, and a younger sister. My parents probably went to find them. Nie Yangguang likes someone. And if he comes, he may have to take care of him. What about you? My brother came. I gave him some things, and let him survive on his own. By the way, I met Luo Luo during this deserted island experiment. She saved me. I didn't expect that Luo Luo was so powerful. She shot a wolf to death with 1 arrow. It was like a god descending from heaven at that moment. Mianmian, ha ha ha. Yes, Luo Luo is very powerful. I don't know how she is now. Her family situation is different from Mianmian's. Mianmian's parents are divorced, and she and her brother live with their mother. But Luo Luo's parents are both dead, and she depends on her brother for life. The 2 have been learning martial arts in the martial arts hall since they were young. Although Luo Luo asked her to ask them for help when she needs it. Mianmian doesn't want to trouble people she doesn't know. She trusts Luo Luo, but not necessarily her brother. Let's wait and see. At this moment, Mianmian heard a dripping sound. She searched for a while before finding the source of the sound. It turned out to be the sound of the incubator. She then remembered that she had put 10 eggs in the incubator before, and chicks would be available in 15 days. It has been almost 20 days, and they are just coming out? She almost forgot about it. When she fed the chickens and rabbits in the morning, she didn't pay attention. She only knew that the 2 chickens and a few rabbits were starving. It was estimated that the food left for them had been eaten up yesterday. The eggs have been incubated for so long, and they only came out today. Is it because the temperature is too low? Or is the quality of the eggs not good? It says 15 days on the incubator. Maybe it is the shortest 15 days. Mianmian couldn't figure it out, so she ran over quickly. It was the incubator that detected the movement of the eggs and started to make noises. Chapter 56. I saw the eggshell was packed from the inside with small holes. And then the small holes gradually became larger, and the chicken beak and yellow hair inside could be seen. After a long time, the first chick finally broke out of the shell completely. Then one after another. A few chicks were left struggling to get out of the shell, but couldn't get out. Mianmian was anxious, but she couldn't lend a hand to help, so she could only stand by and watch. Finally, all 9 eggs turned into chicks, and one was motionless. Perhaps it failed. Mianmian didn't throw it away but kept it in there to wait. These chicks were too weak, so Mianmian quickly packed them in a box and took them to a warmer place. It is very suitable next to the workbench. There is a lot of hay in the wooden box, which can keep it dry and warm. The newly hatched chicks can eat softened millet, chick feed or egg yolk and some vegetables. Mianmian was afraid of feeding the wrong chickens, so she only took the chick feed to soften it and put it in the wooden box, letting them eat by themselves. There is a new life on the ship, and Mianmian suddenly feels that the ship has become lively. She thought about it and went to check the chicken coop again. There are eggs in it again. Mianmian excitedly took out 5 eggs, put them in the incubator, and then marked the egg that had not hatched before, so that there would be no mistake. Could the rabbit be pregnant too? Mianmian thought it was very likely. So she took the rabbit out of the cage and looked at the female rabbit's belly carefully. It seemed a little bigger. She didn't know whether it was fat or pregnant. Mianmian decided to double the size of the chicken cage and the rabbit cage. But if the weather continues to get cold, they will definitely not be able to bear it. Although Mianmian can currently allocate 2 radiators here, it is estimated that 1 or 2 radiators will not be of much use over time. We must hurry to find energy stones. She looked at the endless sea, and the sea surface was very calm. The ship was sailing south all the time, and the snow was still falling. If Mianmian's guess was true, when they reached the Antarctic continent, there would probably be no fish in the sea. After thinking for a moment, she put on a thick diving suit and prepared to go into the water. Although the sea was freezing cold, Mianmian drank a bowl of fish head soup before going into the water, so her body was still warm, so she could barely adapt. And after eating, her physical strength can continue to recover for a while, so she won't be exhausted after swimming for a while. Put on the diving goggles. Everything in the water can be seen clearly. There are indeed fewer fish on the seabed than the last time Mianmian went into the water. There were many schools of fish before, but now they are gone. Mianmian carefully observed and decided to continue diving. She held a spear gun in her hand and was ready to fish at any time. The corals and reefs on the seabed were still as beautiful as before, and some seaweed and plankton were not affected. Mianmian saw a large stingray. It looked huge from a few meters away in the water. If it was pulled up, it would probably weigh several dozen kilograms. Mianmian was a little worried that she couldn't get it up, but there didn't seem to be any big fish nearby, so she decided to catch this one. She took out the spear gun, pulled the elastic rope first, adjusted it to the maximum force, and then aimed at the body of the stingray and shot it. The body of the stingray is very flat, but the tail is very slender. There is a serrated sting on the tail, which is highly poisonous. If you get stung, it will be terrible. Mianmian took out a dagger from her backpack, dived down, and carefully cut off the part of its tail with the sting. This way, she can rest assured. But it's quite difficult to get it up, and Mianmian doesn't plan to get it up now. Anyway, it's on the tip of the spear gun and can't run away. The tip has already pierced its body. Mianmian planned to continue exploring. Soon, She found several more scallops and conchs. These deep-sea scallops tasted very delicious. And each scallop was as big as her palm. And there were even 2 that were bigger than her hand, which could be taken up to make steamed scallops with garlic. She picked up a bag of scallops and conchs. Mianmian continued to swim forward. She could only swim near the hull, and could not go too far. If she could not find any intelligent marine creatures, she would go up. Just when Mianmian was about to give up, she finally heard a voice. It's so cold. We have to hide quickly. Will hiding deep in the sea help? It's useful. We can just hide deep in the sea like dolphins. It was a colorful tuskfish and an ugly octopus talking. The intelligence of octopuses and tuskfish is relatively high, and they are smart among fish. Mianmian quietly leaned over to listen. The dolphins have been hiding for a long time. Yes. We still have time to go now. The seawater will freeze in a few days, and it will be even colder then. But I heard from my sister that the seabed is very dangerous. Should we still go? Dangerous? Why is it dangerous? They swam very fast. Mianmian couldn't keep up, and she didn't hear any more sounds, although she was very curious and wanted to know what they said next. She couldn't keep up. Mianmian had no choice but to float to the surface. Mianmian panted as she climbed onto the boat, grabbing the handrails of the boat. It looked about 30 or 40 kilograms in the sea, but it was much bigger when it was dragged onto the boat, and it was still alive after such a long time. It has a strong vitality. Mianmian took out a dagger and stabbed the stingray on the head. And then the stingray became a material. Stingray meat times 65. So much stingray meat. Mianmian took out a portion of stingray meat and found that it was big and heavy, and she couldn't finish it all by herself. If she ate it every day, the fish meat would be enough for her to eat for 1 or 2 months. It seems that this trip to the sea is worth it. Now she has enough meat food stored. Although vegetables may not be able to be grown in this season, the ones she saved before can be made into dried vegetables and preserved, which is enough to eat. So she gave some to her relatives and friends. Luo Luo, Nie Yangguang, and Hu Yuan all gave 1 copy. And Rong Yu. She was said to be stingy, but now she proved that she was not stingy. I just heard those 2 fish in the water saying that the seawater would freeze, and it seemed that it would only be in the next few days. Where should she go to find energy stones? Mianmian still had no direction. It was getting dark, and the day was about to end. Mianmian decided to make chicken coops and rabbit coops first. There was enough space on the boat, and there was plenty of room, as long as the previous chicken coop drawings were slightly modified. A larger chicken coop could be made. The rabbit cage was a drawing drawn by Mianmian herself. The cage was of medium size, considering that the rabbit might be pregnant. Mianmian made 2 more, and the space would become larger when put together. She chose durable white oak as the main material, added stones as the bottom, made a ladder inside, and put some hay. Although it was an original design, it looked pretty good. Mianmian thought that maybe she could be a carpenter in the game in the future. The rabbit became more active after it was put in. It had no room to move around in the narrow bamboo cage before. The rabbit cage and the chicken cage were squeezed together. Mianmian had no choice but to use a radiator to keep them warm. As for sleeping at night, she could take the radiator on the workbench to the bedroom, and the chickens were kept next to the radiator next to the rare land. After making all the arrangements, Mianmian finally had time to rest. She took out some food she had saved and ate it, then opened the chat channel again. There are a lot of skill books recently. I saw a lot of people opening skill books today. There are a lot of blueprints too. The blueprints in the trading center are not that expensive anymore. It seems that the system has become more generous all of a sudden. Speaking of which, why doesn't Mianmian's trading center update the goods? I wanted to buy something today, but found that many of them were out of stock. They must have been bought up by novice players. They all need those basic survival supplies. My parents also came to the game, but my mom and I are in the same zone, and my dad went to another zone. I don't know what the situation is in other zones. The environment in our 3 zones is still pretty good. It would be great if we could all be in the same zone. Of course not. Apart from other things, at least we have 1 piece of warm clothing in our 3 districts. When will the major districts be able to merge? Don't do that. I don't want to compete with other districts. We are all having a hard time now. Mianmian didn't want to merge either, but it would be nice to be able to communicate. We could know the situation in other districts, share information, and everyone could talk to their families. Merging means more intense competition. At least now Mianmian feels that she is not strong enough. She couldn't beat the guy she met in the deserted island experiment last time. At least in the next competition, she will make herself stronger. Rongyu may have just finished his work and received the meat sent by Mianmian, and replied with a message. Forget the meat. I can't make it tasty. Give it to me, and I'll trade it for supplies. Mianmian thought. She's quite a planner. You cook it yourself. You need to practice more to get better at cooking. She happened to have something to ask Rongyu. So she said, I have a good thing here. You'll definitely need it. I want you to make 10 weapons for me. And I'll give it to you. Steel Quenching Knowledge Encyclopedia. I can also provide the steel billets needed to make high-level weapons. I'll trade with you first. Rongyu knew Mianmian's unscrupulous nature. 10 weapons in exchange for an item that adds forging skill points. It's not an exaggeration to say that Mianmian's lion's mouth is asking for too much. But she did have a hold on him. He really wanted this thing. That's quenching. Quenching can significantly improve the strength, hardness, and wear resistance of metal products. It's what he needs most now. The weapons he made now can only be considered medium, or even ordinary. Of course, in the eyes of other players, it's already very powerful. After all, they only have weapons such as axes and machetes. They will think that an ordinary sword in the trading center is very good. But Rongyu was not satisfied. After learning forging, he came into contact with it. It turned out that making weapons is so complicated, and the process is not what laymen can imagine. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, and experts see the doorway. He had just come into contact with the beauty of forging. Mianmian took out the quenching to trade with him at this time, and he couldn't refuse. What's more, after learning it, his forging skills can be increased again. Although it's just a few points, it's enough for him to upgrade to intermediate forging. He forges every day, but it's hard to increase a little. It seems very exaggerated to exchange 10 weapons for one of his things. But Rongyu gritted his teeth and agreed. 10 weapons. Mianmian probably won't let him finish them all at once, but will squeeze him slowly. Looking at the entire 3rd district, there is probably no one who can take out 2 high-level weapons. Mianmian wants him to make 10. Rongyu felt that Mianmian's temperament could not be summed up by the word scoundrel. But he had to agree. After all, she could even provide the steel billet. Mianmian asked calmly, How is it? Rongyu, yeah. He was always taciturn. Even if he had a lot to say, he still felt it was unnecessary, since he had to change it anyway. Mianmian knew it would be successful. Then sign an agreement. Having been in business for so long, she was already very good at making agreements and contracts. She quickly wrote an agreement from the system, requiring Rongyu to unconditionally help her make 10 weapons after receiving the steel quenching knowledge encyclopedia she provided. The material style of the weapons should be in accordance with her requirements, and the materials would be provided by Rongyu. After reading the agreement, Rongyu chose to agree, and the agreement came into effect. Mianmian, okay. Do you have any good weapon blueprints now? Or can you design weapons yourself? Mianmian guessed that after the forging skill was upgraded, it would be possible to design, draw and make weapons by yourself, just like the advanced workbench. After all, after the gathering skill was upgraded, it became stronger. Rongyu, not at present. Mianmian noticed the word at present. Then can you upgrade it after adding points with this? Rongyu, yes. I knew it. Mianmian said quickly. Then try it quickly and see if there is any change. After the forging skill is upgraded to the intermediate level, a new strengthening and beautification skill is added. Rongyu can process the basic weapons to make them more powerful, add patterns, and make a handle with a better feel. The previous weapon materials were basically iron blocks, and bronze and iron ore were rarely used, so better weapon blueprints were needed. Now he can use a variety of materials to synthesize and process them into weapons. He only needs to adjust the materials on the basic blueprints and finally process them by hand to make stronger weapons. Or he can directly use the advanced weapon blueprints to make them, which is simpler. Without advanced weapon blueprints, he relies on his own craftsmanship. After reading the introduction of the system, Rongyu replied to Mianmian, if you have any better weapon blueprints, please bring them to me. Tell me your requirements, and we can modify and process them. If you need to improve the appearance, it is best if you draw a picture yourself. Mianmian understood. Mianmian wanted a more handy sword. The bronze swords she had were too heavy. She thought she could change them. Steel ones would definitely be better. But she didn't know what she wanted. She had to think about it, and see if there were any better blueprints. Okay. I'll give it to you as soon as possible. After closing the dialogue box, Mianmian sent a message in the chat channel, asking for a weapon blueprint for a sword. Then she opened the mall. She had seen knives for sale in the mall before, so she planned to go and have a look, find some inspiration, and buy something. She had so many starfish coins in her hand, and she had been wanting to go shopping for a long time. The things in the mall were updated again. Mianmian hadn't opened it for a long time, and she saw that there were several more categories in it, and there were even books, which were sold at a very high price. Mianmian's planting guide and survival manual were also in it. They sold for 100 starfish coins each. You can still see the sales volume now. Someone bought a planting guide. There were very few people who could spend 100 starfish coins, and Mianmian only had those people on the list. Mianmian was amazed. But soon she saw the books she also wanted to buy. The Basics of Sewing and Easy Introduction to Clothing Cutting and Sewing. This one costs 150 starfish coins. According to the introduction, if she buys one of the books, she can learn to sew with a sewing machine. And if she buys 2 books, she can learn to make clothes. Last time, she asked someone else to help her make a waterproof cloth coat. Although it is expensive, Mianmian has plenty of starfish coins, so she will add it to the shopping cart first. She continued to look through it. There is also the complete book of brewing, which costs 400 starfish coins. But if it is beer process technology or the complete book of wine, it only costs 200 starfish coins per book. Knowledge is money. If she knew how to make rice wine before coming, wouldn't it be a big saving? Mianmian only knew how to make rice wine. After learning cooking techniques, she understood it. But she had to buy books to learn more advanced winemaking techniques. In addition to these technical books, there are also many books on mathematics, physics and chemistry. Mianmian looked for a while, and then switched to another category. Weapons. The weapons category was previously gray and unlocked. 5 weapons are now available. They are Basic Bowie Hunting Knife, Basic Kanda Sword, Basic Tang Dynasty Horizontal Sword, Basic Backstab Silver Blade, and Basic Hunting Bow. Mianmian's eyes lit up. Although they are all basic models, they can all be processed and optimized. Each one has no patterns. Only the most basic blade, not even the handle, and must be handed over to players with forging skills to complete. This is what Mianmian wants. But Mianmian doesn't know enough about these weapons, so she has to look at the introduction of each weapon in detail and choose the one that suits her best. Of course, she also wants to get them all. But the price is too expensive. The price of any one of them is not less than 3,000 starfish coins. Although Mianmian can afford it, she can't afford to spend it recklessly. After understanding it, Mianmian wants them all even more. The system is really a rip-off. Such good things. While she has more starfish coins, they all come. If she couldn't afford it before, Mianmian might not have wanted all of them. The Bowie hunting knife is a versatile knife. It is not only suitable for fighting and attacking, but also for survival in the wild. It is very suitable for chopping trees, cutting ropes, and even cutting vegetables. It is similar to the dagger that Luo Luo gave her, but there is no room for improvement for that one. It can only be said that it is still usable. However, if she buys this basic Bowie hunting knife and gives it to Rongyu, it can be modified to be more perfect and more aggressive. But in fact, Mianmian likes that dagger very much. It has been with her for a long time, and it is a gift from Luo Luo. Let's buy something different. As for the Kanda sword, it is suitable for chopping and can be used with 1 hand or 2 hands. The blade is extremely sharp and suitable for close combat. A strong chop can even split a pig in half. The backstab silver blade can instantly cause high damage. The Tang Dynasty horizontal sword looks low-key, but it is actually very domineering. The blade is very long and can achieve the best slashing and stabbing. It kills people every 10 steps and leaves no trace in 1,000 miles. The basic model of this sword looks very simple, but Mianmian saw that it was sold at such a high price, and the introduction was also very domineering. So she was very tempted. The most expensive of the 4 weapons is the Tang Dynasty horizontal sword. After thinking about it, Mianmian decided to choose the Tang Dynasty horizontal sword. You get what you pay for. And the system will definitely not mark the price randomly. It's more expensive. But you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. It's you? Mianmian bought it directly, and spent 4,000 starfish coins in one go. It was a luxurious weapon that he had spent a huge amount of money to buy. After buying it, he had to give it to Rongyu for processing. Mianmian was afraid that after giving it to him, he would roll up the knife and abscond. What if he damaged such an expensive knife? Although the possibility was not great, Mianmian still drafted another agreement. After receiving the agreement, Rongyu fell silent. Does it mean that if you are not satisfied with my work, I have to compensate you with a new one? Mianmian, not really. I just want to be on the safe side. Same meaning. Mianmian, then I can't do anything if you say that. Rongyu was so angry that he laughed. Isn't that what it means in black and white? Mianmian, the main thing is that this knife cost a lot of money to buy. You see? You can also increase your proficiency value by making it. Absolutely. It's a rare opportunity to have such a good knife handed over to you for processing. Mianmian didn't say anything nonsense. Rongyu was also very excited when he saw the knife. If he had so many starfish coins, he would buy it. But he couldn't afford it. But if it was damaged, he couldn't afford to pay for it. Chapter 57 Ice Season, Day 32 at Sea. On the second day, the snow was still falling. Mianmian found that her ship had sailed to the far south. The surrounding environment had also changed dramatically. It was no longer the vast ocean, but glaciers could be seen. The temperature was very low at this time. Mianmian looked at the light screen. The 32nd day of the Gregorian calendar at sea. Weather, heavy snow. Temperature, -20 degrees Celsius. There is a cold degree scale in meteorology, which divides cold into 8 levels. Level 1 is extreme cold. The temperature is below -40 degrees Celsius. Level 2 is extreme cold, -30 degrees Celsius to -39.9 degrees Celsius. Level 3 is severe cold, -20 degrees Celsius to -29.9 degrees Celsius. It is now extremely cold, and water will freeze if you don't keep warm. Mianmian put on the extreme cold suit as soon as she got up, wrapping her whole body tightly. Other players were too cold to sleep well, and had to stay by the stove. And they dared not fall asleep. If they fell asleep and the fire went out, they might freeze to death. Fortunately, many players have workbenches and stove blueprints. Nowadays, there is no shortage of stoves in the trading center. Players have a stove, but the stoves are not enough. If you want to make the ship warmer, you need more advanced heating tools. Mianmian plans to study whether she can mass-produce fireplaces today. The heat preservation effect of fireplaces is much better than that of stoves. If a fireplace is built in the houseboat, the temperature of the whole room will rise, because the heat will be transferred from the fireplace to the surrounding air, and then the hot air will rise to the inside of the room, forming a heat cycle. The heating efficiency is higher and more comfortable, which is incomparable to the stove. Without the blueprint, she has to make a sample herself first, and then improve and study it. She doesn't know how much she will need. In fact, it would be best to get the blueprint of the fireplace. Mianmian plans to roll the lucky dice first. Maybe today she will have a wish come true. Then, there is hope. But today's luck was not good. And the number thrown was 2. Good times come after bad times. Mianmian spread her hands. And since things have come to this, let's just leave it at that. She heard the chicks in the cabin cling non-stop, and hurried over to take a look. Several chicks were clamoring for food. Mianmian had no choice but to pick some cabbage from the vegetable garden, mix it with the leftover chicken feed from yesterday, and feed them some. I don't know how long it will take them to grow up. I can't bear to eat the chicks I raised when they grow up. Mianmian thought so. Seeing the chicks eating so happily, Mianmian was hungry too. You can have some green vegetable and lean meat porridge for breakfast today. She picked some green vegetables, cut a piece of lean meat, chopped the lean meat into mincemeat, and put it aside for later use. When the porridge is almost cooked, put the mincemeat and green vegetables in to cook. Drinking a bowl of steaming porridge in the morning to warm the stomach is the most comfortable thing. Mianmian has a lot to do today. The things in the trading center are almost sold out. She has to put some on the shelves and then sort out her own supplies. Many things are for the rainy season. They are not used in the ice season, so they are all put in the storage room. Yesterday, she bought not only a Tang Dynasty horizontal sword in the mall, but also 2 books, an archery target, and a sandbag. The archery target is used for archery practice, and the sandbag is used for exercise. As for the books, one is an introductory book on sewing, and the other is a book on building a greenhouse. Mianmian wants to build a greenhouse in the cabin to fight against the cold weather. In this way, even if the weather is cold, plants can be grown, which can not only be eaten by herself, but also sold to other players. However, after she looked at it, she found that it was not easy to build a greenhouse on the ship. It requires a lot of things: irrigation system, lighting system, heating, ventilation. These conditions are very important. The irrigation system is okay. There is no shortage of water now. The most difficult thing is to replace the light source lamp and the heating radiator. These require a lot of energy stones. The materials for building the greenhouse must also be selected. Glass, plastic or steel can be used. Mianmian prefers steel, but she doesn't have that much iron ore. In the eyes of others, Mianmian may be rich, but Mianmian is still not satisfied. If she wants to stay ahead of all the players, she has to be ahead in all aspects, whether it is food, power, or wealth. So she must build this greenhouse. If the materials are not enough, go and exchange them. Go and earn them. Food is the best seller now, but Mianmian doesn't want to start selling it now. The rainy season has just ended, and players must have stockpiled some food. Now is not the best time to sell it. The price can't be sold, and it is easy for some people with ulterior motives to hoard it. With the arrival of the ice season, the things in the treasure chest are getting better and better. The workbench is no longer a rare thing. 1/3 of the players have a workbench. There are too many people selling those basic things, so Mianmian doesn't plan to make them anymore. At present, she thinks the best-selling item is the tar lamp. 1 tar lamp can be exchanged for 3 iron ores or 2 glasses. Some people even use starfish coins to buy tar lamps, because the tar in the mall is very expensive, and 5 starfish coins can only buy 1 tar. Although many people have opened the blueprints of tar lamps, few of them have stable sales because they don't have tar. Opening 3 or 5 tars every day is not enough for personal use, let alone selling. Mianmian only puts 5 tar lamps on the shelves every day, and they are sold out every time. Mianmian has a lot of tar. She got some by chopping coconut trees before. Other players didn't know that they could get tar by chopping coconut trees. They all went to the island to find important resources, and coconut trees were not paid attention to at all. However, she only has about 30 pieces of tar left now. But fortunately, her mother just gave her a tar distribution map yesterday. As long as she can find the sea area rich in tar, she won't have to worry. She opened the map and was surprised to find that there was a large area of tar near her. Mianmian looked around with a telescope, but saw nothing. The map clearly showed that there was a small island next to the tar sea area. It was a very small deserted island in the shape of a U. The tar was in the concave area of the deserted island. Mianmian felt that she had clearly arrived nearby, but she didn't see the island. Could it be buried by the heavy snow? But in this case, you could always see snow. But there are only glaciers on the sea except for snow. If she can't find it today, according to the speed of the ship, she may have to leave the sea area. Recently, the ship will automatically drive at night, and it can be controlled by itself during the day. Mianmian thought of a way. Will the sea creatures know this place? They have been growing in this sea area, and they must be very familiar with the surrounding environment, just like the octopus and tusk fish encountered last time. It's just that they said yesterday that they wanted to go to the deep sea, and now it may be difficult to find them. Otherwise, she will also try her luck in the deep sea. Maybe she can meet a little dolphin. Didn't the tusk fish say that the dolphin also went to the deep sea? Should I take the risk? Mianmian's equipment can go to the sea, but it can only last for a period of time. After thinking again and again, Mianmian decided to give it a try. If you miss today, you may not be able to meet the next place rich in tar. Chapter 58. After changing into her equipment, Mianmian was about to go into the water when she received a message from Nie Yangguang. Mianmian, I'm up. What do you want to eat this morning? Oh no. I almost forgot. I still have to give Nie Yangguang food. It just so happened that there was still half a pot of green vegetable and lean meat porridge, which Mianmian put in her backpack. She gave it all to Nie Yangguang directly. She was afraid that he would not have enough to eat, so she also added a portion of cold wild vegetables. She had made some cold wild fern before, which was packed in a jar. It was easy to preserve. If you eat a little each time, you can eat it for a long time. Thinking that she might not have time to care about Nie Yangguang next time, Mianmian gave him the lunch and dinner meals together. They were seafood chowder with sashimi, and fish head soup with lettuce. Nie Yangguang was very happy. He. It's all ready. There are so many foods. Can I share some with others? You can do whatever you want, Mianmian said, and jumped into the sea. The seawater was freezing, even colder than last time. Mianmian swam for a while before she got used to it. However, as she dived deeper, the temperature gradually rose. The water temperature on the surface of the sea is the lowest. The deeper you go, the darker it is. Fortunately, Mianmian wore a headlamp this time. The light shone into the water, allowing her to see the road in front of her clearly. This time she didn't have a spear gun in her hand, but just a net bag tied to her waist. If she saw scallops or conchs that she could pick up, she would just fish. The deep sea is different from the land. The deeper the sea, the better. The deep sea is actually cold, dark and high pressure. The deeper you go, the greater the pressure. The deepest diving depth of normal humans is only 300 meters. But in fact, the maximum depth of the seabed is unfathomable. Many are as deep as 5,000 meters. And there are even several trenches with the deepest depth of 11 kilometers. Mianmian can only withstand about 100 meters. Her body can't withstand such a great pressure. In fact, diving to 40 meters already made her a little uncomfortable. However, such a deep sea also allowed her to see many marine creatures she had never seen before. The colorful coral reefs were densely packed all over the seabed, with many worms and sponges on them. Coral reefs are materials that can be collected. She had only seen a little bit before, but she found a large area here. Coral reefs contain coal, bauxite, manganese ore, phosphate ore, and deposits of various rare minerals. Coral limestone can also be used as a raw material for burning lime and cement. It can be used to build greenhouses. Mianmian didn't think much about it and swam over to mine. Obtained coal times 5. Coral limestone times 19. She had only collected a little when she saw a big sea fish. Sea turtles are very smart creatures. Mianmian just wanted to go up and communicate with it. Although she couldn't speak, she could take out the tar distribution map and show it to it. Maybe it knew where it was. But at this moment, she found a giant octopus under her feet. She hadn't noticed it before because it could change the color of its body and blend into the surrounding environment. Mianmian's feet approached it, and it moved a little. And Mianmian discovered it. Mianmian was startled and recognized it at a glance. It was a giant octopus. It looked scary. When its 8 claws expanded, it became a cloak, and you could also see its beak and tongue. It was not at the same level as the octopus I saw last time. This octopus was intelligent and aggressive at first glance. Mianmian quickly floated up, but was still grabbed by his tentacles. Generally speaking, octopuses only eat fish and shrimp, but they will also attack sharks and even humans. Mianmian frowned, because once its tentacles touched her, they would quickly stick to her. In an instant, Mianmian had taken out a dagger from her backpack and directly cut off its tentacles. But after it was cut, the injured tentacle was retracted, but the other tentacles all stretched out towards Mianmian. Mianmian didn't have so many hands like this octopus, so both of her hands were caught by the octopus's tentacles. She struggled for a while, but she couldn't use all her strength under the water, so she could only barely scratch one of the tentacles with the dagger. But this also completely angered the big octopus. Mianmian wore the sea language pearl and could hear the giant octopus roaring non-stop. Damn it! Damn it! Go to hell! The ink sprayed out, and the surrounding seawater was dyed black. Mianmian thought. There was no other way. So she had to take out the spider silk launcher and fired 2 spider silks at the octopus's head. 1 spider silk hit its eyes. The launcher was processed by Mianmian, and some poisonous herb juice was added to it. This poisonous herb has the effect of dizziness and paralysis, and it works quickly. After the octopus was penetrated by the poisonous spider silk, it became more manic. Eat you? I want to eat you. But soon, its strength weakened, and the poisonous herb took effect. Mianmian finally got out of the shackles. She put away the spider silk jet, changed her weapon, and used the bronze sword to poke the octopus's head. But despite this, the octopus could still move. Mianmian had exhausted her strength and oxygen in her body. She was a little exhausted. If she was stuck by the octopus, she might not be able to float up. The will to survive made her break through her limits. She pulled out the bronze sword, aimed at the octopus's gills, and stabbed it. This time, it finally softened. All its tentacles lost their strength and let go of Mianmian. The octopus's body sank, and Mianmian saw that there seemed to be something shiny in its body. Mianmian wanted to get it, but now she needed oxygen, and she couldn't hold on any longer. She didn't even have the strength to swim up. If she went to get the octopus's body, she would surely die. Mianmian struggled to swim up, but the huge pressure at the bottom of the sea seemed to be dragging her down like an invisible hand. Mianmian couldn't swim anymore. Was she so unlucky today? She had finally come to this point, and she couldn't die in the sea like this. At this time, the turtle she had just seen swam over. Mianmian looked into the turtle's eyes. Its eyes were large and sensitive, emitting a friendly light. Mianmian looked at it pleadingly. Although she couldn't speak, Mianmian made an upward gesture, meaning to go up. Come up. She understood the turtle's voice. Mianmian lay on the turtle's shell. The turtle swam very fast. Mianmian closed her eyes drowsily. It seemed that only a few minutes had passed before she was awakened by the cold water. The turtle patted her face with its forelimbs, saw that she opened her eyes, and left. Mianmian was shivering with cold. She had no strength left, but she still swam desperately towards the Shangyun, and finally grabbed the rope on the ship. She was frozen all over and her hands were almost out of control. Finally, Mianmian climbed up and lay on the deck, gasping for breath. Her physical and mental strength had reached the critical point, with only 5 points left. It seemed that if she was a few minutes later, she might die. Mianmian took a deep breath of oxygen before changing her wet diving suit. She looked at the time. It was only a short time since she left. So many things happened in just over 20 minutes. Mianmian felt the joy of surviving a disaster. She rested in the bedroom and ate a piece of grilled bear meat. She chose to eat grilled bear meat because she wanted to increase her strength in a short period of time and restore her physical and mental strength. She was going to go into the water again. She saw something shiny in the body of the octopus just now, and she was definitely not mistaken. Mianmian was going to get it. Her intuition told her that it must be a good thing, and such a big octopus must have a lot of meat. In addition, she had only mined a little bit of the mineral resources in the coral reef. Since she had to go into the water anyway, she might as well go and get the treasure back. Quietly waiting for her status to be fully restored, Mianmian stood by the boat and jumped into the sea again. She remembered the place just now and found it quickly. The octopus's body sank deeper. Mianmian had to sink a little deeper to get it. She gritted her teeth and went down. And sure enough, she saw something glowing in the body. Mianmian grabbed the octopus's body and put it in her backpack first. The reddish-brown octopus meat was decomposed into 30 parts. And in addition, there were 2 ice marrows. Mianmian was very surprised. The ice marrow needed to upgrade the ship was actually found here. Although there were only 2, she finally had a direction. She returned to the coral reef and continued to mine minerals. Obtained phosphate ore ×1. Obtained coral limestone ×13. Obtained coal ×2. Every 20 minutes. She went up to breathe oxygen and eat to replenish her energy. She went back and forth, up and down, for more than 10 times. She collected hundreds of supplies. She finally stopped. It was already dark at this time, and the sea was pitch black. Although she had a headlamp and could see clearly, the darkness brought an invisible sense of oppression, making it impossible for people to stay in the deep sea. Mianmian's body was also about to be overdrawn. Although she would eat supplementary food every time, it was difficult for her to recover her energy after so many times. The effect of food also became smaller. It was not that if you kept eating, it would always have the same effect. After more than 10 times, the effect would be halved. And finally, it would just be ordinary food. She was about to go ashore and return to the boat to rest. At this time, she saw a turtle swimming from behind her. This time Mianmian seized the opportunity. She quickly approached, greeted the turtle first, then took out the tar distribution map and pointed to the U-shaped island. The turtle hesitated and looked at her. The island should be nearby. Mianmian gestured to tell the turtle that she had looked everywhere but couldn't find it, because the island is flooded. You have to go to the sea to look for it. The turtle left after saying that. It was in a hurry to get on the road. Mianmian wanted to ask more, but she couldn't catch up with the turtle's speed. Forget it. I have already got useful information. I will go up first. Despite the hard work, Mianmian still thinks it is worth it. She got a lot of good things. Coal has a much higher calorific value than firewood. When the same mass of coal and firewood are completely burned, coal releases more heat than firewood, and the temperature can even reach more than 1,000 degrees. But firewood can only reach a few hundred degrees less than 1,000. Before finding the energy stone, we can temporarily use coal for heating. There is also coral limestone, which can be used to make lime and cement. Lime is used to make glass, while cement has more uses. It can be used to build various walls and partitions. In addition to making fireplaces, it can also be used to make greenhouses. Mianmian has found a treasure. Before the sea surface is completely frozen, she has to go into the water more. It's too late today, and her body is not good. She has to continue tomorrow. It's a pity that tar has not been found yet. It would be great if I could meet a turtle again. I didn't have the chance to ask it questions today. I stayed in the water for too long. Mianmian's body has been soaked and her skin is wrinkled. Especially her fingers, which are white and wrinkled, looking a bit ugly. Mianmian didn't care so much. Seeing that there was still time, she fished for the treasure chest first. Thinking carefully, it wasn't so bad after all. Although she encountered danger, at least she turned the danger into safety. She survived and gained a lot of supplies. I don't know if the treasure chest will give her a surprise. While fishing for the treasure chest, she watched the chat channel. Maybe she was more sensitive to the word cooking, so she just happened to see someone say, "My sister caught a cooking skill book." Great. With a cooking skill, will the food she makes be the same as Mianmian's? With a bonus effect? The cooking skill book has appeared before, but the effect is average. Only special food can have a bonus. Yeah. Where can we get so much high-quality food? Unprocessed food is hard to come by. I have cooking skills. I killed a mackerel before, and got a piece of high-quality mackerel meat. Using that will give you a buff effect, but using ordinary mackerel won't. Did Mianmian use only high-quality ingredients? That's amazing. Mianmian thought about it, and realized that she didn't use all high-quality ingredients to make food. She used all kinds of ingredients, but they all had buff effects. At first, she did think it was a skill that came with the cooking skill. But now it seems that not everyone with a cooking skill can do this. As for what conditions are required, Mianmian herself is not clear. Now more and more people have skill books, and skill books have appeared several times in the trading center. But Mianmian did not go to bid. She felt that she knew enough and was too busy to handle it. And she didn't want to do everything. There was no need to be an all-rounder. Just like forging, which was complicated and troublesome, and consumed physical strength and energy, which she didn't like. In fact, as long as one or two skills can be upgraded to advanced levels, it would be great. If there is no particularly good opportunity, from elementary to advanced, you must spend a lot of time and money to study and upgrade in this area. For example, in order to upgrade forging, Rongyu had to use a lot of good things to exchange for forging-related materials. I guess he didn't use his other skill much. Just thinking about it, the treasure chest was hooked. Mianmian pulled it up and took a look. It was a gold treasure chest. It seemed that she hadn't caught a gold treasure chest for a long time. And Mianmian was very happy. Obtained, hot water bottle ×1. Thermos ×1. Gathering skill book ×1. Wine brewing encyclopedia ×1. Military coat ×1. Honey ×2. The things in the gold treasure chest are really good. These things are all on sale in the mall, and they are sold at a high price. Mianmian saw a similar book of this wine brewing encyclopedia last night, which was sold for more than 100 starfish coins. Now she can save money directly. However, the gathering skill book is the same as her skill, so she can exchange it for other things. The hot water bottle can be used tonight. In such a cold day, it must be more comfortable to sleep with a warm hot water bottle. The 2L capacity thermos is enough for her to drink alone. Before, there was only a small thermos cup, which was inconvenient to use. She always had to boil water and add water. The military coat does not look very beautiful, but it is okay to wear. But it is not as good as her polar cold-proof equipment. Keep it as a backup. Honey can be used to soak in water and make desserts. In short, Mianmian is very satisfied with this box. She wants to see if she can catch a good treasure chest in the next box. But after a long time, there was no second treasure chest. Mianmian did not intend to sit and waste time. She planned to make an automatic fishing rod. Fix it there. Put a bell on it. And the bell would ring when there was movement. And she would quickly pull it up. The bell that I thought was useless before finally came in handy. Mianmian couldn't help but think that it would be good to keep more things in the future. Maybe they would be useful. The advanced workbench can make many things. Since she got the advanced workbench, Mianmian has been tinkering with some small inventions whenever she has nothing to do. They are simple and easy to make. She even thought about making a generator. In such a cold day, you can make a wind turbine. But it is too cold and easy to freeze. And she can't design it herself. After all, she is not a professional in this field and has never understood it before. She must have a drawing. The trading center has never seen similar drawings. First, make the automatic fishing rod holder. Mianmian tried it, and it was not bad and could be used. Her design was very sloppy. So the workbench was a bit rough. But beauty is not important. It's enough to be usable. After putting it away, Mianmian went to harvest the vegetables and check on the chickens. When she arrived at the vegetable field, she was shocked to find that all the vegetables on the ground were wilted and frozen to death. And only the plants on the rare land were still alive. Only one day had passed. It looked fine in the morning. But now it has become like this. Mianmian checked it in the morning. At that time, the vegetables had not grown completely. She wanted to let it stay in the soil for a while. But it froze to death. It seems that the greenhouse must be built immediately. Mianmian sighed and dug out all the frozen vegetables. There were also many fruits that died before they grew out. But Mianmian was heartbroken. She exchanged all of them for supplies. Especially the pineapple has just grown a little bit. Mianmian sighed. After the vegetables were frozen, the nutrients were seriously lost, the vegetable tissue was also damaged. And the taste was greatly reduced. Mianmian planned to keep them to feed chickens and rabbits. But she couldn't eat them herself. After digging them out, she put them all in a basket and put them aside. The next step was to measure them. She couldn't make the entire first floor of the cabin into a greenhouse. So she could only make a small greenhouse first. To build a greenhouse, you need to build a foundation first. The workload is very large. Some are busy. Chapter 59 Ice Season, Day 33 at Sea. Although she had no experience, Mianmian bought a book. You can learn after reading it, which is also a benefit for players in the game. As long as it is a systematic book, you can understand what you didn't know before. No matter how smart you are, there are a lot of things needed to build a greenhouse. Mianmian has to do it one by one. She wants to find someone to help. Actually, Nie Yangguang and Hu Yuan can also be found. But they are probably very busy. Mianmian just wants to save time and will not give much benefit. After all, these are small things and can be done as long as there is a workbench. Why not ask on the forum if there are any players with workbenches willing to take orders? Mianmian is like a contractor, assigning the work under her to others and then paying them a salary. Mianmian thought carefully and felt that this was really feasible. She will have more and more things to do in the future. And the amount of work is huge. It is impossible for her to do every part one by herself, which is a waste of time. It is better to hand it over to others in batches to help her complete it, saving time and effort. Most players are still quite bored on the boat. There is nothing to do except fishing for treasure chests. Many players even said that lying down is too boring and they miss their working life. Then Mianmian will provide them with a job. She first measured the size of the greenhouse and calculated the materials that would be used. The foundation needs to be made of bricks and soil. And there needs to be a wooden frame and more than 50 pieces of processed thick glass. Ordinary glass is fragmented. And to synthesize a large piece of thick glass, it must be processed on a workbench. One piece of glass requires 2 to 5 pieces of glass. And it must be adjusted according to Mianmian's needs. In addition, Mianmian also needs to make a door for exhaust fans and various movable scaffolding to place seeds. Some things require the use of advanced workbenches, and Mianmian can only do it herself. So she planned to let others do the glass processing and wooden frame making work. She would do the glass door and foundation work herself. Mianmian opened the forum and prepared to post. The title was very simple. Hashtag as long as you have a workbench, you can get an easy job with a high salary paid daily. Hashtag. The materials are provided by me. As long as the player has a workbench and makes the items I need according to my requirements. he can get paid. The lowest is an iron block, and the higher one can get iron or better materials. And the more you do, the more you get. When the workload reaches a certain amount, you can get food compensation. Of course, this food is just food, not cooked. If you are interested, you can leave a message to introduce yourself. I will chat with you if you are suitable. Mianmian doesn't want hundreds or thousands of people to come to her. It's too troublesome. She still lets these applicants write their resumes under the post, and she will screen them first. As soon as the post was sent out, many people left messages. Mianmian doesn't even need to advertise on the chat channel. The players who applied for the job below introduced themselves one after another. 1. I have a primary workbench and learn cooking skills. Just give me some food. 2. Primary workbench. Sewing table. Sewing skills. Just want to earn some glass upgrades. 3. Mianmian. I am your fan. I have a primary workbench. Alchemy table. Choose me. Choose me. 4. I also have an intermediate workbench. I can basically make anything. I don't need much. I just want to have a taste of the food made by Boss Mianmian. Mianmian looked around and found that there were very few players with intermediate workbenches. Having an intermediate workbench means that the things he makes will be of better quality, and he can make more things. Mianmian will of course give priority to players with intermediate workbenches, such as water pumps and sinks. But some things can be made by the elementary workbench, such as wooden frames. After all, this is simple, and she needs a lot. It's already dark today. Mianmian decided to select the people first, and let them start working early tomorrow morning, because she will have a lot of things to do tomorrow, and she won't have time to explain the work to them. So it's better to explain it now. She found 5 people in total, 2 of whom have intermediate workbenches, and the other 3 have primary workbenches. Mianmian assigned tasks to them, and customized the remuneration conditions according to their requirements. It's charged by piece, and you get what you do. There was a player whose name Mianmian was familiar with. Later, she remembered that she had seen her on the leaderboard before. It was Zhao Fuyun, the 8th on the rating list. She has an intermediate workbench and has learned the gathering skill. Mianmian gave her the task of making thick glass. There are 30 pieces of glass in total, of varying sizes, and the total reward is 10 pieces of glass and 10 pieces of plastic. If it is completed within 1 day, 2 pieces of venison will be given as a gift. This is the condition they have negotiated. After both parties agree, an agreement is generated in the system, and no one can breach the contract. Otherwise, the system will impose a mandatory penalty and require the breacher to compensate for the materials. The work has just been handed over. Mianmian received a message from Rongyu. Rongyu, it has been optimized in part. Do you want to see it? It is her horizontal sword. Mianmian, of course. Rongyu added a gorgeous handle to the basic Tang Dynasty horizontal sword and made a scabbard. The handle and scabbard are both black, but they are not low-key, but very gorgeous. The hilt is wrapped with silk and silver threads, and a ruby is inlaid in the middle. Although I don't know whether the ruby is real or fake. It looks pretty good. Very noble. Like a precious sword used by ancient nobles. The scabbard is made of complicated patterns, which are auspicious clouds and phoenix patterns required by Mianmian. Very beautiful. The blade has not changed much, but it looks sharper. Probably polished by Rongyu again. Mianmian, wow. Did you give me this ruby? Rongyu, no. I will charge you. If you don't want it, I will take it off. Mianmian, no way. How did you become so stingy? Rongyu, I learned it from you. Mianmian, you are not like that. Rongyu, it's okay. Mianmian, I admit that I am stingy. But you can't learn bad things instead of good things. Rongyu ignored her. Mianmian guessed that he must be unhappy because he signed the unequal agreement. She didn't force him, and it was obvious that he wanted it himself. Mianmian, okay. Then tell me, how to exchange this ruby. Rongyu, 10 pieces of parasol wood, cherry wood, locust wood, poplar wood, and walnut wood. Okay. Okay. This guy really learned from her. There are so many precious woods, and he asked for 10 pieces each. A ruby can't be worth so much wood. Besides, who wants rubies when they are not well-dressed and well-fed? If it weren't for the fact that the rubies looked really good when inlaid on her precious sword, Mianmian would not have wanted them. In the end, the 2 of them took a step back, and Mianmian agreed to give him 5 of each wood in exchange for the rubies. Mianmian saw that he had taken advantage of her too much. So she let him make some money this time. Otherwise, she would go to the trading center to exchange for a gemstone ornament, which shouldn't require much. How long will it take to complete? It will take 2 more days. In fact, 1 day is enough. But Rongyu wanted to stay and study the material of this knife more, because this basic knife was bought directly from the mall. There was no blueprint, so he didn't know what materials were used for this knife. He could only see that Damascus steel was used, which had a beautiful appearance and outstanding flexibility and hardness, and was simply the favorite of knife forgers. Before coming to the game, Rongyu had never forged a knife, and had never heard of Damascus steel. After coming here, he only saw this material in books. When he got Mianmian's knife, he was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. He must forge the best knife for himself, better than Mianmian's. But he didn't know where to find this Damascus steel, though what he just asked Mianmian for was all the materials he planned to use for the handle and scabbard. He also had wood, but the variety was not that rich, so he just enriched it with Mianmian's. Anyway, the ruby was open from the box, and he didn't have much use for it. He could only use it as a decoration, which happened to be very suitable for Mianmian's knife. After being cheated by Mianmian so many times, Rongyu has learned his lesson and finally made money from Mianmian. At this time, the bell rang. It was the fishing rod that made a noise. Mianmian hurried over and pulled it up. It was a silver treasure chest. Cotton times 4. Wool times 5. Waterproof cloth times 2. Wooden barrel times 3. Iron barrel times 3. Goat milk times 3. Some practical things. Just after pulling up one, Mianmian hadn't walked far when the bell rang again, indicating that another treasure chest had arrived. Mianmian turned around and pulled up another silver treasure chest. Mianmian continued to drive. Obtained blueberry jam times 2. Cantaloupe times 1. A pound of cherries. A pound of longan. And a pound of mango. Wow! There are so many fruits this time. Her fruit inventory is all gone. The fruits she planted died of freezing before they could bear fruit. Now she finally got some fruits from the treasure chest. Most of them are tropical fruits. Sweet. She likes them the most. Mianmian washed a few cherries, took some longans, added a mango, put them on a plate, and paired them with a coconut. She sat in the bedroom and ate while watching the sea view. Although it was pitch black and she couldn't see anything, she felt calm when she heard the sound of the sea. She remembered that she hadn't finished reading the book Wine Brewing Encyclopedia. After reading it, she can also make wine, although there are no grapes yet. But with so many fruits here, grapes shouldn't be far away. After eating, she felt happy. She kept the cores of the fruits she had eaten and planted them after the greenhouse was built. She also put the other fruits into her backpack and kept them for later consumption. Overall, today was pretty good. It was indeed a blessing in disguise. Finally, there was a perfect ending. Anyway, the vegetables had already frozen to death, so there was no need to rush to build a big stove. After the greenhouse frame was built, she would build a big stove to heat up the greenhouse. However, Mianmian did not take away the radiator next to the rare land. She still left it there because the chicks needed it. After a day, the chicks became more energetic. They were not as weak as when they were just born. They were weak even when eating. Now they can walk around in the box. Mianmian closed the lid of the box, added some cotton to keep warm, and went back to the second floor. Just as she was about to lie down, Hu Yuan sent a message. Hu Yuan, Mianmian. I just saw the post you posted. Mianmian, well, find a few people to do the work. What's the matter? Hu Yuan, have you found people? Mianmian, yes. The work has been arranged. Hu Yuan, it's like this. I have an idea. We can gather these players with workbenches and build a team to specialize in taking large orders in the future. Just like you. Many high-level players need all kinds of supplies. Maybe you can use it. Mianmian has been busy and tired recently. Unlike before, she always had time to think about making money and doing business. The goods in the trading center are almost gone. She said she would make some for the shelves, but she hasn't found time to do it yet. Fortunately, she has cooperated with other players, and she is only responsible for a part of the items. So it doesn't matter if she doesn't do it. She looked at the trading center of Hu Yuan and Nie Yangguang, and they had plenty of supplies. Especially Hu Yuan, who seemed to have obsessive-compulsive disorder. The quantity of each product was neatly arranged. as if it would be replenished every day. Hu Yuan had made a lot of money selling wood and iron nails 2 days ago. He traded that batch of wood and iron nails with novice players and exchanged for a lot of good things. He resold them today and directly gained a large number of upgrade materials. When he first came to the game, he began to accumulate connections, observing who had materials to exchange in the chat channel, and then kept in touch with them. It was because of this that he met Mianmian. Until now, he has been in contact with many high-level players in the district. They have plenty of supplies, so Hu Yuan can ask them if they have anything he needs. Today, he traded again with the supplies he just exchanged, and now he has almost enough materials to upgrade to level 5. But because of this, his backpack is full of upgrade materials, and there is nothing extra. So he wants to find business opportunities to make some money. After seeing the post posted by Mianmian, he thought of this idea. Mianmian thought about it. Let's not talk about whether there are many people who need such a large number of things. Secondly, after gathering them together, if there is a big order, should we use all the benefits to pay them wages, or take a commission from the good orders they get? Hu Yuan, it's definitely unrealistic to pay wages in the early stage. If there are no orders, you can take commissions. Mianmian, why would they be willing to give you commissions? Unless you find all the jobs. Hu Yuan was silent for a moment. Let me think about it. Mianmian did this because she wanted to build a greenhouse, and she didn't have time. But how many people in the entire District 3 would be like her? Mianmian, well, think about it. If there is a way, it can be done. Let's distribute the materials tomorrow. After so many days, the trading center should have stored a lot of things. Hu Yuan, okay. Mianmian was awakened by the crackling sound. The room is obviously soundproofed. I couldn't hear any sound when it rained so hard before. So why would I be disturbed now? She opened her eyes in confusion, and then suddenly realized. It's hailing. There's hail in the snow. And it looks like it can kill people. Mianmian looked grim. In this weather, she's going to go into the water. She's really going to die. Mianmian opened the chat channel. All the players were wailing, and some had their heads smashed by hail. They said the oil paper umbrella they bought before was useful again. Fortunately, the oil paper umbrella has a little defense. Otherwise I wouldn't dare to go out. Mine does too. But it's only been used for an hour, and the durability has decreased, so it can't last long. Oh my god! Isn't this going to kill people? Will the houseboat be broken? My level 3 houseboat has been smashed. I'm a new player. My boat is only level 2. What should I do? Mianmian noticed that the number of survivors was slowly decreasing. It seems that players who have not reached level 3 will suffer. Mianmian sighed and sent a message in the chat channel. Mianmian, in the next 2 days, the sea may freeze over, and treasure chests may not be caught. So everyone should be prepared. No way. How can treasure chests not be caught? What should we do? Mianmian, are you serious? Don't exaggerate. Without treasure chests, we players don't even have daily necessities. How can we survive? If that's the case, then aren't we finished? I don't believe it. It's impossible. Mianmian, do you have any evidence? Mianmian was just guessing. She could have kept it to herself. But it suddenly hailed today, and so many people died. She decided to prepare everyone. Zhang Jincheng, Mianmian, are you trying to sell supplies? Someone immediately answered. Yes. Do you think everyone will believe you? And then buy things and stock up in the next 2 days? Your business will be easier? Mianmian was speechless. I just want to earn supplies for these 2 days. And I've caused myself so much trouble. Am I not going to be in District 3? Zhang Jincheng disappeared for so long because he fell seriously ill after surviving the deserted island experiment and had been nursing. At first, he spent most of his supplies to buy some life-saving medicine. Later, new players arrived and the medicine was sufficient. So he bought enough medicine and is almost recovered now. But he was seriously injured in the desert island experiment. After he came back, most of the gang members had dispersed. Only 1 or 2 people were still following him. They were not a big deal. So he simply disbanded the gang. Today, when he saw Mianmian speaking in the chat channel, he was angry when he thought about how miserable he was in the desert island experiment. And Mianmian actually took the first place. Why did he fall to this point? While she could take the first place and become the boss of the 3rd district. Every day, old players can be seen in the chat channel popularizing the good things Mianmian did to newcomers. Now they say that the treasure chest can't be fished. Such a ridiculous theory. Zhang Jinqing, who knows what you are after? You mean that the treasure chest will not be fished soon? And all players can only wait to die. Right? Mianmian, I don't need to explain to you. I just want to remind everyone to save as much as possible. Think about it. The temperature is getting lower and lower. If it reaches -30 and the sea freezes, where will the treasure chests come from? Make a plan for the worst. I am also trying to keep the players in Zone 3 alive. Zhang Jinqing, you have so many supplies. If you really want everyone to survive, just donate your food. Zhang Jinqing shouted. As if he had grasped the truth, Mianmian ignored him. She had no obligation to explain. This was a survival game. Although the 3 zones would prosper together and more survivors would be better for her, she would not harm her own interests to help others. Mianmian still has a lot of things to do today. First, take out the lucky dice to see how lucky today is. Very good. It is number 3, all the best. It seems that I will have good luck today. Mianmian sent 2 messages in the rich and powerful group. Mianmian, let's sort out the supplies and distribute them later. Did you see what I said in the chat channel just now? I think the sea will freeze soon. So you should also prepare early. Nie Yangguang, I saw it. I am battling with Zhang Jinqing. This idiot. His brain must have been kicked by a donkey. I thought he was dead in the last survival experiment. But I didn't expect him to be alive. I heard that he had a serious illness, and there was no news. As a result, he was left with a rotten man for thousands of years. Mianmian didn't go to watch Nie Yangguang fight Zhang Jinqing. Instead, she continued, don't waste your breath on him. Smart people will naturally think for themselves. Those who don't believe it, just let them not believe it. You can't wake up someone who pretends to be asleep. Hu Yuan, in my opinion. Mianmian, you don't need to say this in the chat channel. There will definitely be people who sing the opposite tune. They are unwilling to accept the reality and don't understand the current situation. It's hailstorms today. So many people died, and they still have illusions. Mianmian, it's better to live one more person. Mianmian is not a saint. She has a clear conscience for what she does. It's good for everyone and herself. Hu Yuan, I almost sorted out the supplies last night. You two can call me when you are done. Nie Yangguang, okay. I'll sort it out right away. Mianmian didn't have many supplies stored in the trading center, because she hadn't put anything on the shelves. She survived on a deserted island a few days ago, and has been busy these days. Unlike Hu Yuan, who made and sold a lot of things. Mianmian was sorting out the supplies when she received another message from Luo Luo. Mianmian, I found an energy stone. Mianmian, after a few days, I finally got the news about the energy stone. Mianmian, how did you find it? Luo Luo, my brother went into the water today and dug it up on the seabed. Mianmian, how did he go into the water in such a cold day? Luo Luo, he had diving equipment in his novice gift pack. He went into the water yesterday and went into the water again this morning. Mianmian, okay. I'll trade something with you. What do you want? Luo Luo, no need. We agreed before. I'll give it to you when I find the energy stone. Mianmian, no. This is what your brother found. I'll trade with him for whatever he needs. Luo Luo thought for a while. Then give him something warm. When he came, he thought it wouldn't be very cold. After all, we were not afraid of the cold before and only wore a sweater in winter. But, Mianmian understood. Probably those who practice martial arts are not afraid of the cold. But they can't stand -20 to 30 degrees. She happened to get a military coat yesterday. Mianmian gave the military coat to Luo Luo. Luo Luo, okay. Anything else? Mianmian felt that one military coat was a little too little for one energy stone. Luo Luo, I'll ask him what he wants. Mianmian, yeah. After a while, Luo Luo replied, he said he wanted some hot soup. Mianmian, okay. No problem. Mianmian still had some fish head soup left, so she gave 2 to Luo Luo. By the way, ask him how it went in the sea today. Mianmian also wanted to go in the water, but it was so cold that she was really afraid that she couldn't stand it. Unexpectedly, Luo Luo's brother was also strong and went in early in the morning. She put on her polar cold-proof suit and put on her helmet before leaving the room. As soon as she came out, hail hit her head, and it hurt even through the helmet. In this weather, everything is difficult to do. She went to check the living things on the ship first. They were all frozen and shivering. It seemed that they could not hold on any longer. Mianmian had just received only 1 energy stone. It took 2 energy stones to make a radiator. So she couldn't do it. Otherwise, she could make another one to keep them warm. She had no choice but to gather all the animal cages in a cabin on the first floor. And then all the radiators. She also moved the workbench here. There was no other way. So she had to make do with it for now. Although it was a bit smelly. Chapter 60. While the sea is still frozen. Hurry up and fish for the treasure chest. Who knows if it will freeze over at night? Mianmian put the fishing rod on the hook and decided to wait and see. After all, she was lucky today and might get something soon. And today she had to think about the good things she wanted while fishing. 10 minutes later, the fishing rod in Mianmian's hand moved. She pulled it up quickly. The first one was the gold treasure chest. It was the same as she thought. But this time it was locked. Mianmian was a little surprised. It seemed that this was the first locked gold treasure chest. Because she hadn't encountered a locked treasure chest for so long. Mianmian had forgotten whether she still had the key. Items like these that are only 1 or 2 in number, and do not need to be kept fresh are not put in backpacks nowadays, as they take up too much space. Mianmian hurried to the storage room to look for them. As a result, she actually found 3 key fragments. Great! They can just be combined into a key. Mianmian quickly combined them. Soon, a complete key appeared in her hand. She opened the treasure chest without thinking. All she saw was a golden glow. Congratulations. Good luck. Whatever you think will come true. Obtain clothes boiler blueprint ×1. Grill blueprint ×1. Grinder blueprint ×1. Iron ore ×10. Glass ×20. Plastic ×20. Among them, Mianmian wanted the blueprint of the clothes boiler the most. Isn't this a fireplace? With this, she doesn't have to design it herself. And it may not be done well even if she works hard. Now she can make it by putting all the materials on the workbench. Mianmian worked non-stop and took it to make it directly. And put the fishing rod on the automatic device. Clothes boiler can be made on the advanced workbench, a dual-purpose boiler that can boil water to generate heat energy and cook food. It comes with a multi-fuel grill and can be used with firewood, charcoal, or firewood. It comes with a baffle to control airflow. Required materials: iron ore ×12, glass ×5, daily consumption of coal ×20, or firewood ×30, or charcoal ×20. If you want to warm up the whole greenhouse, you should need 2 boilers. The greenhouse is about 10 square meters. Mianmian built the greenhouse according to the size of a bedroom, to keep the whole room warm. In addition to the 2 boilers, you have to install an insulation layer. Excuse me, what are you going to do with these glasses? Do you have any special requirements? If not, I will just make them directly. Zhao Fuyun sent a message. Mianmian took out the book on greenhouses and looked at it. Help me make double-layer glass. If you don't have enough materials, come to me. Double-layer glass? That will consume a lot of materials. Mianmian, it doesn't matter. Just make it. She didn't tell the other party that it was used to make a greenhouse. There was no need. Zhao Fuyun just felt that Mianmian was a bit extravagant. What could she do with so many glasses to make double-layer thick glass sheets at this time? According to her requirements, to make all the glass sheets she wanted, she would need 70 or 80 glasses. If it is double-layered, at least half more glass would be needed. 100 glasses can all be used for upgrading. It is too extravagant. Zhao Fuyun felt it was a pity. Wouldn't it be better to use it for upgrading? Or has it been upgraded long ago? But she is just an employee. If she doesn't say anything, just do it. In fact, the reason why Mianmian spent a lot of materials to make double-layer glass is because it has better thermal insulation effect. If a single layer is used, the heat will dissipate quickly. It is expensive. But since everything is used, of course we have to do our best. It takes 70 or 80 glass sheets to make a single layer. So it is better to add some, and make it double layer directly. If everything goes well, her greenhouse will be ready tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. It seems that there are aluminum mines in the coral reef. But I didn't find them yesterday. Aluminum mines can be used to make aluminum products. And it seems that they can also be used for heat insulation. Mianmian's mind is full of heat insulation now. And the knowledge she has read in the book can be flexibly applied. Yes, not only the greenhouse needs to be insulated, but also her house. Otherwise, she will be cold. She needs to lay the foundation. Find materials. Cook. Practice. Make stoves and goods. And more urgently, she needs to go into the water to find the U-shaped island. Mianmian wished she had the ability to clone herself, so that she could become 3 or 5 of herself. Do all these things at the same time, and then integrate them into her own body. Yesterday, the turtle said that it was flooded, and she had to go into the water to find it. The tar was on the sea, but she didn't know where it was. She had to find the island to locate the area where the tar was distributed. Let's make breakfast first. The remaining food was eaten, and she had to be responsible for making food for Nie Yangguang. The work for the day had been arranged since the morning. Anyway, it had to be done, so she might as well make it rich. Mianmian took flour and potatoes from the storage room, and some wild onions. She picked them during the experiment on the deserted island before, but never planted them. But there were still some onions left. Cut the potatoes into shreds. Chop the onions into mincemeat. Add flour and water to make meat patties. Put the shredded potatoes and minced onions on top. Turn the patties over and fry them after they are formed. Finally, sprinkle with spices and salt. The golden potato and onion pancakes are very easy to make. There must be both vegetarian and meat. Mianmian took out a piece of wild boar meat from her backpack. Cut off a part of the leg meat. Chopped it into meat paste. Added wild vegetables and mixed it evenly. Then added seasonings. And after the meat filling was ready, directly fried it into meat patties in a frying pan. 5 of each of the fragrant meat patties and potato onion pancakes were made. Finally, cut a quarter of the cantaloupe. Put it on a plate, and place them on the dining table. Mianmian took a screenshot and sent a photo to Nie Yangguang. Nie Yangguang, wow! Damn! Mianmian, you are going to make me hungry to death. Mianmian, breakfast is here. I'll give you 4 pancakes. That's enough. Nie Yangguang, that's enough. Mianmian, I'll give you some cantaloupe to try. Nie Yangguang, I knew you were the best. Nie Yangguang had just gotten up and was still in bed, not wanting to come out. It was too cold outside, and it was hailing, so he couldn't go out. So he didn't urge Mianmian to eat. When he saw these delicious foods, he got up immediately. He wouldn't feel cold after eating, and he could still work. Nie Yangguang also remembered what Mianmian said, that the sea might freeze, and he should have fished the treasure chest earlier. Yesterday, Mianmian gave him a whole day's worth of food at once. He thought it was too much, so he shared some with Yusher and a few other friends. In the end, it was not enough for him, but everyone said it was delicious, thanked him, and gave him gifts in return. Today, Mianmian only gave breakfast. Nie Yangguang drooled as he watched, and it seemed that he did not have enough to eat, so he did not share it with others. Mianmian ate 2 cakes and finished the cantaloupe, and she was full. She left the remaining cakes in her backpack, planning to eat them later to replenish her energy. After all, it took too much energy to go into the water. Before going into the water, she had to stew 2 large pots of pig's feet. Pig's feet stewed with soybeans is suitable for nourishing the body in cold weather, replenishing both qi and blood and maintaining health. She used soybeans that she had obtained a long time ago. Soybeans need to be soaked for an hour first, but Mianmian probably doesn't have that much time to soak them for so long, so she just soaked them briefly. While soaking the soybeans, put the pig's feet in clean water and boil them. Add ginger slices, and remove the floating foam after boiling. When it looked almost done, Mianmian put the soybeans in and boiled them together. After boiling, Mianmian went to change her equipment and prepare to go into the water. It took about an hour to boil, and she could go into the water twice. After 2 trips, it was just right to season and stew until soft. I have to say that the temperature has dropped, but the feeling in the water seems to be about the same. Mianmian had experienced this time, and did not dive into the seabed, but snorkel below the sea level, looking for submerged deserted islands everywhere. If it is submerged, at most it will be covered by sea water, because the sea level will not rise that much. I couldn't find it before because I didn't think the island was submerged. Now it's easy to find with the direction. One thing that is better about snorkeling than deep diving is that you don't have to worry about lack of oxygen. You can go up and take a breath in a while. You just need to replenish your energy. As long as your body can bear it, you can keep looking in the water. In fact, if you can get an oxygen tank, you may be able to stay in the water longer. Mianmian thought about it, and decided that when she was fishing for the treasure chest later, she would wish to open an oxygen tank. In this way, she could collect more supplies from the coral reefs on the seabed today. But now she still has to hurry to find the U-shaped island. She continued to dive into the water. Finally, she lived up to her expectations. After soaking in the water for nearly an hour, she found the same place as the one drawn on the distribution map. This is it. Mianmian swam over excitedly. Her head was above the water. Seeing that she had no strength left, she quickly raised her hand, took out a potato and onion cake, and ate it with difficulty. After a while, her physical strength gradually recovered, and she swam towards the goal again. When she arrived at the place, she smelled a strange smell. There were large pieces of tar floating on the sea. The unique color of the tar made her recognize it at a glance. Because there was too much and piled together, the smell was very pungent. So much tar can only be salvaged with a bucket. Mianmian excitedly made a mark and threw a few bottles on the sea so that this side could be seen from afar. She only had a few barrels in her backpack, and she couldn't salvage much. She could only go back first, drive the boat over, and then make hundreds of barrels and salvage slowly. According to her visual estimation, if all the tar here was salvaged, it should be worth thousands or even tens of thousands. This is a huge fortune. She tried it, and found that one barrel could salvage 50 portions of tar. Mianmian was extremely excited. She fluttered back to the boat quickly. She would definitely not be able to finish making barrels in a short time by herself. And she had to stay at the workbench. She had to find someone to place an order. And she had to make at least 80 barrels first. 100 barrels equals 5,000 copies. Mianmian was in a hurry to get them. This time she didn't even have time to sign contracts with everyone. She had to find someone she knew to help her make them quickly. She sent messages to Luo Luo. Hu Yuan, Nie Yangguang, Rongyu, Shi Nancheng, all of them. The content of the messages was the same. Urgent. If you have time, please make 10 iron barrels for me. It is better to use metal containers to store oil. They are not transparent to light and oxygen, and can keep the oil fresh. Iron barrels are the most convenient to make at present. They can be made on a primary workbench with iron blocks. Then Mianmian sent private messages to the players who had workbenches that she contacted yesterday. Asked them to stop their work and make 10 iron barrels for her first. 10 iron buckets can be made in 10 minutes at most. And Mianmian gave them a reward of tar. They agreed quickly. After all, tar is expensive now. Friends also replied to the message, saying that they would give it to her as soon as it was done. Mianmian breathed a sigh of relief. She first went to season the pig's feet that had been stewed for a long time. The water was almost boiled dry, so she added 2 bowls of water to the pot. Continued to stew for half an hour. Then she quickly made a few iron buckets to use first. Mianmian held a bucket in each hand, tied the buckets with ropes, and then threw them into the tar sea and fished out a bucket. I thought that such a bucket was pure tar. But she clicked on the details and found that it was not possible to salvage it in this way, because it was mixed with seawater. She had to salvage only the floating layer of tar on the top, just like she did just now. But that would take too much time, and you would have to jump into the sea to fish it out. In the end, Mianmian decided to just fish it out like this. At worst, she would just fish it out first, and then let it sit and separate it. But that would require making more iron buckets. Mianmian immediately added orders to those people, asking them to make 30 iron buckets each, so that the benefits would be added up. With everyone's help, in half an hour, Mianmian received 100 iron buckets one after another. She distributed the tar to the working players as agreed before. Then she gave half a bucket of separated tar to each of the friends who helped. Half a bucket of tar is 25 portions. After receiving it, they were all very surprised. They didn't expect that making a few iron buckets would bring so many benefits. They all said that it was too much and that they didn't need to give so much. But Mianmian didn't have time to reply to them. She was so busy that she didn't have time to eat the stewed pig's feet. She just filled a bowl and sent it to Nie Yangguang as lunch. Then she continued to salvage. Mianmian threw the bucket down and then fished it up. It was exhausting to do the simple action hundreds of times. 4.5 hours later, with Mianmian's unremitting efforts, Mianmian got more than 300 barrels of tar. Although these tars still had to be separated by standing, there were at least 10,000 portions. She fished out all the tar in the entire sea. But Mianmian thought that 10,000 portions were not bad. It was still unknown how much she could make if she made 10,000 tar lamps and sold them. How she should set the price is also a problem. It would be great if the system could recycle it. Sell it to the mall. In the mall, 1 tar costs 3 starfish coins. Mianmian can sell 3 starfish coins with a tar lamp, which means 30,000 starfish coins. But she was just thinking about it. The system would definitely not want hers. In short, with these tars, it would be a huge asset. Mianmian sat on the chair and took a breath. She drank a mouthful of pig's trotter soup first. The pig's trotter was stewed too soft. It was stewed for too long. Mianmian picked up a pig's trotter and didn't need to chew it at all. It melted in her mouth. The gelatin melted in her mouth, leaving the tendons of the pig's trotter. With a light bite, the meat fell apart. The soup was very rich, with the aroma of meat and beans blended together. After drinking it, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was so comfortable. It was really a healing pig's trotter soup, because ginger slices were added to the soup. It was also very cold relieving. So Mianmian drank a big bowl. This big pot was enough for her to eat slowly for 2 days. However, she still had to take care of Nie Yangguang's diet. It was okay for her to eat the same thing morning, noon and night. But if Nie Yangguang also ate like this, Mianmian felt it was not good. So Mianmian decided not to worry about other people's meals in the future. She was busy and couldn't even take care of her own meals. As a result, she had to worry about other people's meals, which was too troublesome. Just after she finished eating, the fishing rod she placed on the automatic device moved. Mianmian saw it with her sharp eyes. As soon as the bell rang, she walked to the fishing rod. Unexpectedly, she pulled up another golden treasure chest. Good things come one after another. So cool. This time the treasure chest was not locked, so Mianmian could open it directly. Before opening it, Mianmian silently made a wish and recited everything she wanted in her heart. Whatever you think will come true. Good things will definitely happen. Obtained, high-pressure diving oxygen cylinder ×1. Exhaust fan blueprint ×1. Guangdong kitchen treasure book secret book ×1. Cast iron pot ×1. Glass wool ×10. It came just when I needed an oxygen cylinder. Exhaust fans are also used in greenhouses. This secret book is for adding cooking skill points. Cast iron pots are very useful and can be used to stew vegetables. Glass wool is a very good heat insulating material. Mianmian put them all away. With the oxygen tank, Mianmian had to hurry up and go into the water in the last 2 hours before dark. She planned to dive deeper and collect more supplies. In 2 hours, she had to bring back more minerals. Mianmian was determined not to come back until she got enough things. The oxygen tank was enough for a few hours. Mianmian drank another bowl of pig's trotter soup before going into the water, and her physical strength was replenished. The seabed seemed darker than yesterday, but Mianmian had a headlamp, so she didn't have to worry about not being able to see. The seawater was very clean, and the visibility was still very high. She was already used to the pressure in the water, so it was not as hard to dive as the previous 2 times. This time she saw another giant octopus. Thinking of the ice marrow she got from killing the octopus last time, Mianmian's eyes lit up. Although the octopus was hard to kill, it had ice marrow. That was her hope for level 6. Mianmian decided to take a risk and kill another one. And a giant octopus has a lot of meat. Just as Mianmian was about to take action, she heard the octopus screaming, "Please, don't kill me!" Mianmian was stunned for a moment. Why is this one different from the last one? Its cry was very delicate, soft, and a little cute. Mianmian didn't know if it was her illusion, but it sounded like that. The last octopus was full of impact, with a hoarse and unpleasant voice, and wanted to kill her. Why did this octopus speak so softly? It seemed to be that big. It was a giant octopus. It looked as ugly as that one, and its tentacles were also scary. But after hearing it speak, Mianmian inexplicably felt that it seemed much more pleasing to the eye. Mianmian's knife did not stab. "Don't kill me. I can take you to find the treasure." "Treasure?" Mianmian became interested. It was not convenient to talk in the sea. Mianmian thought about it. Why not take it to the boat? But Mianmian hasn't gone to collect supplies from the coral reef yet. Forget it. Let's take it on board first. I'm not afraid of wasting this time. Maybe I can really help her find something good. Mianmian grabbed it, but it was scared. Its tentacles were like ropes, tying Mianmian up like a rope, as if it wanted to do something to Mianmian. As soon as Mianmian took out the dagger, It immediately ran away. Mianmian, don't kill me. Mianmian put away the dagger, grabbed one of its tentacles, and pulled it up. The octopus was a little resistant at first, but then it seemed to see that Mianmian didn't want to do anything to her, so it didn't move. When they reached the sea, Mianmian was finally able to speak. I won't kill you, but you have to listen to me. Yeah, I'll take you to my boat. Be good. Don't mess around with your tentacles, or I'll chop them all off. Mianmian tried to scare it, but it ended up crying. Oh, no. No. Mianmian, okay. I won't chop you if you listen to me. Okay. Mianmian really didn't understand why the giant octopus was so different. Maybe it was just an old man octopus yesterday, and this is just a girl octopus. But it was also too big. After getting on the boat, Mianmian found that it was even bigger than the one yesterday, because the one that Mianmian killed yesterday had its body completely spread out, and was smaller than the one in front of him. The one in front of him was still curled up, and it looked bigger than the one yesterday. If it spread out, it would be terrible. After getting on the boat, Mianmian wiped off the water on her body. Otherwise she would freeze immediately. She took the octopus to the first floor of the cabin, where there was a radiator, so it wouldn't be too cold. After coming in, Mianmian asked, what is the treasure you were talking about? It's so comfortable here. It's hot. As a result, the octopus began to swim around, its tentacles sliding on the ground, leaving white watermarks, and it was still attached to the radiator. As if seeking warmth, its body was huge, and it was even more exaggerated when it was unfolded. Mianmian looked a little uncomfortable. Mianmian, okay. Answer my question. Mianmian was in a hurry. It's the treasure under the sea. The octopus answered in a low voice. It felt that Mianmian was very fierce, but it was not very afraid of Mianmian. Otherwise it would not dare to stay here. Mianmian, where is it? It's at the bottom of the sea. Very deep. Mianmian, have you been there? Can you take me there? I think I have been there. Mianmian, what does the treasure look like? It thought for a while and described it, glowing. What else? It's hidden in the ice. It's too cold and I don't like it. Mianmian thought of the ice marrow she got from killing its kind last time. Maybe it was the ice marrow. However, since the octopus is afraid of cold and likes warmth, why would it carry the ice marrow with it? What is the use of this thing? In addition to upgrading, there should be some more important function. Mianmian, what is the treasure used for? I don't know. Then take me there now. The octopus stopped talking. Mianmian frowned. Didn't you say you would take me to find the treasure? The octopus felt a little wronged. But, the treasure is very dangerous. Mianmian, what's the danger? A lot of big guys. Mianmian thought about what big guys could be dangerous in this place. She soon thought of it. Leopard seals. Or killer whales. Killer whales are very ferocious whales. And leopard seals are very scary carnivorous beasts. They may be on the seabed. Mianmian, what kind of big guy? The octopus just kept repeating that it was very big. Nothing else. Looking at its scared look, it didn't dare to take her to find treasures. It was just a lie to make her not kill it. Mianmian, do you have any treasures? No. No. I don't like them. They are too cold. Mianmian had no choice but to say, forget it. Go now. Seeing its pitiful appearance, she didn't want to kill it. It was a spiritual animal, so as long as it was not dangerous, she would just let it go. And the turtle saved her last time. Mianmian brought it to the side of the boat, threw it overboard, and then dived back into the sea. She didn't care where the octopus went. Time was running out, and she had to go collect resources quickly. No one knew whether the seawater would freeze tonight. Today, she already felt a thin layer of ice on the ice surface. But the area was not large and not obvious. If it freezes, she will have fewer chances to go into the water again, and she may not be able to withstand such low temperatures. It is better to collect as much as possible now. An hour and a half later, Mianmian finally floated to the surface. This time she gained a lot. Not only did she find a lot of coal resources, phosphate rock and coral limestone, but she also found several minerals, bauxite and copper. But the number of minerals was very small. Only a few. In addition, she picked up some sponges and scallops. There are many pores in the body of the sponge, which can filter harmful substances in the water. She picked some up to see if it can be used. She wanted to make a self-circulating water pipe to simply filter the domestic water and then irrigate the fields in the greenhouse. After getting on the boat, Mianmian went directly to the first floor of the cabin. She planned to change clothes here and then take a shower. As soon as she walked in, she saw the big octopus that she had let go, sleeping on the radiator. Chapter 61. Mianmian was very surprised. "Can you stay here for so long?" The octopus was startled when it saw Mianmian coming back, but it probably knew that Mianmian would not hurt it. It climbed down from the radiator and exposed one of its tentacles. "Oh, there is water here." Mianmian looked over and saw that it had used one of its tentacles to reach into a box of water that Mianmian had placed next to it. "That's fine too. It's comfortable here." "Mianmian, you don't want to stay here forever, do you?" It stared at Mianmian with wide eyes. Although it was really ugly, Mianmian actually thought it was a little ugly and cute. "No way," Mianmian sighed. "But this place is not suitable for you. Such a big octopus is not suitable for people to stay on her boat every day. Mianmian, isn't it good to be in the sea? Free and unfettered. Too cold." "That's true. But haven't her kind migrated to warmer places? For example, deep in the sea. Then go to a warmer place on the seabed." "Danger? A lot of dangers. Now many dangerous creatures gather on the seabed. I don't dare to go." Mianmian saw it like this. It really looked like a coward. "But I can't afford to feed you here. You'd better leave." Mianmian had nothing to give it food. This giant octopus eats a lot. According to Mianmian's estimation, this octopus stretched out about meters. Too exaggerated. Scary. It must eat a lot of fish. If it depends on her, wouldn't it eat and drink on her boat every day? "Me. I can do a lot of things." "Mianmian, what? Baby, you didn't even take me to find it." Mianmian saw its tentacles full of suckers and felt it was very dangerous. "But it's really dangerous. You can't get it even if you go." Mianmian saw how scared it was and believed it. Since it was really so dangerous, it's better not to go there first. She has no fighting power at the bottom of the sea, and it's not worth it if she dies. "Mianmian, anyway. Leave quickly. I have no food for you. If I find you destroying or stealing food, I will." Mianmian took out the bronze sword to threaten it. "Woo woo. I won't steal food. I'll find food for myself. You can't eat the food on the boat." Mianmian was afraid that it would eat the chickens and rabbits she raised. Thinking of this, she hurried to see if they were still alive. Fortunately, the chicks had grown a little and were well behaved in the box. As for the two rabbits, Mianmian took out the female rabbit and took a look. Her belly was bigger again. She was really pregnant. Since she had a baby, she should eat more good food. Mianmian got some vegetables for it to eat. Before, Mianmian would feed them hay and leaves, which were exchanged from the trading center. After all, some non-Africans often open such things. After all, they were the materials that they had worked hard to catch. So they were reluctant to throw them away. So they had to put them in the trading center to try to exchange for something else. Mianmian often went to pick up the bargains, and could exchange these with 2 pieces of wood or an iron nail. Just enough for the rabbits and chickens. They liked to eat them. Hay and leaves are not nutritious, and they should grow better if they eat vegetables. Mianmian planned to plant some radishes after the greenhouse was built. If these chickens and rabbits multiplied, she would build a house for them. When Mianmian fed the chickens and rabbits, it was completely dark. Although there was no hail at noon, the temperature continued to drop. She planned to make a clothes furnace first. She also put one in her bedroom. Mianmian came to the workbench and put the corresponding materials on it. This kind of high-level item takes a long time. After putting the things on, a countdown appeared on it, 15 minutes. Using these 15 minutes, Mianmian continued to sort out the materials earned by the trading center. She took the initiative to say that she would divide the materials today. But until now, Hu Yuan and Nie Yangguang have done it. But she hasn't done it yet. But she was also very quick, and just selected the thing she usually traded alone. She seldom exchanges things at the trading center recently, so it didn't take long to finish it. Mianmian opened the chat group of Wealthy and Powerful. I have sorted out the supplies and sent them out now. You can see that after the new players came, there are many more good things, and everyone's treasure chests have more things. So now the supplies are much richer. Nie Yangguang was the first to reply, Okay. I will send it out too. I also have a lot of things I haven't seen here. Hu Yuan, okay. It's the same here. You send it first, and I will send it last. A large number of supplies were sent out, which was dazzling. Nie Yangguang also followed suit, and sent out 70 or 80 kinds of supplies. In addition to basic supplies and materials, there were also many medicines and furniture drawings, weapon drawings and several special props. Mianmian remembered a few special ones. Kung Fu Sandbag ×1. Long Whip Blueprint ×1. 3-layer bookcase blueprint ×1. Mini Robot. Nunchaku blueprint ×1. When he got to Hu Yuan, it was even more exaggerated. He didn't know how many things he had made recently, and the materials he earned were probably as much as Mianmian and Nie Yangguang combined. She flipped through 2 pages before she finished reading. But most of the materials he earned were materials. This was normal. The things he was given to sell were relatively basic and ordinary. So the things he got in exchange were also relatively simple. It was agreed before that Mianmian would choose first. She would take 60%, and the rest would be shared between the two of them. Mianmian took what she needed, and only took a small part of the basic materials. After a rough calculation, she probably took only half of the supplies, leaving more for them. After all, she hadn't sold much recently, and Hu Yuan sold more. Basically, all she took were seeds, blueprints, and special items she wanted. Mianmian also took things like robots and lucky cats, wanting to see if they had any special functions. If they were useless, they could be used as decorations. Her boat was now empty, and there were no ornaments. Putting some things in it might increase the boat's score. She also took a blueprint for an intermediate fishing rod, and prepared to give it to Luo Luo. In the morning, she got an energy stone from Luo Luo, which belonged to his younger brother. Luo Luo only asked for a military coat, and Mianmian thought it would be better to give him something else. As for the weapon blueprints, Mianmian felt that they would always be useful. Now she had nothing to trade with Rongyu except food, so it was always a good idea to stock up on them. After distributing the supplies, Mianmian should sort out her own things. To be honest, Mianmian really didn't want to sort them out. There were just too many things, but she had to sort them out. She couldn't remember many things, so she had to check and replace all the unwanted things with useful ones. Sort out all the things that can be used. And now the backpack seems to be running out of space. Mianmian looked at the expansion conditions of the backpack. To expand it into an advanced backpack, you need 23rd level wolf skins, 10 golden silks. Luo Luo gave her 10 wolf skins last time, and she still needed 10 more. As for the golden silk, she had never seen it. Wolf skins can be exchanged at the trading center. Although it is a bit expensive, it is a necessity. As for the golden silk, why not try fishing for a treasure chest? Maybe there will be one. But at this time, the closed stove has been made. Mianmian took it down, added fuel and ignited it. The fire burned very quickly. After a while, the flames jumped up, and the heat slowly spread, and the surroundings seemed to become warmer. The octopus did not seem to like this stove, because the flames could easily hurt it. So it stayed away from it, and shrank aside. In its eyes, this thing is hot, but it is also dangerous. It is safer to use a radiator. Mianmian roasted a fire, and took out some sweet potatoes, and threw them into the stove. It would be a waste to just use it to heat up. It can be used to roast some food and boil water. Mianmian went to get a large pot of water, and boiled it on top. When boiling water, the water temperature rises, and steam will be emitted. As long as the insulation of this cabin is well done, a heat cycle can be formed. After she fishes for the treasure chest, she will renovate and upgrade this layer of the cabin, in case she forgets about it in a busy moment and doesn't catch the treasure chest. Mianmian put on polar cold-proof clothes and went to fish for the treasure chest. After she ran out, she glanced at the octopus. It looked aggrieved, as if it just didn't want to leave. Mianmian said fiercely again, "Really not leaving? When I have nothing to eat, I will eat you." "No! No!" After dark, the sea was eerily quiet. Although there was wind, there was no sound of waves. Mianmian threw the fishing rod. The hook went into the water, and after waiting for a long time, there was no movement. "Why isn't it coming yet?" Mianmian muttered. As soon as she finished speaking, the fishing rod moved. "Mianmian, I got it." Mianmian hurriedly pulled the line. "What's going on?" "It's too heavy." Mianmian used all her strength to finally pull the box out of the water. The voice of Mianmian just now attracted the octopus. The treasure chest floated to the surface of the water. In the moonlight, the treasure chest shone brightly. Gold? No. It's not a gold treasure chest. Oh my god. This is not a gold treasure chest. This is a diamond treasure chest? The luster of the diamond is so beautiful. It reflects on the boat under the moonlight. The octopus also lay on the railing of the boat and looked at the treasure chest. It seemed very curious, and its tentacles danced in the air. But Mianmian had no time to look at it. Otherwise she would be scared to see this weird scene. The body of the treasure chest is not made of diamonds, but a box made of gold. But it is inlaid with diamonds. Mianmian even sang a song in her mind. Diamonds, diamonds, sparkling. When she saw the diamond treasure chest for the first time, Mianmian was so excited. But she had tried very hard to pull it to the surface of the water. And now she couldn't pull it. She really wanted to know what was in the diamond treasure chest. Maybe there was the energy stone she wanted most. Mianmian was ready to make a wish. What should I do? Why is it so heavy? There was no one on her boat who could help. At this time, a tentacle stretched out. Mianmian was startled. The tentacle was thick and long, and it was full of suction cups. Mianmian looked over and saw that the octopus' eyes were wide open, staring at her blankly. Mianmian, octopus sister. Do you want to help too? The octopus's tentacles stretched directly into the water and actually wrapped the diamond treasure chest. Chapter 62 Ice Season, Day 34 at Sea. Mianmian also blurted out octopus girl. Otherwise, what should we call it? Big octopus? Not so good. It sounds like a female, although it is quite big. The octopus wrapped the diamond treasure chest with its tentacles, and then got the treasure chest up without much effort. Its body was all stuck to the treasure chest, and it was wet when it left. But fortunately it was just water. Nothing else. Thank you. Octopus, it's okay. It's okay. I said I can help you. Mianmian, you are quite strong. Octopus, yeah. I am super strong. It seems that keeping it has some use. Let it do some hard work. Like feeding chickens and rabbits? Or cleaning? With so many tentacles, it should be able to do many things at the same time. Right? Mianmian imagined the octopus busy on the boat. The red tentacles were flying everywhere. The picture was too outrageous. Mianmian didn't think about it anymore. It was more important to open the diamond treasure chest first. She didn't know what the shining diamonds were for, but what was inside was what she cared about most. When she opened the diamond treasure chest, she saw a very ceremonial white light. Obtained, landing card ×1. Energy stone ×5. Wind turbine drawing ×1. Irrigator drawing ×1. Cabinet fish tank ×1. Wool sweater ×1. Down vest ×1. After such a long time, Mianmian saw the landing card again. There is also the energy stone she has been thinking about. Although there are only 5. But with the one Luo Luo gave her, she can already make 3 radiators. And there is also a wind turbine. This is exactly what she wants now. With a wind turbine, many things can be used. What oven? Range hood. Mianmian has not made it yet. And there is no electricity, so it can't be used at all. The things made by the drawings are not like the things given by the system. They can be used without electricity. What she made must be powered by electricity. Mianmian simply didn't make it, and put the drawings there. She took out the drawings of the generator and looked at it, and her joy was immediately reduced by half. Why does this wind turbine need 10 energy stones? She only has 6 now, and she wants to use them to make radiators. It's too difficult. But fortunately, there is an irrigation device blueprint. Mianmian opened it and took a look. Irrigation device, suitable for irrigating vegetable fields or watering flowers. Required materials, copper blocks ×10. Valves ×2. This is not difficult. The bronze treasure chest can be decomposed into bronze blocks. It's just that Mianmian didn't save them because she didn't use them before. But she can exchange them at the trading center. Or ask Nie Yangguang or others if there are any bronze treasure chests that haven't been decomposed yet. As for the valve, Mianmian can make it on the advanced workbench. And it can be made with iron blocks. I'm just not sure if I need the blueprint. She can try to make it without the blueprint later. With this, the vegetable garden in the greenhouse can be irrigated automatically. But what's the use of this cabinet fish tank? Raise fish? Mianmian took out the fish tank to see what it looked like and how big it was. As soon as she put it out, the octopus crawled in by itself and seemed to like it very much. Mianmian. This fish tank is very high-end and is equipped with a heater. This doesn't require blueprints, so you can heat it up by pressing the switch. Mianmian glanced at the octopus, which is really suitable for it. Just put some seawater in it, and she can live in it. No. Why give her this? Is this diamond treasure chest for her or for it? Mianmian was very suspicious. The luck of this octopus was very high. When it helped to retrieve the box, it might want to have something it wanted in the box. Mianmian planned to put the fish tank back into the backpack and not give it to it. As a result, the octopus did not come out, and Mianmian could not put it in. Living things cannot be put into the backpack. What are you doing in here? You are not coming out. Right? Give it to me. Give it to me. This thing. It was so excited that it was incoherent. Mianmian, this is not yours. It's mine. If you want it, exchange it with something. The octopus twisted around in the fish tank, looking very strange. But Mianmian didn't know why. Maybe she was used to it. What do you want? I have nothing. Mianmian, if you don't have anything, why are you still here with me? This octopus is actually stronger than her. If she doesn't threaten it with a weapon, it probably won't come out. But Mianmian let it stay because it helped her just now. She has a lot of things to do and can't keep guarding it. Mianmian has to make the foundation of the greenhouse. It has been delayed for a long time. There are too many things needed for the foundation. Mianmian made a lot of cement and quicklime with coral limestone. Then she prepared sand, cement, and gravel. Gravel is made of stone. Just smash them all. Mianmian was very tired before she finished these materials. When she heard the bell ring, she remembered that she still had a treasure chest to catch. She ran over quickly, but she saw that the octopus had already helped her to fish up the treasure chest. The octopus wanted to help her open the treasure chest. Mianmian quickly stopped it. Don't move. The octopus paused, and its tentacles stopped. All of them motionless. Only its head and eyes turned to look at her. I don't want you to open it. I'll do it myself. The octopus was a little disappointed. I'll help you. Mianmian was lucky today. However, she noticed that this treasure chest was only a silver treasure chest. I don't know if it was because she had already caught a diamond treasure chest before, so she was given an ordinary silver treasure chest in the end, or because the treasure chest was caught by the octopus. Mianmian saw that it seemed to want to open the treasure chest very much. Do you really want to open it? Yes. 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 Mianmian, what if what you open is not good? The octopus thought for a while. I'm very lucky. Mianmian, then you try it. Mianmian was mainly curious. What can this octopus open? Could it also have its wish come true? Mianmian saw it put its tentacles on the lid of the treasure chest and quickly opened it. Crab times 5. Lobster times 10. Oyster times 15. Scallop times 10. Mianmian, you are really awesome. These are all your favorite foods. Right? Did it remember that Mianmian said that she would not give it food? As expected, the octopus danced with joy when it saw the contents of the treasure chest. The 8 tentacles flew around like a group of demons dancing wildly. Mianmian grabbed the treasure chest and closed the lid. I won't give it to you. The octopus, oh! Give it to me. Give it to me. Mianmian ignored it and turned away. Although they were not very useful, Mianmian didn't have these foods, such as prawns and crabs, and she wanted to eat them herself. The octopus wrapped Mianmian with its tentacles to prevent her from taking the treasure chest away. Mianmian turned around and yelled at it. Be honest. Do you still want to stay here? Hearing that it could stay, the octopus still obediently loosened its tentacles and followed behind Mianmian. Mianmian, that's all for today. I'm going to sleep. Octopus, I'm hungry. Mianmian, drink seawater when you're hungry. Octopus stared at her with wide eyes in disbelief. There was actually such a saying. Drink seawater? It has never been full of seawater since it was a child. Mianmian put a box of shrimps and crabs in the water, although she didn't know if they would freeze to death at night. It didn't matter. If they died of freezing, they could still be eaten tomorrow. Don't eat secretly. If I find that there are fewer tomorrow, I will drive you away. Don't mess around on the boat. After saying that, Mianmian went back to the second floor to rest. The next morning, Mianmian got up and found a thin layer of ice on the sea as soon as she walked out of the cabin. Although it is not completely frozen, it will soon. Her guess is right. There was a lot of noise in the chat channel. Obviously, everyone did not expect that what Mianmian said would come true. It was cold, but the sea surface was actually going to freeze. Where would they go to fish for the treasure chest? Everyone was asking this question. Mianmian did not have time to help them answer their questions. She had to continue the work that she had not finished last night. The weather was getting worse and worse, and the greenhouse had to be built immediately. But she still had to eat first. She could only work better after she was full. Thinking of the octopus, Mianmian came to the first floor cabin, pushed open the door and went in, and found that the cabinet fish tank was also inside. She obviously did not put it in, so the octopus must have pulled it in by itself. The big octopus was sleeping in the fish tank, which was already filled with water. It looked like it was sleeping comfortably. Mianmian went to look at the shrimps and crabs that were placed in the box yesterday. They really hadn't decreased. It seemed that this guy didn't steal food. After Mianmian came in, it opened its eyes. Mianmian walked over and touched the fish tank. It was hot. This guy would turn on the switch to keep himself warm. She wasn't as comfortable as it. It was quite happy to see Mianmian. It stretched out its tentacles from the fish tank and rolled up Mianmian's hair. "Oh, you're finally here." It looked so aggrieved. It was really funny. There was no way. It was really ugly. Mian couldn't help laughing. "I'm here. What's wrong?" "Hungry." "Ugly but cute." Mian, work first." "Sob." "Stop sobbing. You're so big. And you're still pretending to be weak." Mian ruthlessly exposed it. It stopped whimpering and whispered, "What do you want to do?" "Feed the chickens. Feed the rabbits. And help me mix cement later." That's all Mian could think of for now. "Octopus, what can you eat?" "You eat whatever I eat." Mian was ready to make breakfast now. But the octopus didn't like human food. It was very reluctant, but didn't dare to say anything. Mian then said, "Eat shrimps and crabs." "Wow. Good. Really good." Mian asked it, "Are you a female?" "Yeah. Yeah. Then I'll call you Octopus Sister. Now that it's officially named. Let it stay." "Okay." The octopus didn't know what the name was for, but since there were shrimps and crabs to eat, it was fine. Although Mian thought about contracting a pet. But looking at the octopus, Mian really didn't want to contract. The pet she imagined was probably a cute, adorable little dolphin, or a mighty and domineering tiger or lion. And the big octopus in front of her. It really had nothing to do with a pet. If there is a pet competition in the future, others will ride tigers, sit on whales, etc. She brought a big octopus. The picture is not very beautiful to imagine, but Mian thought that this octopus seemed to be quite smart, and she could communicate with her. In addition, Mian was thinking that as she was the first contracted pet, there might be rich rewards. Should I contract with her? Mian was in a dilemma. Noticing Mian's gaze, the octopus girl came over and hooked her hand with her tentacles in a flattering way. Chapter 63. The tentacles of the octopus are smooth and soft, and seem to feel very comfortable. It didn't use the suction cup, so Mian didn't feel uncomfortable. It looked like a good boy. Mian asked it, "Do you want to make a contract with me?" "Octopus girl, what's the use of the contract?" Mian took out the pet contract. Primary pet contract. Can only contract low-level pets. Contract success rate 30%. After the pet and the player sign a contract, they are connected. The pet can sense the player's thoughts, and when the loyalty reaches 90, it will become more obedient. The contracted pet has a chance to unlock special skills, which can greatly help the player obtain more resources. Of course, the player also needs to train the pet to upgrade them faster. Advanced pet contract. You can contract pets of various levels. The higher the level, the lower the success rate. The highest success rate can reach 70%. The other introductions are the same. After the contract, the pet may have skills. Mian looked at the octopus in front of her and thought of several possibilities. Is its skill a tentacle attack or ink spray? It seems to be quite suitable for actual combat. Don't look at it ugly, but the combat power is not bad. Mian explained briefly. After the contract, you will be bound to me. I am your master. You can stay with me. You help me do things, and I will give you food. Okay. Okay. I want a contract. Octopus girl thought this was great. Okay. Mian was about to use the primary pet contract. But she was prompted. Cannot be used. High-level creature. Cannot be used. Mianmian. Octopus girl is a high-level creature? She was stunned. Are you rare in your octopus world? She carefully observed octopus girl. She found that its tentacles seemed a little different. Different from the one she killed before. Her eyes were bigger. And her suckers were also golden. I saw its body was reddish-brown before. But now it seems a little different. By the way, this thing can change color. The octopus in the water before turned into a color similar to the surrounding environment. Octopus girl's color now looks a bit like golden yellow. I'm the most beautiful, said the octopus girl shamelessly. Mianmian really didn't expect it. She wanted to use the high-level pet contract right away. And Mianmian's mood became complicated. Just now, she disliked her ugly pet and didn't want to make a contract with her. But she is a high-level pet. Even if she uses the contract, the success rate of the contract is not high. I don't know if it will succeed. Otherwise, I'd better roll the dice first to see how lucky I am today. Mianmian took out the lucky dice. She prayed silently for good luck. She threw it up and waited for the number to appear. It's 6. Super invincible good luck. Mianmian was overjoyed. So it was halfway to success. She used the contract directly. The contract flew up, emitting 2 white lights, linking Octopus Girl and Mianmian. Mianmian didn't dare to move again, and could only stare at Octopus Girl and stand there stupidly. After about 5 minutes, the light finally dimmed, and the contract turned into a pet growth record. Pet name, Giant Octopus, Invertebrate. Body can shrink. Has 9 brains. Controls 8 tentacles at the same time. And has a super sense of smell. Extraordinary intelligence. Is a rare high-level pet. Pet nickname, set by the player. Level 1, upgradable. Pet skills. Skill 1, Brute Force Warrior, upgradable, powerful tentacle suction. After controlling the enemy cannot break free. Once stuck, it will suffer compression damage. Skill 2, Black Mist Confusion, upgradable, spray ink. Causing black mist to spread. Lasting for 1 minute. And can be used no more than 6 times a day. The nickname Mianmian wrote an octopus girl on it. As for its skills, Mianmian looked at it carefully for a while. It seems to be quite powerful. This brute force warrior has a binding skill that can help her control the enemy, so that she can attack more easily. Black Mist Confusion can be used to escape, which is also very good. Mianmian is very satisfied. It seems that the contract with it is right. Congratulations to the player for the first contract of a high-level pet. Reward Energy Stone times 10. Coal tar chemical preparation and application times 1. Constant temperature refrigerator times 1. Electric drill times 1. There really is a first prize. However, Mianmian noticed that it was a reward for a high-level pet. It was not a reward for a contracted pet. It means that someone has already contracted a pet. But it is not a high-level pet. Like Octopus Girl is a high-level pet. And the low-level ones may be some rabbits, cats, sheep and the like. With these 10 energy stones, you can make a wind turbine. It is really a timely help. There is also a book about tar. Seeing this, Mianmian's eyes are straight. She is now a tar tycoon. She originally planned to make all 10,000 tar into tar lamps for trading. Now seeing this, she quickly opened it to read. I didn't expect tar to have so many uses. In addition to being used to produce fuel oil and coal tar gas, it can also be used to make petroleum. What is petroleum? It is a precious thing. In addition to these, there are many other uses. Mianmian flipped through the catalog and found that there are more than a dozen, involving fuel, medicine, steelmaking, environmental protection, building materials, and the preparation of various chemical products. What Mianmian cares most about is that it can be used to make petroleum. Having petroleum is equivalent to having driving force. Many machines are powered by petroleum, and can even generate electricity. Mianmian was very excited. There is no way. Today's harvest really makes her too happy. Seeing that the difficulties of the ice season are increasing, she feels very stressed. Seeing these things, she can also see more hope. The constant temperature refrigerator and the electric drill are things that can make her happy for a long time in normal times. But compared with these two, they are not so important. However, the constant temperature refrigerator can be used to store some food that cannot be put in the backpack. The electric drill can be used to drill holes, which will definitely be used when decorating the greenhouse later. All of this is brought by the contract with the Octopus Girl. If the octopus girl is not too big and too heavy, Mianmian will have to pick it up and cheer. After the contract, the color of the octopus girl is more beautiful. Before, her body was full of ugly patterns. But now the color is much more unified. And her big eyes are cute. Okay. I will teach you how to feed chickens and rabbits. After you learn it, you have to do it yourself every day in the future. Mianmian led it to the chicken coop and rabbit coop, and told it what rabbits eat and what chickens eat. They were placed in different places. Have you learned it? Yeah. Okay. I've already fed them today. Now go and help me keep an eye on the fishing rod. When the bell next to the fishing rod rings, you help me pull it up. But you are not allowed to open the treasure chest by yourself. Mianmian emphasized. Oh. Octopus girl felt a little wrong that Mianmian did not allow her to open the treasure chest. But Mianmian would not be soft-hearted because she felt wronged. Mianmian was in a good mood today. It felt like she hadn't eaten rice for a long time. And she had just got a cast iron pot. People who love cooking always try out new kitchenware. So she planned to make a clay pot rice today and eat it with the seafood she harvested yesterday. Mianmian took out 2 cups of rice, washed it and soaked it in water. Then she simply processed the prawns and crabs, put them in the steamer and steamed them, adding ginger slices to remove the fishy smell. Then, she washed some potatoes and vegetables, heated the cast iron pot she had just got, wiped the surface of the cast iron pot with lard, poured the rice in, added water and boiled it. At this time, wait until the pot boils. Then cover it with a lid. If you want to turn down the heat, add a layer of partition in the closed boiler, so that the fire can't burn up and it becomes a small fire. Boil the rice in the pot over low heat until it is dry. Mianmian puts the chopped potatoes on top, and then puts the pan-fried tender pork and beef on top, covers the lid and continues to steam over low heat. The steamed rice has the fragrance of potatoes and meat. Finally, put the green vegetables in and stew them until cooked. Then pour soy sauce on them. The aroma is so tempting. The seafood had been steamed long ago, but Mianmian didn't want it to taste bad if left outside. So she put it in her backpack after steaming for a long time. The clay pot rice was also finished at this time. So she took out the seafood and put it on the table. Octopus sister, come and eat. The octopus sister came quickly, and her body moved quickly on the deck like a slippery jelly. Mianmian gave it a stool symbolically. You lie down here and eat. Octopus girl's eyes sparkled when she saw a plate of seafood. It has indeed been hungry for a long time. There is nothing to eat on the seabed because it is too cold and it doesn't want to move. It has eaten all the food nearby. How many did you catch in the box? Octopus girl stretched out a tentacle. 1? Mianmian looked at the deck and couldn't see the box. What color is it? White. Mianmian heard the word white and thought, forget it. I'd better open it later. It should be a silver treasure chest. This octopus girl always catches silver. Mianmian planned to go and fish for a while. If she hadn't been so busy, she wouldn't have handed over such an important task as fishing for treasure chests to the automatic device. There was no other way. She had to watch the treasure chest for a whole day. And she didn't know how long it would take for one to come up. Although the treasure chest was very important. If it took a whole day, it would be better to save the time to do something else. While eating, Mianmian received a message from Rongyu. Rongyu, your knife is ready. Mianmian, good. Weapon name, Advanced Tang Dynasty Horizontal Sword. Features, well forged. Exquisitely quenched. Extremely sharp. Incomparable to ordinary weapons. Effects, attack plus 108. Melee damage plus 40. Can cause penetrating damage. Mianmian touched the knife up and down. It was really beautiful. Every pattern on the knife made her extremely satisfied. The scabbard was beautifully made. It felt like a work of art in her hand. It had to be said that Rongyu helped her optimize this knife very well. The effect was also good. It was more than twice as strong as her dagger. It could replace the bronze sword. Mianmian picked it up and tried it. It felt very good. The weight was just right. When swinging the knife, she could feel the air being separated by the blade. Mianmian gave Rongyu a bowl of clay pot rice without saying anything. Mianmian, I'll make you 2 more steel billets later. Okay. After getting this weapon, Mianmian practiced on the deck for a while, without caring about the difficulty of moving in the polar equipment. I am looking forward to the next desert island experiment. However, with such a good weapon, Mianmian's swordsmanship may not be able to keep up. She has to hurry up to fix the radiator, so that she can practice swordsmanship well. The sword and the knife are different. But for her, as long as the footwork is practiced well, and the weapon is used well, the effect is similar. After all, she is not a martial arts hero. After eating, Mianmian asked the octopus girl to work with her. Whatever Mianmian wants, it will help her get it. The octopus girl is full and her whole body is lazy. But it is not difficult for her to work. After all, it has many tentacles. Its body is slumped in the fish tank. And the tentacles can help Mianmian get things. Seeing it like that, Mianmian really wanted to pull it out. First, make the steel billet promise to Rongyu. 5 pieces of iron ore were used to make 2 steel billets of medium size. To make a knife or a sword, 2 steel billets are not enough. At present, Mianmian has no plans to make the next weapon. These 2 steel billets are for Rongyu. The next step is to make a wind turbine. This is the top priority now. Name, wind turbine. Function, generate electricity through the wind power generated by the rotation of a huge fan. Required materials, energy stone times 10. Wind rotor blades. Bracket, iron ore times 10. The wind rotor blades and bracket have to be made by yourself. Mianmian did some research and planned to use aluminum ore to make wind turbine blades. Because the blades need to be light and strong. Although plastic can be used, Mianmian is afraid that the weather is too bad. So she chose aluminum products. It happened that she got aluminum ore in the coral reef and could make aluminum products. It took more than an hour to make the wind turbine blades. It looks okay. After all, she drew it herself. Mianmian learned to paint when she was a child. But if she didn't have some basic skills, she wouldn't be able to do it. To survive in the end of the world, you have to have some skills. And everything you know is useful. Even painting is used. The bracket is very simple. Mianmian used iron ore and the wood of the parasol tree to make a very sturdy bracket. The materials are complete. And you can make a wind turbine by putting them on. It will take 25 minutes to make it. And Mianmian just took advantage of the time to continue to build the foundation of the greenhouse. The preparations were completed last night. And today they only need to be laid and framed. The players she found made the things she wanted and sent them to her yesterday. Mianmian estimated that the greenhouse frame could be made today. The greenhouse will be built in a few days. Just when Mianmian was happy, she received a message from Nie Yangguang. Mianmian, I just contracted a pet. Look! Mianmian was quite surprised. She and Nie Yangguang actually contracted pets on the same day. Nie Yangguang's contracted pet is a little penguin. It looks very cute. And no one knows where he got it. Where did you get the penguin? Nie Yangguang, ha ha ha. I got it from a treasure chest. Mianmian, awesome. Nie Yangguang, I thought it was cute. So I wanted to keep it. Anyway, there was a primary pet contract book. So I used it. I didn't expect it to be successful. Its name is Emperor Penguin. And I gave it a nickname called Goose Baby. Mianmian, it's pretty cute. Mianmian didn't know much about Emperor Penguins. But from the photos he sent, this penguin looked quite big, with thick fur on its body, and a patch of yellow feathers under its neck. So after you made the contract, did it change? Yes. It has a new skill. Mianmian, what skill? Nie Yangguang, keep warm. It can be used as a portable heater. And you won't be afraid of the cold if you hold it. I don't have to be afraid of this ice season. Mianmian was stunned. It's really a practical skill. Nie Yangguang, also. The Antarctic krill that the system rewarded before is what penguins love to eat. Fortunately, I didn't eat it all. My goslings love to eat it. Mianmian has some here too. But I have been saving it. Nie Yangguang, I don't have much left. I have to go to the trading center to exchange for more. Mianmian, if you have any, please keep them for me. When I don't have enough, I can exchange them with you. Mianmian agreed. Okay. Nie Yangguang, oh, yeah. I also found that my spirit value increased by 5 points after I signed the contract with him. Mianmian hurried to check her own values. Not only her own values, but also the values of Shangyun. She hadn't checked them for a long time. You can see that several of her numerical attributes have increased. Both physical strength and strength have increased. The spirit value has also increased by 8 points. Could it be that the spirit value is related to the pet? Perhaps the higher the spirit value, the higher the pet that can be tamed. Or the spirit value will affect the animal. Mianmian can only guess. And the details will have to be observed later. But the skill points only increased for cooking and swimming. It should be because she has been cooking a lot recently, and has been to the sea many times. As for the numerical changes of Shangyun, it means the score has changed. The last time I looked at it, it was over 60 points. Now it is over 80 points. It is normal for her to add so many things to the ship. Nie Yangguang took the penguin as a pet contract. I don't know whether to say he is lucky or too impulsive. But fortunately, he did get a useful skill, which is really needed in extreme cold weather. Mianmian still has a primary pet contract book in her hand. She plans to keep it for now, because she doesn't know if there is a limit to the pets a player can contract. If not, then she can also contract unlimited pets, as long as her ship can fit. It won't hurt even if she also contracts a penguin. But if there is an upper limit, for example, a player can only contract 2 or 3 pets at most, then Mianmian does not plan to use this primary pet contract. It will take up a quota. After chatting with Nie Yangguang for a few words, he did not reply to the message, probably to share his joy with others. Mianmian did not tell others that she had a pet. Octopus girl. Let's not tell it for the time being. Anyway, you will know it when you should know it. At night, the temperature of the sea surface has dropped to more than 20 degrees below zero. There was only a thin layer of ice during the day, but now a large area is frozen. But the ice layer can be broken by hammering hard. So Mianmian asked Octopus Girl to launch a tentacle attack and hammer the ice surface randomly, so that at least you can still fish for treasure chests around. But after tonight, it's hard to say. If you can catch one more, it's a good catch. There are still 2 treasure chests left today. Mianmian plans to fish in person. Maybe she'll have better luck if she does it in person. Soon she hooks one. Get a gold treasure chest. Iron ore X10. Glass X15. Insulation cotton X6. Wool X10. Antarctic krill X20. All of them are needed to build a greenhouse. Except for the Antarctic krill, which Nie Yangguang wants, and Mianmian keeps them for him. There is one last treasure chest today, and Mianmian hopes to get another gold treasure chest. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't catch anything. Just when she was about to open the chat channel to take a look, a line of words suddenly appeared on the screen. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Welcome players from Zone 3 to the Antarctic continent. In this ice season, the Antarctic continent has summoned players from 5 zones, namely Zone 1, Zone 3, Zone 6, Zone 8, and Zone 10. The Antarctic continent is about to usher in extremely cold weather, with temperatures as low as -60 to 70 degrees Celsius. Players are requested to prepare for cold weather and keep warm. The sea is frozen, making it difficult to fish for treasure chests. Players can find ways to find unfrozen sea surfaces. The Antarctic continent is rich in minerals, and there are many energy stones and ice marrows scattered around. Players can take advantage of the opportunity of the sea freezing to find them on their own. I wish the players good luck. Chapter 64. Antarctica is called the White Desert. Some people say it is a frozen and dead land. Mianmian had long discovered that the ship was sailing southward, and the temperature was getting lower and lower. She was right. Mianmian's impression of Antarctica was probably the same as many people. It was just the end of the world. Cold. Penguins. It was covered with ice and snow all year round, and almost no one survived. Now the system has put people from the 5 districts here, although there are more than 100,000 people in one district. This number is not too many for the huge Antarctic continent. Districts 1 and 10 are also in Antarctica, so Mom and Yun Xiao are also there. It would be nice if I could get a family card. I wonder how my mother and Yun Xiao are doing under such harsh circumstances. Mianmian was in a state of confusion. With this worry, she felt a little upset and didn't want to go to work right away. She opened the chat channel to see what everyone was saying. No way. Antarctica? I heard that there are often strong winds here, which is very scary. It's the end of the world. Even tornadoes are normal. Antarctica is not only cold, but also very dry. The air is particularly dry. The wind is strong, and the snow is heavy. The climate is very bad, and there are often 8-level strong winds. It's so terrible. Can we survive here? Why are there only 5 of our districts on the Antarctic continent? What about the other 5 districts? Will the other 5 districts be in other apocalyptic worlds? For example, drought? They are all in the same time and space. Will they be in the Arctic? If it is the Arctic, it is much better than here. and the climate is much warmer. Mianmian knows very little about Antarctica. But there are so many people in the 3 districts. And everyone says something. After watching for a long time, she roughly knows something. To sum it up, it is dry, cold, and the wind is so strong that it is terrifying. It is all glaciers, and there are very few plants and animals. Some people also say that there are many primitive volcanoes and huge lakes under the ice. It's just that the ice is too thick and difficult to melt. So these have been hidden in the ice. Mianmian thought about it. The protection of the ice layer can not only make the freshwater resources cleaner, but also prevent these rich minerals from being mined. If they can be found, it will be a huge fortune. Maybe the energy stone and ice marrow mentioned by the system are hidden under the ice? How can she find them? The ice is so thick. I heard that the average thickness is nearly 1,000 meters. And there are even 3,000 or 4,000 meters thick. She can't dig it. Then after the whole ice season is over, she probably won't dig half of it. There must be other ways. Or, the energy stone and ice marrow are not under the ice, but in the glacier. After all, the glacier is exposed on the sea. There must be a lot of penguins in Antarctica. I haven't seen them yet. Have you seen them? Penguins can't be caught. Right. But this is a game. Is there no one to manage it? What do you want to catch it for? What do you want to do with such a cute penguin? Just asking. It's okay to catch it as a pet. Isn't there a taming task? How can I tame an animal when I can't even see one? Yes. What animals are there in Antarctica? In addition to penguins. It seems to be seals and whales. Does anyone dare to catch a seal as a pet? When everyone mentioned pets, Mianmian looked at Octopus Girl. Octopus Girl, let's go and start working. After thinking about it, Mianmian planned to build a greenhouse on the second floor deck. The second floor has no other use except for her living there. The deck is empty, so it doesn't matter if a greenhouse is placed there. But the first floor deck is used as a kitchen and work area, so there is no room for a greenhouse. Mianmian instructed Octopus to mix the cement and then flatten it on the ground she had framed with a shovel. Then sprinkle stones and quicklime. Flatten it, and then lay the insulation layer. Octopus's 8 hands worked very skillfully, and were much more efficient than Mianmian. It only took Mianmian 1 hour to complete a job that took her 4 hours to complete. It must be said that with it as a helper, Mianmian saved a lot of time and effort. She thought it would take 2 days to build the greenhouse. But now it seems that 1.5 days will be enough. The 4 walls of the greenhouse are made of double-layer thick glass that she specially asked someone to make. As is the roof. The roof and 4 walls are waterproof and insulated, which can better keep the heat. She had to make the entire roof frame herself. So the workbench was always in process. During the break, Mianmian took out the previously stewed pork trotter soup and prepared to have lunch. Octopus Girl was also hungry. Mianmian didn't eat much of the seafood in the morning. She ate it all. Now she's hungry again. Mianmian, how many meals do you have a day? Other people's pets only eat 1 meal. How can there be so much seafood for you to eat? Octopus Girl, I did a lot of work. This is true. Mianmian saw that it worked hard and said, what else can you eat besides seafood? Octopus Girl was confused. I have only eaten seafood. It started to cry. I can't eat anything else. It started to act wrong again. Mianmian was helpless. Okay. I'll make you a roasted stingray. Last time, there were more than 60 stingrays. If I give it half a portion at a time, it can last for a while. Roasted stingrays are easy to make, and there is no need to season them for Octopus Sister. After washing with seawater, you can put it on the fire to roast. Mianmian suddenly remembered that she had an oven blueprint. Since the generator is ready, why not try to see if it can generate electricity? Oven, it can be used to make roast chicken, roast duck, and toast. Anything that can be roasted can be put in. Required materials, aluminum or soil ×2. Steel billet ×3. Glass ×1. Mianmian put the materials for making the oven on the workbench, and then connected a wire from the second floor cabin to the wind turbine to the first floor cabin. As long as the line is connected, the equipment can be powered. The fan blades on the wind turbine are already spinning rapidly, which shows that the wind here is indeed very strong. The oven is not yet ready, and Mianmian can't wait to try the effect. Octopus Girl saw Mianmian running up and down, and didn't know what she was busy with. She just didn't make food for herself, so she simply went back to the fish tank. When it heard Mianmian calling it out, It crawled out of the fish tank. There was a smell of fish in the air. Octopus Girl first stretched out a tentacle, and smelled the smell, and came to Mianmian. Mianmian was startled by the tentacles that suddenly stretched out. The tentacles of the Octopus Girl directly sucked away the grilled fish meat that Mianmian had just taken out of the oven. Mianmian put it down. The hot plate almost burned the tentacles of the Octopus Girl. And she put it down obediently, and came to Mianmian. Why are you in a hurry? It's not like I won't give you food. The Octopus Girl was burned so much that 2 tears flowed from her eyes. Mianmian, you've really had enough. Mianmian was wearing gloves, so she could hold the tray without being afraid of the heat. She brought the grilled fish to the dining table, put a piece of cloth on it before putting the baking tray on it, and then took out the pig's feet she wanted to eat, and put them in front of her. Octopus Girl sat on the chair provided by Mianmian, looking at Mianmian eagerly, and then looked at the grilled fish on the table. When Mianmian ordered eat, it stretched out its tentacles, rolled up the 2 pieces of grilled stingray directly, put them to its mouth, and ate them bite by bite. The body of the octopus is soft, but its mouth is very hard. It has great strength, well-developed muscles, and sharp jaws. It can even bite crabs directly, not to mention ordinary meat. When it eats, its eyes bulge out, and it is very focused. Its body expands and contracts, as if it is enjoying the delicious food. Mianmian hasn't eaten much yet, but it has already finished. It looks satisfied, but not completely satisfied. It is obvious that it is not full. This Octopus Girl does a lot of work and has a big appetite. Mianmian gnawed on the pig's trotter, thought about it, picked up a piece of pig's trotter, and handed it to it. Do you want to try this? It tastes good. The Octopus Girl looked at the pig's trotter she handed over with doubts. A little disgusted. Don't want it? The Octopus Girl was a little moved. Is it delicious? Just now. She seemed to eat it very fragrant, and it smelled like a magical smell. Of course. The Octopus Girl, then I'll try it. Its tentacles stretched out, and rolled the pig's trotter away directly. Mianmian also wanted to see if it would eat the pig's trotter. The Octopus Girl held the pig's trotter with her tentacles, and put it to her mouth, and actually swallowed the pig's trotter whole. Mianmian looked at it in shock. Can bones be eaten? Octopus Girl's eyes bulged even more exaggeratedly. Its 8 tentacles were all open, as if it was very happy. It's delicious. What is this? Its reaction was really a bit exaggerated. Mianmian, stewed pig's feet. I want to eat it. It's delicious. It crawled over and pulled Mianmian with its tentacles, looking like it was begging for something. Mianmian was laughed to death by it. This is my food. You said you only eat seafood. If you don't eat seafood, then I won't eat it. I eat the same thing as you. If you want to eat my food, then what should I eat? I don't have enough to eat. Octopus Girl thought for a while. Help you work. Mianmian, you have to work. You are my pet. If you live here, you have to work. Octopus Girl was in a dilemma. She really didn't know what to do so that Mianmian would be willing to give her the food she just gave her. The taste was so delicious. After eating it, she felt full of energy, warm and hot, as if she was floating. It was much better than steamed seafood and grilled fish. Those didn't taste good. How could Mianmian know that Octopus Girl liked to eat seasoned food? After all, Mianmian treated it as an animal, so she didn't season it. But her processing of seasoned food had a buffing effect, which was also useful for Octopus Girl. Octopus Girl, who had just eaten a pig's feet, suddenly increased her physical and mental strength. So she was excited. Be obedient and work hard, and I'll give you something to eat next time. All 8 tentacles of the Octopus Girl nodded. Mianmian, okay. Go work. I'm going to fish for treasure chests again. Octopus Girl said obediently, okay. While fishing for treasure chests, Mianmian took out the Polar Mineral Resources map. Based on the paper map and the system map, she found a point that was relatively close. It seemed to be nearby. She stood up and looked far away for a while, but couldn't see anything. So she had to put the fishing rod on the automatic device, and went to the 3rd floor cabin to look through the telescope. The telescope can see farther, and everything within a few kilometers can be seen clearly. Soon, Mianmian really saw a gray island. She widened her eyes. She took out the paper map again for comparison, and it seemed to be there. She just happened to have an island landing card. She could sail there now, and land on the island tomorrow morning. And she had a pet bag, so she could put Octopus Girl in the pet bag, and take her to the island with her. Thinking of Octopus Girl's 8 hands, Mianmian's mouth corners lifted up uncontrollably. She had already seen the scene of Octopus Girl's 8 tentacles, each holding a tool and frantically digging for minerals. Iron ore, copper ore or whatever. Dig it all up. However, it was not known whether there were any other supplies on the island. Mianmian quickly controlled the steering wheel and drove towards the island. She probably wouldn't stay overnight on the island, so the boat would be docked nearby and she would be back at night. So she didn't have to worry about no one taking care of the things on the boat. But she still had to make some tools tonight, such as bronze pickaxes, shovels, and other mining tools. Maybe there would be a lot of penguins on the island. Since penguins can be used as pets, it would be nice for Mianmian to catch a few for trading. After all, everyone has to complete the task of taming animals, right? If no better pet is found later, penguins are a good choice. What's more, Nie Yangguang's penguin skills are still good. For most people, the most important thing is to survive this season. I just don't know if it's easy to catch. Mianmian plans to make a few more bags. Mianmian quickly returned to the workbench on the first floor, and the bell rang. The treasure chest was hooked. Mianmian walked to the fishing rod without stopping. This time, she caught a silver treasure chest. Mianmian opened the treasure chest. Chocolate mousse cake ×1. Donuts ×2. Macaron cookies ×5. Tiramisu ×1. It turned out to be a dessert set. Mianmian didn't remember how long she hadn't eaten dessert, especially this kind of small cake. She forgot what it tasted like. I don't know which one to eat first. I want to eat every one of them. Desserts are the food that can make people feel happy. Mianmian finally chose the mousse cake, which is fragrant and smooth, and melts in the mouth. This taste is incomparable to anything else. Mianmian made up her mind after eating. She wanted to make desserts on the boat. She couldn't just wait for the treasure chest after eating this time. It would be fine if she didn't eat, and she wouldn't think about it. But after eating it, she felt that life was less flavorful without desserts. Mianmian sat on a chair and slowly enjoyed the cake, and the island appeared in front of her. Chapter 65 Ice Season, Day 35 at Sea. From a distance, it looked like a deserted island. Not very large, with blue and white glaciers on the gray island. The blue glaciers were of different shades, very spectacular, and had a kind of quiet beauty. Mianmian could not see anything else except the glaciers, not to mention animals. There were no plants. Mianmian stood on the deck and looked out, getting closer and closer to the island. A little bit of lichen and moss could be seen on the coast. Nothing else. What could be on this island? Would it be a waste of an island entry card? What if there was nothing after going up? But will the entire Antarctic continent be filled with islands like this? And a point on the mineral resource map does look very similar to this place. Although it is not 100% certain, there is a high probability. After struggling for a while, Mianmian decided to go to the island. She needs a lot of energy stones and iron ore now. She has been building a lot recently, and the iron ore she found before has been used up. Her supplies are in urgent need, and she must quickly replenish her inventory. Mianmian got up to make tools, and saw an unopened treasure chest on the deck. It was the silver treasure chest that Octopus Girl fished up. Mianmian didn't have much expectation, but she still had to open it. Maybe it's full of Octopus' favorite food. Mianmian picked up the box and opened it. Pet sounding toy ×1. Molar crab ×1. Whale bone ×1. Wind chime ×1. Mianmian. As expected, I will never let octopus fish for treasure chests again. But when Mianmian picked up these things, she found that there were still 2 useful things. For example, whale bones and wind chimes. Whale bones, high elasticity and plasticity, can be processed into various shapes, and can be used as fertilizer after being ground into powder. Wind chime. This is not an ordinary wind chime. It is a wind chime that symbolizes luck. Once it rings, good things will happen. Not only can it attract wealth, but also keep you safe. As for the other 2, I can only give them to Octopus Girl, because they were caught by her. Since she was still working hard, I gave them to her. Mianmian hung the wind chime in her bedroom, and put away the whale bones. It was too late today, so she decided to rest early. The next morning, Mianmian got up and rolled the dice. But her luck was average today. Mianmian thought about it, and decided to wait a day to see what her luck would be tomorrow. If her luck was still average tomorrow, she would still go to the island. It just so happened that she could prepare the tools she would bring to the island tomorrow. The sea was frozen, so she really couldn't fish for treasure chests. The chat channel was full of wailing. Mianmian also tried it. The ice on the sea surface was very thick and could not be broken easily. Mianmian had to do something else first. She took out the blueprint of the small ore detector that she had collected for a long time. This thing was finally going to come in handy. Although it was small and could detect a small area, it was more convenient to hold and not difficult to hold. Small ore detector detects the location of or based on the magnetism of useful minerals in the ore. It will make a beeping sound when it finds ore. Required materials: bauxite times 5. Iron ore times 15. Energy stone times 5. 5 more energy stones were needed. Mianmian was glad that she didn't make all the energy stones into radiators the day before yesterday. Otherwise, where would she find energy stones now? It takes an hour to make the detector. So Mianmian just had a meal. Mianmian took out the remaining half pot of pig's feet and ate it with Octopus Girl. After such a greasy breakfast, Mianmian ate some fruit. Octopus Girl wanted to try everything Mianmian ate. Mianmian had to give her a mango. As a result, Octopus Girl ate it and screamed. What a strange taste. She had never experienced this sweet and sour taste. Octopus Girl ate more and more, and her 8 tentacles kept moving around, as if dancing. Mianmian threw the 2 toys to it. Play with it for a while to digest the food, and then continue to work. Octopus Girl had never played with toys before, and she was very curious about them. So she went to play with them by herself. At this time, the workbench sounded a reminder, and the detector was ready. Mianmian hurried over to take it out and test it. She put the iron ore on the first floor, took the detector to the second floor, and aimed it at the bottom for detection. As a result, the detector really made a beeping sound. Then, Mianmian made 10 steel picks and 10 steel chisels. These cost her 40 iron ores, which are all necessary for mining ore. It was getting late, and Mianmian planned to go to the storage room to take a look. After distributing the supplies last time, Mianmian actually made a lot of messy things, all piled up in the storage room, and kept saying that she would sort them out. But she was always busy and delayed for so long. I'm going to the island tomorrow to see what I can bring. The 4 walls of the storage room are all made of shelves specially made by Mianmian, which are filled with various items in different categories. Mianmian first sorted out some unused sundries in her backpack and put them on the shelf for daily sundries. At this time, she received a message from Luo Luo. Mianmian clicked it and took a look. Luo Luo, Mianmian. I found an island. My brother has an island landing card. I asked him to come here immediately. Do you have an island landing card? If you do, I'll send you an approximate location, and you can come here too. Mianmian and Luo Luo have had little contact these 2 days. After Mianmian asked Luo Luo to help her make an iron bucket the day before yesterday, she has been busy and has no time to chat with her. I guess Luo Luo doesn't have much time. Thank you, Luo Luo. But no, I just saw an island, and I'm going to go there tomorrow. Luo Luo, that's fine. Mianmian, show me what your island looks like and where it is. Luo Luo immediately took a screenshot and sent it over. After receiving it, Mianmian found that it was actually a volcanic island. After looking at the approximate location, it was too far away from Mianmian. It would take at least a few days to get there. Mianmian gave up. But the resources on the volcanic island must be different from hers. Mianmian took out the mineral distribution map and saw that the minerals there were also very rich. Mianmian, will your brother go to the island tomorrow? Why don't you get a landing card yourself? Luo Luo, I don't have a landing card. My brother got it from a treasure chest. Mianmian, I suggest you find a way to exchange a landing card and go to the island with him. Let alone other supplies. Even if only a mine is found, 2 people will definitely gain a lot when they go to the island. I think so too. But I really don't see anyone willing to trade for a landing card. And it's not good to shout in the chat channel. The chat channel is too messy, and it's easy to attract too many people's attention. Luo Luo certainly wants to go to the island with his brother so that they can meet. It seems that there is a space barrier on the sea, and the ships can't see each other. Even if both of you are on the shore of this island, you can't see other people's boats as long as you don't go to the island. You can do it after you go to the island, which was the case on Spider Island before. But there is only one landing card, and Luo Luo can't do anything. There is still one night. You try it. It's better if you can go up, or you can collect a teleportation card, so that you can teleport to the island where he is. Okay. I'll try. Mianmian looked at her backpack. Have you learned the gathering skill? I have an extra gathering skill book here. Do you want it? Mianmian's gathering skill book was traded with Luo Luo before. Now she has more. It's better to give it to Luo Luo. If you go to the island, the gathering skill is very useful. Luo Luo, I have learned it. But my brother hasn't. Can I ask him to exchange with you? Mianmian, okay. Ask him to contact me. Luo Luo went to contact his brother. And Mianmian continued to organize the supplies. Some things can be put in the backpack and brought to the island tomorrow. For example, electric drill, iodine, band-aid, thermos. She even thought about whether to take the radiator with her when she went out. It might be useful to put it next to her when she rested and had a meal. But she looked at the remaining grid in the backpack. There was no place to put it. She quickly opened the trading center to search for wolf skin and golden silk. The price of wolf skin is still very expensive. 10 iron ores per piece. Mianmian glanced at her iron ore. She couldn't even afford it. There were only a dozen or so iron ores in her backpack. Mianmian couldn't help but wonder why she was getting poorer and poorer. What about the money she earned from business recently? It seemed that it had all become daily necessities. Her daily necessities were increasing, but her basic materials were decreasing, and they were all used for production. Mianmian quickly opened her trading center and found that her trading center had been sold out long ago. No wonder. She hadn't made anything to sell for a long time. The once prosperous small mall was now in decline. There were more than 100,000 players in the third zone, and they bought her out easily. She had stored some iron ore in the trading center these days, but the materials she earned here were shared with Hu Yuan and Nie Yangguang, and she couldn't use them privately. Mianmian thought about it, and simply chatted with Hu Yuan privately. Do you have iron ore that can be traded? Hu Yuan is a big shot in the material business. Mianmian believes that he will not let her down. How much? Mianmian breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that it was right to find Hu Yuan. I want to trade with you for 100 iron ores. Hu Yuan, okay. Mianmian, what do you want? Let me see if I have it. Hu Yuan, food. All kinds of meat are fine. Preferably cooked. Mianmian, I don't have cooked meat here. If you want cooked meat, you have to wait a little longer. Now I have ready-made meat. Hu Yuan, it doesn't matter if it's later. 10 servings of barbecue. Plus 10 servings of the seafood sashimi you gave me last time. He directly sent 100 iron ores. Mianmian, okay. Although it's a bit difficult to do. It's the only way to exchange for wolf skins. After receiving the iron ore, Mianmian traded directly. I had never seen gold and silk before, but I found it in the trading center this time. There were 2 people selling it, and the total number was exactly 10. One person needed a weapon, and the other needed an energy stone. There was no problem with the weapon, but Mianmian was reluctant to give out the energy stone. Mianmian received a friend request. The other party's name was Luo Luo. Mianmian accepted it, and soon received a message from the other party. Luo Luo, hello. Sister Mianmian. Mianmian, hello. This kid is quite polite. Luo Luo, my sister told me that you have a collection skill book that can be traded. Right? Mianmian, yes. Luo Luo, what do you need? Mianmian, do you have an energy stone? Luo Luo, I don't have this one. I found one last time and gave it to my sister. Mianmian, do you have any special items? After a while, Luo Luo sent a few item introductions. Food processor, it can be used to make soy milk. Grind dry powder. Squeeze juice. Make meat fillings. Shaved ice. Use your imagination to make any dish you want. Bicycle, who says you can't ride a bicycle on the sea? It's a very convenient means of transportation. Gundam model, educational toys. Building models can also exercise hands-on ability, imagination and creativity. It is also a good decoration. These are indeed 3 special items. Mianmian didn't know where he got them from. However, this food processor is quite suitable for Mianmian. With it, you can make more delicious food. Mianmian, then I want this food processor. Luo Luo, yeah. Mianmian sent the gathering skill book, and Luo Luo also sent the food processor. Luo Luo, thank you. Sister Mianmian, I can exchange the supplies I get after I go to the island with you first. Mianmian, okay. I wish you good luck. If you need any help, you can ask me. After accepting the food processor, Mianmian thought that she could use it to make more food and bring it to the island to eat tomorrow. Mianmian, by the way. Luo Luo. Do you want dessert? We have donuts, cookies and tiramisu. What do you want to eat? After waiting for a while, Luo Luo replied. Luo Luo, no need. Mianmian. I was just looking for a landing card. I posted an anonymous post on the forum. I wonder if anyone is willing to trade. Mianmian, okay. It's okay to try. Maybe there is something. Luo Luo, okay. Mianmian, tell me what you need. If you have seeds or something, you can give them to me. I have built a greenhouse and prepared a variety of dishes. The previous seeds have been used up, and Mianmian needs to buy some more seeds to plant in large quantities. After chatting with Luo Luo, Mianmian privately chatted with a player who wanted to trade gold silk for energy stones. The other party was anonymous, but Mianmian could chat with him privately. Hello. I want to exchange gold silk with you. Do you need anything else besides energy stones? Mianmian was not anonymous. When the man saw Mianmian's name, he sent a message. Do you want gold silk to upgrade your backpack? Mianmian, yes. If you don't have energy stones, a pet contract book will also work. Mianmian was silent for a moment. It was a good idea to exchange a pet contract book for gold silk. What's more, it's not 10 golden silks, but only 4. It seems that this person thinks she is rich and powerful. Stupid and rich. Although golden silk is rare, there are only a few pet contracts, and only the top 10 on the list can get this reward. He actually wants to exchange it for this. Mianmian directly refused the transaction. Forget it. Although she is in urgent need, she is not a person who will do a loss-making business. She privately chatted with another player who traded gold and silk. Mianmian has a bronze sword in her hand. I don't know if the other party is willing to take it. The bronze sword was a good weapon last season, but it is a bit common now. After all, now almost every 2 people have a workbench, and there are more weapon drawings. Sure enough, the other party was not interested when he saw the bronze sword. You can exchange it, but you have to add something. Mianmian, add what? Starfish coins. How about it? Mianmian, how many? 10 starfish coins. Mianmian hesitated for a moment, and went to the mall to check the price of golden silk. The golden silk in the mall is not expensive. You can buy one with 5 starfish coins. 6 golden silks. 10 starfish coins plus a bronze sword. Mianmian calculated carefully, and thought that this deal was fair. In fact, there is no stable price for transactions at sea, and it changes every day. It depends on the rarity of the item. Maybe there are very few today, and only one person in the trading center has it, so the seller can ask for a high price. But if many people open it tomorrow, then this thing will depreciate. Few people traded the golden silk now, and the bronze sword was indeed something she had discarded, although she had agreed in her heart. Mianmian did not show it, but asked, do you only have 6 golden silks here? I need 10. Can you exchange 10? I will exchange 15 starfish coins, a bronze sword, and a food with a buff effect with you. Mianmian's backpack still had the last grilled fish left, which was just enough for the exchange. I'll do it later. Mianmian's food was well received and famous in District 3. I only have 6, but my friend has them. I'll go ask. Wait a minute. Okay. Soon. The man came back. Okay. Send it to me. Okay. Mianmian was happy that she could exchange the golden silk she wanted for a suitable price. Chung Shan was also very happy, because he asked his friend Fu Yan, and said that he would exchange Mianmian's food for 4 golden silks. Fu Yan agreed immediately. So Chung Shan earned 5 more starfish coins. With these 15 starfish coins, he could buy Coke and Sprite in the mall. He really wanted to drink carbonated drinks after not drinking them for a long time. Or he could buy a pack of cigarettes with 50 starfish coins, which was also good. There were very few people willing to trade starfish coins now. I didn't expect that the golden silk I opened could be exchanged for so many good things. At that time, Fu Yan told him that the things he caught in each time period seemed to be quite regular. When he caught something good, Chung Shan would immediately follow suit, and there was a high probability that he would catch the same thing. Fu Yan, how do you know Mianmian? Chung Shan, I just met her at the trading center. She asked me to exchange golden silk, and I exchanged with her and got the food. Fu Yin took out the grilled fish he had just got. This was a grilled mackerel. The tender meat was wrapped in spices and chili peppers, and the skin was grilled golden. He could already imagine the taste before he ate it. Do you want to eat it now? This has a buffing effect. Now he is neither tired nor hungry. It would be a waste to eat. However, he has been at sea for so long, and has not eaten a decent meal. I heard that Mianmian's food has been there for so long, but he has never eaten it once. When Mianmian randomly gave away 200 meals before, he didn't get it. He asked for it in the trading center for a long time, but no one was willing to exchange it. Now that he has it, why don't he try it right away? Fu Yin was in a dilemma. Chung Shan joked, "Look at you. You were also the third on the list at the beginning. Now that he is so famous, why don't you fight for your reputation?" Fu Yin, there is no way. I was lucky before. I got a lot of decorations and added points. The last time we survived on a deserted island, it was based on strength. But I don't have that strength. Chung Shan disagreed. How can you not have strength? Luck is also a kind of strength. You have been the luckiest one among our childhood friends. Otherwise, Chung Shan would not have gone fishing at the same time as Fu Yin did. I just wanted to get some good luck. Fu Yin looked at his luck value, which was 72. He didn't know if it was high, but Chung Shan said that it was only over 50. I guess this value is pretty good. Mianmian got enough upgrade materials. Mianmian immediately upgraded her backpack. The slots of the advanced backpack were expanded to 45. This is already the highest level backpack. Mianmian felt much better when she saw the extra space. Finally, she didn't have to worry about not having enough supplies. With confidence, Mianmian went shopping in the mall and bought a pair of cold-proof shoes for 50 starfish coins. Without cold-proof shoes, it would definitely not work. It was okay on the boat, but Mianmian still had to buy a pair to walk on the ice. She also bought a safety helmet for miners. She had a helmet, but it was not professional. It was more reassuring to buy one. After all, she was going to mine this time. Moreover, this kind of safety helmet has a frame for wearing a mining lamp at the front and a button to fix the mining lamp line at the back, which is more professional. For this reason, she bought 2 more mining lamps as backup. Mianmian took many things from the storage room and put them in her backpack. She even took honey, so she could boil some water to make honey. She also brought a lot of Antarctic krill, which penguins like to eat, so it's always a good idea to bring them. And octopus girls can eat them too. It took a long time to pack. There were 25 things in the backpack, and 20 grids were left. They were a small mineral detector, a pickaxe, a chisel, a Tang Dynasty horizontal sword, a dagger, an electric drill, a quiver, a bow and arrow, a hot water bottle, a thermos, a cast iron pot, a stove, a safety helmet, and a headlamp. There was also a mountaineering bag, which contained many scattered small items, a lighter, a band-aid, Yunnan Biao, iodine, antibiotics, dried fruits, waterproof cloth. This occupied 15 grids. The other 10 grids were used to store some things that were too numerous to be taken out, such as tar, sand, glass, Antarctic krill. Later, she would make 5 more kinds of food and put them in her backpack. Mianmian was very satisfied, but she found that after all the trouble, she didn't seem to have sorted anything out. She just took the things in her backpack to the storage room, and there were still a lot of things in the storage room, and she couldn't figure out how many there were. Forget it. This is the trouble of having too many supplies. If she really has some free time, she doesn't know when. Let's do this for now. She was in a hurry to make food again. With a food processor, Mianmian can really show her skills. Use a food processor to puree the venison. Add a little bit of chopped onion, chopped green onion, chopped garlic, pepper, and salt to stir. Make meatballs. Fry briefly on a pan. Let the surface of the meatballs become golden and beautiful. Put them aside. Then stir-fry some vegetables and add water to boil. Finally, put the venison meatballs in and cook. After cooking, Mianmian added some mushrooms. After it was done, Mianmian tasted it. The taste was tender and chewy, and it was so delicious that she couldn't help eating 2 more. Octopus Girl was drooling at the side, and Mianmian also rewarded her with 1. I want to eat more. Mianmian, wait a minute. Venison meatball soup replenishes nutrition and calories, and the gain effect is the best. She cooked 2 large pots. which could be divided into 8 portions, which was enough to eat. This thing can restore your health when it is critical. As for other food, it is barbecue and sashimi. Just for Huiyuan. Mianmian chose wild boar meat and wolf meat for barbecue. She also made 10 portions and kept half for herself. As for sashimi, Mianmian chose tuna and cuttlefish. And the same was true. She made 20 portions and gave half to Huiyuan. After the meat was ready, Mianmian made 10 potato pancakes. They were delicious last time, so she made some more. For the staple food, just make white rice, which is simple. There are still a few pounds of rice, so Mianmian simply cooked it all, put a large pot of it in the backpack, and scooped some with a rice spoon when she wanted to eat. After the preparations were done, Mianmian and Octopus Girl continued to work on the greenhouse. Octopus Girl used her tentacles to install all the glass, while Mianmian made 2 closed boilers to heat the greenhouse. The glass and doors were all installed, and the greenhouse was almost built. All they had to do was come back and spread the soil, and then they could grow vegetables. Looking at the beautiful greenhouse, Mianmian was a little relieved. After working for so long, it was finally finished. Before going to bed, Mianmian put the food for the chickens and rabbits, and then took a comfortable hot bath before lying down. It was another busy day, and I hope I will have good luck tomorrow. The next morning, Mianmian got up, and the first thing he did was to change his equipment and set off. First, put on a complete set of polar outfits: polar cold-proof gloves, polar cold-proof waterproof jacket, polar cold-proof waterproof pants, goggles, cold-proof shoes, and a down vest and woolen sweater inside. After being fully armed, Mianmian called out Octopus Girl. "Octopus Girl, where are we going?" Mianmian pointed to the island in front of her, to the island. Octopus Girl doesn't like places that are too cold, and she stayed on the boat because she thought it was warm here. "Do you have to go?" "Mianmian, if you don't go, you have to stay on the boat by yourself. Don't you want to follow me?" Seeing that it was wavering, Mianmian said again, "Let's go. I'll bring you 2 radiators." Mianmian has thought about it. If it's cold, she will give it soup to replenish its condition. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Mianmian saw it and felt helpless. "You're so good. Eat something before you go." She took out the barbecue she had made yesterday, and she and Octopus Girl ate half each. Octopus Girl was indeed in a different state after eating. "Do you need me to help you with the work?" Mianmian smiled. It seems that Octopus Girl is really smart. Mianmian, yes. I'll put you in the bag first, and let you out when I need you, so you won't be cold. Octopus Girl's tentacles lay on Mianmian. Mianmian opened the pet bag, and Octopus Girl took the initiative to crawl in. Afterwards, she took out the lucky dice. In fact, no matter what the lucky number is today, she will go to the island. But she still prayed secretly in her heart. It would be better to have good luck. The dice spun for a long time, and Mianmian kept staring at it until the dice stopped on the side of everything going well. It seems that there will be good harvest today. Mianmian took back the dice and prepared to land on the island. The system gave a voice prompt. Arrived at Ice Crystal Island. Landing on the island requires permission. No permission. Unable to land on the island. Ice Crystal Island. The name sounds like a very beautiful island. Mianmian took out the landing card and clicked to use it. Just like last time. Soon, the landing restriction disappeared. She slid down the rope and stepped on the frozen sea to land on the island. Chapter 66. After landing on the island, Mianmian found that the island was more desolate than she had imagined. At first glance, there was nothing but glaciers. The ground was also covered with ice. Ice and snow covered the island. If she hadn't worn goggles, she would have felt uncomfortable looking at it for a long time. Mianmian had no choice but to move forward. It was really cold. Even if she was wearing polar equipment, she could still feel an uncomfortable chill. She walked very slowly. This place was sparsely populated. It could even be said that no one came here at all, so there was no normal road at all. The ground was very slippery, and she had to be careful not to fall. After crossing 2 glaciers, Mianmian still saw nothing. There was not a single tree. When she was on the boat, Mianmian thought it was just blocked, but it turned out that there was nothing. But it didn't matter. Mianmian didn't come here to cut trees or pick vegetables. It didn't matter if there were no trees, as long as there were minerals. She took out a small mineral detector from her backpack and pointed the detector at the ground to scan. She scanned for 10 minutes, but found nothing. Could it be that it was not in this area? Maybe she had to go deeper. Mianmian was still on the outskirts of the island. The island was so big that she probably had to go a little further in. She walked all the way in, scanning all the way. Because she walked too slowly, she walked for an hour before she heard the sound of the detector. Mianmian was refreshed. Got it. But the next second, her expression became stiff. Even if there was a mine under her feet, she couldn't dig it out, because the 200-meter radius seemed to be flat ice. She took out a pickaxe and hit the ground twice. It was hard. Harder than iron ore. Looking around, she couldn't find any breakthrough, although she knew the ore was under her feet. Mianmian took out an electric drill to try, but she gave up after a while. What's the use of an electric drill that can only drill a hole as thick as a finger? And after drilling for a long time, it seems that there is no empty hole. The bottom is still blocked. Maybe it is really more than 1,000 meters thick as others say. It would take her more than 1,000 meters to walk for more than 10 minutes. Not to mention drilling. Mianmian sighed. Since she was here, how could she go back without finding something? Even if it was all ice, she had to take 2 pieces of ice with her. She could at least make a fruit smoothie by blending it in a food processor. Isn't it said that the ice here is very clean and pure? Maybe it tastes good. Thinking of the taste of mango smoothie, Mianmian prepared to get some ice and put it in her backpack. She chose a white glacier, picked up the pickaxe and chisel, and knocked it hard, and soon got 2 pieces of ice. Clean ice times 2. Really good. To be honest, Mianmian knew that her luck today was a dream come true. So she didn't believe that she couldn't find anything today. It was just a matter of time. She continued to walk in, and suddenly thought of something. So she sent a message to Luo Luo. Mianmian, Luo Luo. Have you been to the island? Luo Luo, no. My brother went to the island alone. Mianmian, then ask him what's on the island? I also went to the island. But there's nothing but ice here. Luo Luo, he just told me that he went into a hidden ice cave. And then, he didn't send any messages. I asked him how he was. Ice cave? Mianmian thought about it. And there was no ice cave here. How hidden could it be? Well, don't ask me. I'll ask him myself, and see if he's willing to tell me. Luo Luo and she are friends. But Luo Luo's brother may not be willing to share this information with her. It's also okay to exchange information with materials, although they are not on the same island. The topography is probably similar. Maybe I can find some useful clues from him. Mianmian found Luo's chat box. Hello. Excuse me. I want to ask you about your situation on the island. I'm also on the island, but I haven't found anything yet. If you have any clues, I can give you some food to increase your benefits. After a while, Luo replied, Sister Mianmian, I'm in an ice cave. I came in through an ice crack. It's very deep here. It's very dangerous to come in. You can look for ice cracks near the glacier. I found it next to a blue glacier. This information is very useful. Mianmian sent him a venison meatball soup and a pickaxe. Okay. Thank you. These are for you. The pickaxe can be used for mining. You should be able to find ore with the collection skill. Luo, got it. Sister Mianmian, please be safe. Luo Luo is a very good brother. Completely different from Yun Xiao. No wonder Luo Luo is so worried. I don't know what happened to Yun Xiao. Mianmian thought. And I don't know when the system will hold another competition. If I can meet someone from District 1 or District 10, maybe I can use someone else's live broadcast to say a few words to my family. But now, she should hurry to find the ice crack. Next to the glacier. Mianmian's position is next to the glacier. It's just not blue. She looked around, and the blue glacier was quite far away. Mianmian decided to look at all the glaciers here first. And not just the blue glacier. Maybe the blue glacier was just an accident. She looked down carefully along the glacier, fearing that she would accidentally miss the ice crack and fall down. The ice crack was so deep that if she fell down, she would be disabled if she didn't die, and no one could save her. There was only an octopus girl. Mianmian was also worried that the ice under her feet was not solid. Maybe a crack in the ice would appear after she stepped on it twice, which would be scary. So Mianmian was very cautious. But this made her walk even slower. Half an hour later, Mianmian checked the 2 nearby glaciers. At this time, a strong wind suddenly blew. Mianmian felt that if the wind was stronger, her body would be blown away by the wind. She smashed the glacier with a pickaxe, holding the wooden handle of the pickaxe tightly, and holding the glacier with the other hand. When the wind stopped, Mianmian's heartbeat slowly calmed down. I was really scared to death just now. But fortunately, the wind was not particularly strong. Mianmian sighed and prepared to continue walking forward. But she found a huge crack on the ground not far ahead after she took a few steps. I hadn't seen it just now. Mianmian was stunned for a moment. But she didn't rush forward. She walked forward slowly, and took out her Tang Dynasty sword and knocked on the ground in front of her as she walked. Sure enough, she knocked twice, and the ice in front was not solid at all. Mianmian simply walked around to the side. When she walked to the side of the ice crack, she looked down and took a breath of cold air. So deep, it looked pitch black, like an abyss. Mianmian hesitated for a moment, took out the ice she had just chiseled and threw it into the ice crack. She waited for a long time before hearing the sound. Judging from this, it is unknown how deep this ice crack is. Mianmian hesitated for a moment, took out a small ore detector and tested it on the ice surface. After a while, she heard a beeping sound. There is ore below. It seems that she must go down. But she did not expect this situation. She brought so many things this time. But she did not bring a rope. You need a rope to go up and down the mountain. But you don't know that you need a rope even if it is all flat land and ice. If you go back now to get it, it will take a lot of time. And it is not easy to mark this kind of place. The terrain is the same everywhere. Mianmian thought of an idea. Mianmian first found a sheltered place, took out the stove and radiator, and then let the octopus girl out. Because she had prepared in advance, Octopus Girl didn't feel too cold when she came out. Octopus Girl, I need your help. I want to go down into this ice crack. Can you take me down? Octopus Girl's tentacles can suck the ice surface, and then use other tentacles to roll her up. As long as she moves the tentacles slowly, she can take her down with her. With its suction power, there is no need to worry about falling down. This is much safer than Mianmian using a rope. Octopus Girl looked at the ice crack and said softly, Do you really want to go down? Yes. There are important things down there. Octopus Girl, okay. Its tentacles stretched out and quickly rolled up Mianmian around the waist. It was very strong, and Mianmian was hugged tightly by it. Octopus Girl also gave Mianmian another tentacle for her to hold. Mianmian held the radiator in her hand next to the Octopus Girl, so that the Octopus Girl's body could absorb heat from the radiator. She saw it sucking the ice crack with other tentacles, and slowly going down. After entering the ice crack, Mianmian could hear the sound of ice chips falling into the ice crack. The Octopus Girl still moved slowly down at first, and soon, it used its tentacles alternately to swing back and forth in the ice crack. In this way, the speed of descent was very fast. Mianmian felt like she was swinging on a swing, and her body was flying around with the tentacles of the Octopus Girl. She felt dizzy. Fortunately, she landed soon. Mianmian saw that the tentacles of the Octopus Girl had turned much whiter, and Mianmian took out food for it. Octopus Girl took the food and started to eat it. Seeing that it had finished eating, Mianmian was ready to take it back. But Octopus Girl said she couldn't go in. Aren't you afraid of the cold? It seems fine. In fact, after the contract between Octopus Girl and Mianmian, her physical condition has been greatly enhanced. She is not as afraid of the cold as before, but she subconsciously rejects cold places. Compared to that dark place, Octopus Girl wants to stay with Mianmian more. Octopus Girl, it's boring in there. Mianmian, okay. Then you follow me. The Antarctic continent is very dry. She felt thirsty before, but she didn't think of drinking. Now she finally entered the ice crack. She took out the mineral water to drink, but it was too cold. She couldn't stand it. So she took out the thermos and drank several sips of warm water from the spout. After drinking the water, Mianmian took off her goggles, put on her helmet, and turned on the headlight on the helmet. The dark ice cave lit up, and she could see the road ahead clearly. Mianmian chose a direction to walk forward, and then took out the detector. At first, the detector was silent, but after she walked for a while, it started to beep non-stop. Mianmian turned it off because it was too noisy. There was an echo in the ice cave, which gave her a headache. To be honest, it was quite scary in such a dark and deep cave. The Octopus Girl followed Mianmian all the time. Although it didn't make any sound, it made Mianmian less scared. Mianmian took out a pickaxe and knocked on the ice wall for a while. But she didn't get any ore. Only ice. Isn't it here? But the detector was beeping so loudly. Mianmian planned to walk forward a little further. The man and the fish walked for about 10 minutes. And Mianmian saw something glowing in front of them. She walked quickly, and saw a large area of icicles tens of meters high. It was those icicles that were glowing. There was such a large space under the ice crack. There seemed to be something in the huge icicle. Mianmian chose a small icicle and chiseled it open. The glowing thing inside was getting brighter and brighter. Mianmian increased her speed and strength. And soon, something appeared in the icicle. Sure enough, it was ice marrow. Obtain ice marrow ×1. Mianmian hit it twice more. And then, there was no movement. The icicles just now no longer glowed. It seemed that there was only one ice marrow in an icicle. Mianmian handed 8 chisels to Octopus Girl, asking her to chisel all the icicles like herself. She looked around, looking for ore. Soon, she found a different ice wall, which emitted a strange metallic luster under the light. This was it. The color was very similar to what she had seen in the spider cave before, although there was a little difference. But it was probably because the light was different in the ice cave. Mianmian stopped, took out the pickaxe, and hit it hard. Obtain iron ore ×2. Mianmian smashed it hard. Iron ore ×2. Iron ore ×3. Steel pickaxes can not only deal critical hits, but also have higher durability. One pickaxe can smash hundreds of times. An hour later, she had smashed all the iron ore on the entire stone wall. 200 iron ores were in her bag. Mianmian turned her head to see what was happening over there with Octopus Girl. I saw the ground was full of fallen ice marrows. The glowing ice crystals were all chiseled away by Octopus Girl. Its efficiency is really too high. After all, she can work with all 8 hands. Mianmian put away her pickaxe and walked over to pick up all the ice marrows on the ground. She picked up 30 ice marrows and put them all in her backpack. After picking up the pieces, she found that there was another piece of ice wall that was a little different. She smashed it with a pickaxe, and a piece of ice fell off. And then inside was yellow copper ore. Copper ore ×2. Although copper ore is not needed in the upgrade materials, Mianmian knows that copper has many uses, especially in household appliances and building installation. So she also took it away as soon as she saw it, and started collecting again. She also called Octopus Girl to join her. With its help, this piece of copper ore was collected in less than half an hour. There was a very narrow road ahead, and Mianmian decided to go over and take a look. Although it was darker over there, Mianmian had a flashlight, so it didn't make much difference. After entering, Mianmian found that the place was blocked and there were no icicles. But she still carefully checked every ice wall. The detector could not be used here, because there were ores everywhere. The detector was affected, and it would beep when the switch was turned on. She could only look for it with her naked eyes. She had advanced collection, so she could find the slightest difference. She actually found ore in a corner. She hit it with a pickaxe and directly hit the gold ore. Gold ore ×1. Gold ore is a mineral aggregate with sufficient gold content and can be used industrially. It can be turned into gold after processing, just like iron ore can be turned into steel billets after processing. Mianmian was not very excited to see the gold. This is not the real world. Although gold has many uses, it is not as practical as iron ore here. Is it used to make jewelry? Or for beauty and skin care? Gold also has health benefits. It can be ground into powder and used as a facial mask. If there is really no other use, it can be used for skin care. There are not many gold ores here. Mianmian dug them all and only got more than 40. Unlike the iron ore just now, there were hundreds of them. And the copper ore also had hundreds. It took 3 hours to explore this ice cave. It was already noon when Mianmian came out, and she was ready to look for the next ice crack. There should be more than one ice crack on such a large island. Although it was troublesome to find, she had to keep looking for it when she thought of the many ores in the cave. If she could find 3 ice cracks today, her gains from this trip to the island would exceed her expectations. Just as she was thinking, she saw another ice crack that was not easy to find near a blue glacier. The crack was not big and was blocked by the glacier. It could not be seen unless she walked to the front. After finding it, Mianmian did not rush down, but rested on it and ate some food. After being busy for so long, she and Octopus Sister did not eat. Mining in the morning consumed a lot of physical strength, and eating a little now was just enough to replenish it. When the ore was found, the physical strength would be full. She drank a bowl of soup, ate 2 venison meatballs, and ate 2 skewers of barbecue. She ate a little too much, mainly because she was too cold and tired. If it wasn't so cold, she might not have to eat so much. Working in this kind of weather, physical strength is consumed too quickly, and the spirit value will continue to decline. It was almost dark when she came out of the second ice crack. The reason why she stayed in this ice crack for so long was that it was too big. Although the crack was small, the space inside was much larger than the first ice crack. Moreover, the terrain inside was complicated, like a maze, and Mianmian was dizzy and walked back twice. If she hadn't thought of a way later, she left something on the road she walked and asked the octopus girl with a good sense of smell to lead her. It would probably take more than this much time, and it would be more likely that she couldn't get out. But the harvest was still very rich. Not only ice marrow, but also more than 300 iron ores were dug, and copper ore, platinum ore and chromium ore were found, adding the harvest from the previous ice cave. A total of iron ore times 582, copper ore times 289, platinum ore times 87, chromium ore times 78, gold ore times 48, ice marrow times 82. Platinum ore is also a rare metal ore, but it is not as good as gold ore. Mianmian doesn't know what to use it for, but if you find it, you will collect it. As for chromium ore, it is a very good ore. Mianmian likes it very much. After all, this ore can be used as an additive for steel to produce various special steels. Special steel can be used to make many things. For example, a stainless steel wash basin is made of special steel, and many weapons are made of special steel. Even machinery, automobiles, military industry, chemicals, home appliances, ships, transportation and other aspects will use special steel. In the future, when the ship is upgraded, it may be used. So Mianmian wanted to find more chromium ore. Unfortunately, after searching the ice cave just now, she only found this. It was getting dark. Mianmian hurriedly took Octopus Girl back, and she didn't know if there would be a strong wind on the island at night. The two rushed for more than half an hour and finally saw the ship in the distance. Mianmian was already very tired, and it was difficult to speed up. At about 10 o'clock, she finally dragged her heavy steps back to the ship. This whole day, she really gained a lot. Although she only found 2 ice cracks, Mianmian was satisfied. After she came back, Mianmian checked the messages. Several people sent her messages. Luo Luo, Hu Yuan, Nie Yangguang, Rongyu, Zhao Fuyun, and a few strangers' private messages. Mianmian checked her friends' messages first. Luo Luo came to ask how she was doing. Mianmian, I just came back, and the harvest is not bad. I'll give you some iron ore. Mianmian sent 50 iron ores to Luo Luo. Luo Luo quickly replied, my brother just came back too, so you don't need to give me so much. I don't have anything to exchange now. Mianmian, it's okay. I got a lot. How is your brother? How is he? Luo Luo, he hasn't said anything yet. He just said he was back. He must be very tired. I'll ask him after he rests for a while. Mianmian, well, you take it. If you have seeds, give me some. Luo Luo, seeds are not valuable now. Many people are exchanging them at the trading center. Mianmian thought, yes, in this kind of weather, who can still grow things? Didn't all the things she grew before freeze to death? Luo Luo was indeed short of iron ore. She looked in her backpack. Apart from the materials for upgrading, she didn't seem to have anything particularly suitable for trading with Mianmian. But at this moment, Luo Zhe replied. Luo Zhe sent her 100 iron ores. Sister, I'll give you half of what I dug today. Luo Luo was stunned for a moment, and said to Mianmian, Mianmian, I have iron ore. You don't need to give it to me. Just keep it. Mianmian, well, I can't fish in the treasure chest now. Do you need food? Luo Luo, it's enough for now. I'll find you if it's not enough. Okay. After chatting with Luo Luo, Mianmian went to check Nie Yangguang's news. Nie Yangguang didn't ask her for anything big, just to ask if she could help his penguin pet build a house. After all, Mianmian has a high-level workbench, and the pet house she made must be more advanced. I will provide the materials myself. Just tell me what you want. Mianmian, okay. But you have to wait for 2 days. I have something to do these 2 days. Nie Yangguang, okay. I don't have the blueprint. But I drew a picture. I want it like this. See if you can do it? Mianmian took a look. The house drawn by Nie Yangguang is really abstract. He also drew a sign on the house, saying Goose Baby's room. Mianmian, maybe it's okay. I'll give it a try. She could only say to give it a try. Rongyu asked her to help make steel billets, and sent some iron ore in advance. Mianmian thought that making a steel billet would not take too long. So she went to the workbench to help him do it. While waiting for the time for the steel billet to be made, she also checked the messages from other people. Zhao Fuyun was the person who had been asked to help make the glass pieces. She had added him as a friend before so that it would be easy to contact him. But Mianmian had not spoken to him since the glass piece transaction. Zhao Fuyun, is there any work for me recently? It's too boring every day. I can't even fish in the treasure chest. Mianmian thought it was something else. It turned out to be looking for work. Mianmian thought for a while. Nothing for now. Wait 2 days. I'll contact you then. Mianmian's tar business has not started yet, and she will probably need people by then. It's really too busy. At first, I wanted to make tar lamps to sell. But later, I got preparation and application of coal tar chemicals, and didn't want to make all tar lamps. But she had no time to do these things. After landing on the island, the greenhouse will be ready, and it will probably be almost done. There were too many private messages from strangers, and Mianmian took a quick look. The person who wanted her to trade the pet contract for gold and silk during the day said that they could still discuss it, and asked her what she was willing to trade. Mianmian ignored him. As she had already said, forget it. Another person from the trading center asked her if she had any energy stones, and was willing to trade with her for skill books or drawings. Mianmian's energy stones were all used up, and she was short of them. So she replied, sorry, I don't have any energy stones. Others sent strange messages. After the steel billet was made, Mianmian sent it to Rongyu. Rongyu replied with a thank you, and asked her what she needed. Mianmian was too tired. She had agreed to make the steel billet for him before, and the materials were provided by Rongyu himself. He also asked her what she wanted. Mianmian replied casually, no need, and ignored him. She ate something and took a hot bath. She finally came back to life. But she didn't want to do anything. She lay lazily on the bed, and read the chat channel and forum. If you don't read it for a day, you don't know the situation of others. This is not good. A lot of useful information will appear in the chat channel and forum. You can't ignore it for too long. Just as I opened the chat channel, I saw someone discussing a post on the forum. Someone found a penguin island full of penguins, and was looking for a landing card to catch the penguins first. But there are too few island landing cards. Even if someone gets one, they won't give it out. Of course, people want to land on the island themselves. At this point in the game, everyone knows the benefits of landing on the island. What's more, now we are competing for resources with several other districts. Do you think there are only penguins on Penguin Island? I don't think so. There may be many other resources. Anyway, you won't know if you don't go to the island. If you ask me, if I have an island landing card, I will definitely wait until I see the island and use it myself. If I trade it to others, I can get at most 100 supplies. If I use it myself, I may get hundreds or thousands. You are dreaming. Hundreds or thousands. How can there be so many resources in Antarctica? There is no grass and ice everywhere. If you don't have some ability, you can't get anything on the island. You know it now? Have you been there? Anyone with a little knowledge of geography would know. Mianmian agreed with what she said. It would be hard for others to find any supplies on the island she went to today. Even if she found the crack in the ice, it would be hard to get down. Mianmian had the help of Octopus Girl. Otherwise, even if she had a rope, it would be very dangerous. She would fall to death if she was not careful. It is hard to get down from a height of several hundred meters. Even if you really have the ability to get down, it would be many times harder to get up, unless you find a low ice cave. But that would depend on luck. After all, Luo Luo found it. It may also be that the terrain of the island he is on is different. Mianmian didn't see it anyway. Maybe she can find it if she looks for it again. Thinking of Luo Luo, Mianmian doesn't know what he has harvested. She has a good harvest today. If Luo Luo finds something that he doesn't have, the two can trade. Let's wait and see the situation after the landing on the island tomorrow. Mianmian went to the forum again. Gu Fong posted a survival strategy on the forum again. This time it is a survival strategy for the ice season. And Mianmian is also very curious. Hashtag ice season is difficult to survive. There is no food and no treasure chest. How should we survive? Hashtag. Chapter 67 Ice Season, Day 36 at Sea. Hashtag ice season survival. No food. No treasure chest. How should we survive? Hashtag. Since there is no treasure chest, my food is quickly eaten up. I thought of many ways. And finally one way is feasible. The ice surface is frozen. I used tools to punch a hole in the ice. And it took me half a day to finally make a hole. With this hole, I can fish on the ice. But it is very difficult. Starting from yesterday, I finally caught a cod this afternoon. Although there is only one. This fish is enough for me to eat for 3 days. Players who have the conditions can try it. And they must eat sparingly. Because there are too few ways to get food now. Of course, this hole also gave me hope to fish for treasure chests again. Since I can fish, can I fish for treasure chests if I make the hole bigger? I will enlarge the hole tomorrow. And you can wait for my good news. I will not delete this post. I will keep updating it. And you can also speak up and share your own survival methods. We 3 districts should unite and cooperate. The comments below the post are all praising Gu Fong. I have to say that Gu Fong is indeed a great survival player. In the real world, he must be a helpful person. Mianmian also got useful information from his post. It is indeed possible to dig a hole to fish for treasure chests. She has an electric drill and a generator. As long as the tools are made, it is not difficult to dig a big hole in the sea. The sea surface has only been frozen for a few days. Unlike the ice on the island which has existed for hundreds or thousands of years. Having made up her mind, Mianmian decided to get up early tomorrow morning and try it before landing on the island. The next day, the temperature dropped to minus 25 degrees Celsius. And this was in the absence of wind. The players could only hide in the cabin and make a fire to keep warm. Once they walked out of the cabin, they had to wear very tight cold-proof clothing. Ordinary clothing could not maintain body temperature at all. Mianmian always slept with a hot water bottle in her arms. And she also covered herself with 2 layers of down quilts and cotton blankets. She had to put on the polar suit immediately after getting up. Otherwise it would be cold in the room. Walking out of the room, the biting cold wind blew on her face, making it numb. There was no sea surface now. Only ice. She remembered her plan last night. And as soon as she came out, she prepared the tools to drill holes in the sea surface. But before that, she rolled the dice first. Yesterday's good luck did not continue. Today, thank you for your patronage. The god of good luck has taken a rest. Mianmian's mentality has been adjusted very well. And she will not be depressed even if her luck is average. She still mustered up her spirits and walked onto the ice surface. She tried it with an electric drill first. And it took about 10 minutes to drill a small hole. She continued to try and made a circle of small holes on the ice surface. These small holes, connected together, formed a circle. She then used a chisel to break the connected ice. And the ice fell into the sea. And a small ice hole appeared on the sea surface. But it was still not big enough. So Mianmian continued to use an electric drill to expand the ice surface. It took about an hour. It was already 8 o'clock. The wind on the sea was getting stronger and stronger. And Mianmian drilled a hole next to it to place the device to fix the fishing rod. And finally took out the fishing rod and put it on. The fishing rod was placed here. And when she came back, there might be a treasure chest on it. Mianmian didn't know if this method was feasible. But she had to go to the island immediately. Although she got up half an hour earlier, she had already spent more than an hour on it. She returned to the boat to get her things, called Octopus Sister, and boarded the Ice Crystal Island again. There was a strong wind on the Ice Crystal Island today, and it was more difficult for Mianmian to walk to the other side of the glacier. Fortunately, she brought an extra trekking pole today, which allowed her to keep steady and not fall. However, the road was still difficult to walk on. To walk on the ice, she might need a pair of suitable shoes with better grip. An hour later, Mianmian found that she seemed to have come to the other side of the Ice Crystal Island. The environment here was different from what she saw yesterday. She didn't know if she had lost her way in the strong wind. So she didn't take the road she took yesterday, but deviated. But it didn't matter, as long as she found the ice crack. Mianmian headed towards the glacier not far away. Suddenly, Mianmian seemed to hear a very penetrating cry. She immediately stopped and looked around, but didn't see anything. Mianmian was a little confused. What was that sound? She became more careful. The sound was not human. But she was not sure. It seemed to be a hissing sound. A long tone of awe. Is it an animal? The most common animal on the Antarctic road is penguins. Mianmian guessed that it might be a penguin. Mianmian wanted to follow the sound. But in the wind? She couldn't tell the direction. And it only called once and then stopped. She hesitated for a moment. And had to continue walking towards the glacier. Finally, Mianmian arrived at the nearest glacier after 15 minutes. The color of this glacier is dark blue. The glaciers here will not melt for hundreds or thousands of years. Most of the ice is crystal clear light blue. And only a small amount will be dark blue. Mianmian found it strange. When she got closer, she found that the glacier was so beautiful that it was amazing. But she didn't have so much time to appreciate the beauty of nature, but was committed to finding new ice cracks. Finally, Mianmian bypassed the glacier and found an irregular ice crack with a width of half a meter behind it. The widest part of this ice crack is half a meter, and the narrowest part is only a dozen centimeters. Mianmian can only go down to the wide part. Just like yesterday, she needs the help of Octopus Sister. The two of them have enough tacit understanding. Mianmian was not as dizzy as yesterday when she went down the ice crack today. She hugged Octopus Sister's tentacles tightly, pressed her body against it, closed her eyes, and waited for her feet to land. After about 10 minutes of descent, Octopus Girl gently put Mianmian down. We're here. Octopus Girl's voice echoed in the ice cave. Listening to the echo, Mianmian felt that this ice cave seemed to be larger than the one yesterday, and the time of falling was longer. This ice cave was at least more than 2,000 meters. She didn't open her eyes just now, so her estimate might be inaccurate. Maybe deeper. Mianmian put on a safety helmet and looked around. This ice cave was different from the previous two. It was not cold at all, and it was even a little hot. She touched her forehead and didn't feel hot. That meant that the temperature here was very high, and she was wearing too many clothes. Mianmian opened her coat and found it very comfortable. It seemed that this was another world under the Antarctic ice. Listening carefully, Mianmian seemed to hear the sound of water. She decided to walk in the direction of the sound of water. Some players said that there were a lot of lakes with fresh water under the glaciers, which seemed to be true. Then there might really be many ancient creatures living there, even fish that humans have never seen. After all, the Antarctic continent is too mysterious. Scientists have long said that there are many unknown species hidden in the depths of Antarctica. Mianmian was a little nervous and a little expectant. Maybe she would find something today. She was nervous because the unknown could often be dangerous. But danger may also be accompanied by opportunities. Mianmian still planned to go in. She believed in her luck. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the sound of water flow became louder and louder. Mianmian's feet also became wet. No longer just ice, but water flow. And she also saw moss and algae, although it was deep underground. The air inside was still very fresh, and there was no feeling of lack of oxygen. Yesterday, Mianmian stayed in the other two ice caves for a long time and felt a little stuffy. As she walked, Mianmian suddenly saw a huge strange insect on the ice wall. It looked very scary, but it lay on the ice wall motionless. Mianmian looked carefully and didn't recognize it at all. After learning advanced collection and reading books about marine fish, there are almost no marine animals that Mianmian doesn't know. But this thing is still very unfamiliar to her. Mianmian decided not to touch it. It might be poisonous. It's better not to take risks. She avoided the bug and continued to walk in, and finally saw the glowing icicles and a huge lake. The icicles were on both sides of the lake. There were fewer icicles on the side where Mianmian was, and there were countless icicles on the other side. But this lake was so huge that Mianmian had no way to get across. She had wood in her backpack, but she didn't have enough tools to build a raft to cross the lake. And she was not sure if there were any large creatures in the lake. If there were, crossing the lake with a raft would be tantamount to seeking death. Mianmian quickly gave up the idea of crossing the lake. Don't be too greedy. Life is more important. Mianmian decided to only collect the ice marrow here. She took out the tools and chiseled all the icicles that she could collect. The sound of chiseling icicles was loud and echoed. After a few chisels, Mianmian heard that there seemed to be movement in the lake. She quickly stopped. Her face turned pale, and the whole person began to be alert. She stared at the lake for a long time. And finally, A dolphin-like thing floated up, showing a head, looking at her from a distance. It was a pure white dolphin, very beautiful, with a little bit of ice blue on its head, and the body lines were the same as those of ordinary dolphins. The reason why it was said to be very similar to a dolphin was that its nose and head were very long. No other dolphin species looks like this. Mianmian stared at it for a while. It seemed to be very curious about Mianmian, an alien creature, and stared at Mianmian for a long time. Mianmian was wearing the sea language pearl and wanted to communicate with it, but it went into the water and left. She hesitated for a moment and decided to continue collecting ice marrow. This place is too strange. I don't know if there will be other creatures. I'd better take all the ice marrow away quickly. Mianmian roughly counted, and there were 40 or 50 ice pillars here alone. Mianmian gave a few tools to Octopus Sister and asked her to collect ore in the corner. She had already discovered that there were some ores on both sides of the lake, reflecting a special luster under the light of the ice pillars. Octopus Girl moved quickly, and soon she dug up all the ores that could be collected. Mianmian just walked over and picked them up with one click. It was still early, but if we couldn't cross the lake, these were the only things we could collect. Octopus Girl seemed very curious about the lake, and stretched out her tentacles to explore the lake. Mianmian, do you want to go down? Octopus Girl, I don't know. I feel there are a lot of fish in it. Octopus Girl has a very sensitive sense of smell, and she just used her tentacles to sense that there are a lot of creatures in this lake. And the water is not cold. It's very comfortable. But whether there is danger in it, we have to go down and take a look. Mianmian, why don't we go in? What if there's something there? Octopus Girl, I'll use my tentacles to go in and take a look. Its tentacles went deep into the lake. A lot of fish. The tentacles have no eyes, but they can sense a lot of fish. Mianmian was also curious about what was going on in the lake, but she didn't dare go down. The species of creatures in Antarctica are too complex. In this extreme environment, they haven't changed for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Many species are different from what she imagined. Octopus Girl's tentacles played in the lake for a while. She looked very happy at first, but suddenly pulled them back quickly. It seemed to be frightened, and the tentacles were almost tangled together. Mianmian, what's wrong? Octopus Girl said in panic. There is something very dangerous. It felt a huge monster approaching, so it quickly retracted its tentacles. Mianmian stared at the lake and took a few steps back. The clear lake water was dark blue, and you could see a huge creature slowly floating up from the bottom of the lake. It was unclear what it was, but it was very big, about 7 or 8 meters long. Mianmian backed away little by little, grabbed Octopus Girl's tentacles, and slowly put it into the pet bag, ready to run away immediately if anything went wrong. As long as this thing is in the water, it should be fine, but I'm afraid it is amphibious. Fortunately, the thing did not float up, but slowly sank again. Mianmian hesitated for a few seconds, but decided to leave. She didn't want to know what was in the lake. On the way back, Mianmian found 2 more ores, but the quantity was not large, so she quickly collected them. Coming out of the ice crack, Mianmian felt complicated. There was a cave under the ice crack, and there must be a lot of resources, but she couldn't get them. If she could go down to the lake, or go to the other side of the lake, forget it. Don't think about it. There are so many things, and not everything can be obtained. There is loss and gain. It is more practical to hurry up and find the next ice crack. At this time, she heard the cry again. There was no wind this time, and Mianmian heard where the sound came from. Mianmian decided to go over and take a look. Chapter 68. Mianmian followed the sound and saw an emperor penguin. The emperor penguin was sliding on the ice with its belly, making sounds from its mouth. Mianmian was almost instantly attracted by it. So cute. It looked like it was wearing a black tuxedo, with a round white belly that was flattened by the ice, and its neck was golden yellow. Very beautiful. Judging from its height, it was about 1.23 meters tall, and was having fun on the ice. It didn't even notice Mianmian walking over. There should be other penguins nearby. Mianmian just thought so and saw another one. The penguin was standing on the ice in a daze, looking into the distance, and stretching its neck again and again. Its black hands looked particularly stupid because of this movement. Mianmian was lost in thought as she watched them. Before, Nie Yangguang always said that his peg geese were cute. But Mianmian didn't feel anything because she had only seen photos and hadn't seen their cuteness in person. Now Mianmian had to admit that penguins were really cute little things. They were like carefree children. Mianmian originally wanted to catch a few penguins and sell them back. But when she saw how happy they were on the ice, she suddenly changed her mind. It was so fun here, but maybe she wouldn't be so happy on the boat. She watched for a while and was about to leave. But at this moment she heard a voice. Brother, we've been walking for a long time. Why didn't we see anything? Is there nothing on this broken island? Brother, look over there. There are penguins. Mianmian turned her head and saw two men. The two men were one tall and one short. One fat and one thin. But the short one was not very short. It was just that the other one was too tall. About 1.88 meters. And looked very outstanding. The short one was probably 1.78 meters. But a little strong. And wearing a thick down jacket. So he looked fatter. Compared with the other man. He looked short and fat. One of them only saw the penguin at first. But the other one saw Mianmian first. Mianmian also looked at the tall man twice. All three of them were wearing polar cold-proof suits and glasses, so their faces could not be seen clearly. All 5 districts came to the Antarctic continent. So Mianmian was not sure if these two people were from the same district as her. But if they didn't recognize her later, they were probably from other districts. After all, Mianmian's appearance was well known in District 3 during the live broadcast. Why is there a person? The fat man also saw Mianmian. Yeah. The tall and thin man was observing Mianmian. Mianmian thought. There were 2 people on the other side. And she was alone. If they had bad intentions, she might not be able to beat them. But with the help of Octopus Girl, she should be able to run away. After all, Octopus Girl's skills are very suitable for escaping. First restraining a person, and then attacking with black fog. So Mianmian decided to wait and see. If anything happened, she would run away if she couldn't win. Which district are you from? The fat man asked as soon as he came up. Mianmian hesitated for a moment and didn't report a random district. What if she was in the same district as these 2 people? What if these 2 people were very famous and she didn't know them? Wouldn't that give her away? District 3. District 3. The fat man's tone was a little strange. And he looked at the tall and thin man. Brother, this person is from District 3. Mianmian thought. What's wrong with District 3? It seems that these 2 people are not from District 3. What about you? We are from District 1. District 1. Mianmian's eyes changed slightly. But soon she showed a surprised expression. Wow. District 1 is amazing. The district with the most survivors. Your District 3 is not bad either. Especially the first place in your district. The one called Mianmian. Mianmian, ha ha ha. There is indeed a Mianmian in our district. The fat man clicked his tongue twice. Didn't she win first place in the last competition? Mianmian said naturally, yes. Mianmian is quite famous in District 3. The fat man, did you go to the island alone? Mianmian, yes. I just came here. And I came here when I heard the penguins calling. The fat man, first day on the island? Mianmian, yes. I just came to the island. And there was a strong wind just now. I found a place to hide. And now I dare to come out. We just got here too. How about a companion? The fat man obviously had some intention. Mianmian pretended to be happy. Really? Is it really possible? I was just worried that it was too dangerous to be here alone. It's cold and windy here. The fat man was disgusted when he heard her say that. The thin tall man looked at her clothes. You shouldn't be afraid of the cold with this outfit. Mianmian paused. Oops. This outfit of hers is obviously a good reward. It's a reward for the first place in the ranking list. But it seems that not only those on the ranking list can get it. After all, it has been a few days since the end of the competition. And some polar cold-proof suits have been released one after another. But they are still relatively few. Most players wear ordinary down jackets. Those who can wear a complete set like Mianmian are either lucky or powerful. It was a bit of a mistake. But Mianmian was not panicked, yes. Fortunately I was lucky. I drew a golden treasure chest the day before yesterday and got a cold-proof suit. In addition, I won the 8th place in the last competition and was rewarded with polar cold-proof pants. The rest were exchanged for supplies. Otherwise, I would not dare to come out to the island. This statement is still quite credible. She said that she won the 8th place, which is a bit powerful, but average. It sounds like a lucky player. After Yun said this, the fat man smiled and said, Then you are not bad. The 8th place in the district is not bad. The tall and thin man didn't say anything. Brother, why don't you take her with you? The fat man wanted to find out the situation in the 3rd area from this female player. Especially about Yun. The tall and thin man didn't comment. He didn't object. Which meant he agreed. The fat man, how about it? Come with us. And we'll share the supplies we find among the 3 of us. Yun's eyes rolled. Okay. I just don't know where to find supplies. Isn't it right in front of me? The fat man smiled and looked at the penguins. Yun, do you want to catch penguins? The fat man, why not? There are only penguins on this island now. Take them away first. Brother, wait here. I'll go get those 2 penguins. Yun didn't move. Although she didn't want to catch it, she couldn't stop others from catching it. Even if she stopped them this time, there would still be people landing on the island in the future. Yun asked, Are you going to catch it and sell it as a pet? What else? Are you going to eat it? The fat man didn't look back and smiled. Although the fat man was fat, his hands and feet were very neat. He could run on the ice and was very stable. He caught one very quickly. After he caught it, he put it in a bag and tied a knot. Oh my God! Why is this penguin so heavy? He didn't have a pet bag, so he could only carry the penguin. But after he took it, he handed the penguin to the tall and thin man. The tall and thin man glanced at Yun, then took out a pet bag in front of her, put the penguin in it, and then put it in the backpack. Yun, great. How did you put the penguin in your backpack? Aren't living things not allowed in backpacks? Yun played dumb. You don't even know this? This is a pet bag, specially for animals. With this, you can put living things in your backpack. The fat man was willing to explain to her, but the tall and thin man didn't say anything. You are the 8th in your district, and you don't even know this? Yun said embarrassedly, I really don't know. I haven't seen it. Ha ha ha. That's normal. Not many people in our district have this thing. Yun, then you must be very powerful. Right? The fat man laughed and didn't answer. He ran to catch another penguin. And then the tall and thin man took out a pet bag and put this one in it. Yun exclaimed, Do you have so many of these? The tall and thin man said lightly, Only 2. Yun, that's also impressive. Indeed impressive. She is the only one. Yun doubted the identity of this person. There are 3 people in District 1 on the overall ranking list. Zhao Yichen told her last time. Wei Yu, Shen Qianjue and Zhao Yichen. This person is likely to be one of the 2. If not, he must be a big shot. Let's go! The tall and thin man glanced at her. The fat man, how about this? How about you tell me about your district? And I will exchange some information with you. So direct? It's not impossible. Anyway, she may not tell the truth. And the other party may not tell the truth either. Yun, what do you want to know? Now that the sea is frozen, you can't catch the treasure chest? Fatty came up and asked something trivial. Yes. Everyone is trying to find a solution. Hey, if you can't catch the treasure chest, the supplies will only get less and less. Yun sighed. Fatty, don't you have any ideas? We can only go to the island to find supplies. The island landing card is very expensive now. Fortunately, I opened one. But it seems that there is nothing on this island. There is ice everywhere. I plan to get some ice back if I don't find any supplies. Ice? What do you want to do with ice? Yun said, as a matter of course. It's water even if it melts. We can't have no water if we have nothing to eat. Not really. Fatty thought Yun was exaggerating. As for the things I got from my box were all clothes, shoes and fabrics, and very little food and drink. Now there is no food or water to exchange in the trading center. Fatty, that's true. It seems that your luck is a bit biased. Yun nodded. Yes. Your area is not short of food. Right? How about I trade some with you? But I didn't bring anything out. Do you want a stove? Can I exchange food with you? The fat man's expression became very awkward. I don't have much either. Yun sighed. Okay. The fat man originally wanted to talk about Yun, but he didn't expect her to be so good at changing the subject. As he was talking, he was led by her. He wanted to ask more, but the tall and thin man interrupted him. Okay. Stop talking. It's too noisy. The fat man had to shut up. Look for useful supplies. This is all ice. Mianmian suddenly thought of the deep ice cave just now. How about trying their abilities? That cave is so dangerous. If they can go down, it means they are very strong. Everything in it has been collected by Mianmian. There is only the lake left after going down. Mianmian doesn't dare to take risks. But maybe they dare. These two people seem to have something. The pet bag was obtained by Mianmian after killing the giant spider mother. They don't seem to take it seriously, and are not afraid of being seen by her. Which means they have a lot of better things than this. Maybe they have a way to cross the lake. After hesitating for a moment, Mianmian decided to lead them over. The blue glacier over there is so beautiful and magical. Is there any treasure in the glacier? Mianmian said, pretending that she had never seen it, and walked over quickly. It's so beautiful. I'll take a few pictures and send them to my friends. The fat man looked at her like this and felt a little disgusted. Does this woman have no common sense? This is a natural phenomenon. And she thought there was a treasure. The tall and thin man did not comment on Mianmian. He said indifferently, go and have a look. At least this deep blue glacier is a relatively eye-catching thing. It's okay to go and have a look. In order to avoid their suspicion, Mianmian was just immersed in the beauty of the deep blue glacier and did not notice the ice crack. Instead, the tall and thin man saw it first. He called the fat man's name. Xiao Lu. This way. He pointed with his hand. The fat man, oh my god! Such a big crack! His voice was very loud. Mianmian was also attracted by his voice. Oh my god! How can there be such a big crack? Wouldn't it be dead if I fell into it? The fat man was also scared. If I hadn't seen it just now and stepped on the air, I would have been really dead. Hey, brother. What are you doing over there? Be careful. The tall and thin man walked to the crack and threw a piece of iron into it. After waiting for a while, he heard a sound. About 3,000 meters. The fat man shouted, no way? So deep? The tall and thin man, yeah. Mianmian, it's really scary. Let's be careful and keep an eye on the road later. The fat man agreed, yes. The tall and thin man, let's go down and take a look. The fat man, ah? Brother, are you serious? The tall and thin man looked at him. The fat man knew that he was not joking. Okay, I get it. You want to go down? Didn't you say it was 3,000 meters? How do you go down? Mianmian showed a frightened expression. If you go down, you can't get up. The fat man also looked at the thin tall man in embarrassment. But the thin tall man took out the spider silk launcher. Mianmian's eyes widened. He also has this thing. Mianmian didn't bring this thing. How could she forget it? The spider silk in the spider silk launcher is very sticky and can stick directly to the ice surface. Just like Spider-Man. As long as you control it well, you can indeed go down little by little. It's similar to the way Octopus Girl took her down. However, it is also difficult to control the spider silk steadily, unless you have practiced it specifically. Brother, I'm so heavy. Are you sure you can do it? The fat man was worried about his weight. Hearing this, the tall and thin man hesitated. The fat man was indeed too heavy, weighing 160 kilograms, plus his 150 kilograms. The two of them weighed more than 300 kilograms. The spider silk was not sure if it could bear it. This was indeed a risk. If something went wrong, the lives of both of them would be in danger. The tall and thin man had only tried to use spider silk to bear 250 kilograms before, and it was no problem. The fat man looked at Mianmian. How about you take her down? I'll wait for you up there. The fat man was a little weak and didn't dare to go down. Mianmian also shook her head. I don't want to go down. The fat man didn't dare. So of course she had to pretend. The fat man, don't worry. My brother will take you down. And you're not overweight. Mianmian still shook her head. It's too dangerous. You can go down by yourself. Why take me with you? The fat man thought for a while. Yeah. Why don't you go down by yourself? It's useless to take her with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly paused and looked away. Mianmian noticed his little movement and immediately realized that he was looking at the light screen. The two were still chatting privately. Mianmian pretended not to know. At this time, the fat man pulled Mianmian aside. My brother said that he thinks you are lucky and wants to take you with him. I will share the benefits with you. How about I stand guard up there? My brother is very powerful. It will definitely be beneficial to take you down. Mianmian also whispered, what if he attacks me? Fatty, no. We are not that kind of people. Mianmian expressed doubt. Then I don't know either. I am not very strong in fighting. After I go down, he will kill me, and no one will be able to find me. Fatty, if that's the case, we can kill you now and throw you down. Mianmian showed a scared expression. Can you do it? Fatty, for example. Don't be afraid. We are good people. Mianmian, I am still afraid. Words are not enough. How about you give me something as collateral? I will send it to my friends. And I will give it to you if I come up safely later. Chapter 69. Fatty, you are quite alert. Mianmian said, as a matter of course, there is no way. This is the end of the world. Girls should protect themselves. Fatty gave a thumbs up. You are aware. Tall and thin, what do you want as collateral? Mianmian looked at the tall and thin man and thought for a moment. I don't know. It depends on you. Mianmian wanted a pet bag a little. She only had one. So this thing was not too much. And it would be convenient if she needed to carry other animals in the future. But she knew that she would definitely not be given it. So she didn't ask. Fatty, we didn't bring anything when we came out. Just some survival equipment. Mianmian, what should we do? Can we sign an agreement even though we are not from the same zone? The tall and thin man hesitated. Mianmian thought of something and immediately said, forget it. How about this? Give me some hard work fee. Not much. 50 iron ores. And I will go with you. An agreement needs to be signed. And she can't sign her real name. She quickly changed the subject and put the matter aside. But this person didn't seem to want to sign an agreement. So he didn't respond just now. 50 iron ores are not a lot. But they are also a small fortune for ordinary players. Mianmian certainly doesn't lack these 50 iron ores. She just pretended that she had no strength. So that the two people would not have any idea about her. No one knows whether killing someone will cause the other person's backpack to drop. There is no precedent in Area 3. And Mianmian is not sure what Area 1 is like. But in fact, even if there is an Area 3, it is estimated that they will not say it. In the apocalyptic game, death is a very normal thing. If Mianmian did not have any self-protection ability, she would not dare to deal with these two people here. But she still had to be vigilant. And she had to be low-key. Hearing this, the tall and thin man traded 50 iron ores to Mianmian face to face. After going down, you get 20% of the supplies, and I get 80%. If the supplies are abundant, I will give you a penguin afterwards. How about 30/70ths? The tall and thin man, no. If you want 30/70ths, I won't give you the penguin. Mianmian hesitated for a few seconds, but still chose the penguin. Okay. 20/80ths is 20/80ths. I want the penguin. After saying that, she glanced at the abyss under the ice crack. But, how are you going to get down with me? The tall and thin man, come here. Mianmian walked in front of him, and was grabbed by the tall and thin man. Her body was pressed against his chest. He hugged her shoulders, grabbed her clothes, and was able to lift her up directly. Mianmian's expression was awkward. Although, at this time, it shouldn't be awkward. But Mianmian was so close to the opposite sex only a few times. I don't know if the other party noticed her stiffness. Soon, the tall and thin man used the spider silk launcher to launch spider silk. A ball of spider silk stuck to the ice wall. He pulled it hard to confirm that there was no problem. Then held Mianmian tightly, and used his other hand to control the spider silk to climb down. Although I had guessed that this man should be very powerful, I was also surprised by his operation. Not only is he strong, but he can also skillfully control the spider silk launcher. Mianmian thought, I have learned it. I will also practice spider silk skills when I go back. After learning it, she will have no problem climbing and going down the mountain. Something has been here, the tall and thin man said in a deep voice. Mianmian, ah? There are traces here. The tall and thin man motioned Mianmian to look at the ice wall. There was a wet mark on it, and it was full of dots. Mianmian took a look and realized that it was sucked out by the octopus girl's tentacles. Mianmian, this looks so strange. The tall and thin man, well, it doesn't look like a mark made by humans. Mianmian, ah? What could it be? The tall and thin man pondered for a few seconds. I don't know. It's a bit weird. Mianmian, then shall we go down? Go down. The tall and thin man said in a low voice, and continued to go down. The two of them were not descending fast. This man was very steady, and would not take risks to go faster. Every time he fired the spider silk, he would test whether it was firm or not. Mianmian was quite scared at first, but then she felt relieved. About half an hour later, the two finally stepped on the ground. The thin tall man let go of Mianmian, stood there and sent a message to the fat man, telling him that he had arrived. Mianmian looked up at him and asked, "By the way, what's your name?" The thin tall man, Lin Wei. Mianmian, "Okay. My name is Xiaoyun." The thin tall man, "Well, let's go." He took out a flashlight from his backpack and illuminated the road ahead. Mianmian had been here once, but she still followed the thin tall man. The thin tall man looked at the ground, not knowing what he was looking for. Mianmian thought. Fortunately, there were no footprints left here. Otherwise it would be a disaster. This guy has a strong observation ability. Not long after walking forward, the tall and thin man suddenly squatted down. Mianmian knew that he saw the traces left by her previous mining. Someone has been here. Will everything inside be dug out? Maybe. Then go in? Go and have a look. Since everything on the road was gone. The tall and thin man quickened his pace and walked all the way in. He also heard the sound of water. Such a deep and large ice cave. The temperature inside is so suitable for survival. There must be more than a little supplies. It is impossible for 1 or 2 people to take all of them away. Sure enough, they soon arrived at the lake. Mianmian continued to show her acting skills. There is such a big lake here. The thin tall man saw that all the icicles here were broken, and his face looked bad. At this time, he took off his goggles and revealed his face. Before, his face was almost completely blocked by the goggles, and he couldn't see what he looked like. Only then did Mianmian realize that this person was very good looking. Not the kind of exquisite beauty, but the combination of facial features is very attractive and comfortable. But there is a gloomy feeling between the eyebrows, which looks very powerful at a glance. Mianmian touched her goggles, but still didn't take them off. Some people in District 1 had seen her through Zhao Yichen's live broadcast before, although she didn't say her name. What if they guessed it? After all, in everyone's eyes, she killed a bear and had a great chance of getting first place. The tall and thin man frowned, squatted down to check the icicles, pinched a little bit of ice marrow residue with his fingers and looked at it carefully. Mianmian guessed that this was his first time on the island. He didn't know where to find ice marrow before, but he probably found it now. The opposite side of the lake was full of these icicles, and they were all glowing from a distance. Mianmian pretended not to understand. What are you looking at? What's in these ices? Do you know ice marrow? Yes. It's an upgrade material. The level 5 bosses in our district said that you need ice marrow to upgrade to level 6 after level 5. Mianmian started to make up stories. Yeah. Are you level 5 too? You're not. Mianmian laughed. I'm sure I can reach level 5 when I go back this time. Oh. He didn't ask any more questions, but stood up and looked across to think. What's wrong? We need to go over there. How can we get over such a wide lake? The reason why the tall and thin guy brought Mianmian down was to have more helpers, and also because he was worried about her staying with the fat guy. He could see that this woman had some strength, as shown by the equipment she was wearing, even though she made herself sound like she wasn't that strong and got the equipment purely by luck. But he didn't believe it completely. Fatty was a new player. He had strength but insufficient equipment. He was still a little worse than some old players, and he was more likely to trust others. This time, Fatty got the landing card, and he came with him using the teleport card to protect his safety. It was better not to let him be alone with this woman. Of course, he also wanted to try this woman. His intuition told her that she should be not simple and have some strength. The tall and thin man looked around. There was almost nothing except ice. Only a little moss and lichen on the ground. But it was useless. Mianmian was collecting moss, as if she wanted to take these things back. There's nothing. Take some of this back. Maybe it'll be useful. The tall and thin man. In fact, mosses and lichens are useful. They can reduce the evaporation of soil moisture where plants grow. They can not only stabilize the soil, but also enhance the soil's water storage capacity. Mianmian didn't collect them before because she was afraid that her backpack wouldn't be able to hold them. This time she came down again, so she might as well take some, since she's here. The tall and thin man took out a big thing from his backpack. Mianmian was stunned. Kayak? This guy even has a kayak. Then, he can indeed cross the lake. But as Mianmian worried before, if there are any large aggressive animals in the water, it's not safe to sit in a kayak. And there is something in the water. Mianmian saw it before. Aren't you afraid there is something in the water? Mianmian reminded, looking at the icicles on the opposite side. The thin tall man decided to take a risk. The icicles on the opposite side are full of ice marrow. If you get it, you can not only upgrade to level 5, but also level 6 in no time. Mianmian screamed, but said rationally the next second, upgrading is important. But life is more important. The thin tall man, are you sure you don't want to go? Mianmian, why don't you go and try it first? The thin tall man, if you don't go, I'll take all the supplies, so I don't have to split it 20% with you. Mianmian. She stared at the kayak and looked at the lake again. She thought of the huge thing before. Who knows what it is? What if the kayak flips over? But such good opportunities don't come often. If she hadn't been with this person, how could she have had the opportunity to kayak across the lake? There are so many ice marrows over there. Even if she got 20%, she would have made a fortune. She didn't have the tools to cross the lake before, and the lake was dangerous. So it was normal for her to give up. Now that she has the opportunity, should she take a gamble? Fortunes are sought in danger. Mianmian hesitated. Make a decision quickly. The tall and thin man dragged the kayak to the lake. This PVC kayak is better than an inflatable kayak, and can seat 2 or 3 people. It would be no problem for Mianmian to ride with him. The opportunity was right in front of her. If she went, she could get the ice marrows, and the thing in the sea might not attack her actively. But if she didn't go, Mianmian would definitely regret it when this man returned with a full load of ice marrows. And she followed him down. Let's go! If she were alone, she would definitely not go. Now that she had someone with her. And this man was quite strong. Mianmian felt a little confident. The main reason was that the glowing ice marrows on the opposite side were too tempting. If she got them, she would really be rich. Level 5 bosses who wanted to upgrade needed ice marrows. And it was conceivable how many good things they had. After getting on the kayak, Mianmian was still a little nervous and kept watching the water. The tall and thin man gave her a paddle and asked her to row together. The two paddled together very quickly and reached the center of the lake in a short while. The huge fish that Mianmian was worried about did not appear. The two arrived at the other side safely. And Mianmian breathed a sigh of relief when getting off the boat. The icicles here were several times more than those on the other side. On the other side of the lake, only many of them were glowing from such a distance. When she got here, Mianmian's heartbeat accelerated. There were too many ice marrows. Mianmian couldn't help thinking that as she had props to cross the lake, maybe all these ice marrows would be hers alone. Now I can only get 20%. She sighed. Still not lucky enough. Today is just ordinary luck. Forget it. If I hadn't met these two people, I wouldn't even get 20%. The thin tall man took out the tools and started knocking. Mianmian saw that the tool he took was also a steel pickaxe. There were no junk tools in her backpack. If she also took steel products, would it be inconsistent with her personality? After thinking about it, she took 2 steps forward and asked, "Your tool looks good. Do you have any more?" "I only have an iron pickaxe." The thin tall man didn't doubt it, and took a steel pickaxe from his backpack and handed it to her. Mianmian tried it, and the feel was slightly different from her own, as if it had been improved. She looked carefully and found that the wooden handle was thicker and the pickaxe head was a bit bigger. But it was not suitable for Mianmian to use. Mianmian had small hands and was not as strong as him. Maybe he customized it for himself. It was okay as long as it worked. Mianmian chiseled and chiseled for an hour, and got more than 100 ice marrows. It was agreed that it would be 20%. And Mianmian stopped when it was almost done. After collecting her own, Mianmian asked, "Do you want to help?" The tall and thin man looked at the icicles all over the ground. It would take him several hours to mine by himself. With Mianmian, the speed would be faster. But before coming down, it was agreed that the materials obtained would be divided into 20% and 80%. And Mianmian took her 20%. So she could help him or not. Asking this, he must be asking for a reward for helping. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by so many ice marrows? The tall and thin man, "Help me smash all the rest, and I'll give you half of it after I collect them." Mianmian, deal. To be honest, Mianmian really wanted Octopus Girl to come out and help. with Octopus Girl. These ice pillars can be dealt with in less than an hour. But now I can only work hard on my own. Another hour passed. The two finally broke all the ice pillars. Mianmian roughly estimated that there must be nearly 1,000 ice marrows here. This man has made a fortune. Mianmian felt a little sad, as if she had brought him here. But she did not lose anything, as she got a lot of ice marrows. If she hadn't brought him along, she wouldn't have gotten them. To be honest, Mianmian didn't expect him to take out a kayak. She wanted to see if he could swim over. After collecting the ice marrows on the ground, the tall and thin man fulfilled his promise and gave Mianmian more than 60 ice marrows. Mianmian got a total of 225 ice marrows this time, and only got 45 ice marrows the first time. Mianmian thought she could leave after taking these ice marrows. But the tall and thin man found another small hole. The hole was not big, and it looked like a hole where some animal crawled. He took out a telescopic walking stick and put it in to test the depth. Mianmian stood by and watched. He took out his walking stick. The tip of the walking stick was stained with some strange things and smelled bad. Mianmian stepped back in disgust. Could this be a nest of some kind? The thin and tall man, maybe. The hole is not deep. About 1 meter. Mianmian, why is he pooping in his own hole? He is so unclean. Fortunately, Mianmian was afraid that this man would want to get through, since he had no such plan. She was relieved. The thin and tall man checked around again and found nothing. He moved his gaze to the lake. Mianmian saw him staring at the lake and thought, would this man want to go down and take a look? To be honest, Mianmian also wanted to go down and take a look. According to previous experience, there must be a lot of supplies in such a lake. But she didn't dare. She didn't dare before she saw the big guy. And she was even more afraid after seeing it. The tall and thin man took off his polar cold-proof clothes and looked like he was ready to go into the water lightly. Mianmian, do you really want to go down? Go down and see what's there. The things in here may have lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years. It's very dangerous. Mianmian still gave a warning. It's really dangerous. This place is not like the lakes and seas outside, where people fish. The ecology here has not been affected for tens of thousands of years. Many creatures will grow very large, beyond imagination. Hearing Mianmian's words, the tall and thin man hesitated for only 2 seconds before continuing to take off his clothes. He had another set of clothes in his polar suit, so it didn't matter if he took it off in front of Mianmian. Mianmian saw that he didn't listen, so she didn't say anything. Maybe he has the ability. Didn't she bring him down with this in mind? Wanting to see his strength. If it's really as she thought, this man is a master on the first district leaderboard. She wants to know how strong he is. Mianmian, then I'll wait for you up there. If something happens to you, I'll leave by kayak. Let me be frank. She couldn't possibly go down to save him. They just met by chance. Mianmian added. Tell the fat guy up there too. Otherwise, if Mianmian goes up alone, the fat guy will think she is doing something bad. The thin tall guy said calmly, can you go up without me? Mianmian, then don't go down. What should I do if you die? The thin tall guy actually laughed. Then just pray that I don't die. Mianmian, okay. You're doing this, right? You'll know when I leave. Mianmian didn't bother with him. After the thin tall guy took off his polar cold-proof clothing, he took off a woolen sweater and wore short sleeves and long pants underneath. His figure is indeed good. 1.88 meters tall, well-proportioned, and with particularly long legs. The muscle lines on his forearm show that he has been trained a lot. He did not rush into the water, but instead warmed up by the lake, looking very professional. Mianmian found a large flat rock to sit on, sat next to it with his chin in his hand, and opened the chat channel. Ha ha ha. The system really won't watch us wait to die. I walked on the ice for a long time and found an ice cave. Oh my god. So good. What's in the ice cave? Of course there is a treasure chest. I fished it up. Awesome. Then I'll go look on the ice too. Damn. It's so cold. I can't get out at all. What are you wearing who can go to the ice to find treasure chests? I'm wearing 2 down jackets. I feel fine. Although it's bulky. At least I'm not cold anymore. Wow. This treasure chest is amazing. It gives me a landing card. I also found an ice cave. Let me try it. It seems that the treasure chests in the ice caves on the sea are of good quality. Mianmian thought. I don't know if I can catch a treasure chest in the hole I dug. Mianmian quickly sent a message to Luo Luo, asking her to look for the ice surface. Maybe Luo Luo was too busy to check the chat channel and missed such useful information. Mianmian also sent this message to Nie Yangguang and Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan already knew that Luo Luo and Nie Yangguang were busy, and thanked her immediately after receiving the message. Mianmian heard the sound of water and looked up to see that he had already jumped in. Mianmian stood up and observed the water surface. The kayak was placed next to him, and the man did not take it away. I wonder if he told the fat man above what happened below in real time. Mianmian checked her backpack. The biggest gain today was these ice marrows. It only takes 100 ice marrows to upgrade, but she already has more than 300. Suddenly, there was a movement in the lake. Mianmian looked closely and found that there was a whirlpool in the water. The whirlpool became bigger and bigger, and a huge monster slowly emerged from the whirlpool, revealing half of its body. Before Mianmian could see what it was, she heard a strange sound coming from the water. She stood up and shouted the name of the tall and thin man. Lin Wei. How are you? But no matter how she shouted, she could not find the tall and thin man in the water. She thought to herself that this man was probably going to die. By carefully observing the characteristics of the animal in the lake, Mianmian basically confirmed that it was a sleeping shark. Such a large sleeping shark is very rare. The largest sleeping shark can only grow to 7 or 8 meters. But this one is 9 meters long. The sleeping shark is a very ferocious predator, similar to the great white shark, but much larger. The color of the lake's surface became complicated. There was blood spreading in the water. Mianmian frowned, watching the sleeping shark swimming in the water. She knew she had to make a decision immediately. Mianmian looked at the kayak on the side and decided to go first. She paddled to a place far away from the center of the lake, intending to bypass the sleeping shark and cross the lake. On the way, Mianmian hesitated for a moment, took off her clothes, put all the cold-proof clothes into her backpack, and then let the octopus girl out. Octopus girl, you grab my feet with your tentacles. I'll go into the water to see if there is any danger. I will hit your tentacles. Then you quickly catch me up. She wanted to see how the man was. Mianmian jumped into the water. The water was very clear. Although she was a little far away, she could see that the tall and thin man was still fighting with the sleeping shark. From a distance, he was holding a long sword in his hand. Although he was not small, he was still too weak compared to the sleeping shark. He was almost bitten by the sleeping shark several times. If the sleeping shark hadn't moved slowly, he probably wouldn't have survived until now. But he didn't look like he could hold on for much longer. I don't know if the blood that was scattered in the lake just now was from the tall thin man or the sleeping shark. There were many creatures in the lake. There were many small fishes of all kinds around Mianmian. But there was nothing on the tall thin man and the sleeping shark's side. They probably all hid away. There were many sea spiders and super large-scale insects at the bottom of the lake. These things looked disgusting and scary. And there were a lot of them. Mianmian had goosebumps all over her body. Mianmian looked for a while, but decided not to go over to help. Her luck was not very good today, and it was very likely that both of them would be buried in the shark's mouth. Even if she managed to kill the shark, she would still expose herself. To help, she had to take out her Tang Dynasty sword. This thing is so expensive that anyone who knows the goods can tell at a glance that it was bought from the mall. The thin and tall man's fighting ability is stronger than hers. If she can't escape after being exposed in front of him, it will be troublesome. In such a large lake, I don't know if there is only this sleeping shark. Just when Mianmian was thinking this, she saw a huge jellyfish floating up right under her feet. Mianmian was shocked because she had never seen this thing before. This is the Styx jellyfish, with a huge umbrella-shaped body, tentacles up to 10 meters long, and a black and red appearance, which looks extremely weird. This thing is carnivorous. It has 4 arms, each 10 meters long, which can be used to catch prey. Mianmian happened to be in its hunting range. Mianmian's heart almost stopped, and she quickly asked Octopus Sister to pull her up. She didn't want to stay in this lake for a moment. Let's go! Mianmian asked Octopus Sister to help paddle, and quickly paddled to the other side. She went ashore, took off her clothes and changed them. At this time, she couldn't care about so much. She changed her clothes and put on polar cold-proof clothes, and she wanted to leave. Thinking that the tall and thin man was still in the water, Mianmian decided to wait a little longer. Maybe he could kill the sleeping shark? If he didn't float up after waiting for 15 minutes, Mianmian would leave. She reminded him not to go into the water, because there were so many strange things in the water. It was too scary. Mianmian asked Octopus Girl to use her tentacles to send the kayak to the tall and thin man. In this way, if he could come up, he could climb onto the kayak and cross the lake. After the contract, Octopus Girl's tentacles could be extended a lot. Otherwise the kayak could not be sent across. Mianmian felt that she had done her best. If she was shameless, she would probably put the kayak into her backpack and take it away. And no one would know. And this person looked like he would die. Except for the fat man. But Mianmian was not too worried about dealing with the fat man alone. However, Mianmian still left the kayak. Maybe he still had a chance of survival. 15 minutes were up. And this time Mianmian walked out without looking back. Chapter 70. Mianmian came to the bottom of the ice crack and looked up. It turned out that it was already dark. Have they been in here for so long? Calculating the time. It seems to be about the same. The weather is cold, and it will get dark soon. She has to leave quickly. She still has to walk a distance to get back to the boat. Mianmian asked Octopus Girl to take her up. She didn't make any sound, thinking that it would be best not to be discovered by the fat man. It would be fine if she could just leave quietly. Speaking of which, she was also very sad that the tall and thin man died. She promised to give her another penguin. Now it's gone. It took a little longer to go up. Half an hour later, Mianmian finally came out of the ice crack. Fatty really didn't find her. Mianmian quickly packed up Octopus Girl. She breathed a sigh of relief and thought about leaving. As a result, when Fatty turned around, he saw her preparing to run away. Mianmian took the initiative. Your brother was eaten by a shark. I didn't think the situation was right, so I ran away. Did he send you a message? The last message Fatty received from the tall and thin guy was that he sent him a screenshot, which indeed told him that he saw a sleeping shark at the bottom of the lake. And the photo was very large. Then, there was no news. Fatty was extremely anxious. But there was nothing he could do. He could only wait up there. He couldn't go down. And he couldn't go down. If his brother died, he would die if he went down. At this time, the fat man got the answer from Mianmian. His face turned pale, and he fell to the ground. Mianmian said, "Hey, please accept my condolences. It's getting late. I'll leave first." The fat man opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say it. It wasn't until Mianmian walked away that he stood up and shouted loudly, "My brother is dead. How did you get up here?" Mianmian vaguely heard a few words, but she didn't hear them clearly, so she quickened her pace. Halfway through the walk, she suddenly saw a glacier in the dark emitting a faint light. Mianmian suddenly thought of the energy stone. Yes, the light of the energy stone is this color. Mianmian's eyes lit up, and she immediately walked towards the glacier. She didn't expect that she could only see the energy stones in the glacier after dark. It seems that wasting time is not a bad thing. The glacier was a bit far away, and it took Mianmian 15 minutes to walk there. Time was tight, so she asked Octopus Sister to take the tools and dig with her. Soon, an energy stone was dug out of the glacier. Energy stone times 1. It was indeed true. Mianmian quickly ate 2 pieces of barbecue, and gave 2 pieces to Octopus Sister, and filled up the physical value with it. With strength, work faster. Not long after, all the energy stones in the glacier were mined. However, there are not many energy stones in a glacier. She didn't stop until there was no light in the glacier. A total of 20 energy stones were harvested. Another unexpected surprise. Mianmian was quite satisfied. She packed up her things, put the Octopus Girl back into her backpack, and continued on her way. But she hadn't taken a few steps when she heard the fat man shouting from behind. "Xiao Yun! Xiao Yun! Wait a minute." Mianmian was stunned. Didn't she only tell the tall and thin man the name Xiao Yun? Oh! Maybe the tall and thin man sent a message to the fat man. Mianmian looked back and didn't expect that in addition to the fat man, the tall and thin man was also there. The fat man supported the tall and thin man, and the two came towards her. Mianmian thought, no way. After all that, the tall and thin man can still be alive. Did he kill the shark? Then he got a huge shark meat. The shark meat is poisonous and unpalatable. But once it is processed, the poison will disappear. Mianmian's mind was spinning fast. No. Why did these two people chase her? She didn't take anything from them. And she left the kayak to them. Did they catch up with her and give her the penguin? That shouldn't be the case. So he kept his promise and was so friendly. Or did he find out that she had been in the ice crack a long time ago? It's possible. After all, how she got up there by herself? There's no way to explain. So Mianmian didn't dare to stay and walked faster towards the boat. Anyway, she didn't dare to take the penguin. First get rid of the two people and get back to the boat. As a result, the two people behind her chased after her relentlessly. They saw Mianmian had seen the boat, but she was caught up. Xiao Yun, why are you walking so fast? I've been calling you for a long time. The fat man was out of breath. Mianmian, why did you call me? Fat man, why are you running? Mianmian, I'm not running. I'm walking. I can't run on the ice. If she could run, she would have run long ago. Fat man. The tall and thin man. Mianmian slowly retreated, and at the same time, she was staring at the tall and thin man. The tall and thin man looked pale and weak, holding a cane in his hand. No one knew how he escaped from the shark's mouth and then caught up. Did you kill that shark? Mianmian couldn't help asking. The tall and thin man, how did you get up here? Both of them spoke at almost the same time. Mianmian, I just climbed up. The fat man gave a thumbs up. You are really good at making up stories. You climbed up from 3,000 meters. You are a tough guy. The tall and thin man, who are you? Mianmian, who are you? He hadn't answered her question just now. But if he didn't answer, it probably meant that he had acquiesced. The sleeping shark was killed by him. Mianmian? Wei Yu? Both of them talked back and forth, staring at each other closely. Mianmian thought to herself, I have been exposed. We have to leave quickly. Wei Yu, did you lead us to that ice crack? Mian, I didn't. She refused to admit it anyway. And they had no evidence. Wei Yu, you also dug the ore below. Right? Mian, since you are not dead. Should I have the penguin? Wei Yu, since we have been caught, we might as well take the penguin. Wei Yu was silent for a moment. Tell the truth. I will give you the penguin. Mian, the penguin was agreed to be given to me. Don't you keep your word? If there are more supplies below, give me an extra penguin. I am not taking advantage of you. Fatty, brother. Is this woman really Mian? Wei Yu, unless she is not from the 3rd district. Fatty, ah? Fatty didn't understand what he meant. Wei Yu didn't have time to explain it to him in detail. I'll tell you when I get back. Fatty nodded and looked at Mianmian again. We have no ill intentions. We just want to exchange information with you. Mianmian didn't believe it. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as exchanging information. If Wei Yu suspected her from the beginning, then she took her down the ice crack to test him. It's just that Mianmian pretended to be very similar, so he didn't catch her handle. The only thing that was exposed was that she thought Wei Yu was buried in the shark's mouth and came up by herself. Wei Yu, penguin can be given to you. Mianmian didn't move. Then you bring it here. Wei Yu took out the pet bag from the backpack and let the penguin out. The penguin cried out as soon as it was released, looking confused. It was very simple, and didn't know what these humans were going to do to it. It just felt strange. Mianmian looked at the fat man. Pack it up for me. The fat man had a big bag to put the penguin in. The fat man looked at Wei Yu, and Wei Yu nodded. Give it to her. Mianmian carried the bag with the penguin, which was quite heavy. Wei Yu, you can't run away with the penguin if you don't have a pet bag. Although this place is only a few dozen meters away from the coast. But Wei Yu is confident that Mianmian can't get away. Mianmian was also very confident. I want to go. And you can't stop me. Wei Yu really? Mianmian raised her eyebrows and took out a weapon from her backpack. Seeing the Tang Dynasty horizontal sword, Wei Yu's face changed slightly, and soon smiled. The sword is not bad. Mianmian, your Kanda sword is not bad either. In the lake, she saw that Wei Yu was holding the Kanda sword bought in the mall. The whole sword is very gorgeous. The blade and scabbard are all decorated with gold. The scabbard has beautiful and complex patterns, and is wrapped with a layer of beautiful velvet. The hilt is wrapped with silver wire, and it is made into a shape that fits the hand very well. This kind of sword is very powerful. He should have had it for a while, and used it very flexibly. Fatty tried to smooth things over. Haha. That's not necessary. Why would you use a knife or a sword? No one paid attention to his words, and both of them were silent. So Fatty shut up awkwardly. It seems that you want to compete with me? Wei Yu was injured, but there was no sign of it from her appearance. Mianmian, it's possible. She put down the tied penguin and took a fighting stance. Wei Yu held the sword in one hand, with her arm straight, and the sword and hand were in a straight line. Very neat and unrestrained. Just as Wei Yu stared at Mianmian and waited for her to make a move, Mianmian suddenly took out a pet bag. The next second, 8 tentacles stretched out towards Fatty. Fatty screamed in panic, "What the hell?" Just when Wei Yu was about to step forward to stop him, Mianmian raised his knife and chopped at Wei Yu. And Wei Yu could only raise his sword to block. His sword was as powerful as a rainbow. Although Mianmian's knife was powerful, his strength was still inferior to Wei Yu. After blocking, Mianmian took 2 steps back. However, Mianmian was mentally prepared. He stabilized his center of gravity and continued to chop with his knife. Wei Yu had already seen that the 8 tentacles came from a giant octopus. He looked at Mianmian in surprise and quickly thought of a possibility. Mianmian did not give him time to think and swung her knife to chop at him. Wei Yu did not seem to expect that Mianmian, a girl, would have such fighting power and was not afraid of him at all. It seemed that her steps were all practiced and very methodical. He looked calm, but actually he was getting serious. Just as he was about to fight Mianmian, a burst of black mist sprayed out, blocking his vision. What is this? It stinks. A minute later, the black mist dissipated, and the fat man looked around. Where is she? Brother, where is she? The fat man looked at Wei Yu. Wei Yu, don't look. She left a long time ago. Ah? As soon as the black mist came out, Mianmian had already put the penguin into the pet bag, and then called Octopus Sister to run away. She didn't want to fight Wei Yu at all. She made that posture just to attract attention, and then took the opportunity to let Octopus Sister release the black mist, and then left before they could react. The skill of the black fog confusion can cause the black fog to spread for 1 minute. Mianmian asked Octopus Girl to spray it 6 times in a row. Anyway, it can be used 6 times a day. After all, the area within a radius of more than 10 meters is black. Then Mianmian asked Octopus Girl to roll her up and take her on the boat. It doesn't matter if Mianmian can't see clearly. Octopus Girl can tell the direction by smell. In this way, when Mianmian and Octopus Girl are on the boat, Wei Yu and Fatty can see the surrounding scene. Wei Yu knew it was not good when he came out of the black fog, but Fatty just reacted now. Brother, what should we do now? Everyone has left. Go back, Wei Yu said calmly. Fatty, ah? Going back now? Wei Yu, what else? You want to spend the night on the island? Fatty, but if we go back tomorrow? Wei Yu, we'll continue tomorrow. Fatty, then if we separate, the effect of the teleportation card will end. Wei Yu, so I'll stay on your boat tonight. The island landing card is limited to 1 person's boat, and the card's authority belongs to Fatty. So Wei Yu can only follow him. Fatty, oh, that's fine. Anyway, there's still 1 day tomorrow. We'll be waiting on the coast early tomorrow morning. And Mianmian can't help but come. Wei Yu looked at him with a helpless look. Fatty, what's wrong? Brother? Wei Yu, have you ever thought that today is her 2nd day? Fatty, didn't she say? Damn. This woman is full of lies. Not a single word is true. Wei Yu, is she telling you everything from the bottom of her heart? Fatty, you can't say that. We just want to ask her about the situation in District 3. We didn't do anything to her. It's normal. But if it were you, you'd be so stupid that you'd probably be sold and still count the money for others. Brother, you can't drag me down like this. Chapter 71. Mianmian returned to the boat, released the penguin first, found a place for it to stay, and then fed it some Antarctic krill. Penguins are not marine animals. So even though Mianmian has the sea language pearl, she cannot understand what it says. In fact, penguins have a high IQ. About the IQ of a 3 to 5-year-old child, which is very smart. Mianmian fed it, and it was very happy, and patted Mianmian's hand. Mianmian let it play by itself, and quickly went to the ice to see if there was any harvest in the hole she dug before. There really was. Mianmian pulled it, and it was a treasure chest. Although it was only a silver treasure chest, it was enough to be happy to be able to catch it. Get 1 glacier water moisturizing spray, 1 bear backpack, 1 trolley, 1 towel. All of them are daily necessities, and they are pretty good. Especially the moisturizing spray that came just in time. My face was too dry from the wind on the island these 2 days. And my cheeks were red and a little flaky. Mianmian took out the moisturizing spray and sprayed it on her face. And her tight face finally got relieved. It was really comfortable. Mianmian planned to go to the trading center later to see if anyone was selling similar moisturizing products. Men probably won't like to use these things and will trade them. Mianmian can go pick up bargains. She put the things into her backpack, put the fishing rod back, and planned to come back later. Back on the boat, Mianmian sorted out the harvest. Energy stone times 20. Iron ore times 785. Copper ore times 318. Platinum ore times 155. Chrome ore times 112. Gold ore times 48. Ice marrow times 352. When digging the ore, she also brought back some ice cubes, some moss and lichen, and this emperor penguin. Oh! And the tall and thin guy gave her 50 iron ores. After 2 days of hard work, the harvest is still very satisfactory. Mianmian plans to make a big meal tonight to reward Octopus Sister. This time it helped a lot. Mianmian has thought of the menu. Salt-baked scallops, braised eel, grilled lobster. Mianmian made salt-baked scallops directly in the oven. After washing, sprinkle salt and pepper, and put them directly in the oven for a few minutes, saving time and effort. Eel is more troublesome to handle. First, remove the head and tail to deal with the internal organs, and then follow the classic braised process. The braised eel is very beautiful in color, wrapped in a layer of crystal sauce, which makes people drool. There is nothing special about grilled lobsters. You can eat the freshness of lobsters. This kind of top-quality ingredients only need to be made original, and do not need too much seasoning. But Mianmian still bought a small piece of butter in the mall, intending to use butter to grill, so that the meat will be more fragrant and the color will be very beautiful. Sure enough, the actual effect was better than she imagined. A whole huge lobster was roasted golden, and the fragrance spread, and almost the entire second floor could smell it. Octopus Girl was even more anxious, and she couldn't wait to eat it. Mianmian was also a little greedy, so she asked Octopus Girl to take the dishes and sit down, and the meal would start immediately. Octopus Girl used 6 tentacles to serve the dishes. Mianmian cleaned up the kitchen waste, and then they started eating together. While eating, Mianmian read the news. Nie Yangguang would share his daily pet-raising life with her every day. I don't know if he sent it in bulk. His goose baby is really well-behaved and cute. After the contract with Nie Yangguang, it became Nie Yangguang's carrying little cotton-padded jacket, and was often held and played by Nie Yangguang. Mianmian replied to him, I also have an emperor penguin. Nie Yangguang replied excitedly, Wow! It looks exactly like my gosling. Mianmian, it's a little different. The color of the neck is a little different. Nie Yangguang, it seems so. Great. We are all goose farmers now. Mianmian, ha ha. I guess so. Nie Yangguang, have you made a contract? Mianmian, no. I haven't thought about it yet. I probably won't make a contract with it. Nie Yangguang, is that so? The penguin is so cute. But you don't want to make a contract with it. Mianmian still had the same concerns as before. She already had a pet, and she didn't know how many pet quotas each player had. If she rushed to make a contract now, she might not be able to make a contract with the pet she wanted later. She should wait a little longer. Although she also likes penguins. The two chatted about their experience of raising geese. Nie Yangguang shared with her the preferences of his goose cubs. Mianmian took note of them, and planned to build 2 penguin houses when she had time. One for Nie Yangguang and one for herself. Then why don't you give your penguin a name? Mianmian looked at the emperor penguin, who was in a daze on the deck. Mianmian, just call it Xiaoguai. Nie Yangguang is indeed the king of flattery. Very cute. After dinner, Mianmian made another smoothie. She used ice cubes and milk to make shaved ice. 1 whole block of ice could make a bucket of smoothie. Mianmian cut a lot of mangoes and watermelons and put them on top, and drizzled them with jam and honey. I made mango shaved ice and watermelon shaved ice respectively. Mianmian sent one to Luo Luo as well. Luo Luo, try the smoothie I made. I'll give you 2 ha ha. Luo Luo, aren't you afraid of freezing when you eat smoothies in such a cold day? Mianmian, ha ha. It seems a bit cold. Luo Luo, you just came back from the island, right? I also found an ice cave and fished for a treasure chest. Mianmian, yes. I didn't find an ice cave. I just made a hole in the ice. It's just very troublesome. But if it's hard to find an ice cave, you can try this method. Luo Luo, okay. My brother hasn't come back yet. And I don't know how he is. Mianmian, it's so late. Haven't you come back yet? Luo Luo, he told me he wanted to stay on the island to find more supplies and come back tomorrow morning. Mianmian, you're working too hard. It will be very cold on the island at night. Luo Luo, he said it's not that cold over there. Mianmian thought about it, and it was true. The temperature under some ice caves is quite high. If there are enough supplies, it would be nice to stay overnight and continue collecting. It seems that Luo Luo's brother also had a rich harvest this time. After chatting with Luo Luo, Mianmian opened the chat channel. Gu Fong's survival guide has been updated again. But I think it's too difficult and not very practical. Yes, few people can work on the ice for a whole day like him. Just to make a hole. Anyway, I can't stand it anymore. It's better to find an ice cave. I saw a few penguins playing on the ice today. They were super cute. I took a video and sent it to everyone. Why don't you catch them? I can't catch them. They are skating on the ice. Much faster than I can walk. At this time, Nie Yangguang was bubbling in the chat channel. Nie Yangguang, penguins skate very fast and are difficult to catch. Someone asked Nie Yangguang, did you see a penguin too? Mianmian thought Nie Yangguang would tell everyone that he had contracted a penguin. But he didn't. Nie Yangguang, yes. I saw a penguin skating. Very fast. It seems that Nie Yangguang has also learned to be smart and has become less fond of showing off. Mianmian remembered that he used to show off his wealth in the chat channel. Zhang Jincheng, look. What did I find? Zhang Jincheng posted a live photo. It turned out to be a group of seals. Zhang Jincheng, I found a seal island. As long as I get the landing card, I can go to the island to catch seals. Everyone still remembers the animal taming task. I guess there will be rewards for the first contract pet. I have already received the primary pet contract. As long as I go to the island, I can contract a pet. Nie Yangguang, I don't even have a landing card. You are dreaming again. Zhang Jincheng, now more and more people are issuing landing cards. I will have one soon. Nie Yangguang, by the time you have it, the flower will be cold. And you're still the first contract pet. This Zhang Jincheng is really a fun person. Mianmian watched his performance while eating. He asked for a landing card in the chat channel, saying that as long as he went to the island, he would catch more seals. Whoever gave him the landing card, he would not only trade for supplies, but also give him a seal. As a result, he was ruthlessly attacked by Nie Yangguang. Nie Yangguang, you also want to catch seals. There are so many seals on the seal island. If they scratch you together, you will have no meat left. Indeed, seals are carnivores and aggressive. They are not as docile and well-behaved as penguins. It is not certain who will catch whom. The seal island you posted is full of seals. You will be in danger if you go there. Everyone agreed with Nie Yangguang's statement. As more people said so, Zhang Jincheng got angry and said, do you think I have no confidence to say such things? Of course, it's because I have something good that can catch seals directly. Nie Yangguang, then why don't you show it to me? Zhang Jincheng, do you think I'm stupid? Why should I show it to you? Nie Yangguang, you said you were going to catch seals, but you didn't prove that you can catch them. So of course we don't believe it. Nie Yangguang made Zhang Jincheng very angry. But he still didn't show any proof, only saying that he could catch them, and those who believed could contact him. Mianmian thought he might really have something. She had no interest in the seal island. Even if it was full of seals, where would they be placed after they were all caught? Nowadays, few players have pet contracts, and there are very few people who can trade seals. Moreover, what if these players don't want to contract seals? Catch so many seals and keep them on the boat? It's unrealistic. We have to provide food for the seals. Seals are meat eaters. Can Zhang Jincheng afford to keep so many seals? Then, he will be responsible for the seals eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. Mianmian felt that he might not have thought it through. When he saw the seal island, he rushed there with all his heart. After eating and drinking and resting well, Mianmian and Octopus Girl continued to work. It took a few hours to complete the greenhouse. 2 closed boilers were placed in the built greenhouse to boil water. The entire greenhouse was made of insulation materials with good heat preservation. Basically, the heat could not be dissipated. and the temperature in the room soon rose. Mianmian took out 10 energy stones and made 5 radiators. The remaining 10 had to be kept as backup. Maybe she would suddenly find something particularly good that would require energy stones. She put 2 radiators in the greenhouse and another radiator next to the chicken and rabbit cages. The remaining 2 were all placed next to the workbench. In this way, basic warmth can be guaranteed. But if you want to warm up the entire ship, you need more energy stones. After the greenhouse is completed, it is time to start laying the soil. Mianmian still has the soil from before. Now she adds some limestone and fertilizer made from chicken manure and rabbit poop and sprinkles it all on the soil. Then she mixes it with some sand and spreads it evenly on the ground. Then she divides the ground into 3 areas: vegetable area, fruit area, and medicinal planting area. She asked Octopus Sister to help her with the zoning work, which is to divide it into a grid, and then make a dividing line in the middle of each area. Mianmian opened the trading center to search for seeds, and really found a lot of them. And they are all very cheap. You can exchange them with any materials. Now everyone has a lot of seeds, but can't plant them. They are short of materials and food. It's useless to keep the seeds, so they are all exchanged. Mianmian picked and chose some plants with short growth cycles suitable for greenhouse cultivation: lettuce, tomatoes, celery, peppers, eggplants, and cucumbers. Normally, any plant that can grow on Earth can be grown in a greenhouse. And some fruits and vegetables grown in a greenhouse even taste better than those grown outdoors. For example, cucumbers and lettuce. The premise is that there needs to be heating in the greenhouse. The greenhouse that Mianmian built at this time is a heated greenhouse. As long as she keeps the temperature in the greenhouse above freezing, she can always harvest various fruits and vegetables. In the future, cooking can also be done in the greenhouse, so as not to waste the fuel used by the closed boiler. We decided to eat here, so Mianmian made a folding dining table and folding chairs. We planned to open them when eating, and fold them up and put them aside when not eating. In addition to vegetables, Mianmian took out the fruit cores that she had saved before and planted them. Strawberries, mangoes, cherries, watermelons. Fruits and vegetables occupy more space, and there is not much space for medicinal plants. Mianmian only selected a few to plant. It seems that if conditions permit, this greenhouse will have to be built again. But now it is not possible. When she just reached level 5, Mianmian thought the ship was too big for one person to live in. Now everything has developed, and this ship has become insufficient. After all the trouble, Mianmian went to look at the rare land in the cabin. The plants here didn't grow well. Although they didn't die, their growth rate was obviously slower. Mianmian simply moved the rare land to the greenhouse. She harvested another wave of rice. A few kilograms of rice were enough for her to eat for several meals. When moving the rare land, Mianmian saw that the ant eggs that had been thrown here before had actually moved to the peach tree. The white ant eggs seemed to have grown a little bigger. Mianmian hesitated for a moment, picked it up, and looked at it carefully. Strange ant eggs. This thing has been there for a long time. Why haven't ants come out yet? She put the ant eggs next to the roots of the peach tree. The peach tree has produced small fruits, but they are not ripe yet. Mianmian remembered that she still had some nutrient solution in her backpack, so she took out a bottle and used it for the peach. The fruit was almost finished, so it would be good to produce some peaches. She took out a bottle of nutrient solution and poured it into the root of the peach tree. Under the effect of the nutrient solution, the fruit of the peach tree really grew rapidly. It was originally only the size of an egg, but it suddenly grew to the size of a fist. This growth is too exaggerated. After a bottle of nutrient solution, it ripened directly. Mianmian harvested it with one click. Obtained peaches times 18. Just when Mianmian was about to leave, the ant egg seemed to move. Mianmian squatted down to look at it. It had grown from the size of a grain of rice to the size of a pigeon egg. The introduction also became ant eggs full of vitality. Does this thing also eat nutrient solution? Yes. The nutrient solution did not say that it was only for plants. Animals can eat it too. Would it be good for the octopus girl to eat it? But since the ant egg has grown so big, will the ants inside also become very big? Mianmian stared at it for a while, and it didn't move. So she put it back. She didn't plan to feed it another bottle of nutrient solution, so she just left it there for now. The peach tree didn't need nutrient solution now, and it would be a bit of a waste if it was given to the ant eggs alone. She got up and prepared to go back to the bedroom to rest. At this time, the time was exactly 12 o'clock. As soon as she stepped into the bedroom, she heard the system's voice ringing in the air. The second round of the Desert Island Survival Experiment begins. This is a survival experiment that tests teamwork, and all players must participate. The content of the experiment is Desert Island Survival. For 1 week, all players in each district will be randomly divided into teams of 4 to participate in the competition. The team that survives to the end and obtains the most supplies and the highest score wins. The top 10 teams in each district will receive rich rewards. The top 10 teams in the 10 districts will each receive 10,000 shell coins and 100 energy stones. The team ranked first will receive an additional mysterious reward. Chapter 72 Ice Season, Day 37 at Sea. Random team formation? There must be a rule. Right? Teaming up with people you don't know always feels weird. Yeah. If you're grouped with weak people, wouldn't it be a burden? So is it possible to be in the same team with a big guy? Let me first say, I want to be in the same team with Mianmian. It will be absolutely awesome. You're dreaming. You want Mianmian to cook for you. Right? Who doesn't want to? Who in the entire District 3 doesn't want to be in the same team with Mianmian? Stand up? I know. Zhang Jincheng doesn't want to. Everyone was chatting animatedly in the chat channel. And Mianmian was carefully reading the rules that the system had just released. Rules of the Desert Island Survival Team Competition. For people in the same area will form a team. The system will allocate according to the comprehensive strength of the players. The team members will be announced at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Please check the member list by yourself. The competition will start at 10 o'clock tomorrow. And the score will be settled at 9 o'clock 7 days later. This Desert Island Survival. Backpacks are locked. And the equipment will be provided by the system. Each group has 10 types of equipment. And each member chooses one. The remaining 6 items are flint times 4, waterproof cloth times 4, axe times 4, sleeping bag times 4, blanket times 4, medical kit times 1. The competition lasts for 1 week. Players can withdraw from the competition early. Each withdrawing player will deduct 50 points from the group score. When there is only one player left in the group and no other group in the same area accepts him, the group of players will be eliminated directly. Players can choose to stay or leave, or join other groups in the same area, provided that each group has no more than 4 members. The scoring rules are for players to explore on their own during the game. After reading the rules, Mianmian went to sleep directly. Anyway, I just need to wait until tomorrow to announce the teammates. There is no point in thinking too much now. As for the equipment to bring, Mianmian doesn't need to think about it at all. Just bring the Tang Dynasty horizontal sword, according to the rules of the game. Since players can choose to join other teams, there is more than one group on a deserted island. And with so many people, ensuring your own safety is the most important thing. The system has already provided other basic survival items. However, Mianmian still hoped to be in a group with someone she knew. The next morning, almost all the players got up before 8 o'clock. Everyone was waiting for the system to announce the list of group members, wanting to know who they would be in a group with. Mianmian got up even earlier, at 7 o'clock, and the first thing she did was to roll the dice. Today was a good day. She rolled the number 3, all the best. Mianmian made a wish quickly, hoping to be in a group with someone she knew, hoping to have 2 people who would not be a drag. And it would be best if there was a physical player who was strong and could work, hardworking and willing to work. After making a wish, Mianmian went to check the ice cave. She forgot about it after she was busy yesterday, so she lost a lot. And she didn't know if there was a treasure chest when she went to get it last night. I can only hope that the first treasure chest today will give me something good. The competition will start in a few hours. Mianmian will not be on the boat for a week. During this week, many things need to be handed over to Octopus Girl. I have to make more food for it and put it in the incubator. I am afraid that these few hours will not be enough. Mianmian came to the ice. It was only one night, but I didn't expect that the ice hole would freeze again. The fishing rod was fine, but the fishing line was directly frozen in the ice. Mianmian had no choice but to take out the electric drill to drill a hole, knock out the ice that froze the fishing line, and finally save the fishing rod. Fortunately, the ice surface was not particularly solid overnight. Mianmian spent half an hour to make another big hole in the ice. She put the fishing rod back in place. It was 8 o'clock. Hearing the system notification, Mianmian immediately opened the system notification. Hello, player. In this desert island survival experiment team competition, your team members are Luo Luo. When you sure? Du Chan Song. Group chat is open. Please choose your captain within an hour. Mianmian joins the group chat. Luo Luo joins the group chat. Du Chan Song joins the group chat. When you sure joins the group chat. Mianmian was quite happy to see someone she really knew. But it would be even better if it was Luo Luo. Mianmian was not familiar with Luo Luo's younger brother either. But it was better than having all strangers. The system said that it would allocate according to the comprehensive strength of the players. Luo Luo's value should not be low. As for the other two people, Mianmian didn't know much. Mianmian seemed to have some impression of Wen Yushi, and had traded with her before. Mianmian was the first to enter the group chat. But someone else spoke first. Du Chan Song. Oh my god. Mianmian and I are in the same group? Du Chan Song. No way. I didn't see it wrong. Mianmian, that should be it. Luo Luo saw that his team member was Mianmian, and told Luo Luo immediately. Luo Luo and Nie Yangguang were assigned to the same group again. Nie Yangguang was excited in the group. Luo Luo didn't see Luo Luo's message at the first time, but was discussing the team leader's affairs in the group. Luo Luo wants to run for the team leader. But there is another person in the team who also wants to run. So now it is 2-2. And they each have 2 votes. Nie Yangguang of course chose Luo Luo. But the other person chose someone else. It was very simple for Mianmian to choose the team leader. And she was given it directly. Number 1 in the district. Is there any need to fight? Even if Mianmian doesn't want to be the leader, she will be the leader. Mianmian, there are 2 hours left before the competition. Tell me what you plan to bring. Each person can bring one. I have already chosen it. Mianmian, I chose a weapon. I may compete with other groups at that time. And combat effectiveness is also needed. When you sure, I want to choose a fishing cage, so that I can get food steadily. Du Chan Song, I don't know what I should bring. Or Mianmian, can you recommend one? Mianmian, it's best to bring survival necessities. If you really don't want to bring anything, I suggest bringing a pot. Luo Luo, I'll bring a bow and arrow. Mianmian, I don't think you can bring a fishing cage. The ice surface may freeze, and the fishing cage may not be used. If it is needed, I can make it myself. When you sure, okay. I'll listen to you. What should I bring? Mianmian, if you don't mind, I'll send you something directly and ask you to take it. When you sure, okay. That's even better. Mianmian posted the clothes boiler in the group chat. This thing has many uses. It can keep warm, boil water and cook. But it's a bit heavy and can't be used in a backpack. If you bring it with you, 2 boys will need to hold it until you find a suitable place to build a shelter. When you sure, it's a really good thing. Mianmian, but the boys may have to work a little harder. But when you sure, and I can be responsible for taking the supplies given by the system. Luo Luo, no problem for me. Du Chan Song, that's fine for me too. It's really convenient to have this. In this case, the things to bring are determined. Mianmian gave the clothes boiler to Wen Yushi. Then everyone was busy with their own things. And they just had to wait for the time to start the competition. Mianmian made a lot of easy-to-make food. Enough for Octopus Girl to eat for 10 days. In fact, it can eat raw and cold seafood without making it. Anyway, it has always eaten those. But Octopus Girl and Mianmian have been used to eating the food she made in the past few days. And it is estimated that its mouth has become picky. These days, it has to take care of chickens, rabbits and penguins on the boat. So Mianmian has to make some delicious food for it to reward it. Knowing that Mianmian has not come back for many days, Octopus Girl is not very happy. And she is not even active in eating. She holds Mianmian with her tentacles and refuses to let go. Be good. I'm going to earn delicious food for you. When I come back, I will give you delicious food every day. Mianmian comforted her. Octopus Girl was still waving her tentacles in a bad mood. Mianmian, when I'm not around, you play with Shiguai. Mianmian pointed at the Emperor Penguin skating on the ice. Recently, it would jump off the boat to play by itself, and come back when it was tired. Mianmian ignored it. After explaining it to Octopus Girl, Mianmian received a message from Luo Luo. Luo Luo, Mianmian. My brother said that you are in the same group with him. Mianmian, yeah. It's quite a coincidence. Luo Luo, indeed. I am in the same group with Nie Yangguang. Mianmian was stunned for a moment. Ha ha ha. That's also a coincidence. Luo Luo thought of the last time he met Nie Yangguang on the deserted island, and felt helpless. Nie Yangguang really lived by luck, and had no ability. Mianmian, don't worry. Nie Yangguang is a very good person. You just need to assign him a task, and he will listen. In fact, Mianmian has always felt that Nie Yangguang is a potential stock. He is lucky and smart. Kindness is not his problem. It's just that in this environment, being too kind is prone to mistakes. Luo Luo, yeah. I know. Mianmian, by the way. My team members and I brought a boiler. Do you want it? I will make one for you if you need it. Luo Luo has learned from Luo Zhe what Mianmian's team brought. Although the closed boiler is a good thing. Luo Luo is not going to bring it. No one in their group can cook. And this thing is too heavy, and will consume a lot of physical strength. Luo Luo doesn't know those people yet. Nie Yangguang is a bit useless and probably can't move it. It's better not to occupy an item quota. She also brought a bow and arrow, which can be used for hunting and self-defense. At this time, Nie Yangguang also sent a message to Mianmian. Nie Yangguang, Mianmian. I am in a group with your good sister. Are you surprised or not? Mianmian, I already know. Nie Yangguang, ha ha ha. So fast. Mianmian, yes. Nie Yangguang, there is one more thing. Mianmian, why? Nie Yangguang, that's right. When you sure. Who is in the same group with you? Is my friend. Mianmian, that's a coincidence. Nie Yangguang, she is a very nice person and likes you very much. I have known her for a long time. Hee hee. But I didn't catch up with her since landing on Spider Island. Nie Yangguang and Wen Yushur have had less contact, mainly because Wen Yushur ignored him. He tried several times to win her over, but she didn't respond, so Nie Yangguang gave up. It's nothing to think about it. In a survival game, everyone is struggling to survive. It's abnormal for him to think about love. Nie Yangguang has a good mentality. If they can't be lovers, they can be friends. Later, he didn't send her a lot of messages, nor did he give her some messy gifts. Instead, Wen Yushur would take the initiative to talk to him. Mianmian was busy with work and was a little slow in replying to messages. In the last half hour, Mianmian went to see the ice cave. There was a treasure chest on the hook. Mianmian quickly pulled it up and found it was a golden treasure chest. She quickly opened the box. Obtained 13 basic Tang sword techniques times 1. Training belt times 2. Burlap bag times 2. Color paint times 1. Coffee beans times 2. Medicine bottle times 2. This is what she needs very much now. It's a pity that she came a little late. If she came a few days earlier, she could practice the sword technique diligently, and her martial arts value would increase again. Mianmian opened the sword technique and read the most basic things. She could only practice it in the competition. She only remembered a few basic movements. It was useless to remember more, and she couldn't learn so much. With Luo Luo's brother here, he should be able to guide her. After collecting the things, Mianmian took the Tang Dynasty horizontal sword in her hand. She thought, what a pity. She had to leave after only catching one treasure chest. Otherwise, according to today's luck, she would definitely be able to catch 2 more and get more good things. As a result, just as she thought so, in the last few minutes, the fishing rod actually caught another treasure chest. Mianmian didn't dare to delay and pulled it up immediately. This time it was a golden treasure chest. Wow! This is too good. Mianmian couldn't wait to open the box. Obtain the God Arm Bow Blueprint times 1. The Gold Moisturizing Mask Formula times 1. The Foot Bath Bucket times 1. The Massager Blueprint times 1. Mianmian's eyes glowed. God's Arm Bow. God's Arm Bow can be made on an advanced workbench, a good bow that can shoot arrows through a target from 100 steps away. With strong penetration ability, it can easily penetrate the target from 300 steps away and kill the prey with one shot. Required materials: iron fur wood times 10, golden silk times 5, beef tendon times 5, beef glue times 2. It can't be done now. The time is up. Mianmian only felt her body lighten, and she has been pulled into the game. I thought the team members should be arranged together, but when I got there, I found that everyone was sent alone, and the 4 people also had a group chat to contact each other. But everyone can see the location of others by clicking on the map. System prompt: Supplies will be delivered in 1 hour. Supplies will be delivered to the location of each group leader. Players are requested to reunite as soon as possible. Mianmian was the leader and made a decision immediately. When Yusher is holding a closed boiler, which is not convenient to move, we will reunite with her as the center point. I looked at her distance, and she is not far away from us. After landing, when Yusher saw that she was alone and holding a huge boiler, she was quite panicked. But she felt much more at ease after seeing Mianmian's words. Others responded quickly. Okay. When Yusher, then I will see if there is a suitable place to build a shelter nearby. Mianmian, we don't know how many groups there are in our area yet. You should wait for us here. The boiler is too heavy for you to carry, and it's not safe to leave it there. If the boiler is picked up by someone else, Mianmian's group will be one less item, and the original advantage will immediately turn into a disadvantage. When Yusher, okay. I'll wait here. Mianmian quickened her pace and walked towards Wen Yusher at almost the fastest speed. Luo Luo was the farthest from Wen Yusher, and Mianmian chatted with him privately while hurrying on the road. Mianmian, how long will it take you to get there? If you have nothing to do on the road later, you can observe the terrain and pay attention to other people if you see them. Luo Luo, okay. I can get there in half an hour at the fastest. Mianmian estimated that it would take her no more than 20 minutes to get there. Du Chansong was the closest. So Mianmian also told him that after they got there, the two of them looked for water nearby. Du Chansong, it's so hard to walk on this side of my road. It's full of thorns. And it's freezing. I'll do it as soon as possible. Chapter 73. 20 minutes later, Mianmian finally met Wen Yusher. She was the first to arrive. Du Chansong was the closest but had not arrived yet. Wen Yusher was very excited when she saw Mianmian. She had been looking at the map all the way. So when she saw Mianmian, she compared it with the little man on the map and knew that she should not be mistaken. In addition, she had seen Mianmian's photo. She looked better in person than in the photo. Hello. Is this Wen Yusher? Mianmian took the initiative to greet. Wen Yusher, yes. It's me. Mianmian, the others haven't arrived yet. Wen Yusher, no. You are the first to arrive. Mianmian, okay. Don't you see anyone from other groups here? Wen Yusher, not yet. Mianmian, then I'll go check around. Is it okay for you to wait here alone? Wen Yusher really wanted to go with Mianmian. But she also knew that she had to watch the boiler. And she couldn't lift it. In fact, she could lift it, but she had to rest after walking a few steps. Seeing Wen Yusher's embarrassment, Mianmian opened the map and saw that Luoza was almost there. Mianmian, forget it. Let's wait here for the other two people to come. They will be here soon. If she left now, she would not be there when people came later. On the way here, Mianmian had already made a brief observation of the terrain nearby. They were randomly arranged in a forest. The terrain was a bit high, and there were not many resources. At least Mianmian didn't see anything to pick along the way. The only advantage was that there were many trees and wood. Wen Yusher, okay. Have you noticed that in addition to the group chat, there is also a regional chat? Mianmian didn't notice this. She was just rushing to look at the map and observe the terrain. At this time, she opened the regional chat and found that someone was already talking on it. Players speaking on it will reveal their names and regions. For example, if Mianmian speaks, it will show Mianmian Region 3. At this time, someone in the regional chat asked, is there anyone from the 4th district? Everyone in one district can get together. I'm at the coordinates of XX.XX. Players from the 4th district can come over. Seeing this message, Mianmian didn't know whether to say that this person was naive or stupid. The regional chat is not only visible to people in one's own district, but also to people in other districts. Sure enough, a player from the 4th district immediately called this person stupid/idiot. Don't embarrass us in the 4th district if you are stupid. All the groups are competitors. Who would want to get together with you? Besides that, no one else spoke. Everyone was watching, not wanting to expose themselves too early. But Mianmian thought that this was also a good place for trading if necessary. I don't know if Mom and Yunxiao are here, although the possibility is not high. But if one of them is here, we can meet. In order to reduce the difficulty, the area for the ice season deserted island survival test experiment was chosen in the Arctic. The system did not throw the player into an environment like the ice crystal island, but on a small island on the edge of the Arctic Circle. The island is mountainous, with glaciers, rivers, waterfalls, and volcanoes. Most areas are covered with ice and snow, and many places not covered by snow are covered with moss and lichens. There are many seals, penguins and seabirds on the coast, and few animals on the island. Even though it is at the edge of the Arctic Circle, the temperature is still very cold. It is daytime now. The temperature is about 5 degrees, and it will drop to below 0 at night. Mianmian's group was thrown into the woods on the mountain. There are not many resources here, but there is a glacier and a huge waterfall very close. There is a lake under the waterfall, where the resources are very rich, but there are already people from other groups there. This island is vast, and hundreds of groups of players have been deployed. After Mianmian and several other group members met up, they introduced themselves. Although they have already talked in the group chat, it is still different to meet formally. When Yusher looks delicate, but her speech is more capable and mature, and she is 2 years older than Mianmian. Luo Luo is 18 years old, tall, looks very strong, has a healthy wheat-colored skin, and is very handsome. If he were fairer, he could have debuted in a talent show. He looks calm and steady, with a temperament that does not match his age. As for Du Chansong, he is just an ordinary boy, 27 years old, with a square face and a little less hair. Mianmian spoke first. Well, I'll go first. I'm Mianmian, good at gathering and cooking. The work of finding food and cooking in the team is left to me. If I need anything else, I can do it. Since everyone has chosen me as the captain, I will definitely lead everyone to the end. Getting first place is my goal. When you sure, I am when you sure. I have also learned the gathering skill. My physical strength and martial arts are average, but I can do the work of finding resources, and I can fish a little. Luo Luo. I can be responsible for hunting. I can do physical work such as cutting trees to build shelters. Du Chansong, I only learned the forging skill, which I don't think I will use. My physical strength is relatively low, and my mental strength may be higher. I don't know what it is useful for. Let's do this. If the captain needs me to do anything, just tell me. Mianmian roughly understood the situation of each team member. Now we have to build a simple shelter before sunset, so the site selection is very important. Choose a place with a water source nearby, flat terrain, and no traces of large wild animals. Luo Luo and Du Chansong will move the fireplace. When Yusher and I will go ahead to find it separately and keep in touch at any time. After Mianmian divided the work, everyone agreed. The system said that the supplies will be sent over in an hour. There should be 6 types of supplies left. The time is almost up. Let's find an open space in front to wait. Mianmian guessed that the system should use airdrop boxes to deliver. Sure enough, not long after walking, many parachutes appeared in the sky, with a large black box hanging on them. One also landed in front of Mianmian. As soon as the box landed, the parachute disappeared directly, obviously not wanting players to use the parachute as a tool. Otherwise, the parachute rope is also a good thing. Mianmian opened the box and checked it. The things inside were the same as what the system said in the notification. Nothing was missing. She picked it up and took it herself. When Yusher offered to help, Mianmian refused. If I give it to you now, you have nothing to carry. When I can't carry it anymore, you can help me carry it for a while. When Yusher, okay then. After walking for half an hour, they finally saw a small waterfall at a downhill slope. It was a branch of the big waterfall. The water flow of the waterfall was not big, only forming a small pool. But the water in the pool would flow down and should flow into the lake. As long as they followed the water flow, they might find a big lake, where there would be more fish resources. There were no people or large animals around, so it would be best to build a shelter here. Mianmian chose a good location. It's right here. Let's clean up the ground here. Luo Luo took the initiative to ask to chop trees. He picked up the axe. Sister Mianmian, I'm going to chop trees. Do you have anything you want me to bring back? If there are edible wild vegetables and fruits, bring some back. I guess you can't take them. Okay. Mianmian looked at Du Chansong, who was standing there stupidly. Why don't you come with Luo Luo? When Yusher and I will make a fire here. Let's make a fire early, and I'll go find some food later. Mianmian found some 5-needle pines nearby, picked up a pile of dry pine needles on the ground, wrapped them in waterproof cloth, and wrapped them into a large ball. This kind of pine needles is very suitable for burning fires, because it is rich in volatile oils, and can be burned at a touch. although there was snow on top. The bottom layer was dry. Mianmian picked up the wet ones on top and put them aside. When the fire started, the temperature next to it would rise, and the wet pine needles could be dried, so that they could be used tomorrow. Although there was a flint, it was still a bit difficult to make a fire in this environment. When Yusher spent a long time to make a little spark. Fortunately, the pine needles that Mianmian found were very powerful. Put a little spark on it, blow it, and smoke will come out. Then fan it carefully, and you can see the flames burning. When Yusher, there is fire. Mianmian put the fire under the boiler. First added more pine needles, and then added some branches. With fire, you can keep warm and cook. But the first step is to boil water to drink. There is a waterfall next to it. Mianmian used a pot to get a pot of water, and put it on the boiler to boil water. It is very important to replenish water. Raw water cannot be drunk casually. It is easy to get poisoned and upset. When surviving in the wild, it is difficult to persist once there is a problem with the body. Although there is a medical kit, the medicines in the medical kit are all for some external injuries. If you have food poisoning or gastrointestinal diseases, you have to fight it yourself, or withdraw directly. But in that case, you will lose points. Not only the players themselves will not be willing, but the players in the same group are also reluctant. So Mianmian, the team leader, must ensure everyone's health, at least in terms of eating. She had to control it. After boiling the water, Luo and Du Song also came back. They brought back a lot of wood. Luo looked thin, but he was very strong. He carried 2 long woods by himself, while Du Song was panting with a thin wood. Mianmian saw that he was not as good as herself. So she said, "These woods are not enough. Luo and I will go to find some more. When you sure, do you want me to help too?" Mianmian, you look for food nearby, and see if there are any fish or shrimps that can be caught in the pond. As for Du Song, Mianmian said, you watch the fire. Chop the wood you brought back, and put it in the boiler to burn. Du Song was very happy to hear this job, which was better than chopping trees and moving wood. And at least he could sit down. Mianmian took an axe and set out with Luo to chop trees again. Before noon, at least half of the wood must be chopped, as wood is needed for making fire and building shelters. At noon, we should have a simple meal, and it would be best if the shelter could be built before the sun sets. Although it was the first time Luo met Mianmian, he learned some things about her from Luo Luo and also saw her in the chat channel. When I met her today, I felt that she was completely different from what I imagined. Although I have seen photos, she really looks like her name. Well-behaved and gentle. But in fact she is very suitable to be a leader. Although she is young, she is very opinionated and not afraid to speak or act. Sister Mianmian, what will our shelter look like later? Mianmian thought for a while. There are 4 of us, and we have 4 waterproof sheets. Let's build 2 shelters facing each other. Put the boiler in the middle, so it is convenient for heating. Boys live together, and girls live together. The shelter doesn't need to be too big, and insulation is more important. Luo, yeah, I think so too. After the frame is built, I will find some moss and turf to block all the gaps. Mianmian, let's do this today. Tomorrow we will build a stove for both shelters, so that we can sleep warmer at night. I think it must be very cold here at night. After finding the right wood, Mianmian picked up the axe and started chopping. Her strength value has increased a lot. With one axe, a tree was directly cut in half. But look at Luo. With one axe, a tree was only connected by a piece of bark. Mianmian asked curiously, you and your sister have both practiced martial arts since childhood, right? Who is better between the 2 of you? Luo, it should be my sister. Mianmian, really? Your sister told me that you were better. Luo, she knows more than me. Since she was a child, the master said that she is diligent and studious. I only learn what I like. Mianmian, is that so? Then you are a partial player, and she is all round. Luo smiled. You can say that. Mianmian, then do you know how to use a knife? Luo, knife? Mianmian, well, I learned sword from your sister, but I use a knife now. And I also learned a knife technique. I just watched a few moves, and I just wanted to learn from you. You can teach me later when you have time. Luo is actually very good at knife techniques. Luo Luo can use both swords and knives, but Luo prefers to use a knife. He has a high strength value. And he is more domineering when using a knife. This time, he didn't take a knife. Mainly because the bow and arrow are more practical. Luo Luo, then let me see your knife. Mianmian's knife was wrapped with a piece of cloth and tied behind her. You can't see what the knife looks like unless you take it off. Hearing this, Mianmian took off the knife and untied the cloth belt. The exquisite and gorgeous Tang Dynasty horizontal sword was revealed. Luo Luo looked at the sword in amazement. Is this a Tang Dynasty horizontal sword? Yes. I bought it in the mall and asked someone to help me process it. Luo Luo saw the sword as if he saw a treasure. This is a good sword. Mianmian nodded, yes. It cost a lot of money. Chapter 74. Luo Luo was very envious. Mianmian saw him looking at the knife and said, It's okay. When we win first place, you can buy one when you go back. Luo Luo, yeah. Mianmian, let's cut down trees first. You can teach me knife skills later when you have time. Mianmian put away the horizontal knife. The two cut down a lot of trees and took them back in several batches. Because of the experience of surviving on a deserted island last time, Mianmian quickly built a shelter with everyone. It's just that there is not enough food. When you sure only picked a few wild vegetables, which is not enough for 4 people. There is still some work left to fill the gaps in the shelter. Mianmian asked Du Chongsong and Luo Luo to finish it together. And she took Wenyusher to find food. She found 3 hard branches, sharpened the heads, and tied them together to make a 3-pointed harpoon. Although it was only 5 o'clock, it was already dark. Wenyusher said helplessly, The water in the waterfall is too fast. And I didn't see any fish in it. Mianmian, it's okay. Let's go and have a look. She held the harpoon tightly in her hand. It's dark. It's easier to catch fish. Wait until tomorrow, we will make 2 fish baskets. Wenyusher nodded, okay. I can also make traps. Mianmian, that's even better. Food is very important. We should collect more food at the beginning to ensure that we can eat enough every day. This should be a key point for extra points. The two came to the waterfall. Sure enough, the water here was very fast. After all, it came down from such a high mountain, and the drop was very large. However, after walking a distance, the water flow gradually became gentle. Mianmian squatted down and said to Wenyusher, generally, there are more shrimps and crabs in places with fast water flow. It doesn't matter if we don't see fish. We can look for holes nearby. Wenyusher listened and immediately walked to the front. Okay. I'll go over there and take a look. It's more efficient to look together. Mianmian was wearing gloves, so she reached into the hole when she saw it. There was no limit on how many clothes to wear in this deserted island survival. The main reason was that the players were too cold. Some people didn't have polar cold-proof clothes, so they had to wear more. They couldn't let them wear only 1 or 2 clothes. So Mianmian took advantage of the loophole and wore everything they could wear. Helmets, gloves, scarves, and everything else that could be put on were brought with them. As soon as she put her hand in, Mianmian immediately felt something inside. It looked like a crab. Mianmian was afraid that the claws would pinch her hand, so she didn't continue to use her hands. Instead, she switched to a harpoon and thrust it in to force the crab out. It worked. After a while, the crab in the hole crawled out. As soon as it emerged, Mianmian quickly reached out and pressed the crab's back, pinched its shell, and picked it up. Mianmian, I found one. Wenyusher also said, I also saw a hole here. I don't know if there's anything inside, but I saw bubbles in the water. Mianmian, wait a minute. Let me take a look. Mianmian walked over quickly and took a closer look. It should be a crab. She did the same thing. Poked it in with a harpoon, and dug it twice. Soon the crab came out. Mianmian was quick and pressed it down. Mianmian, I can't take it down. Help me pull some vines, and we can tie up the crab. Wenyusher, okay. She just stood up and suddenly said, our group's score has increased. Mianmian, really? Yes. I always open the panel, so I can see the changes at any time. Mianmian is not used to keeping the panel open all the time. It is easy to affect herself and lose her concentration. After hearing what Wenyusher said, he opened the panel. He saw a score next to their group chat, which had changed from 0 to more than 100. Wenyusher, it's so fast. It's already 100. Can catching 2 crabs give such a high score? Mianmian, it shouldn't be that high. Mianmian looked back at the location of the shelter. Maybe it's because our shelter just happened to be built. When you sure, yes. I don't know the scores of other groups. Mianmian thought of the last desert island survival experiment. Maybe the ranking list will be announced in the last 2 days. Yes. It was like this before. You pick up a stick and look for crabs here. Just do what I just did. I'll go to the front to see if I can fort 2 fish. Mianmian walked towards the lake alone and gave the flashlight to Wenyusher. Wenyusher, you don't have a flashlight. Is it okay? Do you want me to give it to you? Mianmian smiled and turned on the headlamp on her helmet. It's okay. I have this. Wenyusher was stunned for a moment. Then she remembered that she also had a headlamp. Why didn't she bring it with her? However, Mianmian's headlamp was mounted on the helmet, and it might be considered as clothing by the system. If she wore a headlamp alone, it would probably be counted as an item. Mianmian was just trying it out, but she didn't expect it to work. With the headlamp, she doesn't have to hold the flashlight in one hand and the harpoon in the other hand when fishing at night. Now it's very convenient. However, she didn't know how long the headlamp's battery would last, so she had to use it sparingly. Mianmian could still see the road clearly with a little moonlight, so she turned off the headlamp and turned it on again when fishing. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Mianmian finally saw the lake. The lake was very large, and Mianmian looked carefully and found mussels on the ground near the lake. But she didn't know if this kind of mussel could be eaten. Mianmian was worried about red tide, which would make the mussels poisonous. If red tide occurs in the water here, the seaweed will be poisonous. If mussels eat seaweed, toxins will accumulate in the mussels. If people eat this kind of mussels, they will have diarrhea and may even be in danger of death. Mianmian must be careful. In this team experiment, the system may have set traps for players in various places. Sure enough, Mianmian picked up the mussel. Red tide broke out. The shellfish toxins in the mussels exceeded the standard. Please do not eat. If you have the collection skill, pick up the mussel and check it. You will find that the mussel is not edible. But if you don't have the collection skill, it may be more dangerous. Mianmian threw away the mussel and went back to tell everyone later. Mianmian walked around the lake and found that the water here was very deep. It was unlikely for her to harpoon the fish directly. The lake was all floating ice, half water and half ice. The lake water was blue and clear. The scenery is very beautiful, the kind of pure natural beauty that heals the soul. Fortunately, the water surface is not completely frozen, so it seems feasible to make a fish basket or a fishing net. Even more, they can make a raft and row to the middle of the lake, where there must be more fish resources. Put the fishing net and fish basket in the middle of the lake and come to get them every morning. If you are lucky, you can get food steadily. But if you want to eat fish tonight, you have to think of a way. With such icy water, she can't go into the water to catch fish. She can only look for opportunities on the shore. Mianmian walked around nearby and picked some edible wild vegetables. But her purpose is not these wild vegetables, but to find a way to make a fishing rod. She found that the forests here were basically birch shrubs. The sap of birch trees is drinkable and can be used to make beverages. It can not only supplement the vitamins needed by the human body, but also reduce inflammation. Mianmian didn't have a container. Otherwise she could collect some. But she cut down 2 trees and cut off a thin trunk from the tree. It can be used to make a fishing rod. She found a Y-shaped branch and used it to make a fish hook. These were all made before. She moved quickly and made the fishing rod and fish hook in a short while. The remaining fishing line was also easy to deal with. Mianmian picked a few plants, peeled the skin of the plants, twisted them into a thin line, and then connected the fishing rod and fish hook to complete the job. It just happened that the inedible mussel meat that was thrown away just now was used as bait. It is not edible for humans, but it is still a good choice for fishing. She stood by the lake and threw the fishing line with the hook into the lake. Not long after, she felt the fishing rod move and pulled it up, and it was a trout. Trout has high nutritional value, mainly because it has more meat and less bones. Although this trout is not very big, it is a good sign since it is the first one caught. Mianmian put the trout aside and pressed it down with a stone, and then continued fishing. Maybe it was because of the good luck of today's wish coming true. So Mianmian caught several one after another. In addition to trout, there is also Arctic char. This kind of char is similar to salmon. Not only can it be eaten raw, but it can also be smoked or made into dried fish. which can be stored and eaten slowly. After catching 3 fish and processing them by the lake, Mianmian was ready to go back. She hung several fish on the fishing rod, and then cut down 2 birch trees to carry them back together. Although birch trees are ordinary, they have many uses. Not only can the juice be drunk, but its trunk and bark are also useful. The trunk is straight and can be used to make furniture, and the bark is easy to peel and is often used to weave utensils. Mianmian just needs this thing to weave a fish basket. The bark of the 2 trees should be enough to make a large fish basket. She was about to go back when she saw smoke in the air not far away. It looked like cooking smoke, and there must be a player making a fire there. Mianmian just silently remembered the direction and didn't go over to see. It was very close to the lake and behind the woods, which was also suitable for building a shelter. Maybe it was a team with good strength. Back to the shelter. Everyone was waiting for Mianmian to come back. Everyone was excited to see Mianmian return with a full load of fish. Everyone came up to pick her up. When Yusher helped her get the fishing rod, and Du Chansong took a tree trunk she handed over. Du Chansong was already starving. He had eaten a little on the boat in the morning, and hadn't eaten anything properly until now. He said excitedly, "Is there fish to eat?" Mianmian, lucky. I caught a few fish. Ate 2 of them with crabs. And saved 1 for breakfast tomorrow. When Yusher, okay. We'll wait for you to come back and cook. Luo Luo also stopped what he was doing. He had just been chopping wood and splitting the tree trunk into pieces of firewood. There is never too much firewood, and you must always have some on hand. After splitting, cover it with a waterproof cloth to prevent it from getting wet, so that even if it rains, there will be dry firewood to use. Mianmian put the birch tree trunk aside, went to wash her hands under the waterfall first, washed the wild vegetable she picked twice, and then filled a pot with water. Everyone was waiting for Mianmian to cook, and they were all waiting with empty stomachs. Mainly because they knew that the food Mianmian made was delicious and had a buffing effect. Otherwise, they could have grilled and eaten these crabs. When Yusher caught 4 crabs in total, and Mianmian planned to cook a pot of seafood soup directly. The remaining 2 fish were grilled and eaten. Mianmian and the others looked at her eagerly, and said helplessly, "I neglected to tell you earlier. In fact, you don't have to wait for me. I didn't bring anything this time. Boiled seafood and ordinary grilled fish alone will not have any effect. They must be cooked to be delicious and beneficial." Everyone looked disappointed. And Mianmian said again, "Today is the first day, and I didn't find any seasonings. I will look for it tomorrow. If I'm lucky, I can find some plants to replace the seasonings." When Yusher, "Well, I'll go with you tomorrow." Du Chansong, "It's okay. As long as there's food." Mianmian cooked crabs, and the others helped grill the fish. And soon the food was ready. Although it was light, everyone was starving, and everything tasted delicious. What's more, these ingredients were very fresh, sweet, and unprocessed, so it was good to eat them in their original flavor. On the contrary, Mianmian herself was not used to eating, because she ate too much good food. Her mouth was full of it. But the other people on the boat had some ordinary food, and they didn't have starfish coins and were reluctant to buy seasonings. So they ate these things very deliciously. Mianmian told everyone what she had just seen. "I just saw someone lighting a fire by the lake. I think it's another group of people. They are very close to us. Maybe we can see the next time we go fishing by the lake." Du Chansong said while eating, "I saw someone talking in the regional chat again, saying that we can form an alliance and team up. There is strength in numbers. We can wait until the last 2 days to separate." When Yusher, "Our group's score is already 160. Fishing and catching crabs can increase the score." When she caught the crab, she observed the score, and it really increased. Du Chansong, "In this case, if we form an alliance with other groups, it doesn't seem to have any impact. Right? Anyway, we all find resources to survive on our own." He glanced at Mianmian. After all, she was the captain, so he had to listen to her. Mianmian, "It seems that there is no harm or benefit at the moment." Du Chansong suggested, "The benefit is that everyone can work together to make the shelter better and bigger, so the score will be higher. With more people, everyone can work together, and the speed is fast. At worst, they can help us, and we can help others." He felt that their shelter looked a little small. After all, it was made in an afternoon, so how could it be luxurious? Chapter 75 Ice Season, Day 38 at Sea. Mianmian was very calm. Too many people can easily cause problems. We are not fully familiar with each other, let alone with people from other groups. It's just the beginning. Don't rush. When you sure yes. It's just the beginning. And we can't live here for a few days. No matter how good the shelter is. It will only add a one-time score. It's better to save this time, and add points in other places. Du Chansong looked at Luo Luo, who lowered his head to eat, and didn't say anything. Du Chansong saw that no one was willing to accept his suggestion. So he didn't mention it anymore. After arriving at the deserted island. Except for the regional chat. Group chat and member positioning function on the panel. All other functions were locked. When there is nothing to do, you can only open the area chat to see if there is anything to say. But those who talk on it right away are all weird people. And few people will pay attention. After eating, Mianmian suggested making 2 semi-enclosed stoves for the 2 shelters. In this way, the temperature in the shelter will be higher, and it will not be so cold to sleep at night. Although they have sleeping bags and blankets, they are not very useful. If you sleep in such a temperature of -10 or 20 degrees, you will easily get sick if you don't warm yourself by the fire. It is much faster to do it with several people. Luo Luo dug the soil. When Yusher fetched water, Du Chansong dug sand. And Mianmian mixed these things evenly by the light of the fire. And then made a semi-enclosed stove facing the interior of the wooden house. And made a chimney on it to exhaust smoke. In this way, the heat can be retained in the cabin. But the smoke will not be irritating. It was about 10 o'clock before the 2 stoves were finished. They tried it, and the effect was good. At least the cabin was warm. It was late, but Mianmian was not in a hurry to rest, because there was still a fish basket to be made. Others did not plan to sleep either. When Yusher helped Mianmian tear off the bark of the birch tree, and Luo Luo cut wood to make furniture. When Luo Luo was on the boat, he opened a carpentry book and learned some carpentry knowledge. So even if he did not use a workbench, he could make some simple furniture and tools by himself. He planned to make a few wooden bowls, plates, chopsticks, and a table, so that everyone would have tools for eating, and the dishes could be placed on the table after they were cooked. Otherwise, there would not be enough containers, and it would be inconvenient to eat on the ground. Du Chansong didn't know what to do, so he had to ask Mianmian what he could do. Mianmian thought for a while and said, "Make a drying rack. If there are extra fish, you can smoke them and make smoked fish." Du Chansong, how to make a drying rack. Mianmian explained to him in detail how to make it. In fact, she could do it herself if she had the time. But she had to let Du Chansong participate. She couldn't just let him sit idle if he couldn't do it. There must be no idle people in the team. Otherwise everyone will be unbalanced sooner or later. And then, they will be dissatisfied with their teammates. Du Chansong didn't seem to understand it after listening. Mianmian said, "You try it first." When Yusher was much faster at tearing the bark than Mianmian in making the fish basket. She joined Mianmian immediately after she finished tearing the bark. Mianmian saw that when Yusher's hands were also very skillful. So she suggested, "Let's look for bamboo in the area tomorrow to see if we can make a crab cage." When Yusher, okay. I think there are still a lot of crabs under the waterfall. Put a crab cage there. Maybe we can get something. After making the fish basket, Mianmian finally stopped. She was really tired today. She looked at her hands and found that she had been cut by the bark. Although the wounds were not deep and there was no bleeding. There were only a few bloodstains. But she looked quite pitiful. Her fingers were originally thin and white. But since she came to the game, she has developed many fine calluses from practicing and doing physical work. Mianmian didn't care, but thought it was proof of her hard work to become stronger. Lying in the sleeping bag, she couldn't sleep a little, thinking about tomorrow's plan. As a result, when Yusher couldn't sleep either, and whispered to her, "Mianmian, actually I always thought you were a lucky player. But today I found out that you are not after just one day with you." Is that so? But I am quite lucky, Mianmian said with a smile. When Yusher saw that she was so generous and free and easy, and smiled. "Of course. Otherwise you wouldn't be the first in our district." She hesitated for a moment. "Did Nie Yangguang mention me to you?" "Actually, I know him." Mianmian's expression changed. Was he going to gossip with her? Girls sleeping together inevitably talk about random things. If they continue to talk, they probably won't be able to sleep at night. But Mianmian was also quite curious. So she just wanted to help Nie Yangguang find out the reason for his failure. He mentioned it. He said he failed to pursue you. When Yusha paused, she didn't expect Nie Yangguang to even say this. It seems that he and Mianmian have a really good relationship. It's normal. Nie Yangguang and Mianmian are friends and business partners. Almost the entire District 3 knows about this. He is a very kind person. Mianmian agreed, yes. He has a good personality, and is quite interesting to talk to. When you sure, that's right. But I always feel that he relies purely on luck. However, this is a survival game. I don't think a player who relies entirely on luck can make it to the end. Mianmian, that's what I said. But luck is really important. When you sure, on the contrary. I appreciate players like Gu Feng more. Mianmian was speechless for a moment. Thought about it. And said, I also admire his resilience. You see, Gu Feng is also very kind. And is as helpful as Nie Yangguang. But Gu Feng can help many people with his own experience and hard work. But Nie Yangguang, he is just lucky, and can get a lot without any effort. Mianmian didn't know how to refute her. So she asked, Isn't your luck high? It's okay. My luck is 70. Mianmian, not bad. Mianmian secretly complained, You have a high luck value. So you must have a lot of advantages. Why do you still look down on Nie Yangguang's high luck value? Mianmian remembered that Nie Yangguang told her that his luck value was 80. High luck value can help him get out of danger, and solve many problems. This is destined when he entered the game. But I think hard work, strength and luck are the real strong ones. Mianmian, you are right. But Gu Feng is definitely not. He is so unlucky. But he can make up for it with his own efforts and strength. And his achievements are no less than those with high luck. So this is why I admire him. Mianmian, okay. But after coming here, I found that you are the kind of person I envy the most. Didn't I just say that I thought you were just a lucky player? But I didn't expect that your ability is no worse than any male. And you are even better and more hardworking than him. When you sure saw that although Mianmian was the team leader, he was not bossy at all. Instead, he did a lot of things himself. And at most left some physical work to Luo Luo. But Luo Luo looked very strong. So it was understandable to let him do something. On the contrary, Du Chansong looks strong. But he can't do much. And Mianmian knows a lot of things. She made fishing rods, fish baskets and stoves by herself. If she is really a lucky player, she must rely on the workbench. Just like Nie Yangguang. Although Yusha has been praising her, Mianmian does not agree with her 100%. Maybe she has a good relationship with Nie Yangguang. If you don't like him, there is nothing you can do. You can't force it. And Nie Yangguang is very open-minded, and is not trapped by love. When you sure, yeah. Before I came here, I told Gu Feng that I would be in the same group with you. He also thinks you are a good person. Mianmian, ah? Really? Yes. Didn't you sell him medicine before? Another time when you came back from the deserted island to deliver food. You also drew him. He said that in any lottery, which has a little probability, it has never been his turn. That was the first time. So he was very happy. Mianmian remembered. That time. She chose him on purpose. After all, he was the second place. And it is definitely not a bad thing to have a good relationship with him. I didn't expect that he really thought he was drawn randomly. Let this beautiful misunderstanding continue. Mianmian laughed twice. Is that so? The next morning, Mianmian quietly found a place to roll the dice. Luck is ordinary. Neither good nor bad. Mianmian simply cooked a pot of fish soup, with only a little leftover wild vegetables in it. After cooking, there was not much left for everyone. Everyone dragged the fish meat with leaves, ate a piece of fish meat, and drank the fish soup. Although they were not full, they had to do so. At the beginning, food was scarce, and it was good to have something to eat. Mianmian decided to cut wood and bamboo to make rafts and crab cages. Bamboo can also be used to make cups. They don't have anything to drink water now. And it's not convenient for everyone to drink water from the same pot. These things can be used earlier if they are made earlier. So Mianmian wanted to go early in the morning. She asked Luo Luo to go with her to a farther place to collect supplies. And then asked Wen Yusha to find food and see if there was anything useful. As for Du Chansong, Mianmian's task for him was to cut trees in the nearby forest and look after the house. Looking after the house was a very important thing. If someone came to their shelter and set a fire or directly destroyed the wooden house, this would be a heavy blow to them. Not to mention that the shelter was broken. Would the score be reduced? If they had to build a new one, it would be a waste of time and energy, and morale would also be affected. So Du Chansong must look after the shelter here, which was Yun Mianmian's repeated instructions. Just when Yun Mianmian was about to leave, the system came with a task. The system placed task cards in various areas on the island. Finding the task card and completing the task will get extra points or welfare materials. Although it is a task card, I don't know what it looks like. How can I find it on such a big island? A small card, if hidden in the ground, in the lake, or even on a tree, is hard to find. Yun Mianmian has no clue. But she has no clue, and no one else has either. Everyone starts from the same point, so there is no need to be too stressed. It's just a pity that her luck is average today. Maybe she can find one. But it is definitely a slim hope to find more than one. She looked at the others. Since there is a task card, everyone should pay more attention to it. If you find it, take a screenshot and send it to the group immediately. She thought of something and emphasized. Don't send it to the wrong person. The group chat and the regional chat are in the same place. So don't send messages to the regional chat when you are excited. After the instructions, Yun Mianmian and Luo Luo set off. When you sure, and they did not go in the same direction. Yun Mianmian and Luo Luo went to the mountain. And when Yushir went to the lake, there were more plants there. The mountain was full of bushes and more trees. Although birch trees are good, they cannot be cut blindly. Yun Mianmian mainly wanted to find light wood that can be used for rafts this time. The environment and temperature here are not suitable for the growth of most trees. On the contrary, birch trees and pine needle trees that are resistant to severe cold can grow well. After crossing a mountain, Yun Mianmian and Luo Luo finally found a tree suitable for raft spruce. The wood of this tree is very straight, light, soft, and elastic, making it very suitable for making rafts. In addition, the wood of spruce, the roots and leaves can be used to extract oil, which is also suitable for burning. Yun Mianmian simply took the whole tree back. Anyway, this kind of wood is not heavy, and she and Luo Luo can carry 3 or 5 pieces each. She carried 3 pieces. Luo Luo carried 5 pieces. And 8 pieces of wood cut in half were more than enough to make a large raft. It's just that there was no trace of bamboo after searching for a long time, which is also normal in this kind of terrain and environment. It is estimated that there is no bamboo that can survive here. There is no bamboo tube. But it doesn't matter. Use a thicker piece of wood and hollow out the middle. And it can also be used as a water cup. It's not a problem for her. As for the crab cage, it can be made with thinner branches or rattan. Luo Luo is a good worker, just like Yun Mianmian thought before she came. A strong and hard-working physical player. With him, she saved a lot of trouble. If everyone is like Du Chansong, she will have a headache. Sister Mianmian, are these woods enough? Yun Mianmian, enough. It's enough to make a raft. Luo Luo asked, are you going to cross the lake? Yun Mianmian explained, no. I just put the fish basket in the middle of the lake. And I can go fishing in the middle of the lake. There are usually small fish on the side. And big fish can be caught in deeper places. Luo Luo, I can go into the water to catch fish. Yun Mianmian said in surprise, go into the water? It's so cold. Are you sure? Luo Luo, well, I've been swimming in ice water since I was a child. And I have a good physique. That's too exaggerated. Yun Mianmian thought of when Luo Luo first came. Luo Luo told her about Luo Luo going into the sea. At that time, Yun Mianmian was still wearing a thickened diving suit and was freezing to death. But Luo Luo went directly into the water. It seems that he is really not afraid of the cold. Luo Luo, if necessary. I can try it. I can also spear fish. Yun Mianmian, let's see. Unless it is necessary. Don't do it. What if you catch a cold? Luo Luo, it shouldn't happen. Maybe there is a task card in the lake? Yun Mianmian glanced at him. And she also thought of it. The two walked all the way and looked carefully. But they didn't see a single task card. This means that the task card must be hard to find. And it is in a place that is not easy to find. Such places will subconsciously think of the lake and the waterfall. After all, no one would be willing to go into the water on such a cold day. But opportunities are accompanied by risks. What if there is nothing in the lake and Luo Luo catches a cold? It will be a loss. Yun Mianmian still said, wait. If she could go down by herself, she would go into the water. But she didn't dare to go into the water without equipment. Luo Luo insisted. I don't think it's a big deal. I went into the water in winter before. The temperature during the day is not that low. Go into the water and look for it. If you don't find it, just come up and wipe it dry with a blanket. If you can find the task card first, you can be ahead. Mianmian hesitated. Let's go back and discuss it with everyone. Seeing Mianmian relaxed, Luo Luo smiled. Okay. I'll listen to Sister Mianmian. At this time, there was a new message in the group, which was just sent by Wenyusher. Mianmian, I found an iron pipe. She also attached a photo. The iron pipe was rusty, and was found in the soil by the lake. Wenyusher pulled it out. It was not very long, and no one knew what it was used for before, and how it appeared here. Mianmian, keep it first. I'll use it when I get it back. Wenyusher, okay. Luo Luo, are you going to use the iron pipe to make a harpoon? Sharpening the head and making it into a harpoon will definitely be more useful than a wooden harpoon. Mianmian kept it a secret. It has other uses before it can be used as a harpoon. She blinked, her lively eyes radiating light. Luo Luo looked at Mianmian. Sister Mianmian, you know a lot. Mianmian, really? Actually, I didn't know much before. I learned everything after coming here. Luo Luo, do you think this game is cruel? Mianmian, it's actually quite cruel. You're eliminated as soon as you're told to. It seems very easy to die here. Luo Luo, isn't it the same in real life? People die every day. In all kinds of ways. But here, there are fewer ways to die. Some people have long predicted that the world will end. Entering the game now is just an early experience. Do 18-year-old boys have such thoughts? Mianmian didn't quite understand. Luo Luo continued. Sister Mianmian should be the kind of person who gets luckier the harder she works. Mianmian, everyone is like that. Hard work will definitely be useful. Luo Luo, maybe. I don't know if little boys are easily sentimental. Mianmian encouraged him. Don't think too much. You have to work hard to protect your sister. It was your sister who protected you before. Now it's your turn to stand up. Luo Luo, yes. I will. The two returned to the shelter. At this time, the others had not returned yet. So Mianmian and Luo Luo had to put down their things first. It was getting late. So Mianmian asked Luo Luo to stay here to make the raft while she prepared to go fishing. Otherwise she would have no lunch to eat. And it seemed that Wenyusher had not found any food. If she could catch a few more fish and prepare enough food for the day, she could finish the raft in the afternoon and evening. But Luo Luo said, why don't I go with you? I'll see if I can catch any birds or other animals. Mianmian, but... Luo Luo, I'll go with you and check out the situation on the lake. Luo Luo insisted on going. So Mianmian sent a message to the others, asking them when they would be back. To be honest, Mianmian was very worried that the shelter would be destroyed, especially knowing that other groups were very close. I always had this concern in my heart. Du Chansong, it will take me a while. I cut down 2 trees and can't move them. Wenyusher, I walked a long way and found some wild chicory. I picked more and brought them back. It will probably take half an hour. She glanced at Du Chansong's position, which was not far away. Mianmian, okay. Wait here for a while. Let's deal with these pieces of wood. And wait for Du Chansong to come back. Then we will go. Luo Luo, it's better for me to pick him up than to wait for him. After saying that, he went directly in the direction of Du Chansong. Mianmian thought. It seemed so. Luo Luo went to pick up and directly carried the 2 trees back. Du Chansong's expression was very unnatural, as if he was a little embarrassed. He didn't do anything, but he was exhausted. His physical strength was indeed not as good as others. Along the way, Du Chansong asked Luo Luo several times how much his physical strength was, but Luo Luo didn't tell him. Back to the shelter, Du Chansong was curious about Mianmian's physical strength again. Mianmian, you are also very strong, which is not common among girls. Mianmian, really? In fact, it is also trained. You can do it too. Du Chansong was surprised. Really? Mianmian, yes. My physical strength was very low at the beginning. And my strength was also small. She didn't tell Du Chansong her own value. She wouldn't tell such things unless she trusted someone. Du Chansong sighed, is that so? That may be because you are lucky. Luo Luo, if you are not born with talent, you have to rely on it. Luck has nothing to do with hard work. Du Chansong wiped his sweat and said nothing. Okay. Luo Luo and I are going to find food. You can stay here to look after the house. These woods are used to make rafts. Don't move. Just chop the wood you brought back into firewood. Du Chansong, isn't there enough firewood? Mianmian, chop a little more. We will need it tomorrow. I'm afraid it will rain. I don't think the weather will always be so good. Du Chansong nodded. Okay. After Mianmian and Luo Luo left, Du Chansong sat down to rest. However, after resting for a while, he saw Wen Yushi coming back. So he quickly stood up and picked up the axe to chop wood. On the way to the lake, Mianmian saw a saker falcon. But this saker falcon was flying very high in the sky. Mianmian said casually, "This saker falcon is so beautiful. Flying so high." The saker falcon is very large, with gray-brown feathers. It belongs to the falcon family, also known as the white falcon. This bird can fly very fast and high. It is a large bird of prey. Not only is it very strong, but its beak and claws are also like iron hooks. Not only hard, but also very sharp. If it flew lower, it probably found prey, because it is a carnivore. As soon as Mianmian finished speaking, the saker falcon seemed to have seen something, and actually lowered its altitude and flew down. Mianmian frowned and was about to remind Luo Luo to be careful. But Luo Luo pulled the bow without hesitation and shot an arrow at the saker falcon. Before Mianmian could react, his arrow had already whizzed towards the saker falcon. No way. So fierce. Mianmian was stunned. Has Luo Luo's archery reached this level? If I'm not mistaken, his bow and arrow seem to be a primary bow and arrow. No. Mianmian looked carefully and found that Luo Luo's bow and arrow were different from hers. And they were improved. The arrows seemed to be different too, with beautiful feathers on them and deer antlers on the bow. It seemed that Luo Luo had strengthened his equipment before coming here. The arrow flew into the sky and actually hit the saker falcon. However, the saker falcon fell down. Not near the two of them, but in the woods in the distance. Mianmian's expression changed, as if it was the location of the other group of people. And the smoke from the cooking stove he saw last time came from there. Chapter 76. Mianmian said seriously, "We have to go there quickly. There are people from other groups over there. If someone else picks it up, it will be hard to explain." Luo Luo, there is still my arrow on the bird. How can it be hard to explain? My arrows are all marked. It's hard to say. What if they hide the arrows? In short, Mianmian still thinks it's better to go there quickly. Luo Luo nodded. Let's go. The two quickened their pace. But they only knew the direction where the saker falcon fell, and they were not sure where it was exactly, so they could only look in that direction. Fortunately, Luo Luo's sense of direction was very accurate. Not long after he led the way, he saw the feathers and bloodstains of the saker falcon. Mianmian, it should be nearby. Luo Luo also smelled the blood. Yeah. The two followed the direction of the blood and saw a saker falcon lying on the grass not far away. There was an arrow stuck in the saker falcon's chest, which was Luo Luo's arrow. Mianmian was a little surprised that there was grass here. It seems that the geographical location of this area is very good, and there will be more animals and plants if there is grass. It is only more than half an hour away from their group shelter. The two went forward and were about to pick it up when they heard someone shouting. "Who are you?" Mianmian frowned and didn't answer the other party's question at all. She went forward and picked up the saker falcon first. When the man saw Mianmian picking up the saker falcon, he shouted loudly, "Captain! Someone came to us and picked up a big bird. Mianmian, this is our prey. We will pick it up and leave." "You said it's yours. So it's yours? This is our station." Mianmian saw that he was not giving up, and she had prepared for a dispute in her heart. At worst, she would fight, and it was impossible not to take the things. She and Luo Luo should still have the strength to fight. If this group of people refused to let them go, Mianmian would draw her sword directly. Soon, the person called the captain by this person came. He was a man with a fierce face, very dark skin, not tall, but very tough. What's going on? These two people suddenly appeared and wanted to take away the big bird that fell on our side. Such a big bird is enough for their group to eat for a day. Mianmian said in a deep voice, "This is our prey, and the arrows on it are also ours." Luo Luo took out the quiver on his back and took out another arrow. As long as you compare, you will know that this saker falcon was shot down by them, because Luo Luo's arrows are very special. Not ordinary arrows. The man took a closer look, and the expression on his face changed from serious to relaxed. And then he smiled and said, "It seems to be a misunderstanding. Which district's group are you from? Are you also stationed nearby?" He looked at Luo Luo, and then at Mianmian. A young boy. A beautiful young girl. They could shoot the falcon to death with one arrow. They seemed to be very powerful. If they were nearby, they would inevitably meet each other in the future. The man wanted to make friends with them. Mianmian said, "We are a little far away, but we just came here to find this bird." Her intuition told her that this man was not a good person. Although he was polite, his eyes made Mianmian very uncomfortable. The man still did not give up. It doesn't hurt to get to know each other. After all, everyone is trying to survive on this island now. So we can help each other and share information. Luo Luo stood in front of Mianmian. "No need. We are in a hurry to go back." At this time, the other 2 men in the men's group also came over. This team is composed of 4 men. Tall and short. Fat and thin. All looking at Mianmian. Although Luo Luo stood in front of Mianmian, their eyes were still very direct. Mianmian looked unhappy and pulled Luo Luo. "Let's go!" After that, Luo Luo protected Mianmian and left. Wait for them to go far away. The black-faced man just now said to the other team members, "I'll go over and see where their shelter is." "Captain, do you want me to go with you?" "No. I'm just going to take a look and come back. You can cook in the camp and eat when I come back." After walking for a while, Luo Luo felt someone behind him. He whispered to Mianmian, "Sister Mianmian, those people are probably following us. Should we take a detour to get rid of them?" "Mianmian, can we get rid of them? Or should we just drive them away?" She thought it was troublesome and wasted time to get rid of them. Since the other party dared to follow them secretly, they must have been targeting them. Why not take the opportunity to show their strength and let this person know that they are not easy to mess with? When strength should be shown, others should see it carefully. Mianmian held the knife and was about to draw it when Luo Luo called her. "Sister Mianmian." "No. Let me do it." Luo Luo had a cold face and directly pulled out an arrow and pointed the bow at the back. "Who is it? Come out quickly." His tone was cold and chilly. Totally different from usual. Mianmian was frightened by his posture. The black-faced man followed all the way. But he didn't expect to be discovered so soon. So he had to stand up. "Ha! Misunderstanding. I just came out to find food and water. How come you are still here?" Luo Luo exposed him. "You followed us all the way. Do you think we don't know?" "No. This road is the way to get water." The man didn't admit it. Mianmian said coldly, "Which way are you going?" The man hesitated and pointed to the right. Mianmian, "Okay. You go first. We go the other way." The man's face turned ugly. And he had no choice when Mianmian was like this. Mianmian and Luo Luo stood there for a while before continuing to walk. When Yushir also came back when they returned to the shelter. She and Du Chansong were very happy to see Mianmian and Luo Luo holding a big bird. They hurried over to ask them where the bird came from. Mianmian said with a smile, "Luo Luo shot it." Du Chansong, "Awesome." When Yushir, "Is this an eagle?" Mianmian said, "Saker falcon is a kind of falcon. Not the same as an eagle." Du Chansong, "It's so big. Do you want to eat it?" Mianmian, "Yes. I'll prepare it and roast it later." When Yushir, "I brought back some wild lettuce and found wild potatoes." Mianmian, "Sure. Potatoes can be used as staple food. We can eat them after they are roasted in the ashes of the stove." Du Chansong, "It seems that we can have a good meal tonight." Mianmian, "I'll go and deal with this Saker falcon." She planned to take it to the bottom of the waterfall to deal with it, so as not to dirty the shelter, and the smell of blood would easily attract other things. Luo Luo, "I'll go with you and get some water by the way." Seeing the 2 people walking away, Du Chansong whispered to Yushir, "Do you feel that Mianmian and Luo Luo seem to know each other? And the 2 always act together?" Yushir, "Really? I don't know." Du Chansong, "I feel that way." Yushir, "It's okay to know them. They are all very good. If we can be in the same group with them, we will definitely get a place." Du Chansong, "That's true." Yushir wanted to say something to take care of herself. But after thinking about it, she didn't say it. Mianmian cut open the Saker falcon's stomach and was about to take out the internal organs and throw them away. But she found something in the Saker falcon's stomach. "Luo Luo, look what this is." Luo was washing vegetables with water, and turned his head to look. Mianmian was holding a bloody piece of craft paper in her hand. She wiped the blood stains on the craft paper. So this is the task card. Luo, it's hidden in the animal's stomach. Mianmian laughed. The system is too cunning. Who could have thought of this? Luo, look at what's written on it. Mianmian read out word by word. Team members who catch 10 fish cumulatively within 2 days will get 25 points. Luo, within 2 days. Is it calculated from now? 48 hours? Mianmian, yes. You can see the task countdown when you open the panel. The group also sent a message. When Yusher was always looking at the panel, so she noticed the new task at the first time. When Yusher, why is there suddenly an extra task? Did you see it? Mianmian, well, I just got a task card. Come back and tell me. Du Chansong, damn. 10 fish in 2 days. Only 25 points. It's a bit difficult. Mianmian thought it was not difficult. She would make 3 more fishing rods tonight and make a raft. Tomorrow, she could go fishing in the middle of the lake. The task said fishing, but she didn't know if it was possible to use a fish basket or if it was necessary to fish. We'll know after trying it tomorrow. As for 25 points, Mianmian thought it was not low. After all, eliminating a team member will deduct 50 points, and completing this task will get half of the points. Luo, since there is a task card in the body of the Saker Falcon, there are probably other animals in the body too. I'll look for it tomorrow. Mianmian, okay. After packing up and preparing to go back, they saw a new message in the area chat. She clicked it and saw, there are a lot of mussels here on XX.XX. Come quickly. How come I sent the wrong place? Someone sent a coordinate saying there were a lot of mussels, but then immediately said it was wrong. I guess everyone in this area has seen it. Although no one responded to these 2 messages. There must be people who are short of food who will go and pick up mussels. Mianmian's first reaction to seeing this message was that it was very strange. Although it is indeed possible that it was sent by mistake. But, deliberately reporting the coordinates is a bit deliberate. Moreover, because of the red tide, the mussels that Mianmian saw yesterday were all poisonous. Although Mianmian has not been to this coordinate to check, the mussels in other places are most likely also affected by the red tide. Eating it is very harmful to the body, and it can cause diarrhea at the mildest and endanger life at the worst. If it is intentional, then these people's purpose is very malicious. Mianmian told Luo about her guess. Luo, should we remind them? Mianmian, now everyone is in a competitive relationship. If you remind them, others may not believe it. Maybe someone will think you want everyone not to compete with you for resources. Luo, yes. Speaking up will expose yourself. After all, old players know your name. Mianmian, why don't you tell them? It's up to them whether they believe it or not. You are a new player, and no one knows you. So I won't speak. Luo, okay. Luo sent a message in the regional chat, affected by red tide. Mussels may be poisonous, so everyone should be careful when eating them. Soon. Someone replied. Who knows if it's true or not? You didn't say that because you don't want others to compete with you for resources. It has been reminded, and whether others believe it or not is not their business. There are always smart people who think red tide will produce algae toxins. Mussels eat algae. Once there is a red tide, mussels will be poisonous. This is common sense. If you really want to eat it, you can test it before eating. The person who spoke was Mu Baiyan. He was also from District 3. Since they were from the same district, Mianmian paid more attention. But soon the person who had just sang the opposite tune said again, you are all from District 3. Who knows if you are acting in unison? Mu Baiyan, if you don't believe it, you can try it. No one will stop you. Soon, people from other districts stood up to popularize the harm of red tide. The person who questioned it stopped talking. And someone said that the person who exposed the coordinates of the mussels earlier had ulterior motives. The regional chat suddenly became lively. You know, no one was talking yesterday. Mianmian didn't care about these things. She still had a lot of things to do. She cut the meat of the Saker Falcon in half, roasted it on the fire, and then started making fishing rods. Each person has a fishing rod. No matter if they can catch fish or not. At least they need to have the equipment. Maybe they will catch fish if they are lucky. Seeing Mianmian making a fishing rod, when Yusher came to help, she was skillful and learned it quickly. Mianmian said she was going to go fishing in the afternoon. And she said she wanted to go too. It happened that the new fishing rod was also made. So Yun Yinmian asked her to go with her. As for Luo Zhe, Yun Yinmian asked him to make a raft in the shelter. There was no rush for hunting. First, make the raft and try to complete the task tomorrow. Du Chongsong was here to help Luo Zhe. Yun Yinmian was also worried about him being left alone to watch the house. After all, they met another group of people in the afternoon. Although they got rid of them later. What if that group of people still found their shelter on the other side of the island? Mu Baiyan's team members are blaming her. Why did you say that in the area chat? It's unnecessary. Mu Baiyan, I just can't stand the fact that people in the same area are slandered for kindly reminding me. If others don't believe, they will always suffer losses. Who cares? Why expose yourself? Besides, we are all competitors now. Mu Baiyan, so what if we are competitors? Not to mention that human lives are more important. Secondly, we are all from the third area. How can we watch him being said like that? Then you are tied to that Luo Zhe. And he may not appreciate it. Mu Baiyan, I don't need him to appreciate it. I just mentioned it casually. Lin Quanling, okay. Stop arguing. Baiyan did nothing wrong. People in the same area should help each other. Lin Quanling is the team leader. If there is a conflict among the team members, he must stand up. Lin Quanling, but does anyone know this Luo Zhe? No. I have never seen this name. Lin Quanling, I thought of someone when I saw him. Who? Lin Quanling, Luo Luo. In the first desert island experiment. Her performance was very impressive. I watched her live broadcast. She is a very powerful girl. Yes. The names of these two people are very similar. Mu Baiyan, they are both surnamed Luo. So they may not be related. Lin Quanling, not necessarily. But in case, maybe we can get to know each other. In fact, Lin Quanling not only wants to get to know each other, he thinks that they are in the same district and can be poached. But this cannot be said directly, because each group can only have 4 people. And they are now fully staffed. If they want to poach someone, they must kick one person out. Chapter 77 Ice Season, Day 39 at Sea. Yun Mianmian caught 3 fish in the whole afternoon. But Wen Yushi didn't catch any. The task required catching 10 fish. But only 3 were completed so far. It seems that the pressure will be on tomorrow. Yun Mianmian dealt with the 3 fish by the lake, and then asked Wen Yushi to take the fish back first. And she stayed to fish for a while. After Wen Yushi left, Yun Mianmian stayed by the lake for another hour, but didn't catch any fish, but found that there seemed to be 2 people on the other side of the lake. They were too far away, so she couldn't see the other person's appearance clearly, and could only see that they were 2 men. Yun Mianmian was sure that the other person saw her, so she didn't stay for long, picked up her things and left. Back at the shelter, Wen Yushi was grilling fish. Luo Zhe was making a raft, and Du Chongsong was helping Luo Zhe. Seeing Yun Mianmian return empty-handed, everyone was a little disappointed, but no one said anything. Yun Mianmian took the iron pipe that Wen Yushi had found to the waterfall to clean it, and found gravel to grind off the rust on the iron pipe. This kind of gravel can be used as a whetstone, and it works very well. After a while, the iron pipe became much cleaner, at least not so rusty. Wen Yushi asked, Mianmian, what are you going to do with this iron pipe? Yun Mianmian, you'll know later. She took the iron pipe to the nearby birch forest, found a thick birch tree, peeled off a piece of bark, then inserted the iron pipe into the trunk, and tied a long wooden cylinder to the other end of the iron pipe. In this way, the birch sap will flow into the wooden barrel along the woven rope. The wooden barrel was made by Luo Zhe. He hollowed out a long and thick piece of wood, polished it, and coated it with pine oil. A wooden barrel was ready, and the water storage capacity was also greater than that of a small wooden cup. The birch sap has many uses, and everyone can drink it if they collect some, mainly because everyone's diet has been relatively monotonous recently, and this sap can supplement the carbohydrates, amino acids, and other elements needed by the human body. It was not easy to collect before, but it is convenient with an iron pipe. In this way, if you insert it on it for one night, you can collect a full barrel. Yun Mianmian closed the lid of the wooden barrel before leaving, fearing that something dirty would fall into the wooden barrel. Late at night, Yun Mianmian walked out of the wooden house quietly after hearing Wen Yushi's breathing become regular, which meant she must have fallen asleep. She made an appointment with Luo Zhe to teach her how to practice swordplay at night. The two practiced in the open space next to the shelter. In order to make it easier to teach her, Luo Luo made a wooden sword for himself in advance. She told Luo Luo the swordplay formulas and movements she had obtained. And Luo Luo first practiced them for her, and asked her to do it first. Although Mianmian was very unfamiliar, she had some basics before, so she did it quite well. The power of the Tang Dynasty horizontal sword was indeed extraordinary. Mianmian waved the sword and tried it twice, and she directly cut down a tree with one stroke, with a neat cut, which was very amazing. This was the first time that Mianmian used this knife freely. She had never had the chance before. Seeing how powerful this knife was, Mianmian became more interested. She practiced until the middle of the night and was reluctant to stop. Luo Luo, go to bed first. I want to practice more. Luo Luo, Sister Mianmian, don't be impatient. More haste makes waste. There are still many things to do tomorrow. Mianmian thought the same. I have to go fishing tomorrow. Well, the raft will be ready tomorrow morning. I will go fishing with you then. The raft can only accommodate 2 people. When Yusher and I will use the raft to go fishing in the middle of the lake. If we are lucky, you can do other things. If not, you can come back to help fish in the afternoon. Okay, I'll listen to you. Mianmian nodded. Then go and rest. I won't practice anymore. Although she still felt a little unsatisfied. Luo Luo, Sister Mianmian, you are already very talented, and you will definitely become very powerful in time. Mianmian is self-aware. She is still a novice. The reason she was able to learn swordsmanship so quickly is purely because of the game. Under the influence of the game, the physical fitness and memory of players have improved a lot. But Luo Luo and Luo Luo were masters before they came to the game, and they will only become stronger after entering the game. Today, he easily shot down the sacred falcon with 1 arrow. Mianmian can't do it at present. The next day, Mianmian rolled the dice as soon as she got up. Surprisingly, today's lucky number was 1. Good things come in pairs. Does this mean that she can complete the task if she catches 3 fish today? Mianmian couldn't wait to try it. So she ate some potatoes for breakfast and set off. Originally, it was agreed that Yusher would go with her. But because the double buff was inconvenient for her to see, Mianmian asked her to fish by the lake, and she went to the center of the lake to fish. The reason was also very simple. It was better for 2 people to fish separately than in the same place. Yusher, of course, did not doubt it and agreed directly. The raft was very strong, and Luo Luo's work was still reassuring. It didn't take Mianmian much time to row to the center of the lake. The water was very calm, and she just had to avoid the ice on the lake. Mianmian would paddle the raft while using the paddle to dig the ice apart. When she reached the center of the lake, Mianmian sat down and hung the bait on the hook. The bait was the internal organs of the sacred falcon, and Mianmian left a little for fishing. This internal organ should be more suitable as bait than muscle meat. While fishing, she watched the area chat. Since the reminder of the poisonous mussels in the area chat yesterday, this place has become lively, and I don't know why. Many people started discussing the task card here. Has anyone found the task card? My team and I have searched everywhere nearby, and we are just about to dig 3 feet into the ground. Yes, our group did the same. We climbed many trees and cut down the ones we couldn't climb, but we didn't see any trace of the task card. Is it possible that the task card is in the water? If it is really in the water, do we have to go into the water to get it? Going into the water in this weather is like seeking death. There is no other way. If we want to score points, don't we have to take risks? Mianmian stared at the lake and wondered if there would be anything good in the water. She would definitely not say that the task card was in the stomach of the animal. She believed that it was impossible that her group was the only one who found the task card, and no one else would stand up and say it. The current score of Mianmian's group is 208. Shooting a sacred falcon added 10 points. Fishing also added points. The total of miscellaneous points only accumulated to 200. And I don't know the situation of other groups. However, Mianmian guessed that 200 points must be high. But it is hard to say whether it is the first, because the resources in this area are not very good. There is only 1 task card, and the task has not been completed. Just as she was lost in thought, the fishing rod moved. Mianmian immediately reacted, and a fish was hooked. She lifted the fishing rod. Soon she heard the double good news prompt sound. 1 became 2. Get catfish times 1. Get catfish times 1. Mianmian hurried to check the progress of the task. It really works. Great. In this way, she only needs to catch 3 fish to complete the task, which greatly shortens the time. And if she keeps fishing today, she will catch twice as many fish. She can accumulate a lot of fish meat, so she doesn't have to worry about food for the next few days. Soon, Mianmian caught fish one after another. Only an hour passed. The task was completed. Moreover, her raft couldn't hold so many fish. But fortunately she brought a fish basket. Originally, she planned to put the fish basket in the lake after fishing and wait for tomorrow to pick it up. Now it seems that she can only use it to hold the fish first. When you sure, Mianmian? How are you so awesome? I just saw that the task has been completed. Duchan Song, awesome. I've only been out for a short while, and I've already caught 6 fish. Mianmian, I'm lucky today. Duchan Song, this is more than just good luck. It's incredible. Mianmian, I'll bring the fish back later. You guys smoke it. If you can't finish it today, make it into smoked fish. Luo, since the mission is completed, I won't be back at noon. I'm going to go hunting somewhere far away. Mianmian, okay. What are you going to eat? Luo, I'm not hungry. After filling the fish basket, Mianmian returned to the shore. When Yusher also had a harvest, catching 2 fish. She was quite proud at first, but when she saw that Mianmian's fish basket was full, she immediately showed an admiring expression. When Yusher, Mianmian, you are too good. How many fish did you catch? Mianmian, more than 20. It's easy to fish in the center of the lake. I can catch one every now and then. When Yusher, really? I only caught 2. Mianmian, then go to the center of the lake tomorrow. I have something else to do tomorrow. When Yusher originally wanted to go to the center of the lake with Mianmian in the afternoon. But tomorrow is fine. Anyway, the mission is completed. In addition to catfish, there are also some cod and sardines in the fish basket. Sardines are relatively small and can be smoked and dried into small dried fish. Cod will taste better if it is fried in a frying pan. As for catfish, it is cooked with wild vegetables. Mianmian planned to go find some spices in a while. The food was so bland these days, and she had wanted to improve her diet. The two took the fish and prepared to return to the shelter. Not long after they walked, they met a group of strangers. It was not the group from yesterday, but players they had never seen before. There were 3 people on the other side. 2 men and 1 woman. They were also a little surprised to see Mianmian and Wen Yusher. But soon, their attention fell on the fish in Wen Yusher's hand. The 3 of them had been hungry for 2 days. They had been eating tree bark and grass roots for the past 2 days, and had not eaten any meat. When they saw the fish and thought of the fragrant grilled fish, their mouths were watering. Where did you get the fish? Wen Yusher and Mianmian looked at each other, and Mianmian took the initiative to say, I caught it. They only saw 2 fish in Wen Yusher's hand, and at first, they didn't realize that the fish basket Mianmian was holding was full of fish. When they heard that they could fish, their eyes shifted to the fishing rods held by the 2, and Mianmian's fishing rod was hanging on the fish basket. The fish in the fish basket were still alive, and occasionally jumped. After the girl among the 3 found that there were fish in the fish basket, she pulled the clothes of another person and motioned for her to look. Mianmian said to Wen Yusher, let's go. But the 2 of them were stopped just after taking 2 steps. Wait a minute. The tallest man stood in front of Mianmian and Wen Yusher. Don't leave yet. Yes. Can you exchange your fish? We will trade with you. Mianmian refused without hesitation. No need. What can a person who can't even eat meat have worth trading? It must be something she doesn't like. Hearing Mianmian's decisive refusal, their faces changed. You didn't even listen to what we exchanged with you. Mianmian, sorry. We won't exchange our fish. The girl said anxiously. Our group hasn't eaten for 2 days, so we'll exchange 2 fish. Anyway, you have so many fish. Mianmian, if you want fish, you can go fishing in the lake. The lake is full of fish. There are many ways. If we can catch them, do we need to tell you all this? The problem is, it's useless for you to tell me all this. The other party saw that Mianmian and Wen Yusher were 2 girls, and there were 3 of them, and 2 men, so they didn't take them seriously. Don't talk so early. I'll talk to you in a nice way now. At worst, we will cooperate with you. You provide food, and we help with the work. How about it? Yes, we have 3 boys in our group, and we can provide labor in exchange for fish meat. Yes, you girls can save some energy. The more they talked, the better they thought this proposal was. Only Mianmian and Wen Yushi were speechless. Wen Yushi got angry. I said I won't change. Can you please stop blocking the way? It's not up to you whether to change or not. They were obviously very hungry these days. They had been out looking for food for the whole morning but couldn't find anything to eat. So they were getting angry. Not up to you? What do you mean? Mianmian frowned and handed the fish basket to Wen Yushi, his hand already reaching for the horizontal sword behind his back. If we want to rob them, you can't stop us. Now we only need 2. If we really fight, don't blame us for not leaving any for you. Seeing that they had more people, these people became arrogant. Mianmian sneered. Really? Wen Yushi whispered. I have sent a message to Luo Luo and the others. They will be here soon. Mianmian, yes. Hearing their conversation, the girl in the group said, they have called people. Let's take it and leave. Okay. The 2 men stepped forward. Both of them aimed at Wen Yushi, because the fish were in Wen Yushi's hands. But as soon as they moved, they were stopped by Mianmian with a knife. Mianmian's horizontal knife was still wrapped with a strip of cloth, and it was impossible to see what was inside. What? Do you really want to do it? The 2 men also took out their weapons. One of them brought a bronze sword and the other brought a long knife. And they didn't take Mianmian seriously at all. Chapter 78. Mianmian pulled the cloth belt open, revealing the scabbard of the horizontal sword. The expressions of those people changed. After all, the horizontal sword is not an ordinary weapon at first glance. The 2 held their weapons tightly and hesitated for a while. But after thinking about it, they still felt that Mianmian, a girl, could have such a good sword. She must be a lucky player. Maybe she could get such a good sword by robbing a fish. Especially the man holding the knife had his eyes wide open. And he began to imagine how powerful this knife would be in his hands. The 2 of them, one holding a sword and the other holding a knife, wanted to scare Mianmian by attacking from both sides. But Mianmian was not afraid at all, and slowly pulled the horizontal sword out of the scabbard. The sharpness of the horizontal sword was enough to shock the 2 people the moment it was pulled out. The sword light reflected in the eyes of the 2 people, bringing a strong sense of impact. That was the chill that cold weapons could give people. This was also the first time when Yushi saw Mianmian draw a sword. She had noticed that Mianmian had always carried a sword behind her, and she knew that this was the only item she brought with her. And it must be very important. But in the past 2 days, Mianmian didn't take it out to use, even if she used an axe to deal with fish. Seeing this, Wen Yushi's mouth opened unconsciously. Such a cool sword. Mianmian, a girl, can actually use it. The gorgeous handle and scabbard are not the most eye-catching, but its entire blade, which makes people feel afraid at first sight. But looking at Mianmian's appearance, she really doesn't look like someone who can control this knife. It's no wonder that the 2 men judge people by appearance. Mianmian's appearance is really deceptive. She is beautiful but not aggressive, gentle and not ostentatious. Although her momentum has changed a lot after she took out this knife, people still can't change their views on her quickly. Especially the man with the knife among the 2 men thinks that his knife skills are pretty good. So he stepped forward to fight with Mianmian. Mianmian looked at him coldly. Her lower body was very stable, and she hardly changed her movements. She just swung the horizontal knife and swept it across. A gust of knife wind came, and the man subconsciously used his knife to block it. There was only a bang. The man's hands were numb from the shock. He looked down and saw that his knife had been bent, and the blade was shaking constantly. He never thought that Mianmian was so strong. She looked weak, but her strength was much higher than his. How is it possible? The man looked at Mianmian in disbelief. What is your strength? Mianmian sneered. You don't deserve to know. She glanced at another person and raised her eyebrows. And you? Don't you want to go? The man with the sword was also angry at Mianmian's provocation. He looked at the man with the knife angrily. You are too weak. A woman is stronger than you. After he finished speaking, he raised his sword and went forward, aiming directly at Mianmian's vitals. Mianmian narrowed her eyes slightly, first blocked with the blade, and kicked him below the abdomen before he could react. With a scream, the man squatted down in pain. Mianmian raised her sword and knocked the sword out of his hand, then kicked him again. Mianmian sarcastically said, It seems that you are also a waste. Not much stronger than him. These 2 people have no strength at all. But they dare to snatch things just because she and Wen Yushi are 2 girls. They really overestimate their own abilities. Mianmian glanced coldly at the woman standing next to her. The woman was already scared silly. Why don't you get out? Mianmian laughed and scolded. Although she was smiling, she was murderous. She looked like a female killer with a knife in her hand. She was a very deceptive killer. 3 minutes ago, who would have believed that this harmless woman could defeat 2 men in just a few moves? The woman quickly ran away. But before she left, she took a screenshot of the scene and sent it to the group chat. As for the other 2 men, Mianmian said coldly, leave the weapons behind and get out. Taking away their weapons was a punishment for them. They could spare their lives, but they had to pay a price, since they think they can rob others with weapons. Then leave the weapons behind. The 2 men were reluctant. Of course, they both brought weapons with them when they came to the competition. If Mianmian took the weapons away, they would be useless in the team. The team leader could have kicked them out, even if they didn't kick out 2 people in order to prevent the team from having too few people. At least one would have been kicked out. Now that food is scarce, one less mouth to feed can also reduce pressure. I'm sorry. It's our fault. I apologize to you. Can you let me take the weapon away? I don't have anything else except this. The man with the knife pleaded. Another person followed suit and said something similar. But Mianmian was not soft-hearted at all. Instead, she remained indifferent and said coldly, life or weapons? Choose for yourself. She raised the knife and pointed it at one of the men's neck. The threat was full. The man took a breath and dared not bargain. He lowered his head and gritted his teeth and dared not speak. Mianmian looked at the other person. Speak. We don't need weapons. We'll leave now. When Yusher stood aside, her eyes full of stars, and Mianmian's image became extremely tall in her heart. She turned from a goddess to a god of war. When Yusher showed an admiring look. Wow. Mianmian, you are so awesome. Mianmian smiled. Not bad. Just at this moment, the 2 men who turned around to leave. Suddenly the man with the knife took advantage of Mianmian's inattention and tried to pick up the knife on the ground and attack Mianmian from behind. Mianmian had been prepared for a long time. Although she was talking to Yusher just now, her hand was still tightly holding the horizontal knife. Just when she was about to raise the knife to block, an arrow flew from a distance and shot straight into the man's arm. This time, the man's scream was even more shrill than before. The arrow shot into his arm and went straight through his flesh and bones. He fell to the ground, not to mention holding the knife. He didn't even have the strength to move. It was Luo Luo who came. Luo Luo saw from a distance that the man was about to take a knife. So he drew his bow and shot an arrow at him. Because when Yusher had already said in the group chat that someone from another group wanted to rob them, Luo Luo rushed over and saw the scene. And of course, he shot arrows without mercy. He didn't know that the 2 had been subdued by Mianmian. Of course, that person wanted to sneak attack Mianmian. And such a despicable person was not worth letting go. Eliminate player Shinjin. Group score plus 50. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Mianmian, when Yusher, Luo Luo, and Du Chongsong in the distance all heard this sound. At the same time, the eliminated team members of Shinjin also heard another sound. Team member Shinjin was eliminated. Team score minus 50. It can be like this. The expressions of both groups of players became complicated. The other person ran away, as if he was escaping for his life. Mianmian glanced at him, and did not chase him. Shinjin's body disappeared on the spot. Probably eliminated directly back to the ship. But he was so seriously injured that no one could treat him on the ship unless he could pull out the arrow himself, and have enough medicine to treat him. Luo Luo frowned and said helplessly, My arrow. Mianmian laughed out loud. 50 points. In exchange for your arrow. It's not a bad deal. Luo Luo, okay. When Yusher, doesn't this mean that as long as you make the player seriously injured and disqualified from the competition, you can get extra points? Well, I guess that's right. If this matter is known to everyone, won't all the groups? When Yusher didn't say anything more. This kind of thing is unimaginable. No one can say whether the players will kill each other because of this score. Just now, Mianmian didn't have the intention to kill. Just wanted to leave the weapon. But the man was unwilling to give up. So Luo Luo shot an arrow through his arm, and was directly eliminated by the system. Now his life and death are uncertain. Even if Luo Luo didn't want to kill him, there is no doctor in the game. If he is seriously injured like this, he will be disabled if he doesn't die. At present, Mianmian's group score is 399. It was 208 in the morning. But now it has skyrocketed so much. One reason is that Mianmian and Wen Yushi caught 20 fish. Plus the task added 25 points. And the elimination of the player just now added 50 points. The score suddenly reached nearly 400. If Mianmian still felt that her group's score was not high in the morning, then now she is confident. If it can continue at this speed, it will definitely not be a problem to get a ranking. However, if other groups find that eliminating players can add 50 points, will they start a large-scale fight? Players with high military power can completely target those groups with lower combat power and eliminate them one by one. Eliminating a group will get 200 points. Once this kind of thing spreads, it will be a big deal. Mianmian, let's go. Let's go back and discuss it. Mianmian picked up a knife and a sword on the ground and gave them to Luo Luo and Wen Yushi. Luo Luo took the knife, and Wen Yushi used the sword. Getting two weapons for nothing is also a good thing. Wen Yushi was obviously very happy, and she was cutting the grass on the ground with a sword. Luo Luo, I hunted another sheep. I hid the sheep when I received the news and rushed over. Mianmian's expression changed. Where is it? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Hurry over. Luo Luo, I marked it. Follow me. Mianmian was very anxious. This is a sheep. With the sheep, they don't have to worry about food in the future. One sheep is enough for them to advance to the finals. At least the food problem is solved. No wonder. Mianmian thought. Fishing these fish can't add so many points. But there is a sheep. You can really keep your composure. You didn't tell me about such a big thing at the first time. Mianmian said helplessly. If the sheep is discovered and taken away by others, it will be terrible. Maybe there is a task card in the sheep's stomach. Mianmian is worried about the sheep. I should have known not to let you come. Wen Yushi, you can't not come. Luo Luo came to get 50 points. In fact, if Luo Luo didn't come just now, Mianmian would have eliminated that person. He dared to attack. Mianmian would not let him go. He has already spared his life. And he still wants to make trouble. Mianmian will not be soft-hearted. If Luo Luo hadn't shot that arrow, Mianmian's knife would probably have cut off his knife-holding hand. This was at most self-defense. There will probably be more such things in the future. Following Luo Luo to the place where he hid the sheep, he could smell the blood from a distance. Mian quickened his pace. Luo Luo, we're almost there. Mian, yeah. This is a grassland. And there is no suitable place to hide things around. I don't know where Luo Luo could hide such a big sheep. Without seeing the sheep, Mian felt that it might have been taken away by someone else. They didn't let Wen Yushi follow them, but let her take the fish back to the shelter first. With so many fish, Wen Yushi couldn't help take the sheep, and it wouldn't work if she followed. Besides, the place Luo Luo mentioned was quite far away, a distance from their shelter. On the way, she also sent a message to Du Chansong to ask him to return to the shelter. Mianmian told Wen Yushi to send them a message if anything happened. Finally, they arrived at the place. Luo Luo pointed to a piece of grass not far away. We are here. There is a hole over there. I put the sheep there. I dug some grass and picked some flowers and plants to cover it. Although Luo Luo covered it up, the smell was still very strong. Fortunately, the sheep was not lost. There was just another saker falcon hovering in the air. It seemed that it smelled the smell and came to look for food. As soon as Luo Luo saw the saker falcon, he drew his bow to shoot. As a result, the saker falcon reacted quickly and glided to fly to another place. Mianmian called Luo Luo, forget it. Even if we shoot, we don't have time to pick it up. Now the sheep is the key. Luo Luo thought so and put away his bow and arrow. Mianmian pulled the sheep out of the cave. This is a white sheep. It doesn't look big. With a small body and a short tail. It is dead. An arrow is stuck in its body, and it is still bleeding. Sheepskin and wool can be used to keep warm. And mutton can be eaten. Although it is not big. If you eat it sparingly, plus the fish, you will definitely have enough food for the next few days. Mianmian plans to dissect the sheep here. Throw away the internal organs. Separate the sheepskin and wool and meat into several parts. And carry it back directly. Mianmian stabbed the sheep's abdomen with a knife and cut it open. Blood and internal organs flowed all over the floor. At the same time, they also saw another task card. Mianmian reached out and took it out. Result: Double buff double luck. Get task card ×1. Get task card ×1. Mianmian was overjoyed. This is good. I got 2 task cards at once. Luo Luo, it seems there is another one. He picked up the other one. Why are there 2? Mianmian, I don't know. Maybe it's because this sheep is bigger? It says on this card that you can get 50 points if you shoot 30 puffins. What is the task on yours? Find hot springs plus 30 points. Hot springs? Mianmian looked surprised. There is such a task. What can you do if you find a hot spring? Take a hot spring bath? Although I don't understand. The task is just a few words. That's all. Okay. She cut off the whole piece of skin first. And then with a few cuts, the sheep was torn into 5 pieces. Let's go! Each of them carried half. And they didn't care about getting their clothes dirty. They carried them on their backs and walked back. The 2 of them carried so much mutton on the way. The smell was strong and the target was big. Once they met other players, they would definitely be targeted. But Mianmian and Luo Luo were not afraid. If they really met someone, they would just solve it directly. And maybe they could add another 50 points. The 2 were not low-key. Mianmian was worried that the mutton would be taken away before they arrived. Now they are ostentatious, thinking that it would be better if a few blind people came. After all, Mianmian and Luo Luo both had knives in their hands. And they were not afraid of anyone. Chapter 79. Shenqianjua's shelter in Area 1 is right next to the grass. It happened that Shenqianjua and a team member came out to look for supplies, and ran into Mianmian and Luo Luo. Seeing that they were holding mutton, Shenqianjua and his teammates were not very surprised, because he also hunted a sheep in the afternoon. It's just that he had inquired about the nearby groups. Mianmian and Luo Luo were unfamiliar. They probably don't usually move around here. Since they bumped into each other, Shenqianjua asked the team members to go over and ask, "Hello. Which area are you from? Is the shelter also nearby?" Seeing that the other party was quite polite, Mianmian replied, "We are not nearby. It's very far away." As for which area, she didn't answer, because the other party didn't take the initiative to say it anyway. Mianmian's tone was cold, and she kept holding the sword in her hand, in order to draw the sword at any time. Mianmian didn't wrap up the horizontal sword, so Shenqianjua recognized it at a glance as a horizontal sword with a high price in the mall. Until the girl in front of him was not an ordinary player. Shenqianjua took the initiative to step forward. "It's like this. We only have grasslands and wetlands here, so I want to ask what the terrain is like over there." Shenqianjua's group has been exploring around these 2 days, and has not gone far, so they don't know the terrain of the island. Mianmian didn't say much. There will be mountains to the west. If you want to know, you can go and see it yourself. Shenqianjua, okay. Thank you. There is a task card in the sheep's body. You should have discovered it. Right? He deliberately revealed the task card as a test, although no one mentioned it in the regional chat. Shenqianjua was sure that high-end players probably knew about it, and those with some ability would definitely be able to hunt large prey. There were very few sheep on the grassland. They only found one yesterday, and it took some effort to hunt it. Another one appeared today, and was hunted by the 2 people who came from afar. It seems that their luck is not bad, seeing that the other party had no interest in the sheep. Mianmian knew that they must not lack food. In addition, he took the initiative to mention the task card, so he must know about it. Mianmian admitted frankly, "Yes. If there is nothing else, we will leave. It's getting late, and we have to hurry back to the shelter." The implication is that we should not delay our journey. Shenqianjua was stunned. "Sorry. I have no ill intentions. I think since we have enough food, there is no problem of competing for food. In other words, we can work together." Shenqianjua intends to change the shelter because this side is all grassland and wetland. The humidity is too high, and there are no trees. Their shelter is supported by waterproof cloth and is very simple. People sleep in sleeping bags at night, and there are not enough dry branches as fuel. He discussed this issue with his team members this morning, but he didn't know where to move to. In addition, if he moved to a suitable place, it might have been occupied by others, or it might be very close to other people's shelters, so disputes would be inevitable. He happened to meet Mianmian and Luo Luo. Shenqianjua judged that their team must be strong, so he wanted to cooperate with them. Mianmian, sorry. We don't want to cooperate with other groups. Who knows if they will first pretend to cooperate and then betray. It doesn't matter. I know it's a bit abrupt for me to say this, but I can show my sincerity. I am Shinjue from District 1. In the last competition, I was the 3rd place. The people in our group are all powerful players. I see that you are also very powerful. You should not be players from District 1. Since you are not from the same district, there is no possibility that our team members will be robbed by each other. As for food, we also have a sheep, and the food reserves are definitely enough. Mianmian felt a little dizzy after hearing so much from him. I know all you said. What's the point? Shinjue paused, not expecting that her words would make the girl in front of her impatient. Shinjue, the point is that our cooperation can prevent other groups from plotting against us. According to my understanding, many players have not eaten for a few days. They may be quite peaceful in the first 2 days, but after tomorrow, they may fight for food. You may not be afraid of one group. But what if other groups cooperate to snatch your food? Shinjue's words are not without reason. Mianmian does not want to cooperate with other groups. But she can't stand other groups being red-eyed for a bite of food. She may not have to worry about 1 or 2 groups. But what if it is a strong combination that specifically comes to trouble them? Only she and Luo Luo have high combat power. Du Chansong cannot be counted on. And when Yushir seems to have no ability to protect herself. Shinjue, besides, we can complete the task together. There is strength in numbers. Mianmian looked at Luo Luo. What do you think? Although Luo Luo has not spoken, he is also thinking. Their group consists of 2 girls and 2 boys. In the eyes of outsiders, they are a group with relatively weak strength, which means they are soft persimmons in the eyes of others. And they have a lot of food. They have met several groups of people in the past 2 days, especially since they eliminated 1 person in the afternoon and deducted 50 points from the group. What if they hold a grudge and publish the situation that Mianmian and the others have a lot of fish? Or find other groups to make trouble together? Luo Luo said, I'll listen to you. You decide. Mianmian, we can talk about cooperation. But how can you prove that you only want to cooperate and have no other intentions? Shinjue, don't worry about this. Of course, I'm just proposing it. As for whether to cooperate, my team members and I have to discuss and investigate. It doesn't mean that our cooperation will be achieved if you agree now. Shinjue used a push-pull trick to retreat and advance. Seeing that Mianmian was willing to give in, he began to say that he would also consider it. Mianmian smiled. Then let's investigate each other for 2 days. Shinjue, in this case, I will go to your shelter with you and build a shelter nearby. Do you agree? I promise that we will never disturb each other. Mianmian, I'm afraid that won't work. Shinjue, since we want to discuss cooperation, we have to show some sincerity. My sincerity is already here. But it seems that you still don't trust me. Mianmian, trust is not something that can be done with words. And I have no way to verify whether what you said is true or false. Shinjue, then in this case, at least we have to know where your shelter is, so that we can find you later. Right? Shinjue looked at Luo Luo. How about you discuss it with your companions? He stepped back a few steps and gave them space to chat privately. Mianmian whispered, what do you think? Will taking them to the shelter bring wolves into the house? Luo Luo, actually, I think we can consider his suggestion. Finding a good group of partners in the early stage can prevent danger. Mianmian, what if they have bad intentions? Luo Luo, but if it's not them, there will be others. Mianmian, that's true. I know Shinjue from District 1. But should I tell him my name truthfully? Luo Luo, there are pros and cons. Telling him, he will probably be wary of your strength, but will also prepare to compete with you for a ranking later. Mianmian knew this. Even if they cooperate now, in the last 2 days, when the ranking list comes out, they will definitely go their separate ways. But if they can hold on until then, it will be more beneficial for them. Join forces to eliminate external threats first, and then solve the problems of their 2 groups. Mianmian, after returning, discuss it with the other 2 people, and observe the character of their group in the next 2 days. Luo Luo, okay. Let their shelter be farther away. Since there is enough food, we better not go too far in the future. Someone must guard the shelter. Mianmian nodded and turned to talk to Shinjue. We agree. But this time only you can go with us. As for you, if you want to move here, you must keep a distance from us. If you want to contact, you can contact us in the area chat code. Shen Qianjue, okay. I'll go with you. But you should at least tell me which district you are from, and the name of your team leader. Right? Although it was Shen Qianjue who proposed the cooperation, it was unreasonable to let him go alone without knowing anything. What if he never comes back? He won't even know who hurt him. Mianmian, District 3. Mianmian. Shen Qianjue's expression became strange. Are you Mianmian? Mianmian, yes. I won you by luck in the last game. Shen Qianjue laughed. You are too modest. Winning is winning. How can it be lucky? Shen Qianjue talked to the team members for a few words. And the others also knew Mianmian. In the first game, Mianmian not only defeated Shen Qianjue, but also surpassed Wei Yu in their district and became the first, which made everyone in District 1 feel uneasy. They didn't expect to meet here this time. I can only say that Shen Qianjue has a good eye for people. And he caught a big guy right away. How about this? We each send a message in the chat channel to prove our identity. We can send an insignificant message, or just reply to others casually. The chat channel has been quite lively recently, so it wouldn't be too abrupt for them to talk suddenly. It's reasonable to use this method to verify the identity. After all, you can't add friends to contact each other in different zones. So this is the only way. Shen Qianjue goes first. It just so happens that many people in the chat channel are asking questions. Does anyone know where to find the mission card? I can't find it for 2 days. I suddenly received a message saying that my teammate was eliminated and deducted 50 points. What's going on? Now I can't contact my teammates. Damn. My teammates disappeared too. The system said they were eliminated, and then they were gone. Shen Qianjue, Zone 1 being eliminated could mean being seriously injured or dead, and being judged by the system as unable to continue the game. Or they could be withdrawing on their own. After he sent the message, he asked Mianmian to check it out. It's your turn. Mianmian sent a direct message. I see. Shen Qianjue. Luo Luo also laughed when he saw it. Mianmian, what else? What do you want me to say? I can't just send a question mark. If she wasn't afraid of attracting attention, she would have sent a string of garbled characters. Shen Qianjue, but that makes you look stupid. Mianmian, it doesn't matter. She doesn't care what others think of her. She sent this message and soon someone saw her name. Lin Quanling, who was far away on the other side of the ice lake, stood up. It turns out that Mianmian is on the same island as us. Mianmian is also here? How did you know? She just spoke in the area chat. What's wrong with Mianmian being here? The other team members didn't think Mianmian's presence would be a big deal. Could she help them? Lin Quanling didn't say anything. If she could join Mianmian's group, or pull her into her own group, wouldn't she be able to get a place for sure? But how could she find Mianmian? She couldn't communicate in the chat channel. Lin Quanling has a bad reputation. He can become the team leader only because of his strength. He told everyone right away that he not only has the skills of gathering, but also the skills of swimming and cooking, and can fish. And he wants to be the team leader. Others are not as strong as him. So naturally there is no competition with him. Although Mu Baiyin in the same group is about the same strength as him. She is relatively low-key and did not introduce all her skills. Nor did she say that she wanted to be the team leader. The position of team leader was taken by Lin Quanling. The team leader has the right to kick out team members, and also the right to accept new team members. But this is the authority that can only be seen after becoming a team member. They didn't know it at the beginning. Mu Baiyin, since we have found the task card, shouldn't we complete the task first? Other team members complained. The task asked us to find a hot spring. But where does it look like there is a hot spring here? Lin Quanling, it seems that we have to explore a farther place tomorrow. Mu Baiyin, in fact, I think it might be useful to ask directly in the area chat. Team member, you think others are all fools. Why would they tell you? Mu Baiyin, then why would Shen Qianjue in this area answer other players' questions? It shows that there are still people willing to answer questions and solve problems. That's because I don't think anyone would be so kind anyway. The team members couldn't explain why. But they didn't know why Shen Qianjue suddenly wanted to answer the players' questions. Lin Quanling, it's okay to give it a try. Maybe some players know. Otherwise, who knows where the hot spring is if we just look for it aimlessly? Lin Quanling looked at Mu Baiyin. Why don't you send a message to ask? Mu Baiyin thought about it, and actually edited a message. Mu Baiyin, Zone 3 has any player seen a hot spring? Or a volcano? Her message attracted a lot of attention. Not many people have received the task card at present. But there are only a few tasks in the early stage, and finding a hot spring is one of them. Mianmian's group also has a task to find a hot spring. Wen Yushi had been paying attention to the panel, and had already noticed that there were 2 more tasks. She was also thinking about whether to ask in the regional chat, but wanted to wait for Mianmian to come back to discuss before deciding. She was shocked to see Mianmian suddenly speak in the regional chat, wondering if Mianmian had any plans. At this moment, she suddenly saw someone mention hot springs, and it was also a player from District 3. Wen Yushi couldn't sit still, so she quickly sent a message to Mianmian in the group chat. Mianmian, did you see that? Someone is asking about the hot springs. How long will it take for you to come back? Mianmian was very careful along the way, because with Shinqianjue following behind her, she had no time to look at the panel. When she arrived at the shelter, she didn't see any message from Wen Yushi. She didn't reply to the message, and Wen Yushi was very anxious. Fortunately, she saw Mianmian and Luo Luo were together on the map, and were also walking this way. She kept looking around, and when she saw them coming back, she immediately went to greet them. But she was shocked to see a stranger. Mianmian took the initiative to introduce her. This is Shinqianjue from District 1. Wen Yushi was even more surprised to hear this name. She knew this person. The 3rd place in the last competition. Why did you bring him here? Chapter 80. While Wen Yushi was looking at Shinqianjue was also observing the shelter of Mianmian and his team. In addition to the wooden house, there was also a large closed stove. Each wooden house also had a small mud stove, which had good warmth retention, and could also be used to boil water and cook food at any time. There was also a large smoker grill at the door of the wooden house, with more than a dozen fish on it. In just a dozen seconds, it was clear that Mianmian's team was very powerful. A shelter like this would satisfy any player who saw it. There was food and drink, and the wooden house and stove could keep warm. It was much better than the place where Shinqianjue's team lived. The main reason was that there were no trees on Shinqianjue's side, and the air was humid, so it was difficult to build a wooden house or to make a fire. It seems that moving is the right decision. Remember the place? Shinqianjue sent the coordinates here to the group chat, and said goodbye to Mianmian. I should move nearby tomorrow, and I will say hello to you then. Then I will leave first. It was getting late, and there was no point for him to stay here. He couldn't stay to eat for free. Mianmian, okay. Let's talk about it tomorrow. After Shinqianjue left, Mianmian told Wen Yushi and Du Chongsong that Shinqianjue wanted to cooperate. Wen Yushi, can you trust their group? Du Chongsong, yes. Didn't you say before that you didn't plan to form an alliance with other groups? Mianmian, I didn't know that eliminating players could add points before. Didn't we eliminate a player today and add 50 points? This matter will probably be known to everyone soon. By then, the competition between players will be more intense. Wen Yushi, yes. We have a lot of food now, and someone will definitely come to grab it. Mianmian and Luo Luo brought back another sheep, and now they have enough food. The group today wanted to grab the fish when they saw it, and they are still so weak. If a strong group is short of food, they will definitely target them. Wen Yushi was scared when she thought about it. Will Shinqianjue pretend to cooperate and actually want to steal our resources? Mianmian, I thought of this, but he doesn't need to do this for the time being. Judging from the current situation, there are only benefits for him to cooperate with us. If there is a competition in the future, it will be the last 2 days. Du Chongsong, why don't we just agree and give it a try? If we find something wrong, we should stop immediately. Mianmian, if we agree to cooperate, the 2 groups should sit down and have a good talk about how to cooperate. There is no such thing as giving it a try. But we should set a principle. If either party violates the principle, the cooperation will end immediately. Wen Yushi, I think it's okay. Luo Luo, they should be here tomorrow. Wen Yushi suddenly said, oh no. Someone in the regional chat posted Mianmian's photo. Luo Luo, what photo? Wen Yushi, you will know if you take a look. It was posted by the group in the afternoon. Mianmian opened the regional chat. Does anyone know this person? My team member was eliminated, and now our team has lost 50 points. I've seen her. She's right here on the lake, and she came to our side to hunt eagles. She's so beautiful. A big beauty. Why does she look so familiar? Is she a female celebrity? My team member saw that they caught more than 20 fish and were very lucky, so he wanted to trade fish with her. Not only did she disagree, she also snatched my team member's weapons and seriously injured one of them, and eliminated him. Really? More than 20 fish? That's amazing. Could it be that you wanted to steal the fish from the beauty? But she taught you a lesson instead? Now you're blaming her back. No one from District 3 has spoken out yet. But it will probably not be long before Mianmian's identity and appearance are exposed. Even the approximate location of the shelter is known to someone. When you sure, what should we do now? Will someone target us? Mianmian, not yet. That group of people are angry and want to harm me. But the others are not so stupid. This group of people foolishly expose that I have fish. But also expose the strength of our group. I know they are not easy to mess with. Du Chansong breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Xinqianjue and the others will be here tomorrow. With them, no one will be able to bully us. Mianmian, it's getting late. Let's get food first. And we have to deal with this mutton. She had to finish the work early. And she would practice her swordsmanship later. In addition to negotiating the details of the cooperation with Xinqianjue tomorrow, she had to hurry up to complete the task. 30 puffins. I don't know where to find them. As for the hot springs, I have no idea. The division and processing of the whole sheep were handed over to Du Chansong and Wen Yushi. Mianmian made food, while Luo Luo went to the lake to bring back the raft. After Mianmian and Wen Yushi went fishing today, they only found a place to hide the raft, and did not bring it back. Mianmian thought it was not safe to leave it somewhere else, so it would be better to let Luo Luo take it back. Since there was enough food, they didn't need to go fishing for the time being. If the raft was left there, it might not be used in a short time. Maybe it would be found and used by other groups, which would be a bargain for others. It would be better to take it back and put it away. Mianmian marked the coordinates for Luo Luo. So Luo Luo found the raft quickly. The raft was not far from the lake, and he saw several people fishing by the lake from a distance. But he did not make any noise. Quietly lifted the raft and left. Back in the shelter, Luo Luo told others that he saw several people fishing by the lake. Mianmian was not sure whether these people had just seen the regional chat and came, or knew about this place before. The regional chat was very lively now. At first, the group wanted to ask Mianmian's identity, but no one said it, and instead discussed Mianmian's beauty. Later, it evolved into asking the group if they knew where Mianmian was fishing, how she caught more than 20 fish, and whether there were a lot of fish in that place. Many people who lacked food came out. They came out just because of the more than 20 fish that group said. In fact, they didn't know how many fish were in Mianmian's fish basket. They just said more than 20 to exaggerate. It seems that this place will become more and more lively soon. This has both good and bad things. More people means more competition. And this place will definitely not be as peaceful as before. But it also means that as long as someone comes to cause trouble, they have the opportunity to get more points. Especially after cooperating with Xinqianjue. Eliminating players is the best way to brush points. Although they did not discuss this matter directly, they all have such thoughts in their hearts. Mianmian looked at Wen Yushi. Where is the sword I gave you? Wen Yushi, it's here? Mianmian asked Luo Luo to teach Wen Yushi a few moves later. It doesn't have to be too difficult. Just a few moves to defend yourself will be fine. Du Chansong saw that they all had weapons. But he didn't, and couldn't help but say, why don't I have one? Mianmian, you came late. You only got 2 in total. Give 1 to Wen Yushi. Luo Luo came before you, so he must have given it to him. But Luo Luo already has a bow and arrow. Wouldn't it be better to give me this knife? Mianmian, bows and arrows are long-range attacks. If a player comes to cause trouble, it must be close combat. Do you think you can be more useful with this knife than Luo Luo? Mianmian's words were not polite. Du Chansong was speechless. That's not what I meant. I just feel insecure without weapons. Mianmian said affirmatively. It's impossible for all the people in a group to have weapons. Du Chansong, what should I do when a fight breaks out? Mianmian didn't answer. It was really frustrating to ask this question. To be honest, I haven't met anyone from District 3 yet. Otherwise Mianmian would really like to change a teammate for myself. But as long as Du Chansong doesn't make mistakes and doesn't implicate everyone, Mianmian can only let him stay without a better choice. After all, kicking someone off will also deduct points. Wen Yushi was very happy to know that she could learn swordsmanship from Luo Luo. But she had no foundation at all, so it was quite difficult for her to learn. Her basic skills were too poor, or even non-existent. Her stamina was low, so she was exhausted after learning for a while. She was far inferior to Mianmian. Luo Luo had never taught someone without a basic skill before. Seeing how weak she was, he didn't know how to teach her for a while. Mianmian had to step in. Let me do it. She won't be able to learn if you teach her the powerful skills right away. Compared with Luo Luo and Luo Luo, Luo Luo was more suitable to be a teacher and teach girls. Mianmian could learn swordsmanship from Luo Luo because she had already advanced. If she had learned from Luo Luo when she first came to the game, she probably wouldn't have learned anything. Mianmian taught Wen Yushi the footwork that Luo Luo had taught her, and asked her to practice it first. As for the sword moves, she only needed to learn 1 or 2. The difficulty was much lower, so Wen Yushi could accept it. Thinking of the way Mianmian used the knife today, Wen Yushi envied and admired her in her heart. When will she be as good as Mianmian? The next morning, Shen Qianjua had not come yet. Another group of people came to the shelter of Mianmian's group. They were the group that went fishing by the lake yesterday. They only caught 1 fish after several hours. And the 4 people were not full at all. Thinking of the chat channel saying that the group with a lot of fish was nearby. They looked around. Unexpectedly, they really found it. This group of people saw 2 wooden houses from a distance, with stoves outside the wooden houses and fish hanging outside. The group of people were stunned when they saw it. They hid in the dark and observed. Captain, we really found it. This group has a lot of supplies. Their wooden house is also great. If we can grab it, will the score of the wooden house be transferred to our group? Don't be too happy too soon. Their strength is definitely not bad. We can't just go up and grab it. We have to use our wits to defeat them.